In the dead of winter, a cold front swept across the northern part of Jiangsu province. Overnight, mountains and fields were blanketed with a thick layer of snow, like a cotton quilt. In an ordinary farmhouse courtyard in Yuan village, Yuan, stripped to the waist, was working diligently in the drafty eastern room, nailing together vertical and horizontal timbers before embedding wooden boards into them to create a set of fashionable combination cabinets that were popular in southern regions at the time. After a while, perhaps tired from hammering, Yuan sat down and lit a dakium and cigarette. His thoughts drifted away, and suddenly his muscular body convulsed as if possessed by a ghost. Unfortunately, being alone in this small courtyard, no one witnessed this scene. He could only endure the spasm until it passed and gradually calmed down. Cold sweat dripped onto the wood shavings, disappearing without a trace. Yuan was stunned by a realization had been reborn. From 2022 back to January 1988, specifically the first day of the 12th lunar month in 1987. For being 55 years old and well aware of his destiny, he had returned to his youthful prime of 21. Yuan's emotions were complex. Looking at the newly completed cabinet before him, he felt even more speechless. This cabinet was the first piece he crafted independently after completing his apprenticeship, and also his first attempt to discard his master's outdated furniture concepts for something new. He had to admit that in terms of mortise and tenon construction, he had surpassed his master. The entire set of cabinets didn't use a single nail, yet remained tightly fitted and as stable as Mount Tai. Even the carvings on the cabinet doors and corners were commendable. No wonder his past self was quite satisfied with this piece of furniture. Later, he brought it to the markets around neighboring villages, hoping to earn some money for the new year. Unfortunately, despite selling until the little new year, it remained unsold. In the end, he had to sell it cheaply to Li Ergu from the 4th team of the village for just 400 yuan, which wasn't fully paid off for 3 years. This became his first failure as a carpenter, even considered shameful. As a result, for many years afterward, he struggled to find work, relying on making coffins for others to scrape by. Now, having lived 2 lifetimes, Yuan immediately saw where the problem lay. Rather than calling it his first piece after becoming a carpenter, it should be considered his first piece after becoming a woodworker. At 21, he was merely a woodworker, far from reaching the skill level and realm of a true carpenter. Just like this set of cabinets supposed to be modern and eye-catching, they instead looked rustic and out of place. It was no wonder no one wanted to buy them. Fortunately, with over 30 years of woodworking experience, there was still time to mend the situation. As he prepared to dismantle the mortise and tenon joints to start over, the dog outside barked fiercely, but suddenly stopped. Then his third sister Wu Xiuhua, wrapped in a white scarf, pushed open the door and called out affectionately from afar, "Youngest brother." "Third sister, I'm in the eastern room," Yuan responded. He saw her stomping her feet at the entrance, unwrapping the scarf to reveal her frost-reddened cheeks. "Why did you come in such cold weather? I was worried you wouldn't have anything to eat alone at home, so I brought you some sweet potato chips." Wu Xiuhua put down the basket and got straight to the point. "You'll be turning 22 soon after the new year. It's about time you get married. If you're interested in Xu Yanmei, I could deliver 100 yuan as dowry tomorrow and settle things, aiming to hold the wedding before the little new year, so you won't be lonely during the holidays." "Third sister, I can manage here. Keep the sweet potato chips for your 3 children," Yuan replied. "Don't change the subject. What about Xu Yanmei?" Wu Xiuhua spoke bluntly, knowing her youngest brother couldn't dodge her questions. Since he couldn't avoid it, Yuan firmly stated, "Xu Yanmei isn't suitable. I don't fancy her." "Then who do you fancy?" "I fancy Yang Luoyan." "Yang Luoyan, the apple of the party secretary's eye? Do you know how much dowry Mr. Yang asked for? 1,000 yuan, exactly 1,000. Even with your third brother-in-law being the village head, we can't afford it." Yuan believed her. His brother-in-law Xionggang was too kind-hearted to let his wife, nicknamed Voldemort, frequently take things from their home to help her youngest brother. Even managing his youngest brother's marriage fell on her shoulders. "Youngest brother, marriages should match social status. With our family's conditions, we can't afford Miss Luoyan. Be realistic and consider Xu Yanmei. She's the eldest daughter, surely better at taking care of people than little girls like Luoyan." Yuan shook his head. In his previous life, he listened to his sister and married Xu Yanmei. But once spring arrived, she couldn't bear the hardships of rural life and ran off with someone else, leaving Yuan a laughingstock in Liyuan village. Later, working with his master on projects like building grand halls and cinemas, he never met another suitable woman. It wasn't until the real estate industry boomed post-millennium, when wages for skilled workers like Yuan rose, that his life began to improve. However, women in the construction field were pragmatic and hard to connect emotionally. Even later, when he prospered, The women around him were untrustworthy. Therefore, Wu Yuan couldn't agree to marry Xu Yanmei. He insisted, "Third sister, I will marry Yang Luoyan or no one at all." Wu Xiuhua, frustrated, argued, "I know Luoyan is beautiful and delicate, but Mr. Yang sets such a high price to prevent us country folk from marrying her, wanting her to become a city dweller. Don't you understand?" Indeed, in his previous life, Yang Luoyan did marry into the city, though her husband died within 3 years. Besides, Luoyan has always been pampered. How could she be as caring as Xu Yanmei? Wu Yuan disagreed. Having studied with Yang Luoyan for 9 years, he knew she wasn't spoiled and was very kind. After her husband's death, she managed the broken family alone, raising her daughter to attend university. Everyone in the surrounding areas praised her. Thus, Wu Yuan wouldn't give in, regardless of Wu Xiuhua's attempts to persuade him. Finally, she left with a challenge. "Earn 1,000 yuan, then I'll help you marry Luoyan." "All right, third sister, check back in 7 days." Wu Xiuhua turned back in surprise. "If you can earn 1,000 yuan without stealing or robbing in 7 days, they'll help you marry Luoyan. Deal. Third sister, walk slowly on your way back. Do I need you to tell me that? Goodbye." Chapter 2. Ingenious craftsmanship, transforming decay into wonder. For the next 7 days, the heavy snowfall ceased, melted, formed ice, and froze the earth. The biting cold that followed enveloped the surroundings. Consequently, the large yellow dog at the entrance spent most of its time curled up in its nest, nestled among the hay, only occasionally peeking out to listen for sounds from the eastern room. As the master of the house, Wu Yuan resided at the eastern room's table, diligently transforming the previously rustic combination cabinet into a sleek and sophisticated piece, refined from every angle to exude elegance. He then applied wood tongue oil, accentuating the natural grain of the wood, bestowing it with an authentic, eco-friendly charm reminiscent of contemporary solid wood furniture. Moreover, the 4 cabinets of varying heights, along with a side cabinet, could be rearranged in countless configurations, showcasing remarkable adaptability. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, coinciding with the Laba festival, the usual market schedule of every 3rd, 6th, and 9th day was exceptionally lifted. Wu Yuan meticulously loaded the combination cabinets onto a flatbed cart, securing the edges with scraps of cloth and binding them tightly with a lengthy hemp rope. He then set off toward the bustling market of Yukujing, located on the outskirts of the city, renowned for its expansive scale and frequented by many city dwellers. Wu Yuan chose this location with the hope that affluent individuals from the city would take a liking to his unique combination cabinets, allowing him to sell them at a favorable price. The journey along the gravel road jostled the flatbed cart, numbing Wu Yuan's hands. After much effort, he finally arrived at the market in Yukujing. From a distance, he could see a throng of people, an endless sea of heads, with the pleasant weather attracting numerous vendors. Wu Yuan selected a dry patch of ground, unloaded the cabinets, and arranged them in the most popular configuration. He then perched himself on the edge of the flatbed cart, pulling out some dried sweet potato from his bag to munch on, refraining from calling out, confident that discerning buyers would approach upon seeing the cabinets. He knew that while combination cabinets were quite popular in the South, they remained a novelty in Beigang County. His collection was indeed unique within the bustling market that day. As noon approached, the rare warmth of the sun drew an elderly man to pause and examine the cabinets, touching the edges and surfaces before inquiring, "How much for this furniture?" "Sir, this is a combination cabinet currently in vogue in the South, perfect for a son's wedding or as a dowry for a daughter. It carries great prestige. Moreover, this is the only set you will find in Beigang," Wu Yuan replied. "The price is 1,200, with delivery and installation included." Upon hearing the price, the old man retreated, tucking his chin in. Undeterred, Wu Yuan squatted down to continue his snack of dried sweet potato. The nearby bamboo weaver, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Young man, daring to ask for 1,200? Not today, nor in 10 days, will you sell it at that price. It's far too expensive for an ordinary family in Beigang. Brother, goods find their destined owners. It's truly hard to say." Besides, Wu Yuan felt somewhat wronged. One must always begin with a high asking price, allowing for negotiation. If someone walks away without a word, it simply means they are not genuinely interested in purchasing. As their conversation lingered in the air, a middle-aged couple paused before a combination cabinet. The woman adorned in a chic ski sweater which accentuated her elegance compared to the other women's bulkier figures. Wu Yuan noticed the sparkle in her eyes growing brighter, and he began to comprehend the situation. At last, the man inquired after ordering a premium plum, "Young man, how do you intend to sell this combination cabinet?" Wu Yuan leaned closer. "Big brother, You certainly have a discerning eye. Let us set aside the price for now. What do you think of the craftsmanship of this cabinet? The man exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating the intricate joinery. Such craftsmanship cannot be achieved without 30 years of experience. This cabinet must have been crafted by your master. Am I right? Indeed, 30 years is spot on, Xu Yuan replied. Having been reborn at the age of 55, he possessed over 3 decades of expertise. He raised his thumb in admiration. You are indeed an expert. This cabinet was personally crafted by a master over a span of 6 months. There is only one like it in Beiyang County. I want to ask for much. Let us say 1,200 to make a friend. It will surely be a statement piece in your home. The man glanced at the woman and then asked, does that include delivery and installation? Absolutely. Service right to your door. You need not trouble my master for such a minor task. Very well, let us load it up and accompany us, the man replied. Certainly, Xu Yuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The nearby bamboo craftsman could not help but feel envy. 1,200 was enough for him to weave thousands of baskets. He followed the couple to the county government compound, perspiring profusely, his remaining sweet potato snacks having grown soft in his arms. Upon carrying the cabinet upstairs in one go, the middle-aged woman handed him a cup of hot water. Young master, thank you for your trouble. Xu Yuan accepted the cup. Thank you, sister. It's all on me. The installation of the cabinet was straightforward, primarily requiring the homeowners to clear a space for it, which took some effort. They toiled until 4 or 5 o'clock before finally settling down. After receiving 120 large yuan from the middle-aged woman, he counted the bills and felt their tangible weight before gratefully pulling away on his flatbed cart. On the way back, Xu Yuan felt a wave of happiness within, though he did not display it outwardly, until he reached the fork in the road leading to a well. He steered the cart downhill towards the home of his third sister in Xu Yanmei village. Meanwhile, Wu Xiuhua was at home, troubled. Her younger brother had set his heart on marrying Yang Luoyan. She had urged him to find a way to earn money, yet the matter weighed heavily on her mind. Since their parents had passed, only this younger brother remained in their hometown of Li Yuan village, with no home established and no career in place. Who would look after him if she, as the third sister, did not? Could she rely on her elder sisters? The eldest sister would be fortunate to return from her brother's house without stealthily taking some grain or cabbage. As for the second sister, her own household was struggling, burdened with many children, leaving her intentions unfulfilled. The fourth sister's husband, however, was commendable, serving as the village secretary. However, it is often said that Yao Di looks down upon him, and no matter how much one tries to explain, he remains unyielding, making it even more unlikely to expect his assistance. Wu Xiuhua, after exhausting all avenues, including borrowing from several younger brothers, has only managed to gather 600 yuan, which is still far from sufficient. It is unacceptable to pay the betrothal gifts and then find oneself without funds for the wedding festivities. Just then, a chorus of dog barks erupted outside. Yao Di, cradling his second child, strode in with purpose, calling out, "Third sister, third sister." Wu Xiuhua lifted the curtain to reveal herself, saying, "I'm here. Put Xiaowen down and let him play by himself." Xu Yuan set down Xiaowen, not forgetting to threaten with a fierce expression, "If I catch you playing by the river again, I'll give you a beating every time." Wu Xiuhua, unfazed, replied, "The river is frozen solid now. There's no need to frighten Xiaowen." Wu Yuan continued to make a menacing face at Xiaowen. Chapter 3. The Path to Wealth. I must accumulate fortune in her previous life. Xiaowen met an untimely demise, leaving an indelible sorrow for the family of the third sister. This incident marked the inception of future calamities. The child had an affinity for playing by the riverbank, while the river remained frozen at present, come spring. When the waters swelled, the peril would become immeasurably greater. This matter was not one to be broached lightly. Wu Yuan could only admonish Xiaowen while contemplating the possibility of bringing the child to his home for a spell in the following spring, hoping to remedy this regret. After all, the third sister genuinely cared for him, to the extent that he felt she was indeed a formidable presence, akin to a true Dark Lord. "How did you get here?" Wu Xiuhua inquired, gently ruffling Xiaowen's hair before presenting him with a piece of candy, which quelled the tears welling in the child's eyes. "It is time," Wu Yuan declared with unwavering confidence, subsequently retrieving a sum of 1,200 yuan from his pocket, placing it before the third sister without reservation. He had nothing to conceal from her. Upon seeing the substantial pile of notes, Wu Xiuhua was taken aback, her voice instinctively lowering. "Younger brother, where did you acquire such a fortune? Rest assured, I neither stole nor robbed. I am entrusting this to you. You must assist me in bringing Yang Luoyan home." "Are you even listening to me?" Wu Xiuhua exclaimed, her urgency palpable. The money comes from my own craftsmanship. I sold a set of cabinets today that I had just transported. Here it is. Is that true? I would not dare deceive you, third sister. Wu Xiuhua turned in excitement, facing the direction of their ancestral home, her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring fervently, Father, Mother. My younger brother has finally completed his studies and achieved success. May you bless him with great wealth and fortune, and a good wife for a blissful life. Third sister. What are you muttering about? Nothing, nothing. Wu Xiuhua replied, turning back and counting out 20 bills from the stack, handing them to her younger brother, saying, Take this money. After all, Secretary Yang only requires 1,000 yuan as a bride price. There will be additional expenses for the wedding. Will you truly let me bear the cost for the wedding? Wu Xiuhua insisted, even though our parents are gone, your 4 sisters remain. Third sister. Wu Yuan could not help but feel a lump in his throat. Enough, enough. Spare me your sentiments. Wu Xiuhua sighed in relief, shaking the 1,000 yuan in her hand. Whether this will pass Secretary Yang's scrutiny is still uncertain. With the third sister's assistance, success is assured. Stop with the banter, Wu Xiuhua retorted. She then filled a bag with several pounds of rice and flour, draping it over her younger brother's shoulder. I want to keep you for a meal. You must be exhausted. Go home and rest. Suddenly recalling that today was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, she hurried into the kitchen and filled a large aluminum container with laba kanji, exclaiming, Take this home. Consider it a festive treat. Then I shall take my leave. Third sister. Go on, go on. Securing the rice, flour, and laba kanji to the cart, Wu Yuan pulled away, departing under the watchful gaze of Wu Xiuhua. Regaining her senses, Wu Xiuhua found herself in a state of slight daze. Her younger brother had finally matured into adulthood. His first earnings amounted to a remarkable one. 200 yuan. Given time, he might even ascend to the status of a prosperous entrepreneur. With this thought, Wu Xiuhua instinctively straightened her posture. She called out to Xiong Wu, instructing him to keep a watchful eye on Shaowen before setting off towards the village center. Upon returning to Li Yuan village, Wu Yuan hummed a tune. However, the closer he drew to home, the more solitary his song became. The only companion was the large yellow dog, which, from behind the nearly decayed wooden gate, wagged its tail with fervor. The vigor and speed of its tail generated a sound that pierced the air, demonstrating its enthusiasm. Wu Yuan opened the gate and affectionately patted the dog's head, then remembered the hearty bowl of laba kanji waiting to be warmed on the stove. He and the dog shared the kanji at the entrance, celebrating as if it were a festive occasion. After finishing the meal, Wu Yuan turned to survey the courtyard, acutely aware that a life of happiness lay ahead, laden with responsibilities. This happiness would not solely stem from marrying Yang Luoyan. He needed to possess the means to ensure she shared in such joy. Otherwise, it would be better for her to wed a city dweller, where she could at least enjoy 3 years of good fortune. Thus, after solidifying this engagement, he resolved to improve his household conditions. The main house, a structure of 3 prefabricated rooms and a corridor, had once appeared quite grand and spacious a decade ago. However, with the current trend favoring red brick houses, the prefabricated material, unlike its modern counterparts reinforced with steel and cement, was far from sturdy. It would soon weather, with sand cascading down. As for the east room, his workspace, it was drafty and in disrepair. The gaps between the red bricks, filled with a mixture of yellow clay and straw, were hardly as robust as cement mortar. And now the structure seemed on the verge of collapse. Moreover, he needed to construct a proper toilet, complete with a septic tank and running water. This was not merely to please Yang Luoyan. Rather, Wu Yuan himself could no longer tolerate the rural pit latrines, which were plagued by mosquitoes in summer and left one frozen in winter, an altogether unpleasant experience. In summary, there remained a multitude of tasks ahead, each demanding financial resources. It seemed he must continue crafting cabinets, producing more sets, and saving diligently. Yet, all these endeavors would need to commence after marrying Yang Luoyan. He pondered whether today, his third sister and brother-in-law would assist him in securing this union. Meanwhile, Xiong Gang rode his bicycle, adorned with his carefully groomed wife Wu Xiuhua, toward the home of Party Secretary Yang. His wife had returned all the borrowed money from several brothers' households. Currently, Xiong Gang's only means of supporting his wife was to stand by her side, advocating for her younger brother's proposal. He had encountered Yang, the party secretary, before. He was not particularly amiable, and the 1,000 yuan betrothal gift had long been set in stone. There was no telling whether the Yang family would demand more. Nevertheless, today, Xiang Gang was determined to do whatever it took to help his brother-in-law and his bride. As dusk settled, the Yang family's residence. A row of 5 red brick houses shone brightly with lights. It stood out distinctly within Yuan village. Upon their arrival, Xiong Gang and his wife stirred a flurry of activity. Is the party secretary Yang at home? I am Xiong Gang from Shaozuan. Oh, dear brother Xiong, please come in. Please come in. In these times, when the day is still young, it is considered ill-mannered to keep the door shut. Nevertheless, Xiong Gang and his companion stood outside, exchanging greetings with decorum. It was only when Secretary Yang, draped in a padded coat, emerged that they humbly entered the courtyard and stepped into the main hall. Secretary Yang received an unopened pack of yapinmiai from his wife, personally unwrapped it, and handed a piece to Xiong Gang. He then lifted his smoking pipe, saying, I am still accustomed to this. With a puff, the bright red glow of the tobacco illuminated the air, and a slightly acrid cloud of smoke billowed forth. In the next moment, Secretary Yang noticed Wu Xiuhua placing a net bag containing 2 packs of yapinmiai on the table and inquired, Brother Xiong, why such extravagance? What is the occasion? Chapter 4. Empathy, who would disagree? Xiong Gang glanced at his wife, his thick brows arching in delight as he cheerfully addressed Yang, Brother Yang. Today my wife and I have come to discuss a joyous matter. If you agree, our families will be even closer than before. Upon hearing these words, the astute Yang, a seasoned elder, immediately grasped the implications. He seized the opportunity to inquire directly, May I ask, Brother Xiong, whose child are you advocating for? Naturally. It is for my brother-in-law, Wu Yuan, from your village, Xiong Gang replied. He has just completed his apprenticeship as a carpenter, possesses remarkable skills, and is diligent and robust, all qualities you have surely observed, Brother Yang. However, before he could finish, Yang interrupted him. Wait a moment, Brother Xiong. You must be aware of the stern words I have expressed regarding my daughter, right? Luoyan is my most cherished little girl, a high school graduate, talented and beautiful. Surely, she deserves a life of comfort with a family from the city? Xiong Gang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he nervously insisted, it is not too much to ask. Not at all. He then produced a packet containing 1,000 yuan in red paper and placed it on the table, saying, This is the bride price you requested, which my brother-in-law earned through his own hard work. He has tea even warmed up to it before urging me and my wife to come propose. At that moment, a girl with 2 ponytails peeked from behind the curtain of the west room. She was the renowned Yang Luoyan. Hearing that the suitor was Wu Yuan, her impression of him was not the most profound, yet she felt he exuded a sense of safety and reliability. Moreover, upon learning that the 1,000 yuan bride price was indeed earned by Wu Yuan, her perspective shifted slightly. Could it be true that a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 years? Nevertheless, Yang was not easily swayed. He suspected the 1,000 yuan was merely a concoction from Xiong Gang's family, falsely attributed to Wu Yuan to facilitate the union of the 2 young people. Thus, he pondered for a moment before responding. I know that Wu Yuan is a steady and diligent young man, but he lacks a city household registration. Let us be honest. My daughter would still have to toil in the fields alongside him. Therefore, Brother Xiong, I regret to inform you that I cannot agree to this proposal. As he spoke, Yang rose and handed Xiong Gang a net bag containing 2 packs of cigarettes. He firmly refused, indicating his steadfast position against the match. Accepting both would not guarantee success. Only accepting one and returning another would signify a potential opening. After leaving Yang's home, Xiong Gang and his wife took a familiar path past their old residence. Greeted by the enthusiastic barks of De Huang, heading directly to the east room. There, they found Wu Yuan meticulously snapping chalk lines under the lamp's glow. Xiong Gang sighed, as if the outcome of the proposal was etched plainly on his face. Wu Yuan attempted to fetch water, but was preempted by his sister-in-law. He then offered his brother-in-law a cigarette and remarked, Had I known, I would have sent a go-between to propose, thus sparing you the embarrassment. Xiong Gang waved his hand dismissively, rolling his eyes. What embarrassment could I possibly have? I am proudly holding the 1,000 yuan you earned. The issue is that old Yang simply does not believe it was you who earned it. Moreover, his statement of empathy was irrefutable. Wu Yuan nodded and remarked, He speaks the truth. You naturally cannot counter that. It is of no concern, third brother-in-law. Xiong Gang cleared his throat and mentioned that someone from the city had come to propose, and Secretary Yang had accepted the gifts. Therefore, my dear younger brother, this matter of yours may. Before he could finish, Wu Yuan interjected, Third brother-in-law, could you inquire about this individual? I suspect there may be some underlying issues. Xiong Gang did not take this seriously, attributing it to Wu Yuan's protective feelings for Yang Luoyan, imagining others as ill-intentioned. However, the reality was that there were many wealthy individuals in the city, far beyond what rural folk could compare. Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement. I will make some inquiries for you. By the way, third brother-in-law, while you're at it, could you also find out who is interested in a combination cabinet? I can provide the labor and materials for 200 yuan a set. Sure, I will ask about that as well. Wu Yuan then stood up. You two should head back early. It's getting dark, so I shall not keep you. On the way back, Xionggang rode ahead in silence before suddenly saying, Wife, have you noticed? My younger brother seems to have changed completely. Wu Xiuhua, oblivious, replied, No, he still irritates me just like before. He is as disobedient as ever. What do you mean disobedient? He insists on marrying Yang Luoyan, which is quite bothersome. If he would only listen to me and marry the eldest daughter of the Xu family, it would be a more suitable match. And he would probably face fewer hardships in the future. But, dear, I've heard rumors about that eldest daughter of the Xu family being involved with several suitors. I'm not sure how true it is. Is that so? Well, we can easily find out. Such things cannot be concealed. Forget it. You should first help my younger brother investigate the background of that family in the city, so he may let go of this obsession. Xionggang then let the conversation drop. Yet deep within, he still felt that the person he had just spoken with did not resemble a typical 20-year-old youth lacking composure, but rather someone as cunning and astute as old Yang. Was it merely his own illusion? On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, amidst the biting cold wind, Wu Yuan rose early, prepared a pot of porridge, added some dried sweet potatoes, and paired it with the pickled vegetables from the jar for breakfast. The leftover porridge was poured for De Huang, who relished it heartily. Subsequently, he donned his protective gloves and brought along soundproof cotton. For today, he would operate the electric saw to cut the vertical and horizontal beams for the combination cabinet, as well as to trim the wooden boards. He anticipated a busy morning. Thus, when someone knocked at the door around 9 o'clock, he was completely oblivious. Yang Luoyan realized her worries were unfounded. Before arriving, she had feared being discovered by Wu Yuan and had prepared several excuses, such as stopping by for a sip of water or complimenting De Huang's cuteness and the quality of the crops in his field. Yet, none of them came into play. It was not until the electric saw unexpectedly ceased its operation that her presence in the yard was inadvertently revealed to Wu Yuan's peripheral vision. Who is it? Wu Yuan called out ambiguously. He merely caught a glimpse of a bright color at the corner of his eye, not perceiving it as a genuine presence. Moreover, the absence of a bark from De Huang made it impossible for anyone to be there. To his astonishment, a voice indeed responded. It's me, what is the matter? You don't recognize an old classmate? Upon hearing the voice, Wu Yuan peeked out, and upon realizing it was Yang Luoyan, he became acutely aware of his lack of attire, which was undeniably indecorous. He turned to find his clothes, only to remember they were on the bed in the west wing of the main room. Yang Luoyan was equally perplexed. Typically, she had encountered such bare-bodied men at home without a second thought, as this was quite common in rural areas. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, her fair cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, turning brilliantly red. Chapter 5, The Waves of Love, growing stronger by the day. Wu Yuan dashed into the main room, hastily donning a tank top. Though it bore 2 ragged holes, it was better than nothing. Just as he intended to invite Yang Luoyan into the main room, she, with her hands clasped behind her back, wandered into the east room instead. He quickly followed, mindful of the axes, saws, planes, and chisels scattered about, concerned for her safety. To his surprise, upon entering the east room, Yang Luoyan displayed a keen interest in the mortise and tenon model he had crafted. This was Wu Yuan's forte. After a thorough explanation, they marveled at the marvels of the mortise and tenon structure, resonating with the profound heritage of Chinese carpentry. Unbeknownst to them, they rekindled the camaraderie of their school days. Did you truly recognize me just now? Wu Yuan inquired. To be honest, I was hesitant at first, she admitted. But then I realized, among the beautiful women in the vicinity, my old classmate Yang Luoyan stands unmatched. Flatterer. Yang Luoyan teased, her heart fluttering, emboldened by his words. Pointing to a pile of timber, she asked, What do you plan to make? I intend to craft several sets of combination cabinets, which are currently quite fashionable in the south. As he spoke, Wu Yuan casually picked up a well-worn magazine, filled with images of various combination cabinets and sofas. Yang Luoyan, glancing sideways at him while perusing the magazine, asked, So, that 1,000 yuan betrothal gift was indeed earned by you personally? Absolutely. If any part of it is untrue, may thunder strike me. Ah, Yang Luoyan quickly interjected. Though Xu Yanmei directly silenced him, her heart raced. In this day and age, what girl had ever heard such sweet declarations? She felt that her choice to wear the white ski shirt today was entirely worthwhile. Later, they reminisced about their classmates. It wasn't until nearly noon that Yang Luoyan reluctantly took her leave. Upon returning home, she assisted her mother in setting the rice bowls on the 8 immortals table. Then bluntly declared, "Dad, I want to marry Wu Yuan." Her words ignited a fierce reaction in the village chief. What nonsense is this? How can you decide such matters on your own? Unyieldingly, Yang Luoyan responded, "I've seen him. I believe that 1,000 yuan betrothal gift was truly earned by him, which means he can provide me with a good life. That man from the city, on the other hand, made me uncomfortable the moment I laid eyes on him. He seemed so lackluster. What kind of enchantment has that Wu fellow cast upon you? Did you visit him this morning?" "Indeed. We graduated from elementary school together and had much to catch up on." "You." The village chief, exasperated, turned to his wife, who was bringing over dishes. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Lu Hui, the chief's wife, replied leisurely, "How can I intervene? Her legs are her own. Can I keep tabs on her? This isn't like our times." The village chief, in a fit of frustration, stomped his foot. "Why bring this up in front of the children?" Lu Hui retorted, "I have every right to speak openly, unlike some who engage in secretive, underhanded dealings." At this point, even young Luoyan found herself bewildered. However, she had grown accustomed to her parents' quarrels, often filled with such exchanges. However, regardless of whether Wu Yuan agrees or not, she intends to seek him out for companionship the following day. The next day, the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, was markedly different. As soon as there was any commotion outside, Wu Yuan discerned the arrival of Yang Luoyan. He then presented the puppet he had carved throughout the night to her, saying, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I carved this in your likeness. I never expected it to pale in comparison to your true beauty. Was this not a subtle way of expressing, 'I thought of you all night'?" Indeed, it was far more evocative than such a straightforward declaration. Yang Luoyan accepted the puppet, her delicate fingers tracing its every detail, her heart a tempest of emotions. After a long pause, she finally remarked, "You've carved it quite well." With that, she turned and walked away. Once the connection between the young hearts is established, it becomes an unstoppable force, even if their encounters are sporadic. And even if they had just seen each other that morning, the sentiment known as longing proliferates wildly in the recesses of their minds, uncontrollable and pervasive. Yet, Wu Yuan's days were devoid of such musings. Each second felt precious, yearning to be stretched into two. Fortunately, he managed to procure materials for 3 sets of combination cabinets in one breath, simultaneously orchestrating their various processes to create a streamlined, efficient workflow for the preliminary processing of the cabinets. The first set had consumed 3 months of his labor. The second, third, and fourth sets, he was determined, would not take 9 months. At most, 4 or 5 months. Nevertheless, he aspired to complete them within 4 months and sell them. For if his memory served him correctly, a new wave of inflation was to arrive in 5 months, causing the prices of grains, oils, and household appliances to soar. Wu Yuan's intention was to stockpile a sufficient supply of steel bars, red bricks, sand, and cement before the time arrived. Time, always busy, flew by in a flash. Before long, another day had passed. Yang Luoyan appeared with a bountiful lunchbox, filled with generous portions of fatty meat and eggs. The moment Wu Yuan laid eyes on it, his mouth watered uncontrollably. It had been quite a while since he had savored the taste of meat. "Eat up," urged Yang Luoyan, her hair styled into 2 playful ponytails, propping her chin on her hands at the dining table. The large dog in the yard, clearly enticed by the aroma of meat, strained against its leash, barking excitedly. After all, who wouldn't he desire a taste of meat? Yet, this time, the master paid no heed to its raucous pleas. After all, this meal was prepared by his future bride. Not even the dog would be granted a morsel. Wu Yuan relished the meal alone, and he felt entirely justified in doing so. With remarkable speed, he devoured the entire lunchbox, his lips glistening with grease. Before he could wipe his mouth, Yang Luoyan, with the finesse of a magician, produced 2 roasted sweet potatoes from her pocket. With her slender, fair fingers, she deftly peeled the sweet potatoes, revealing their fragrant, golden insides. "Here," she offered. Wu Yuan declined, pushing them back toward her, insisting, "You eat first." Yang Luoyan weighed the sweet potato in her hand. "I still have plenty." Reluctantly, Wu Yuan accepted, just as the large dog in the yard altered its barking rhythm, as if to say, "Surely, a sweet potato must be within my reach." Moments later, Both roasted sweet potatoes were devoured by their owner, leaving only a scattering of skins behind. De Huang lifted his gaze to his master and then to the girl beside him. Whimpering softly, he began to lick the remnants of the cold sweet potato skins. There was no help for it. His master, now enamored with a wife, had forgotten his loyal dog. He could only resign himself to being a faithful companion. As mid-December approached, the streets became bustling with small vendors. Wu Yuan, engaged in carpentry work in the East Room, could frequently hear various calls of vendors echoing from afar. Some were trading tofu, others collecting eggs, while some hawkers passed by with their wares, shaking handbells as they drew closer. However, ever since he had savored the meals prepared by Yang Luoyan, Wu Yuan had not heard her voice for 2 consecutive days. Just as he was consumed by longing, another woman unexpectedly appeared. Chapter 6. Farewell to you, my former wife. This woman, apart from being somewhat shorter, more robust, having a larger face, a thicker neck, darker skin, plump legs, and chubby hands, possesses no other significant flaws. Though each of these traits may seem minor individually, their cumulative effect is starkly noticeable when compared to Yang Luoyan. Furthermore, her slightly harsh demeanor and intrinsic disdain for the impoverished make her quite difficult to like. How does Wu Yuan know this so well? The answer lies in the fact that the visitor is none other than his former wife, Xu Yanmei, with whom he spent 3 months in his past life. To be honest, over the course of more than 30 years, his memories of Xu Yanmei have faded considerably, even when she nearly had her face pressed against his. Wu Yuan found it hard to recognize her. However, once she spoke, her tone, laced with 3 parts coldness and 7 parts sarcasm, pierced his heart like a knife. And he immediately confirmed her identity as his former spouse. Ah, are you still thinking of the beloved daughter of the village chief, the beauty admired by all, Yang Luoyan? I advise you to be more realistic. Before seeking a partner, one ought to take a moment to reflect on oneself. As the old adage goes, one should marry a virtuous woman and only take a concubine for beauty. Yang Luoyan is not suited for you. Since my sister had previously mentioned this to my father, I shall not take advantage of the situation. I do not mind your family's poverty and am willing to endure hardship with you. After all, shared joys and sorrows lead to eventual happiness, don't you think? Wu Yuan was utterly perplexed. When did Xu Yanmei change her aversion to the poor? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. No, in fact, the sun hadn't risen at all. The sky remained overcast. Unbeknownst to Wu Yuan, the news of his brother-in-law's proposal, backed by a sum of 1,000 yuan, had already circulated widely. Upon hearing that Wu Yuan's family could produce such an amount, Xu Yanmei, irrespective of whether it was Wu Yuan's earnings, realized that it was no trifling sum. It was certainly sufficient to furnish a basic household. In a small place like Beijing County, this could hardly be considered a disgrace. Thus, it was early in the morning that Xu Yanmei took it upon herself to visit uninvited. Regardless of her reasons for coming, Wu Yuan, having lived 2 lives, was determined not to fall into the same trap twice. Leave, for I have no interest in you, he declared. Xu Yanmei immediately became incensed, hands on her hips. Fierce as a tigress. Oh, you think you're something special just because you have 1,000 yuan? Do you truly believe that the village chief is enamored with you and your modest wealth, dreaming of marrying Yang Luoyan? Let me be clear. When you find yourself unable to attain that swan-like beauty, you may come back to me, but the terms will be quite different. Wu Yuan was equally unyielding, ushering her out with a firm hand. Rest assured, even if I remain a bachelor for life, I shall never choose you. Farewell. Meanwhile, in the 5-room, red brick house of the village chief, Yang Luoyan sat on her bed, seething with frustration. She had been grounded by her father. Such words, once spoken, would scarcely be believed. Who among us did not know that Secretary Yang, a paragon of strength, doted most upon his beloved daughter? Yet, who could have foreseen that his affection would lead to her confinement? Nevertheless, Yang Luoyan harbored little resentment towards her father. After all, he was her biological parent. However, she was consumed with anxiety over Wu Yuan. What was he eating, drinking, and was he warm or hungry in her absence? Alas, the worry was almost unbearable. It seemed Yang Luoyan herself was oblivious to the fact that her heart was already brimming with concern for Wu Yuan. The large black dog in the yard barked, signaling someone's return. Yang Luoyan hastily rose from her bed and began to pound on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? What are you making a fuss for?" Came the indifferent voice of her mother, Lu Hui. "Oh, mother, why won't you help me?" Yang Luoyan lamented. "In the past, whenever you stood against my father, I was always by your side. Have you forgotten? Do you really cherish that boy so much? Of course. We have been classmates for 9 years, sharing our lives. Did you not also say that you wished to marry a like-minded peer? If it weren't for the rural service, my father wouldn't have had the chance to win you over. I have told you my aspirations to marry into the city, to escape this wretched countryside. Why did you not heed my words? I shall marry no one but Wu Yuan. That sickly fellow from the city is simply off-putting. Lu Hui, upon hearing this, inquired further, how do you know he is sickly? Do not curse him without cause. Yang Luoyan replied thoughtfully, I was uncertain at first, but having witnessed the spirit of that 20-something lad, my doubts were dispelled. That city fellow must surely be ill. Lu Hui's expression hardened as she pressed closer to the door. How did you come to see that young man's spirit? What is the nature of your relationship with Wu Yuan? Oh, mother, where are your thoughts wandering? Yang Luoyan clarified, in the bitter cold of winter. Wu Yuan was at home, bare-chested, working on furniture. Would the city lad endure such hardship? Lu Hui retorted, the city boy's circumstances are favorable. He need not suffer such toil. Humph, mother, do you truly believe that yourself? Enough of this. Remain patient until your father returns. In truth, news had trickled in over the past few days, suggesting that the suitor from the city was indeed unwell and on medication. Secretary Yang did not take this information at face value, yet out of caution, he sent someone to investigate. The veracity of the situation could not be disguised. The truth would ultimately prevail. As evening approached, the weather, which had been overcast all day, unexpectedly revealed the sun. Although it was but the setting sun, it painted the horizon with a breathtaking display of twilight hues. Secretary Yang returned home in a fury, followed closely by the timid matchmaker, Meng Dazue, who pleaded, Secretary Yang, I truly had no knowledge of this. You must believe me. Oh, I am so wronged. What shall I do? As a renowned matchmaker in the region, Meng Dazue never anticipated that her efforts in arranging a match for the secretary's daughter would lead to such a debacle. Yet, over the years, she had encountered her fair share of mishaps. Who dares to flip someone else's vehicle, yet chooses to overturn that of the secretary's precious daughter? Should word of this escape, Meng Dazue's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Secretary Yang, unfazed by the chaos, instructed his wife to present all the betrothal gifts and dowry that had been arranged initially. And he personally drafted a receipt for Meng Dazue to sign, even if they were to call off the engagement in anger. Secretary Yang was astute enough not to overlook these obligations. It is evident that maintaining the position of secretary in these villages for so many years is no mere coincidence. Often, the weight of Secretary Yang's name carries more influence than that of the county head or town mayor. Clutching the gifts, Meng Dazue stumbled away. Meanwhile, in the inner room, Yang Luoyan, confined, called out with fervor, Father, Father, may I be released now? With a wave of his hand, Secretary Yang signaled for his wife to open the door for their daughter. To their surprise, once Yang Luoyan gained her freedom, she dashed toward the exit. Stop. Secretary Yang admonished her sharply. In this darkness, where do you think you are going? Young lady, in a melon patch or under a plum tree. You ought to know better than to disregard propriety. Regardless of your intentions, you shall remain indoors until tomorrow. Chapter 7. A perfect match. Mutual benefit. Yang Luoyan withdrew the foot she had poised to step outside. With a swift turn, a charming smile adorned her face. This endearing display immediately dissipated the anger that had been brewing within old Yang. Yang Luoyan discerned the shift. Her father, who had previously harbored 100 grievances against Wu Yuan, now showed no opposition to her pursuit of him. This marked progress, a glimmer of hope. Yet, as a father, his instincts compelled him to contemplate deeper implications. The Yang family had suffered a loss of face in the city regarding the proposal, and the ensuing gossip would surely tarnish their reputation. At this juncture, whether Wu Yuan's family would still propose, and if so, how they would articulate it, became crucial. The village secretary harbored hopes that Wu Yuan's brother-in-law would mirror the previous occasion, bringing 2 packs of cigarettes and 1,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, for which he would be immensely grateful. Secretary Yang's wife, Lu Hui, understood his sentiments well, having shared 2 decades of marriage. However, Lu Hui had no intention of offering consolation. Instead, she teased him with a sarcastic tone. Regretting your decisions, are you? There's no turning back now. Unfortunately, there's no remedy for regret. Go away. Your words irritate me. Secretary Yang retorted, shooing her out while retrieving his smoking pipe and striking a match. Just as the pipe flared to life, his wife called out from outside, Dear, come quickly. What is all the commotion about, calling out like that at this hour? Though displeased, Secretary Yang rose to his feet and stepped outside, for he knew his wife would not summon him without cause. Upon reaching the entrance, the furrows of his aged face smoothed instantly, and he quickened his pace to greet, Ah, "Brother Xiong, please, come in." His demeanor was markedly different from the last encounter. On this occasion, Xiong not only brought 2 packs of cigarettes but also 2 bottles of liquor, 2 pig legs, and 2 hefty fish, far exceeding Secretary Yang's expectations. Observing the shift in old Yang's attitude, Xiong realized that he had indeed heeded his wife's counsel this time. The 4 individuals entered the courtyard, exchanging pleasantries. Yang Luoyan emerged from the main room to greet them, calling out, "Sister, brother-in-law." Secretary Yang waved his hand. "Luoyan, hurry and brew some tea. Prepare it well. A joyous occasion uplifts the spirit." This was indeed the sentiment of Secretary Yang at that moment. Having navigated previous tribulations, he now regarded Wu Yuan, the prospective son-in-law, with newfound importance. Moreover, the Wu family demonstrated remarkable capability in managing affairs, both internally and externally, embodying sophistication and propriety. In truth, after years of serving as a village official, would Secretary Yang truly covet 2 pig legs and 2 fish? The essence of it all lay in maintaining face, after all. A celebratory procession is best lifted by the collective. On this occasion, the atmosphere was convivial. While sipping jasmine tea, Secretary Yang confidently assured that he would support his future son-in-law, aspiring to make him a source of pride for the entire village. Subsequently, he accepted the 1,000 yuan betrothal gift in full, returning a portion of the cigarettes, liquor, pig legs, and fish, an expected display of local customs. At this juncture, Xiong and Wu Xiuhua believed their mission was nearly accomplished. Unexpectedly, Secretary Yang took the initiative to inquire, "Brother Xiong, when do you think we should arrange the wedding for the 2 children, and how should we proceed?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Gang composed himself and replied, "Brother Yang, whatever you suggest, I shall follow. We shall accomplish what is feasible, and for what is not, we will create the necessary conditions to make it happen." Secretary Yang thoughtfully responded, "In my opinion, it would be best to hold the wedding before the new year while the auspicious days are still upon us. My dear daughter is no longer young. In other families, they are already cradling their children." At that moment, Yang Luoyan was not pleased with the rapid progression of events. Was there no room for a pretense of reluctance? Xiong Gang, taking a step back to advance, remarked, "With so few days left before the new year, hastily organizing everything might put my sister-in-law at a disadvantage." Before Secretary Yang could respond, Yang Luoyan shook her head vigorously, her braids whipping about, inadvertently striking her own face. Wu Xiuhua chuckled, finding her sister-in-law adorably naive. With a grand gesture, Secretary Yang declared, "There will be no disadvantage. The dowry has long been prepared. All that remains is to purchase a few major items and some new clothing. If assistance is needed on Xiaowu's end for setting up the new home or crafting a new bed, do not hesitate to let us know." Upon hearing Secretary Yang's words, Xiong Gang felt compelled to step up, asserting, "With your approval, Brother Yang, I will take charge of the arrangements for my younger brother. If it does not go well, you may hold me accountable." The conversation flowed smoothly, and it seemed the future in-laws were on the verge of sharing a celebratory drink. However, the Yang family had yet to eat dinner. Secretary Yang urged his wife to prepare the meal, but Xiong Gang and Wu Xiuhua insisted on not staying for dinner. While it was polite to offer, they were acutely aware of their position. After leaving Secretary Yang's home, the couple made their customary visit to their own home. Such a significant event could not be kept from the younger brother. Thus, from a distance, Xiong Gang called out, younger brother," until he spotted Wu Yuan emerging with a bowl of corn porridge. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "You are to marry." Wu Yuan, holding his bowl and utensils, had no time to wipe the porridge from his mouth, asking, "Did Secretary Yang agree?" Once Wu Xiuhua had alighted from the vehicle, Xiong Gang followed suit, propping up the bicycle and stating, "As you suspected, the person from the city is indeed quite frail." Secretary Yang was quite agitated. "My sister-in-law and I seized the moment and struck while the iron was hot." Ugh. Wu Xiuhua interjected, "Do you think this is a game of mahjong?" "It was a match made in heaven." Wu Yuan, noticing the pig leg and large fish his sister was carrying, pieced together the situation. One could not deny that his sister and brother-in-law were exceptionally adept at social nuances. Secretary Yang must have felt quite proud in his delight. There was no reason to refuse. Observing his younger brother's bowl of corn porridge, Xiong Gang couldn't help but lick his lips, asking, "Is there any left?" "My sister-in-law and I have yet to eat. As luck would have it, we just cooked tonight, and there is still a large pot remaining." "Perfect. We can sip and chat while planning your wedding." Wu Xiuhua hung the pig leg and fish on the eaves of the main room, but, feeling it would be unwise to leave them outside at night, decided to move them to the unoccupied east wing for safekeeping. Wu Yuan was reminded by someone not to sleep too soundly at night, lest thieves take note of him without his awareness. Understood, third sister, Wu Yuan replied. He turned to Xiong Gang and inquired, what did you mean earlier, third brother-in-law? Is Luoyan planning to enter the household before the new year? Xiong Gang confirmed. That is indeed the intention of Secretary Yang. I had been contemplating waiting until I earned a bit more money before welcoming Luoyan into our home. Wu Xiuhua emerged carrying 2 large bowls of corn porridge, handing one to her husband, saying, as a couple, we must think long-term. It's only a matter of time before she becomes part of our family. You need not be overly concerned about the current circumstances, nor should you feel any sense of indebtedness towards her. After all, third sister is genuinely looking out for her younger brother, fearing that before he even marries his future wife, she might already have him completely under her thumb. Chapter 8. Attempting to steal my man? You are not worthy. The 3 of them sipped corn porridge while deliberating the arrangements for the wedding. Most of the conversation was led by the third sister, Wu Xiuhua, with her husband. Xiong Gang, responding occasionally, as he was primarily responsible for executing most tasks. The only matter requiring Wu Yuan's direct involvement was crafting a wedding bed. It would be rather unseemly for the beautiful bride to enter the home only to sleep on a used mattress. Thus, it was imperative that the bed be new. Coincidentally, this was also within Wu Yuan's skill set. Rather than spending money to purchase one, it was far better to have it custom-made. After all, while there was a scarcity of many things, wood was in ample supply nearby. However, time was of the essence, and he feared that he might not be able to produce a work of fine craftsmanship under such constraints. Wu Yuan nonchalantly clapped his hands, assuring them, do not worry. Even if I have to forego food and sleep, I will ensure this task is completed beautifully and to your satisfaction. Xiong Gang responded with a knowing smile, which prompted Wu Xiuhua to scold him playfully, claiming he was leading her younger brother astray. Once they had concluded their discussions on the various matters, the clock neared 9. Wu Xiuhua rose hurriedly, mumbling as she left, I fear Xiaowen might already be asleep at his mother's place. I wonder if the child is having any restless nights. After the couple departed, Wu Yuan felt a surge of excitement, tossing and turning in the west chamber, unable to find sleep. He took out some wood and, without needing to light a lamp, began to carve the delicate features of a falling goose. This girl had already captured his heart. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from the courtyard. It seemed as though something had fallen to the ground. This was not particularly alarming. In rural homes, tools and items lay scattered everywhere, and any rustling could be easily attributed to the wind. If he were to rise to investigate every little noise, he would never find rest that night. However, Wu Yuan soon realized this was unlike the usual occurrences. The commotion involving De Huang had ceased. He quickly set down his carving, still gripping the chisel tightly in his palm. Peering through the crack of the door, he observed a shadow stealthily attempting to open the door of the east room under the bright moonlight. That petty thief, has he come to damage my assortment of materials? If he breaks anything, it will not only ruin my work, but also waste my time, he thought. With a loud shout, he bellowed, who goes there? And lunged forward like a tiger descending a mountain. The thief, already diminutive in stature, faltered at the sight of Wu Yuan's imposing figure towering at 6 feet tall. Overcome with guilt for his misdeeds, he turned to flee, nearly stumbling in the process. Unfortunately for him, having entered by scaling the courtyard wall. Escaping was no easy feat under Wu Yuan's relentless pursuit. Before long, the thief found himself securely bound and tossed into the courtyard. Only then did Wu Yuan turn his attention to De Huang, who had indeed been drugged and lay unconscious on the ground. Enraged, Wu Yuan spun around and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the thief, who pleaded for mercy, claiming he had merely fed De Huang a sleeping potion and that it was nothing serious. Even so, Wu Yuan took it upon himself to mix some soapy water and forcefully administered it to De Huang. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, De Huang finally regained consciousness, beginning to expel water from his mouth. A half hour later, De Huang managed to rise to his feet, albeit still looking rather listless and lacking energy. Wu Yuan, unable to contain his anger, seized the thief and delivered a series of vigorous kicks. The thief howled in pain, his cries eventually giving way to tears. His pitiful demeanor instead elicited laughter from Wu Yuan. When Wu Yuan emerged from the house with a flashlight and illuminated the thief's face, he was taken aback by the brazen appearance of this traitorous scoundrel. Upon closer inspection, the face struck a chord of familiarity. Now, tell me your name. How many are there in your family, and how much land do you have in the lake? I'll tell you. My name is Chong Erbio. Everyone calls me Biaozi. I am from Erdeo Wazi. There are only 3 of us left at home, my father, my mother, and I. I truly don't know how much land we have in the lake. Please don't hit me." Struck by a sense of recognition, Wu Yuan found Chang Erbio's name even more familiar. Thus, he casually inquired, "Are you alone, or do you have accomplices?" Chang Erbio hesitated before confessing. "Someone taught me to do this. Does that count as an accomplice?" "Who?" "Xu Yanmei. She said if you could produce 1,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, your family must be wealthy." This pair of scoundrels truly caught Wu Yuan by surprise. The following morning, he took Chang Erbio directly to the village office, where Secretary Yang happened to be present. He instructed Director Zhao to transfer the miscreant to the police station for a thorough interrogation. Chang Erbio, utterly terrified, could barely stand. After exchanging a brief greeting with his future father-in-law, Wu Yuan returned home, as there was much work awaiting him. As he made his way home, he heard a delightful jingling of bells and light laughter behind him. "Is that you?" "It is I. You're quite fast. I have to pedal hard just to catch up." Yang Luoyan squeezed the brake, slowing down. "Hop on. I'll give you a ride. You just said I had to exert myself to catch up. If I get on your bike, you'll only go slower. Suit yourself." Yang Luoyan, with her graceful neck raised like a proud swan basking in the morning light, was a sight to behold. As they ran and rode back home, Yang Luoyan soon grasped the events of the previous night. "Those shameless scoundrels actually dared to steal from our doorstep." Her spirited words echoed the fierce tenacity of her father. However, barely had they settled in when Xu Yanmei, disheveled and distraught, came knocking, demanding that Wu Yuan return her man. Wu Yuan could hardly be bothered to acknowledge her. In his past life, he had truly been blind to have been ensnared by such a woman. Xu Yanmei plopped down at the entrance, crying and shouting, attracting the attention of onlookers. This scene was quite a challenge for Wu Yuan, a man, to navigate. He could not engage in a tussle with her. It would be undignified. Yet, Yang Luoyan, while pushing him indoors, declared, "Leave her to me. I will handle this." Wu Yuan remained skeptical. "No. I worry you might get hurt. After all, you have delicate skin. If she scratches you, it could leave a mark, and that would be regrettable. Even if we were to suffer injuries, it would be a loss." Unexpectedly, Yang Luoyan ushered Wu Yuan inside and returned to the front door, where she couldn't help but mock Xu Yanmei's antics. "With a demeanor like yours, you think you can marry Wu Yuan? What delusions do you have? Let me tell you, you are nowhere near worthy of stealing my man." Xu Yanmei was utterly bewildered by the scathing remarks directed at her. She had always perceived Wu Yuan as a simpleton, easily manipulated. Who could have anticipated that the pampered Yang Luoyan would exhibit such ferocity? The neighbors were well aware that the Wu family had proposed marriage to the Yang family, while the Xu family had no such standing. Realizing her grave mistake, Xu Yanmei immediately sought to flee. However, Yang Luoyan was not so easily dismissive. "Unable to claim my man, you resort to instructing your lackey, Chang Erbio, to pilfer the betrothal gifts? Just wait. The police will be here shortly to apprehend you. But perhaps this is for the best. At least you two won't have to endure another year at home, saving on provisions." As she spoke, a blue and white sidecar motorcycle indeed arrived. A man wearing a cap disembarked and approached Xu Yanmei, stating, "You are Xu Yanmei, correct? Come with me." With a thud, Xu Yanmei collapsed to the ground. Chapter 9. The ability to provide you with a new bed. The police van roared away, and the neighbors dispersed in haste. Yang Luoyan returned to the east room with her head held high, resembling a victorious general returning from battle. "Did I embarrass you?" she inquired. Wu Yuan responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up, offering his unreserved praise. In her moment of pride, Yang Luoyan noticed Wu Yuan beginning to work with a different kind of wood, long and thick, undeniably robust. "What is this for?" she wondered, as such substantial timber seemed unnecessary for a combination cabinet. Squinting at the evenness of the wood surface, Wu Yuan replied, "I'm crafting a new bed for us." At the mere mention of the word bed, Yang Luoyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to her neck. Only when Wu Yuan flipped through several pages of a bedding magazine did her embarrassment begin to subside. "Look, this is Western palace style, this is traditional Chinese. This is modern Chinese, and this is a blend of Eastern and Western styles. Which do you prefer?" she asked. "I think they all look quite lovely. As for the bed, as long as it's sturdy, that's all that matters," she replied shyly, unable to offer a more specific opinion. Wu Yuan, undeterred, sketched various designs, discarding those he found unsatisfactory and starting anew. Observing his struggles, Yang Luoyan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy and gently suggested, "Honestly, a bed is just for sleeping. You don't need to overthink it." However, Wu Yuan took her words seriously, stating, Our marriage came too swiftly, and we don't even have a proper home. I feel it is unfair to you. For now, while I cannot provide you with a new house, I can certainly offer you a new bed." Yang Luoyan found herself captivated by his earnestness. Although he spoke of ordinary matters, his words resonated deeply within her. Coming to her senses, she cradled her flushed cheeks and muttered to herself, "Yang Luoyan, you've completely succumbed." In the afternoon, the temperature warmed slightly. Xu Gang arrived with his team, bringing along half a truckload of quicklime, 2 bags of cement, and a truck of sand. Time was of the essence. With only 10 days remaining until their wedding day, the old house needed merely a fresh coat of paint to appear revitalized. Yuan took a stroll outside to smoke, before entrusting the entire renovation of the old residence to his brother-in-law and his crew. Before long, the doghouse for De Huang was dismantled, and the dejected De Huang was tied up in the abandoned pig pen at the entrance. Yang Luoyan held her tongue, refraining from commenting. Soon, the unused chicken coop was also torn down. Unable to suppress her disappointment, she remarked, "I was hoping to raise a few chickens for fresh eggs in the future." Yuan chuckled. "Don't worry, by the end of next year at the latest, the entire house will be demolished and rebuilt. Whatever you desire, I will ensure it is built for you." Yang Luoyan's eyes sparkled with hope, but then she couldn't help but fret about the expenses. How much will that cost? After all, money earned is meant to be spent. As they discussed, Xu Gang hurried in, exclaiming, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. There's a family in our team that wants a combination cabinet. However, they mentioned it would be best to cover it with that kind of plywood. Stylish and easy to maintain." Yuan nodded, taking note. "No problem at all. Indeed, regarding the price, there is no need for you to consider my feelings. Their family is affluent." After Xu Gang finished speaking, he departed. Yuan shrugged. "Look, an opportunity to earn has presented itself." Yang Luoyan also expressed her delight. "Sister-in-law and brother-in-law are truly kind to us." However, the family's desire for a combination cabinet with a 3-layer plywood veneer reminded Yuan that nowadays, the public's consumption perspective can be summed up in one word: fashionable. This sparked a design idea for the wedding bed in Yuan's mind. Yang Luoyan, not wanting to intrude, noticed Yuan engrossed in thought and took the initiative to stoke the coal stove and prepare hot water. Before long, when the craftsman brought by the brother-in-law took a break, they had warm water to drink. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Luoyan quietly began to engage in tasks typically reserved for a wife. On the 14th day of the 12th lunar month, as the new year approached, so too did the day of the wedding. Early in the morning, Wu Xiuhua, accompanied by Xu Gang, arrived promptly. Following closely was the 4th sister, Wu Fenghua, and then the 2nd sister, Wu Yuhua, who hurriedly made her way from the county. Finally, the eldest sister, Wu Xiuhua, arrived fashionably late. This was the first time Yang Luoyan had met all of Yuan's sisters. As the soon-to-be bride, she felt a tumult of emotions. Completely unaware of the impending tumultuous confrontation that would ensue among the sisters, Wu Xiuhua had anticipated this, thus instructing Yuan to take Yang Luoyan for a stroll in the county. Such a wonderful bride should not be frightened away before she even enters the family. Coincidentally, Yuan planned to purchase materials for the wedding bed, such as genuine leather and sponge for the headboard, as well as some fashionable hardware. Thus, he rode his brother-in-law's bicycle, taking Yang Luoyan to the county. In the living room of their ancestral home, the 4 Wu sisters sat at the 8 immortals' table, each occupying a corner. Although seated northward, with the eldest, Wu Xiuhua, at the head, the true authority lay with the 3rd sister, Wu Xiuhua, who faced east. Though their parents had passed away early, they had treated them well. Each sister had been married off to good families, receiving generous dowries. The only exception was the money set aside for the youngest brother's wedding, which he had spent on medical expenses for their parents, ensuring that the sisters did not have to contribute a single penny. Now that the youngest brother had finally found a good girl and was preparing to start a family, shouldn't the older sisters take it upon themselves to manage his wedding on behalf of their parents? "I will lead the way. I will contribute 300. Wu Xiuhua stated forthrightly, placing 30 bills on the table. The eldest sister, Wu Xiuhua, turned her face away, as if by ignoring the money, she could escape the day's ordeal. The 2nd sister, keenly observing the eldest's expression, adopted a passive stance, remaining still and silent. Ultimately, it was the 4th sister who recognized that her husband's dismissive remarks about looking down on others were untenable and voluntarily placed 200 on the table without a word. Even so, Wu Xiuhua could no longer contain herself. "Eldest sister, 2nd sister, our parents are watching from behind. They say the eldest sister is like a mother. Can you truly pretend not to see this situation? How can you rest easy and sleep soundly? Wu Shuhua retorted defiantly, I have no money. Furthermore, if the younger brother can present 1,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, would he truly care for my trifling contributions? Wu Shuhua erupted completely, striking the eight immortals table with a resounding clang. If you could even offer a mere token, that would reflect your goodwill and conscience as the elder sister. Even if the younger brother were wealthy beyond measure, does that absolve you, as the elder sister, of the responsibility to express your sentiments? Each word pierced the heart. Each phrase was lethal. In truth, Wu Shuhua did not wish to resort to such outbursts. She had simply endured for far too long. On numerous occasions, she found herself perplexed as to how her parents, hailing from a prominent family, could have raised such a petty elder sister. The atmosphere in the main hall was charged with tension, palpable enough that even the workers outside felt a chilling breeze. Someone nudged Xiong Gang and remarked, "Your wife is on the warpath. Should you not intervene?" Xiong Gang shook his head resolutely. No. I trust my wife to handle this." Chapter 10, Technology and Tenacity. Handcrafted mattresses. Gong Gang's judgment proved to be astute. Just after Wu Shuhua had her outburst, the second sibling glanced at the ancestral altar, gritted his teeth, and retrieved a handkerchief filled with money from his pocket. He meticulously unwrapped it, revealing a crisp 100 yuan note, which he placed on the table. "Given our family's circumstances, this is all I can offer." Wu Shuhua exhaled deeply. With this 600 yuan, they could orchestrate a respectable wedding for the youngest brother. She felt a sense of contentment. At that moment, the eldest sibling suddenly flung out 50 yuan with a swiftness that was almost startling, adopting a brazen demeanor as he declared, "This is all I've got, not a single cent more." Wu Shuhua accepted the 50 yuan, unable to suppress a laugh. "Sister, if it weren't for the youngest brother forbidding me from taking action, you wouldn't have a single penny to take home today." Moreover, the youngest brother had assured them that he would remember their contributions today and would repay every bit in the future. With such a clear sense of right and wrong and an independent spirit, you should take delight in having such a brother. If it were another family, wouldn't our parents have skinned us alive? Wu Shuhua relaxed, raising her hands in resignation. "It's pointless for you to act. I only have this 50 yuan anyway." "All right. 50 it is." The youngest brother is no fool. He knows who gives more and who gives less. Rather than us sisters merely expressing our goodwill, today is more about the opportunity presented by the youngest brother. He is destined for greatness. When that time comes, you will find that such opportunities will be scarce. Everyone knows that offering assistance in times of need is challenging, while embellishing someone else's success is simple. Yet, some would rather contribute to the latter than extend a hand in dire circumstances. After securing the money and indulging her desire to speak, Wu Shuhua disregarded her sisters, even neglecting to offer them water. After all, this was their ancestral home. They could boil their own water if they wished. However, the eldest and second siblings soon departed, leaving only the fourth behind, who lingered for a moment and finally mustered the courage to say, "Third sister, I will take care of the youngest brother's bedding." Wu Shuhua raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Are you certain that old Zhong Wanti have anything to say about this?" Wu Fenghua's tone wavered slightly. "He Wanti. Old Zhong is not like that." "Very well, I will grant you this opportunity. But if I hear a single word of dissent from old Zhong, don't blame me for turning against you. I promise, third sister." "Little sister, don't think that I always favor the youngest brother. Just consider how he treats your three mischievous children." "I understand, third sister." The bicycle sped swiftly along the rural crossroads, the chilling wind becoming even more biting. Yang Luoyan wrapped a scarf around Wu Yuan, while she herself sat in the back, shivering uncontrollably. Initially, Wu Yuan had been preoccupied with thoughts about their purchases, but upon realizing the situation, he quickly dismounted the bicycle and smacked his forehead. "Look at me, lost in thought while letting you freeze." Yang Luoyan's cheeks were flushed from the cold, yet she still managed to jest. "I never imagined your bicycle could go this fast." At present, Wu Yuan allowed himself to be wrapped snugly in a scarf by Yang Luoyan before reboarding the vehicle. "Are you seated comfortably?" he inquired. She replied, extending her hand inside his cotton-padded coat for warmth, while also embracing him closely. "This time, I will ride slowly. You must tell me if you feel cold," he cautioned. "Understood," she replied. The couple resumed their journey, the remaining trip feeling significantly warmer. Only upon arriving at the light industrial market did Yang Luoyan alight from the vehicle. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned forward to ask, "Is this it?" Then, in a murmured tone, she added, "In the past, The county felt so far away. Today, it seemed so close. Wu Yuan parked the bicycle at the entrance of the market and instinctively took her hand, leading her inside. This gesture was purely instinctive, as the market was bustling with people, and not holding on could easily lead to them becoming separated. Yang Luoyan, caught off guard, lowered her head in shyness for quite some time. They selected a piece of brown genuine leather measuring 2 meters square, along with a similarly sized piece of high-density sponge. There was no need for concern regarding the quality of the hardware, as Wu Yuan had specifically chosen rose gold, a color that Yang Luoyan favored. The combination of brown leather and natural wood tones complemented each other beautifully. After their purchases, they walked back hand in hand. It was then that Wu Yuan's eye caught a pile of stainless steel springs. These were excellent materials for crafting a mattress. An idea sparked in his mind. No matter how splendid the wedding bed, how much more would a quality mattress elevate it? In this day and age, only high-end hotels could afford such luxuries. For ordinary families, acquiring such an item was akin to sophistication personified. Moreover, since they had decided to provide Luoyan with a new bed, it was imperative to offer her the very best. The thought of raising children on this bed was indeed exhilarating. Resolute, he set about gathering the necessary materials for the mattress. In addition to an ample supply of stainless steel springs, he would require a substantial area of high-density sponge and non-woven fabric, culminating in an outer mattress cover that must be in vibrant, auspicious colors. After a meticulous selection process, the total expenditure soared to 200 yuan. Observing Wu Yuan's fervent choice of materials, Yang Luoyan innocently inquired, "What do you need so many springs for?" With a mysterious smile, Wu Yuan replied, "You will find out in due time. By the way, do you know how to operate a sewing machine?" "Yes," she affirmed. "Then the organization has decided to assign you an honorable task." Expressing gratitude for the trust placed in her, she vowed to fulfill the assignment. The couple returned home with ease. Having ordered so many items, is it too much to request home delivery? Yang Luoyan was unsure how Wu Yuan managed such arrangements, but felt an inexplicable admiration for his capabilities. Upon their arrival, they found that her sisters had already embarked on their own journeys. The house was left in the hands of Xiong Gang and the craftsmen, who continued to renovate the nooks and crannies of the old residence. Wu Yuan greeted them before plunging into the East Room, where he began sketching the design for the mattress. This was something he had crafted in his previous life back in 1992. On a whim, he not only crafted a comfortable mattress but also assembled a set of chic sofas, becoming the most fashionable furniture artisan in the village. The handcrafted mattress and sofas he created served their purpose for many years, only to be discarded once the fabric became worn and soiled. Thus, the task of hand-making a mattress posed no challenge for him. The sole concern was the time constraint, necessitating overtime to meet the deadline. One evening, Xiong generously distributed cigarettes to the craftsmen, sending them on their way. He then retreated to the East Room, tossing a cigarette to Wu Yuandao. "This time, your sisters contributed as well, including the eldest." Wu Yuandao expressed surprise. The third sister must have been quite vocal. "Well, you know she simply doesn't want this family to fall apart." "I understand, brother-in-law," Wu Yuandao replied, taking a deep drag. "Rest assured, as long as Luoyan and I lead a prosperous life, this family will remain united. Indeed, this means your third sister's years of concern were not in vain." Chapter 11. Obtaining the certificate and purchasing a watch in Shanghai on the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. The winter sun shone warmly. The river had mostly unfrozen, its waters flowing gently. Yet, the banks remained blanketed with a thick layer of ice, solid enough to support a person's weight. The renovation of the old house was finally complete, and today, Xiong Gang and the craftsmen need not return. Early in the morning, Wu Yuan picked up a broom and swept the courtyard, feeling a refreshing sense of renewal. Soon after, the merchants from the light industry market delivered the goods to his doorstep. After meticulously checking the items, he settled the remaining payment. Just as the merchants departed, Yang Luoyan rode into the courtyard on her bike. She took a few triumphant laps around the yard, eager for Wu Yuan to notice her new attire from head to toe. The outfit was truly exquisite. Yang Luoyan alighted gracefully like a swallow. "This is the wedding dress my mother prepared for me, specially worn to show you. Mother's craftsmanship is unparalleled. Besides, you're handsome. Anything you wear looks splendid." "Flatterer." Yang Luoyan beamed with delight, then pulled out a thick wad of cash from her pocket. "What is this?" "Your betrothal gift. My father has already given it to me. I thought you might need it for the wedding expenses, so I brought it for you." "There's no need. I want to require this money right now." You should keep it. Really? You're not joking? Absolutely not. Wu Yuan organized the delivered items, handing a piece of bright red fabric to Yang Luoyan. Then, he retrieved the blueprint for the mattress from the east room and shared the dimensions for the mattress cover with her. Yang Luoyan snatched the blueprint. What exactly is this? Mattress, have you heard of it? It's placed on the bed and is incredibly soft. You, a carpenter, can make a mattress? My goodness, is there anything you cannot do? I promise to provide you with the finest wedding bed. I intend to keep that promise. You've already done splendidly. After clarifying the style and dimensions of the mattress cover, Yang Luoyan set down her lunchbox and eagerly rushed home to use the sewing machine. Wu Yuan worked tirelessly, day and night, on the wedding bed. She certainly wouldn't fall behind. Days passed in this manner. Wu Xiuhua took on all the preparations for her younger brother's wedding, from purchasing various items to distributing invitations, reveling in the bustling activity. During this time, rumors circulated outside. The most prevalent was that Wu Yuan was marrying the beloved daughter of the village committee secretary, which was seen as a significant elevation in status. There was truth to this, and Wu Yuan did not mind. However, some claimed he was marrying into the Yang family, which was utterly absurd. The village secretary had 2 sons. Why would he need to marry into their family? Fortunately, Wu Yuan remained preoccupied with work and had no time to dwell on such matters. The wedding bed was completed, and the mattress was nearing completion. In the meantime, more people approached him to custom order combination cabinets, having seen the sample at Director Lu's home. Director Lu was the first to purchase a combination cabinet, and after the installation, he had kindly left his address. Now, he had successfully secured orders for 3 combination cabinets, with 2 already confirmed. Life was beginning to show promise. After the minor festival, on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, another snowfall blanketed the night. The temperature plummeted, and the ice in the water tank thickened once more. Yang Luoyan finally brought the mattress cover she had been working on for over 10 days. The couple moved the bed frame, mattress, and the cover into the east wing of the living room, which had long been cleared out, and began the installation. The bed, measuring an impressive 2 meters and 20 centimeters in width, was a rarity in the village. With its genuine leather headboard and gleaming hardware at both the head and foot, it exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Once they fitted the mattress into its cover and placed it on the bed, they found it not only perfectly aligned in length and width, but also flawless in thickness. Do you like it? I do. With a joyful exclamation, Yang Luoyan flung herself onto the bed in a starfish position, only to discover that the spring-filled mattress was surprisingly comfortable, not at all oppressive. She rolled and shifted, making minimal noise. It was then that Wu Yuan noticed the vibrant red cover adorned with numerous embroidered flowers, each vying for attention, adding to the festive atmosphere. It was no wonder she had put in so much effort over the past days. Come and try it with me, Yang Luoyan excitedly invited. When Wu Yuan lay down beside her, his breath brushed against her ear, and she suddenly felt a flush creeping up to her neck. Wu Yuan was captivated by her beauty. Just as they were lost in the moment, a voice called from the doorway, "Younger brother, where are you?" When they awkwardly exited the room, Wu Xiuhua, realizing she might have interrupted them, asked, "Did I disturb you too?" No. Third sister, Yang Luoyan hastily denied, her cheeks still warm. Even if it were a disturbance, it wouldn't matter. After all, you two are getting married the day after tomorrow, and you'll have plenty of time alone. Wu Yuan simply smiled foolishly. Enough of your laughter. Today, you both need to go register your marriage. And while you're at it, stop by the department store in the county to buy Luoyan a Shanghai watch. If Luoyan is joining our family, she can't come empty-handed. We can't let others laugh at us. As she spoke, Wu Xiuhua handed Wu Yuan 200 yuan. Yang Luoyan repeatedly protested, no. But she could not prevent Wu Yuan from accepting it. After all, when faced with numerous small debts, one does not worry. A little here and there hardly makes a difference. The usually quiet department store was bustling with people buying goods for the new year. In recent years, many villagers had ventured out to trade and earn money, and crowds gathered around the refrigerators, televisions, and washing machine. Wu Yuan chose a Shanghai watch for Yang Luoyan and added a pair of leather shoes, leaving him with only 20 yuan in his pocket. Passing by the furniture section, they spotted imported mattresses priced at 2,000 yuan, which astonished Yang Luoyan. In her surprise, she found herself standing a little taller, looking at those buying refrigerators and televisions. She felt less envy. As long as the men could work hard, acquiring such things was merely a matter of time. On the return journey, Yang Luoyan sat sideways in the back seat, holding Wu Yuan tightly. despite some villagers gossiping about Wu Yuan, claiming he was reaching beyond his means. Little did they know how fortunate she felt as the one involved. Yet, her mother had been right. It was best to keep such joy to herself rather than broadcast it to the world. The two-wheeled bicycle made its way towards the canal lock, beginning its descent. The road was slick with ice after the snowfall, and Wu Yuan, carrying a passenger, carefully controlled his speed, gliding along at a leisurely pace. Upon rounding the lock and reaching the next bend, he abruptly halted the vehicle. With both feet firmly planted on the ground, Wu Yuan gestured toward the roadside, saying, "Take a look at the furniture over here." Yang Luoyan, puzzled by the sudden stop, exited the car to inspect the solitary furniture stall by the roadside. The offerings were all second-hand pieces, many of which bore signs of wear and damage. It was evident that this was no reputable furniture vendor. If one were to purchase something flimsy, seeking assistance later would be futile, as there would be no recourse. However, a thought crossed her mind. Wu Yuan was a carpenter. He could discern the quality of furniture at a glance, so why should she be concerned? Wu Yuan steadied his vehicle, crouched down, and meticulously examined the assortment of furniture that could be deemed artifacts. Judging by the craftsmanship and carving techniques, it was evident that these items were the handiwork of artisans from the Xiangshan Guild. In his past life, he had been well acquainted with their reputation and had even collected their works. Who would have imagined encountering such a trove here? Regrettably, he found himself without funds. Otherwise, he would have purchased the entire lot. With some restoration, these pieces could be sold to discerning buyers in the future, ensuring a profitable venture. Chapter 12. A fortuitous find of Wang Wali and a dual-purpose mattress. Wu Yuan felt a pang of regret as he prepared to rise and leave, when his gaze suddenly fell upon a broken-legged armchair. The wood's grain, obscured by the passage of time, seemed familiar. Could it be rosewood? He discreetly cast a few more glances. Indeed, it was unmistakably rosewood, and not just any rosewood, but authentic Wang Wali. "Brother, how much for this piece of furniture?" The middle-aged man, his hands nestled within his sleeves, maintained an air of composure, deflecting the question with another. "Which piece catches your eye?" Wu Yuan shifted his attention from the armchair to the octagonal table before him and inquired, "What about this table?" 100 yuan. "Brother, I genuinely wish to purchase it. Would 20 suffice?" 20 for this octagonal table. This craftsmanship belongs to the Xiangshan gang. Do you think it's worth merely a cabbage? 20 yuan will only buy you the damaged ones. Can these broken pieces be repaired? Wu Yuan mumbled while rummaging through the pile of dilapidated furniture. "Brother, how about 5 pieces for 20? I can accept the damaged ones. Is that agreeable? If not, I shall take my leave. At most, 2 pieces. If you find it acceptable, choose wisely. However, the transaction must be settled immediately, without regrets later." "All right." Wu Yuan feigned reluctance before diligently sifting through the pile for an extended period, hoping to uncover any overlooked Wang Wali, even if just a leg. Alas, luck seemed to have run dry today. Nevertheless, one must learn to be content. After some pretense of hesitation, Wu Yuan decisively selected the armchair and footrest, completing the payment. The armchair was his primary target, while the footrest served merely as an adjunct, chosen for its relatively lesser damage. Fortunately, with the rope secured to the car, Wu Yuan and Yang Luoyan exerted themselves for quite some time to properly bind the armchair and footrest to the rear side, hastily departing. It was not so much a fear of the furniture seller retracting his offer, but rather the discomfort of being scrutinized by the man, who seemed overly fixated on Yang Luoyan. Once the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance, Yang Luoyan finally inquired, "You intended to purchase that armchair, didn't you? Is there something amiss with it?" In good spirits, Wu Yuan did not conceal the truth. A Wang Wali armchair, with minimal repairs, could fetch a knowledgeable buyer at least this amount. 600? She gasped, astonished. 6,000. Yang Luoyan gasped in disbelief and hurriedly cautioned, "Then ride carefully. Do not let this treasure get scratched or damaged." Upon returning home, Wu Fanghua, the 4th sister, delivered the freshly made bedding, which filled the entire marriage bed. 2 thick quilts, 2 lightweight duvets, and 2 sets of mattresses, all crafted from new cotton, soft and warm. The covers, adorned in vibrant red and green, felt smooth to the touch and exuded a festive aura. Coupled with a pair of mandarin duck pillows, the marriage bed was imbued with a sense of spirit. "Thank you, 4th sister," Yang Luoyan said joyfully, pulling her sister close in gratitude. Wu Fanghua gently touched Yang Luoyan's hair and replied, "No need for thanks, sister-in-law. It is my duty. As long as you and the youngest brother lead a good life, I will find joy in doing more." On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, An auspicious occasion for weddings and engagements was at hand. Coincidentally, according to the Gregorian calendar, it fell on February 14th, Western Valentine's Day. On this auspicious day chosen by Secretary Yang for his daughter's wedding, it was evident that meticulous preparation had been undertaken. Before dawn, as the rooster crowed its first call, Yang Luoyan sprang from her slumber, donned her bridal attire, and began to adorn herself in front of the mirror. This day marked a significant milestone in her life. One of unparalleled importance to her. By the time Luoyan entered the room, Luoyan had already dressed and was halfway through her makeup. Luoyan, aren't you going to have a bite to eat first? With all the commotion today, who knows when you'll get a chance to eat? Luoyan remarked. Ah, yes, mother. How could I forget breakfast? Luoyan replied, a tinge of excitement evident in her voice, which prompted Lu Hui to sigh softly. This girl was so fervent that she even neglected her meal. After all, she was a daughter about to be married. Akin to water poured out. Hurriedly, Luoyan rushed to the main room, sat down, and grabbed a steamed bun, hastily swallowing a mouthful of thin porridge. At the head of the table, Secretary Yang's expression darkened as he rapped the table with his chopsticks. Soon you will be establishing your own household. You must learn to conduct yourself with composure and not behave recklessly like a young girl. Luoyan instinctively slowed her pace. I understand, father. This 200 yuan is a token from your mother and me for your dowry. Keep it to yourself. Do not let that fellow find out. Father, it's unnecessary. We're young and capable of earning. You will take it, he insisted. Luoyan hesitated, not out of reluctance, but because she wished not to conceal this small sum from Wu Yuan. Ultimately, it was Lu Hui who decisively tucked the money into her daughter's bridal pocket. After breakfast, her elder sister, Yang Qinyu, finally arrived, accompanied by 2 drowsy children. Meanwhile, at the Wu family home, Wu Yuan led the large dog, De Huang, to the neighbor's house for safekeeping, avoiding any disturbances amidst the throngs of guests expected that day. Upon his return, his brother-in-law, Xionggang, had already arrived with helpers in tow. Thus began the preparations. Some built stoves, while others erected canopies. Outside, bright red wedding characters and couplets were affixed with great care, and red paper decorations trailed all the way to the village entrance. Inside the kitchen, Wu Xiuhua was busy preparing breakfast. When Wu Yuan entered, he noticed her wiping away tears. Sister, what troubles you? He asked. Nothing, just smoke in my eyes, she replied. At that moment, Wu Yuan should have approached to embrace her silently, yet the weight of his past lives rendered him incapable. Nonetheless, he held her sorrow close to his heart. As his sister worked diligently in the kitchen, her husband coordinated the activities outside. Without a doubt, the role of the wedding coordinator had fallen upon the warm-hearted and diligent brother-in-law. The wedding coordinator, or Zhika Shi, was responsible for overseeing all aspects of the wedding, ensuring guests were welcomed and well cared for. He even had to manage seating arrangements, clarifying the relationships and social standings of guests to maintain proper order. As the sky brightened, the flow of guests increased, yet under Xiongang's meticulous organization, everything proceeded smoothly, allowing Wu Yuan, the groom, a moment of respite. He gazed at the wedding bed adorned with smiling dolls on the walls, feeling a shiver of unease. He hoped the furniture accompanying Luoyan's dowry would provide some comfort and prevent any unsettling dreams that night. Soon, the drum and gong troupe, along with the wedding procession, took their places. Wu Yuan, the groom, officially assumed his role, subjected to various arrangements. By 8 or 9 o'clock, the sisters, accompanied by their children, began to arrive one after another. Eldest sister Wu Xiuhua hesitated to spend money, yet she was never stingy with flattering words. First, she praised how spirited and handsome her younger brother looked today. Then she extolled the virtues of the memory foam mattress with unabashed admiration. Her compliments genuinely caught the attention of the second and fourth siblings. Brother, did you truly make this yourself? Wu Yuan nodded. This thick mattress will be great for winter. But how will one sleep on it in summer? It's a one-sided memory foam. Flip it over for a cooling mat, he explained. As the sisters marveled at this revelation, they began to regard their younger brother with newfound respect. Seizing the opportunity, the eldest sister immediately requested, Younger brother, will you make me a memory foam mattress after the new year? Sure, once I open my factory after the new year, you can buy as many as you like. But do not forget to pay the full price, he replied. The eldest sister suddenly realized why the third sister had been so attentive to their younger brother. He had indeed developed real skills. Had she known this earlier, she would have been more generous with his wedding expenses. The second sister sighed softly. I truly did my best. Only the fourth sister felt secretly gratified, thankful that she had fought for the opportunity to provide bedding for their younger brother. Perhaps he would remember this kindness. Chapter 13. You grant me face, I fill you with substance and truth. Wu Yuan was not as cunning as one might think. When it came to the affairs involving his sisters, as long as third sister Wu Xiuhua was pleased, he would comply with her wishes without hesitation. The auspicious hour had arrived. Amidst the crackling sound of firecrackers, Wu Yuan was surrounded as he stepped out, leading a procession of 9 identical Phoenix bicycles on their official journey. The convoy was grand and magnificent, crossing bridges while setting off firecrackers, scattering candies and smoke to delight the onlookers. This continued until they arrived at the doorstep of Secretary Yang's home. As a highly esteemed old secretary in the surrounding villages, the marriage of his beloved daughter today was undoubtedly a momentous occasion known far and wide. Even families planning their own celebrations had discreetly altered their dates upon learning they coincided with the secretary's. Consequently, the area outside Secretary Yang's house was a sea of people. It was nearly impossible to navigate through, even with bicycles, let alone cars. Fortunately, armed with candies, smoke, and loose change to pave the way, Wu Yuan finally maneuvered his way to the entrance after more than half an hour. The crowd gathered at the Yang residence mainly consisted of relatives from the Yang family. Amidst the rampant discussions of social standings and marriage proposals, these relatives viewed the bridegroom's entourage with an inherent sense of superiority. However, upon their arrival, they quickly realized that the groom was indeed tall and handsome, a perfect match for the fair Yang Luoyan. Thus, after Wu Yuan, with a smile, distributed a round of celebratory cigarettes, the crowd blocking the entrance dispersed significantly, leaving only a few stubborn individuals unwilling to depart. This matter was no longer Wu Yuan's concern. He entrusted it to the adept members of the bridal party to handle. It was merely a matter of exchanging a few more packs of cigarettes. After more than 10 minutes, having offered 6 packs of celebratory cigarettes, the gate finally swung open. Wu Yuan greeted Secretary Yang and his wife in the courtyard, though he had yet to address them formally. He subsequently met with elder sister Yang Xinyu, her husband Ma Changshan, brother-in-law Yang Ben, and sister-in-law Li Yun, as well as second brother-in-law Yang Meng and second sister-in-law Jiang Fan, discreetly slipping a few small red envelopes to the children present. Time is of the essence. Let us go and fetch Luoyan, Secretary Yang urged. Wu Yuan took a deep breath. With 2 more gates remaining, his patience was wearing thin. He decided to leave the negotiations to the experts in his party, even if it meant distributing extra cigarettes and candies. He was eager to see his beautiful bride. Fortunately, the experts proved their worth. The remaining 2 gates were opened in a mere 10 minutes, and Wu Yuan finally stood before the radiant Yang Luoyan. Having known you for 15 years, you are the most beautiful today. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, blossoming with romance. 15 years of acquaintance and understanding had culminated in this moment of eternal companionship. Who could be a more fitting match for the bride than he? Inside the bridal chamber, shouts and cheers erupted in a crescendo. Even the bridesmaid, who had been shyly concealing the bride's red shoes, could no longer hide her embarrassment and willingly surrendered them. Wu Yuan personally helped Yang Luoyan into her red shoes, and she reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow. A wave of heart-wrenching lamentations arose yet again. This young couple, exceedingly ruthless, had conspired to shower affection upon one another, leaving others in a state of exasperation. Retreat! Retreat! Amidst the crowd's withdrawal, Wu Yuan grasped Yang Lian's sleeve and led her to the main hall to present tea to Secretary Yang and his wife, formally acknowledging them. Secretary Yang was exceedingly pleased. At least his new son-in-law had bolstered his reputation significantly. While outsiders might speculate about Wu Yuan's lofty aspirations, they would certainly refrain from criticizing Secretary Yang's choice, instead praising his discernment in nurturing the younger generation. Thus, with joyful exclamations, they sipped their tea, presented a red envelope, and sent their beloved daughter forth. According to tradition, the bride must not let her feet touch the ground as she departs from her family home. This necessitated someone to carry the bride until she was safely placed in the carriage. Naturally, the brothers-in-law were not inclined to take on this task, so a younger cousin from the Yang family was summoned. Upon observing his cousin's stature, Wu Yuan immediately stepped forward. He discreetly slipped a pack of celebratory cigarettes into his hands, then effortlessly lifted Yang Luoyan in a princess carry and bore her out of the door. Yang Luoyan promptly unfurled the red wedding umbrella. Under its vibrant hue, both bride and parasol radiated a joyous glow. Once outside the Yang family gate, amidst the resounding firecrackers, Wu Yuan carefully settled Yang Luoyan in the back seat of the car and, without looking back, followed the procession onward, leaving no room for retreat. The wedding convoy departed with great fanfare. The send-off team arranged by the Yang family promptly followed suit. Unlike the 9 uniform bicycles of the wedding convoy, the send-off team boasted a formidable 18 clean flatbeds, each adorned with a significant piece of furniture or dowry. Secretary Yang could have easily arranged for a truck to deliver the dowry in one go, but that would have lacked a certain flair. After all, the two families were not far apart, merely 2 miles. The truck would arrive in 5 minutes, and the onlookers would hardly grasp the grandeur of Secretary Yang's generosity, thereby diminishing the prestige of the occasion. The flatbed fleet, however, presented a spectacular scene and made the dowry unmistakably clear. Thus, when the wedding convoy returned to Wu's home, the last flatbed from the send-off team had only just departed from the Yang residence. As the bride arrived home, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted. They crossed the fire pit to ward off ill fortune. Children from neighboring areas seemed to materialize from nowhere, eagerly clamoring to glimpse the beautiful bride. Wu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The sweets in his pocket had long since vanished, and the skilled matchmaker was left empty-handed. Fortunately, Xiang Gang had anticipated this and retrieved the celebratory sweets prepared for the couple's return visit, barely managing to cope. Wu's elder relatives had already passed away. Xiang Gang had gone to great lengths to invite Wu Yuan's mentor, Master Qiao, to officiate the tea ceremony for the newlyweds. This was indeed a commendable honor. Master Qiao was more than willing to oblige, even if it meant incurring expenses for the red envelope. Eventually, amidst another round of thunderous firecrackers, Wu Yuan laid Yang Luoyan upon the wedding bed, allowing her to rest, while the festivities commenced outside. Exhausted yet elated, Wu Yuan slipped a handful of peanut candies into Yang Luoyan's hands, a rare treat he had stashed away just for her. He then stepped outside to mingle with the guests. Relatives from the Wu family gradually entered the bridal chamber to meet the new bride. Faced with so many smiling unfamiliar faces, Yang Luoyan felt somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the eldest, Wu Shuhua, played a crucial role at this moment. By her side, she introduced the various relatives of the Wu family to help her swiftly adapt to the role of the mistress of the Wu household. Wu Yuan stepped outside not for any other reason, but to arrange a meal for the Yang family's wedding procession, led by Yang Guozhu, the second uncle of the Yang family. He was evidently a well-informed and astute individual. As Wu Yuan invited him to casually inspect the new home, Yang Guozhu immediately noticed the peculiarities of the wedding bed. "Is this a Simmons mattress?" he inquired. Wu Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Simmons is not inexpensive. It's well made, suitable for both winter and summer, and no less than the imported ones. The young man is quite capable. Even if my brother personally arranged this, it might not have turned out as well," said the second uncle with a chuckle. Chapter 14. The night of the wedding, career in progress. As the conversation unfolded, the flatbed truck convoy arrived. A 19-inch Panda color television, a Butterfly brand sewing machine, a large wardrobe, a dressing table set, and 2 sizable suitcases. Under the meticulous arrangement of Xiang Gang, each item was carried into the house. Soon, the new home was filled to the brim. The remaining items had to be temporarily placed in the west wing of the hall. Once the task was completed, the drivers of the flatbed truck received celebratory cigarettes and candies before departing. The wedding party led by Yang Guozhu, however, remained to partake in the feast. Naturally, they merely sampled the dishes before taking their leave, as their main venue was elsewhere. As the banquet commenced, the aroma wafted through the courtyard, reminiscent of a festive prelude to the new year. The children who had been playing in the new house vanished without a trace. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuan carried a bowl of 4 happiness meatballs into the room to treat the eager new bride at the wedding bed. Initially, Yang Luoyan hesitated, concerned about propriety, and refrained from indulging. Wu Yuan promptly closed the door, and upon seeing the enticing 4 happiness meatballs, Yang Luoyan could no longer resist. She devoured a meatball the size of a fist, feeling quite satisfied. Her posture straightened, and her long legs stretched comfortably. This scene stirred a sense of longing in Wu Yuan. Yang Luoyan, feeling his gaze upon her, blushed and, unable to withstand the fervent intensity of his eyes, shyly pecked him on the lips. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Lin Miao Miao, the eldest daughter of her sister's family, burst in, holding half a bowl of sliced meat. It appeared she had come to deliver food to her aunt. Upon noticing Wu Yuan's presence, Lin Miao Miao feigned curiosity and teasingly remarked, "Uncle, why do you have lipstick all over your face?" Wu Yuan fell for the trap and wiped his mouth, prompting Lin Miao Miao to burst into laughter. which in turn caused Yang Luoyan's cheeks to flush. Such a child. Although there was a generational gap, Lin Miao was merely 3 years younger than Wu Yuan. Growing up, she had often trailed behind her uncle, full of bravado. Now, having blossomed into a young lady, she began to turn the tables. After her laughter subsided, Lin Miao dashed away, leading Wu Yuan to chase her out into the courtyard. Beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, she discreetly slipped a red envelope into Wu Yuan's hands, saying, "My mom is stingy, so I'm making up for it." Wu Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, refused to accept it, saying, "I'm your uncle. How could I take your money? Put it away. Besides, I'm a man of great affairs. I wouldn't miss such a trivial amount." Lin Miao looked at him skeptically, and after a moment, seriously remarked, "But you have changed. You've become less honest. How dare you speak of your uncle like that?" He retorted, "If I were so honest, how could I have won over such a beautiful wife as your aunt?" What a revelation. Wu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. "Go on, you young lady, why are you overthinking things?" By the time the 2 rounds of banquets concluded and the guests were sent off, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After Xionggang wrapped up the arrangements for the following day, he was hastily pulled away by Wu Xiuhua. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the chill outside was palpable. Inside, however, it felt as warm as spring. "Have you washed your feet? Have you brushed your teeth?" "I have. And if you don't believe me, just smell." "But I'm scared." "My dear wife, lend me your ear. No, allow me to share my thoughts. Today, our mattress boasts a rather handsome appearance, does it not? Indeed, those who have seen it have praised it highly. Is it not true that someone has even reserved 2 mattresses from me? Even my master, Lord Xiao, has inquired about the method of its creation. How impressive you are. Thus, I plan to establish a furniture factory after the new year, producing more of these splendid mattresses." "That sounds wonderful. I wholeheartedly support your endeavor. However, there is a concern regarding our mattress." "What issue might that be?" "It lacks sufficient testing. Since you support me, you must assist in evaluating whether this mattress meets our standards." "Well, how shall we proceed with the testing?" "It is quite simple. Just relax and cooperate with me. As the clock in the hall strikes 10, we conclude the first test of the mattress. Our mattress performs admirably. The experience is quite pleasant." "Indeed. Yet, I feel the testing is still insufficient. 1 or 2 trials cannot determine its quality. What can we do about it?" "We must continue with the pressure testing." The following day, on the 28th of the 12th lunar month. This year, the 29th is considered New Year's Eve. So today is effectively the day before the celebration. As the rooster from the neighbor's house crowed twice, Yang Luoyan, suppressing a slight discomfort, rose from her slumber in darkness. Now a daughter-in-law of the Wu family, she must step up and no longer hide under the protection of her elder sister, solely indulging in comfort. Such a lifestyle cannot endure for long. Upon opening the front door to prepare for sweeping the courtyard, she discovered that her sister and brother-in-law had long awaited her outside. Yang Luoyan was so moved that she nearly choked on her words, exclaiming, "Sister, brother-in-law, why did you not call for me?" Wu Xiuhua rose and brushed the frost from her scarf, saying, "Call for what? We have just arrived." Then she swiftly took the broom from her sister-in-law's hands and, lowering her voice, inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Yang Luoyan's face flushed crimson, and she bit her lower lip, nodding shyly. Wu Xiuhua, beaming with joy, replied, "You rest for now, your brother-in-law, and I will take care of things here." Reluctantly, Yang Luoyan returned to boil water, a task at which she excelled. Once the courtyard was swept clean, Wu Yuan, rubbing his eyes, rose to greet the day. Today, they were to welcome their daughter and son-in-law back home, and they also needed to warmly receive the brothers from that side. Wu Xiuhua selected a few dishes and warmed them up, and they all sat down together for breakfast. Afterwards, she produced 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, along with 2 bottles of malt milk, honey, and some candied fruits. A full bag indeed, quite substantial. Yang Luoyan hesitated as she held it, saying, "Sister, this is too much, isn't it?" "Not at all, not at all." Wu Xiuhua shook her head repeatedly, smiling as she said, "With such a generous dowry from Secretary Yang, we must show our appreciation. At the very least, we need to maintain appearances." In matters of interpersonal relationships, her sister had always been thorough in her considerations. Moreover, her thoughtfulness lacked the ulterior motives often found in the dealings of their 4th sister. "Trust in your sister," Wu Yuan declared with finality. "Life is not sustained by frugality, but rather by diligent labor." Observing the time, the young couple mounted a single vehicle, setting off towards Secretary Yang's home. On the journey, they encountered their elder brother, Yang Bin, and second brother, Yang Ming. To their surprise, Yang Bin called Wu Yuan to get out of the car and smoked a cigarette before continuing on their way. After parting, Yang Luoyan sensed something unusual about her brother today. Wu Yuan smiled. It was a positive change, requiring no further contemplation. However, Yang Ming could not restrain himself from inquiring of Yang Bin, elder brother, do you truly regard that fellow as a prize catch? Yang Bin replied thoughtfully. Our father has navigated these lands for many years. He has never been mistaken in his judgment of people. Furthermore, even our second uncle, upon returning yesterday, spoke highly of that lad. Does that not speak volumes? Yang Ming, taken aback, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He raised his chin and retorted sourly. Perhaps father, in his wisdom, is prone to the occasional oversight. As for second uncle, he might have been inebriated yesterday, speaking under the influence. One should not take his words to heart. Chapter 15. There is no free mattress in this world. On the first day after a daughter marries, she returns home, and her new husband holds the highest authority. However, upon Wu Yuan's arrival at the home of Secretary Yang, he greeted his parents with dad and mom, only to be ushered into the inner room by Secretary Yang, where his uncle, Yang Guozhu, was already waiting. Did you speak to the second brother about establishing a furniture factory yesterday? Is it true? Dad, uncle, I am indeed planning to start the factory. I have received numerous orders for combination cabinets and mattresses, and I am the sole one responsible for them. I am working day and night, yet I cannot keep up. However, the conditions are not yet ripe. What conditions do you require? After offering his elders a cigarette, Wu Yuan explained logically, I need space, personnel, and funding, which are self-evident. But most crucially, it is the policies and direction from above. As he understood, while individual enterprises were currently encouraged, restrictions on hiring remained in place. At most, he could establish a family factory, but it would not grow large. Upon hearing this, Yang Guozhu suggested, with your elder brother's support, why not establish the factory under the village's name? Before Wu Yuan could respond, Secretary Yang swiftly dismissed the idea. If we use the village's name, what about ownership? If ownership is unclear, once Xia Yuan's factory becomes successful, we might attract leeches looking to exploit him, and we would be powerless to stop it. Regarding the ownership issue, Wu Yuan had his own solutions in mind. Yet, until he held a certain degree of influence, he was not inclined to pursue that path. Yang Guozhu, unable to think of a counterargument, fell silent. After all, the speculative office still existed, and the direction of society was uncertain. Secretary Yang turned back and suggested, why not recruit a few apprentices to assist you? Wu Yuan nodded. Dad, that is indeed a possibility. However, as I have just completed my apprenticeship as a carpenter, it may be difficult to find anyone willing to learn from me at this moment. Secretary Yang patted his chest confidently. That is not a problem. I can find a few clever and hardworking lads to help you, no doubt about it. Thank you, Dad. We are family, after all. I have nothing further to discuss with your uncle. You may go and enjoy the banquet, Wu Yuan said as he rose to leave. Once the door was closed, Yang Guozhu could not help but exclaim, Elder brother, you have chosen a fine son-in-law. His future accomplishments may surpass your own. Secretary Yang leaned back, pride evident in his demeanor. I am merely a village official. What achievements can I claim? Yet among the younger generation, Xiao Yuan is indeed exceptional, even surpassing the elementary school principal who is married to Shen Yu. It seems that Luoyan is fortunate to have married such a promising young man. Haha. After conversing with his elders, the rest of the gathering felt like a mere formality. Furthermore, with Yang Luoyan protecting her husband, the guests invited by the Yang family dared not overindulge Wu Yuan with alcohol, instead frequently inviting him to toast, ensuring a lively atmosphere. After a satisfying meal, Lu pulled her daughter into a room and quietly asked, Is he treating you well? Mom, he is wonderful. Your father and your uncle both speak highly of him. Do not indulge him too much. You must not let him take advantage of you. Mom, what are you saying? We are doing just fine. Lu chose not to press further. She knew that the young couple was currently in a blissful state, and whatever she said would be of no use. As the midday sun retreated, a hint of chill permeated the air. The young couple returned to their home, unexpectedly bringing back more gifts than they had arrived with, leaving Yang Luoyan feeling somewhat shy. On the way, they encountered the utterly intoxicated second brother, Yang Ming, and their elder brother, Yang Bin, who was drenched in sweat from dealing with him. The couple quickly disembarked, expressing their concern. Yang Bin, frustrated at his younger brother's state, chastised him soundly. Then, pulling Wu Yuan aside, he quietly remarked, Brother-in-law, your bed is quite remarkable. It surpasses even those found in the grand cities of the south. The mattress, in particular, is far more comfortable than a mere spring mattress. Elder brother, are you considering making one as well? I can only imagine it would cost a fair sum. Money is secondary. The real issue is that I simply cannot spare the time. Numerous clients have placed orders with me recently, and I cannot turn down the offer of 800 yuan, which includes labor and materials. 800 yuan. Yang Ben fell silent for a moment, then regained his composure, saying, "All right. Let me first get your second brother back home, and we can discuss this later." "Very well. Safe travels, elder brother." Upon returning home, they found Xionggang hosting a banquet with those who had assisted over the past few days. After this meal, the wedding festivities would finally come to a close. The guests invited the young couple to join, and Wu Yuan graciously accepted, toasting with his wife to everyone present. His gratitude was profound, particularly towards the couple of his third sister. By around 4 o'clock, the guests, satisfied and full, took home some leftovers and wedding candies. Wu Xiuhua left behind many wonderful items, entrusting them to Yang Luoyan for the couple to enjoy a prosperous new year. Xionggang then called Wu Yuan to the main room to meticulously review the expenses and gifts from the past few days. In these times, monetary gifts were modest, typically ranging from 3 to 5 yuan. Coupled with the 2 rounds of banquet meals, the final tally indicated a loss. Remarkably, Xionggang balanced the accounts perfectly for Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan chuckled, "Third brother-in-law, I understand you and my third sister wish to support me. But this is a bit excessive. Just let me know how much I owe, and I will repay it gradually." Xionggang stubbornly insisted, claiming there was no extra support, that everything was just right. Wu Yuan picked up the ledger, pretending to rise. "Well, the record of gifts is indisputable. I will cross-reference each expense." "No need. The actual expenses are right here." Upon inspection, Wu Yuan discovered a loss of over 120 yuan. This was not a significant issue. As with the 650 yuan contributed by his 4 sisters, he would still owe a total of over 770 yuan for the wedding. Nonetheless, it was manageable. After expressing his gratitude to Xionggang, Wu Yuan began to gather some gifts for his third sister to take home. Wu Xiuhua hesitated for quite some time before reluctantly accepting them, as he prepared to send off his third sister and her husband. Wu Yuan noticed a tall figure in the courtyard, diligently dismantling an outdoor earthen stove. "Ma Mingjun." The tall man turned at the sound, grinning widely with an endearing simplicity. Xionggang then recalled, "This fellow works tirelessly. Do you know him?" Wu Yuan couldn't help but smile. This is the apprentice he took in 3 years after his previous life. How could he not recognize him? Yet, in this life, this old rascal has unexpectedly appeared ahead of schedule. He beckoned Ma Mingjun over and, getting straight to the point, inquired, "Speak. What is it that you desire?" "Master Yuan, it is nothing much. I simply wish to offer my assistance. I am quite resilient. If you do not speak now, you shall never have the chance to do so again." Wait. "Master Yuan, I wish to become your disciple and learn the craft of woodworking." Wu Yuan patted Ma Mingjun, who was slightly more robust than himself, and replied, "Very well, I accept you as my disciple." Ma Mingjun could hardly believe his ears. Observing others taking on apprentices, there are rituals involved, offering tea, bowing, and presenting gifts, all of which are indispensable. Yet, with his own master, it seemed to come down to a mere phrase of acceptance. However, Ma Mingjun was not so naive as to overlook the importance of tradition. "Master, I shall return to prepare the customary offerings. Such formalities are unnecessary. No, my father has said that one must not neglect the rites." Chapter 16. A house does not constitute a home. It is the presence of loved ones that defines it. As Su Gang stared in astonishment at Ma Mingjun's swiftly retreating figure, he mused, "Isn't this lad significantly older than the youngest?" Wu Xiuhua was still pondering this when Wu Yuan interjected, "He is 5 years my senior." "Then why do you accept him?" Su Gang queried. Wu Xiuhua clarified, "In terms of our father's generation, he indeed belongs to a different lineage, so addressing him as Yuan Yi is entirely appropriate. Consequently, acknowledging him as a master is equally justified." Wu Yuan added, "Upon hearing him call me that, I feel as if I have aged instantaneously." Yang Luoyan could not contain her laughter, yet was momentarily flustered by Wu Yuan's remark. "Do not forget, once I become a master, you will become the mistress." Yang Luoyan playfully struck him, though her laughter rendered her unable to exert much force. After bidding farewell to the couple, Wu Yuan, with a bag of wedding candies in hand, visited Aunt Dai's home to retrieve De Huang. The dog, catching a whiff of the lingering scent of meat within the house. Instantly perked up, showing signs of its former vitality. It seemed the dog had recovered somewhat. As usual, he tied De Huang at the entrance and tossed it a bone to gnaw on, before commencing the tidying up both inside and out. He needed to complete the dismantling of the unfinished earthen stove and arrange the new furniture that had been piled in the west wing of the main house, while simultaneously replacing the long, outdated old furnishings. However, while he managed the dismantling and brick moving alone, he found himself struggling with the heavier furniture. He called upon Yang Luoyan for assistance, but it was evident that she was still somewhat unwell. Yet, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, gritting her teeth and persevering. Yuan recognized this and felt guilty, attributing it to the vigorous mattress pressure test from the previous night. Fortunately, at that moment, Ma Mingjun returned, his face alight with excitement. My father said we must choose an auspicious day for the apprenticeship and prepare thoroughly. So why are you back? I just remembered there were tasks left unfinished. With Ma Mingjun's help, the cleanup became significantly more efficient. Soon, both the main hall and the east wing were adorned with new furniture, looking refreshingly new. The Panda television was positioned beside the mattress, its antenna connected, while the butterfly sewing machine found its place beneath the window. At last, the home began to resemble that of a proper family, though the house remained the same. Watching Yang Luoyan bustle about filled Yuan with an inexplicable sense of peace. Indeed, a house alone does not constitute a home. It is the presence of beloved individuals that truly defines it. By the time they finished their tasks, darkness had descended. Yang Luoyan had prepared a veritable feast. She invited Ma Mingjun to join them for dinner, but he steadfastly refused and dashed away once more. The young couple enjoyed their meal together. Yang Luoyan cleared the dishes, simultaneously sharing the leftovers with De Huang. The dog, having gone without meat for days, devoured his portion with such enthusiasm that he emitted protective growls over his food. Yuan opened the east room, discovering various drill bits, axes, and saws nestled in boxes untouched, while the framework of the combination cabinet leaned steadily against the mountain wall. The Wangwali armchair, along with its footrest, sat inconspicuously in the corner, appearing quite unremarkable. Tomorrow marked New Year's Eve. It was clear that the chair would not be restored this year, primarily due to the scarcity of Wangwali wood. Even a single broken leg would suffice. With a sense of nostalgia, Yuan securely locked the door once more. He stealthily approached the pig pen at the edge of the yard. It had been many years since pigs were last raised, and the pen appeared almost unrecognizable, filled with an assortment of timber, elm, poplar, paulownia, and locust wood, all abundant. There were also several large tree stumps, remnants of old trees felled from around the house in previous years. This ample supply would suffice for quite a while. It seemed that his parents had long anticipated his apprenticeship as a carpenter. As Yuan pondered this, he was suddenly embraced from behind. What impish spirit dares approach? Reveal yourself at once. You are the imp. Yang Luoyan turned around, her lips pouting, her expression decidedly displeased. Yuan explained. Do you realize that in a few years, imp will become a term of endearment? Most women who aspire to be imps simply do not measure up. Instantly, Yang Luoyan's face brightened with delight. The chores at home are all done. Let us go inside. Yuan nodded. It is time to further assess the mattress's quality. What nonsense. I meant let us go in to watch television. Television cannot compare to your beauty. Stop teasing. My mother asked us to be cautious when sleeping tonight. To not sleep too soundly. Afraid of thieves stealing the betrothal gifts? That seems to be the case. No need for concern. I have already entrusted the betrothal gifts to my third brother-in-law. Additionally, we still owe him 120 yuan and our sisters a total of 650 yuan. Then let us repay our sisters. With that 1,000 yuan betrothal money? Aside from that sum, I also have over 400 yuan saved. That is unnecessary, Yuan added. Let us keep it for emergencies. As you wish, Yang Luoyan accepted gladly. With nothing left to conceal from Yuan, she felt a weight lift from her heart, making her steps feel as graceful as a dance. Yuan was captivated by the sight. He suddenly swept her off her feet, causing Yang Luoyan to squeal in surprise. Upon realizing they were alone in the house with only a large yellow dog, she felt no embarrassment. With her head nestled deeply in Yuan's embrace, she allowed him to carry her inside. The yellow dog raised its head from a pile of hay and wood shavings, glanced at the couple, then lowered it again. Ever since this woman entered their home, life had become increasingly challenging. Once, at least there had been a doghouse to shield against the wind and rain. Now, they were exposed to the elements, living under the sky like vagabonds. How are we to endure this? It seemed to lament. The following day, the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, dawn broke softly, just as the couple was lost in pleasant dreams. They were awakened by the barking of the yellow dog and a loud knocking at the door. Yang Luoyan, startled, hurriedly dressed and opened the door to find none other than the towering Ma Mingjun. Teacher's wife, I have brought 2 fish for the new year, he announced, holding up 2 large carp strung together by their gills with straw. Wu Yuan, donning a cotton coat, stepped out and chuckled. Mingjun, haven't you yet paid your respects to your teacher? This gift comes rather early. Ma Mingjun scratched his head. It's not too early, teacher. I caught these a few days ago at the fish pond and have kept them in a tank ever since. Very well, then. Wu Yuan nodded. And Yang Luoyan seized the opportunity to accept this gesture as a token of apprenticeship. Henceforth, there would be no need for monetary exchanges. It is imperative that you come over early and learn as much as you can from me. All right then. Ma Mingjun responded eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Master, what tasks are there for today? Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's New Year's Eve. What work could possibly be at hand? You should return and enjoy a peaceful celebration. Having sent Ma Mingjun on his way, Wu Yuan assisted his wife in drawing a large basin of water from the hand pump, placing 2 sizable green fish within it, which swam about joyfully. The couple scarcely had time to admire the fish as they hastily prepared a simple breakfast before rushing off to the village market. Recently, their focus had solely been on wedding preparations. They had neglected to arrange for the customary New Year decorations, such as couplets, window flowers, ancestral offerings of paper money, and even firecrackers. Chapter 17. Setting a humble objective. Becoming a wealthy household at the bustling marketplace, throngs of people swarmed, creating an impenetrable sea of humanity. It was evident that advancing further was futile. Thus, they could only rely on the stall at the entrance. Wu Yuan, taking advantage of his tall stature, protectively guided Yang Luoyan, deftly maneuvering through the crowd. Along the way, they procured couplets, firecrackers, and joss paper. Yang Luoyan purchased 2 carp, 2 pounds of roasted peanuts and sunflower seeds, along with an assortment of nut-filled sweets. Wu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing how considerate his wife was. In the past, such provisions had been prepared by his sister. He would often collect a handful from one household and another from the next, unaware of the passage of time. Having completed their shopping, the couple did not linger and headed straight home. Upon arrival, they discovered 2 baskets placed at their doorstep. Yang Luoyan, pleasantly surprised, opened one to find an assortment of fruits and sweet fillings sent by her mother. Upon opening the second basket, she exclaimed, Dumplings? These are from my sister. Wu Yuan recognized the floral fabric wrapping the basket immediately. As Yang Luoyan rummaged through the contents, she found a note from her mother, stating that if they did not wish to prepare a New Year's Eve dinner, they were welcome to return for a meal. Wu Yuan glanced at the note, remarking, Your mother's handwriting is quite impressive. Of course, my mother was a sent-down youth, educated through high school, she replied. So, does this mean you and your elder siblings do not share the same mother? Indeed. You don't despise me for that, do you? Wu Yuan pulled his wife close, exclaiming, What are you talking about? I must thank your mother for bringing you into this world so beautifully. Do not dwell on it. Later, I will take you to pay respects at the gravesite and let your parents see their daughter-in-law, bringing them joy. Hearing this, Yang Luoyan's worries dissipated. Then I shall prepare the offerings right away. While she busied herself with the offerings, Wu Yuan swept the yard, hung the couplets, and skillfully processed the 2 large carp. One was sliced into fillets, lightly salted for a spicy fish dish that evening, while the other was cut into chunks, sprinkled with coarse salt, threaded with iron wire, and hung beneath the eaves to cure as salted fish. Soon, Yang Luoyan completed the offerings. In contrast to her sister's usual preparation of 4 dishes for Wu Yuan, she had made 6 this time. She even changed into a simple, elegant outfit for the occasion. After completing the offerings and burning the joss paper, Yang Luoyan's affection for Wu Yuan deepened. Reflecting on the years he had spent alone, without parents, her heart ached for him. Thus, on their way back, Yang Luoyan boldly declared, Tonight, let us not go to my mother's for New Year's Eve dinner. I shall cook for you. Wu Yuan understood her intentions and replied, Then I shall showcase my skills as well and prepare a spicy fish dish. The sun of New Year's Eve was soon engulfed by clouds, and the biting cold following the snowfall became apparent. The chilling wind swept through the yard, causing the large dog to tremble despite burying its head deep within the shavings. Observing this, Wu Yuan gathered some old furniture frames and boards from the pig pen, combining them with a few red bricks to construct a makeshift doghouse. Once completed, the kitchen was freed up. After washing his hands, Wu Yuan set about preparing the spicy fish dish. Cooking this dish required little technical skill, save for the generous amount of oil used. Even the well-born Yang Luoyan, witnessing Wu Yuan pouring oil as if it were water, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. However, once the boiled fish was served, its rich aroma instantly made her mouth water and her appetite surge. "Let me wash my hands. I'll go set off firecrackers. Dinner is about to begin," she exclaimed. "Ah, I am indeed quite hungry." After 1,000 firecracker detonations, Wu Yuan returned to the dining table, only to find that Yang Luoyan had poured 2 cups of wine. Yang Luoyan raised her glass. "My dear, it's New Year's. Shall we share a few words?" Wu Yuan lifted his cup and declared, "In this new year, let us set a modest goal, to become a household with 10,000 yuan." In the rural landscape of 1988, being a 10,000 yuan household still held significant value. Yang Luoyan, astonished by her husband's ambition, felt a surge of enthusiasm herself. "Then I shall strive to bear you a child, aiming for our family of 3 by next new year." This was certainly a delightful prospect. Wu Yuan felt elated. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time a woman genuinely desired to bear him a child. In his previous life, such a sentiment had emerged only after he achieved success, and it was difficult to discern whether the affection was directed at him or merely at the figures on his bank card. However, upon reflection, Wu Yuan felt there was no need to rush into parenthood. His wife, true to her name, was young and beautiful, embodying the grace of a falling wild goose. To have a child too soon felt somewhat regretful. After finishing 3 cups of wine, Yang Luoyan put away the bottle and focused intently on her meal, particularly relishing the boiled fish drenched in her husband's rich oil. Wu Yuan was naturally pleased that she enjoyed the food. Yet, as she continued to eat, he grew a bit anxious. Despite the dish being so spicy that it made her gasp, she could not seem to stop. At this rate, their kisses would surely be tinged with a spicy flavor, not to mention any deeper interactions. After finishing a whole basin of boiled fish, Yang Luoyan still fished for more with a lingering desire. Wu Yuan could not help but chuckle. "If you like it, I'll make it for you again tomorrow. There is still plenty of fish left." Despite his worries, as long as his wife enjoyed it, he was willing to comply. Unexpectedly, Yang Luoyan shook her head. "This dish consumes too much oil. We must be frugal. Moreover, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. We must eat dumplings. What filling do you prefer? I'll make them for you. I'm not picky. Chive and egg or radish and tofu will do." After finishing their New Year's Eve dinner, they tidied up the leftovers without needing to refrigerate them, as the cold weather served as a natural refrigerator. Then, the couple washed up briefly and nestled under the warm blankets to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The 1988 gala was somewhat entertaining, with both crosstalk and skits still retaining a hint of humor and satire. However, Wu Yuan was more concerned about the quality of the mattress. Amid the sounds of firecrackers outside, he tested it repeatedly. As the clock struck midnight, the firecrackers outside gradually ceased. The young couple peeked out from under the covers just as the television was airing an episode of Journey to the West featuring Tang Xing and his 3 disciples. Yang Luoyan watched with great enthusiasm for a while. However, after Journey to the West, the gala abruptly ended with the melody of We Are Friends. How surprising that it was not a memorable night. Wu Yuan found this evening truly unforgettable, as Yang Luoyan had learned so much. "It is all your fault. Resembling a beast of burden, causing us to miss the Spring Festival Gala. Very well, it is my mistake. How shall I make amends?" "Oh, no need for that. We must rise early tomorrow to make dumplings. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, a new year begins. Awakening early." They were surprised to discover a heavy snowfall outside. This is quite fortunate. Visitors will not arrive so early, allowing the young couple to comfortably nestle under the covers. Yang Luoyan struggled several times to get out of bed, but Wu Yuan pulled her back each time. It was not until after 8 o'clock, when the sounds of firecrackers erupted outside, that they realized others were already enjoying their first dumplings. Only then did the 2 of them finally rise. And with no time to make their own, they boiled the dumplings sent by Sister San, serving them as their first meal of the new year. Chapter 18. Discounted Treasury Bonds? What a surprise! After finishing the dumplings, the snow ceased, leaving a biting chill in the air. Yet, Wu Yuan felt no cold, especially after Yang Luoyan had wrapped a scarf around him, albeit a woman's scarf. As the couple secured their home, they were interrupted by an unexpected visitor, Ma Mingjun and his wife. Upon their arrival, Zhang Yin, Ma Mingjun's spouse, enthusiastically praised Yang Luoyan, exclaiming how beautiful she was and how fortunate Wu Yuan was. Although Yang Luoyan was accustomed to receiving compliments, at that moment, she found it overwhelming. It dawned on her where Ma Mingjuan's exuberance stemmed from. However, as the mentor, Wu Yuan recognized that this couple was not truly united. They were merely influencing each other. Once they committed, they would devote themselves wholeheartedly. Yang Luoyan turned to unlock the door, intending to invite them in for a warm cup of tea. However, Zhang Yin promptly intervened, politely ushering them back. Seizing the moment, Ma Mingjun announced, "Master, my father said that the 5th day of the new year is auspicious, and the apprenticeship ceremony is scheduled for that day. Would that be agreeable?" Wu Yuan nodded, affirming that any day would suffice. However, he added that Ma Mingjun should come over early starting from the 3rd day if he had time. "Understood, Master," Ma Mingjun eagerly replied, and with that, he and Zhang Yin vanished down the path behind the village. Wu Yuan took the 2 cigarettes and bottles of liquor from Yang Luoyan's hands, allowing her to link her arm through his as they strolled through the snow to pay New Year's visits. With the heavy snowfall having just ceased, cycling was quite challenging. Walking felt much more secure. As they turned onto the gravel path behind the village, they noticed numerous people walking out to celebrate the new year. Some were accompanied by their families, creating a picturesque scene in the snow. Suddenly, a vehicle unexpectedly veered in, skidding sideways and tumbling, momentarily disrupting the serene atmosphere. Fortunately, the fall was harmless, as the speed was slow and the thick snow provided a cushion. The couple treaded carefully, stepping in and out of the snowbanks. Despite their caution, Yang Luoyan's cotton shoes quickly became soaked. Nowadays, winter footwear offered little in terms of waterproofing or warmth, a reflection of limited resources. Wu Yuan squatted down and insisted, "Come on, I'll carry you." Initially, Yang Luoyan hesitated, saying, "No need, I can walk myself." "Get on, my shoes are waterproof." In truth, Wu Yuan's oversized shoes weren't particularly waterproof either, but the leather covering his toes gave the illusion of durability. Reluctantly yielding to his insistence, Yang Luoyan climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. The cold wind continued to howl, yet Yang Luoyan felt a warmth coursing through her body, unending and comforting. When they arrived at Yang Jishu's home, Yang Luoyan still felt a lingering joy. However, she was quickly spotted by the observant Yang Qinyu, who exclaimed, Look, brother-in-law dotes on his little sister so much. How enviable." Although Qinyu and Luoyan appeared to be equals, the sentiment was unmistakable. However, when compared to her younger sister, it would be sheer folly to claim that the elder sister exhibits no disparity. After all, she is in her 30s and has borne 2 children, which inevitably leaves her with slight signs of wear. Furthermore, the genetic inheritance from their respective mothers reveals noticeable differences. Wu Yuan can discern that even in her youth, the elder sister was somewhat less striking than the current Yang Luoyan. Nevertheless, in the rural context, both sisters hold their own without question. Having been raised in the affluent household of the village secretary, they have enjoyed a life of comfort and are regarded as quite attractive. At the home of Secretary Yang, visitors abound, especially during the new year. As soon as Wu Yuan made his entrance, he was promptly ushered into the inner room by Secretary Yang. It was evident that Ma Changshan, the eldest son-in-law, felt a twinge of envy, and even the second daughter-in-law, Jiang Fan, could not suppress her jealousy. "What does this mean, father? We have been here for quite some time and have yet to exchange a word, while that impoverished lad has already been brought to the forefront." Yang Ming, feeling somewhat irritated, remarked, "Let us speak less." Meanwhile, the 2 men entered the inner room. Wu Yuan immediately offered a prized plum blossom cigarette to his father-in-law and lit it, only to hear his father-in-law inquire, "Recently, there have been quite a few individuals interested in commissioning high-end combination furniture and marriage beds, many of whom are city dwellers who have sought me out. However, some of them are burdened with national treasury bonds and cannot readily produce cash. Hence, I wanted to ask you whether these bonds can be exchanged for cash." National treasury bonds? Upon hearing this term, Wu Yuan's interest was piqued. Secretary Yang, mistaking his curiosity for ignorance, promptly elucidated. "These are government-issued bonds, supposedly yielding about 15% interest. However, initially, no one was inclined to purchase them. Later on, when the authorities failed to meet their targets, they were distributed among various units, leading many individuals to possess at least a few hundred. If one wishes to transfer them to another, they would be lucky to find a buyer at a discounted rate." This discourse stirred a wealth of memories for Wu Yuan. The story of Yang Huiding's rise to prosperity began with trading national treasury bonds, a well-known tale among the populace. Thus, These bonds are indeed a valuable asset. He promptly replied, as long as they are brought to you, I am willing to accept national treasury bonds out of respect for you. This declaration brought a smile to Secretary Yang's face. Very well. Since you are willing to accept them, let us agree on a 95 exchange rate. I shall defer to my father's wishes, but will this not invite gossip? Who would dare to gossip? In their hands, these treasury bonds are as good as dead money. Your willingness to accept them already offers them a great favor. Should anyone dare to speak ill, let them come to me. With the arrangement settled, Secretary Yang did not linger. Emerging from the inner room to instruct his daughter-in-law, fetch some wine and cigarettes for the children. I shan't keep you any longer. Hurry along and pay your respects to your master. In Beigang, it is customary not to host meals during the New Year visits. Secretary Yang's insistence on sending guests away is not a sign of disdain, but rather an indication of his fondness. It is certainly preferable to remaining in the courtyard and enduring the cold. Wu Yuan repeatedly insisted, Father, Mother, there is no need to prepare anything. We have provisions at home. I will retrieve them with Luoyan. Secretary Yang shot him a stern look. What a waste of time that would be. Go quickly fetch it. After leaving her father-in-law's home, the couple continued their journey. Yang Luoyan initially intended to walk a bit on her own, only to discover that the path behind them was even more treacherous than before. Having just changed into dry shoes at Secretary Yang's house, she was apprehensive about getting them wet again. Thus, when Wu Yuan crouched down, she obediently climbed onto his back. Even without the shoe predicament, the sturdy support of his back was utterly enchanting and provided her with a profound sense of security. Before they reached Master Qiao Sanyi's home, Yang Luoyan dismounted well in advance. This was not akin to returning to her parental home. If seen, so be it. She was indifferent. However, this was a respected elder who had received tea from her, and she understood the importance of decorum in such matters. Chapter 19. Master. Are you waiting for me to hit the wall? Let's wait and see in the household of Master Qiao. Though it may not rival the bustling atmosphere of Secretary Yang's residence, it is nonetheless filled with a considerable number of apprentices and successors, having been passed down through generations. After all, even Wu Yuan, the master's closed-door disciple, is now considering taking on students himself. Moreover, the clamorous noise brought by these apprentices and their wives and children is enough to shake the heavens. As Wu Yuan entered, he was called over by his senior brother, Zhai Di, who had arrived before him. You just got here too? He offered a cigarette, and they walked over together. The two brothers exhaled smoke rings, and Wu Yuan glanced in the direction of Master Qiao. Master seems to be in a good mood today. Zhai Di chuckled in response. Who knows if he is just putting on a show? With so many youngsters here today, he must have given away quite a few red envelopes. The two shared a knowing laugh. Suddenly, Master Qiao's voice boomed from the courtyard. Since there are no outsiders today, I, the old man, shall announce some splendid news. With the promise of good tidings, everyone listened intently. Even the mischievous children were silenced by a single glance from their mothers, as if they had been struck by a spell. The matter is this. Earlier in the year, Director Chen from the construction station approached me to oversee the construction of the town's grand auditorium. I took a moment to visit the site, and I must say, the project is quite substantial and presents its own challenges. After Director Chen made several visits, I agreed to take it on, especially since the terms offered were quite favorable, 5 yuan a day, plus meals. Upon hearing this, the apprentices erupted in excitement. 5 yuan a day may not sound like much, but when calculated over a month, it totals 150 yuan. Such earnings would undoubtedly surpass the income of most people today. How could one not be tempted? Seeing the enthusiastic response, Master Qiao was filled with warmth, reminiscent of his own youthful days of glory. As his gaze swept across the crowd, it landed on his closed-door disciple, Wu Yuan. He declared loudly, especially you, Wu Yuan, having just married and likely burdened with debts, right? If you work diligently with me from the start of the year, you'll be able to pay them off in no time. Master Qiao's intentions were good, and Wu Yuan understood this. Moreover, in his previous life, he had indeed worked on this project under Master Qiao, successfully resolving several critical issues. Therefore, Wu Yuan did not outright refuse his master, but instead intended to explain his situation privately. After all, he was currently overwhelmed with high-end furniture and bedding orders, leaving him little energy for the grand auditorium project. After engaging in casual conversation with several senior brothers and enjoying a couple more cigarettes, Wu Yuan finally found an opportunity to approach Master Qiao. With a sincere demeanor, he conveyed his situation and reiterated that should his master encounter difficulties during this endeavor, as a disciple, he would be unwavering in his support. However, This only served to irritate the exuberant Master Qiao. You don't think that just because you sold a set of furniture, you can truly believe your combination cabinet will conquer all. Master, please don't be angry. I want to forge my own path. If it truly doesn't work out, I shall return to seek your guidance, and you must help me, correct? You stubborn lad. Yuan turned back until you hit the wall. Very well. I shall await the day you finally collide with that wall. In the presence of a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups seem insufficient. Yet, when conversation fails to resonate, even a single word becomes excessive. With those words, Wu Yuan chose not to linger, lest he provoke the ire of his mentor. He promptly led the enthusiastic Yang Luoyan, who was engrossed in conversation with Zhai's wife, away. Departing from the residence of Master Qiao, the couple made their way directly to the home of third sister in Xiaowei village. While visits to the homes of other sisters could be overlooked, a visit to third sister's house was imperative. In previous years, during the spring festival, Wu Yuan would bring several sisters back to their maternal home, but he would always make a brief visit to third sister's house to fulfill the formality, allowing her to notify the other sisters to return home for a meal together on the third day of the new year. However, the couple found themselves without gifts. It is customary to never arrive empty-handed during the new year, regardless of the purpose of the visit. As Wu Yuan pondered whether to return home to fetch something, Yang Luoyan, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, patted her pocket and said, I have money. Let us purchase some treats from the store. The term treats here refers to an assortment of confections and pastries. Items such as peach crisps, honey 3-cut, peanut candy, and fried golden fruits all fall under this category. In his youth, Wu Yuan had a particular fondness for honey 3-cut, as it was the sweetest and did not stick to his teeth. With his wife funding the purchase, Wu Yuan felt even more enthusiastic about the endeavor. Upon reaching the village shop in Xiaowei, Yang Luoyan selected honey 3-cut, peach crisps, peanut candy, and honey, all in pairs. This would indeed suffice for the two young boys, Xiong Wu and Xiong Wen. Should we buy some more candy? Yang Luoyan seemed to anticipate the question as she patted her pocket again. I brought some already. Upon arriving at third sister's house, it was evident that many visitors were present, as her husband was the village secretary of Xiaowei. The couple was occupied and had little time to attend to Wu Yuan and Yang Luoyan. Wu Yuan, unfazed, decided to open a package of honey 3-cut and engage the two brothers, Xiong Wu and Xiong Wen, in play. Xiong Wu, aged 9, and Xiong Wen, aged 5, were typically not found playing together due to their age difference. However, in the face of delectable snacks, they were united. Xiong Wen, being the youngest son of third sister and her husband, was particularly cherished, having been born before the implementation of the one-child policy. The loss of Xiong Wen in a previous life had caused third sister and her husband much sorrow. In an attempt to alleviate their grief, they later adopted a girl, hoping to mitigate the impact of their son's untimely demise. Yet, such a void is not easily filled. Wu Yuan affectionately pulled the chubby Xiong Wen into his embrace, offering him a piece of honey 3-cut, and said, Wen, would you like to visit my home during the new year? Xiong Wen, resembling a portly version of the spirited Hao Shaowen, shook his head earnestly in response. No. Uncle, you might hit me, but my parents do not. Hearing this, Xiong Wu volunteered, Uncle, I want to go to your home. Wu Yuan turned to Xiong Wu with a teasing expression and proclaimed, One, whether you wish to go or not, you must come. The unexpected reprimand startled Xiong Wu, prompting him to burst into tears, his mouth still full of honey 3-cut, with syrup trickling down his chin. Yang Luoyan quickly intervened, gently comforting him, and then turned to Wu Yuan with a reproachful tone. He is still just a child. Why must you be so harsh with him? Wu Yuan merely smiled. It is not just him. Even the grown-up Lin Miao Miao has faced his wrath since childhood. There is no remedy for this, as these children possess only him as their singular uncle. Rarity lends value. Nevertheless, despite his harsh demeanor, these children hold a profound respect for their uncle. This is particularly true for Xiong Wu, who, upon maturing, often sought out Wu Yuan to discuss various matters. This respect stems from the authoritative foundation he established during their childhood. The couple spent a couple of hours outside, engaging in play with the two children, until they encountered the third brother-in-law, who stepped out for a brief visit to the restroom. Subsequently, Xiang Gang and Wu Yuan found themselves sharing a smoke by the restroom, indulging in a casual conversation. Chapter 20. The nation has suffered long enough from treasury bonds. Allow me to assist you. Do you possess any photographs or illustrations of the combination cabinets? Recently, several individuals have inquired, yet discussions faltered due to the unavailability of the actual items. This remark from Xiang Gang indeed served as a reminder for Wu Yuan. Is this not akin to a covert advertisement? This could be beneficial. Subsequently, Xiang Gang produced 500 yuan, stating, "This is the deposit for that high-end combination cabinet." Wu Yuan, half in disbelief, retorted, "Brother-in-law, tell me the truth. You didn't pay this out of your own pocket, did you? I must inform you, there is still money at home. You and your sister shouldn't feel obliged to support me continually." "It is not," Xiong Gang replied, producing his work notebook, pointing to the latest blank section. "See these marks? They are remnants of the receipts I have written. They are still faintly visible." Such work notebooks typically bear heavy handwriting, leaving imprints that are entirely normal. Wu Yuan examined it closely. Indeed, there were traces. He accepted the 500 yuan, stating, "This is just right for creating some brochures. I shall keep a copy for you." Xiang Gang flicked the ash off his cigarette, urging, "Then hasten to do so. The sooner you embark on profitable ventures, the better." Finally, Xiong Gang also broached the topic of redeeming treasury bonds for cash. It appears that in these times, the majority have long suffered from treasury bonds, doubting their potential for profit. Coupled with the impending inflation in 6 months, with prices soaring over 20, the 15 interest on treasury bonds indeed lacks allure. It is no wonder they are being sold off at meager prices. Wu Yuan ultimately agreed with his brother-in-law to apply a 2 discount on the redemption, leaving the remaining amount for his brother-in-law's flexible handling. On their way home, Yang Luoyan inquired, "If we truly accumulate so many treasury bonds, will they not depreciate into mere scrap paper?" Wu Yuan shook his head. "That will not happen. Once I gather a certain amount, I will dispose of them promptly. At that time, I might earn a tidy sum." In truth, the standard acquisition price for a 100 yuan treasury bond should be above 100 yuan. Particularly as they approach expiration, their value increases. This creates a margin for profit. Unfortunately, in these times, information is scarce. Moreover, most individuals possess limited amounts. And for the sake of a mere 10 or 8 yuan, it seems unnecessary to travel far. But Wu Yuan is different. A set of high-end combination furniture costs 1,200 yuan. If someone were to redeem it entirely with treasury bonds, they would require 1,200 yuan in bonds plus an additional 60 yuan. Should Wu Yuan sell this elsewhere, he could easily earn nearly 200 yuan more. This equates to a month's wages at the Grand Auditorium. Consider 1 set, then 3, 5, or even 10 sets. What a substantial sum that would be. As they conversed, upon returning home, Yang Luoyan dismounted from Wu Yuan's back, still reluctant to part. The affection was palpable, while De Huang wagged his tail excitedly, turning his head to the side, a sight to behold. Once Wu Yuan changed out of his drenched shoes, which could practically pour out water, Yang Luoyan's tears cascaded down in an instant. "How could you not mention that your shoes were this wet while carrying me? That must have been so uncomfortable." Wu Yuan reached out to wipe his wife's cheeks dry, playfully pinching her collagen-rich cheeks, and remarked, "It's merely a trivial matter. In any case, it is preferable for one individual to have damp feet than for 2 to share the same fate. You remain seated. I shall fetch some water for you to soak your feet and invigorate your circulation." The spacious basin, filled with warmth, exuded a gentle steam. Wu Yuan removed his socks and immersed his feet, immediately beckoning Yang Luoyan, "Wife, join me. Let us not waste this hot water." Upon hearing the suggestion of frugality, Yang Luoyan readily embraced it with delight. Thus, the 2 of them, 4 feet in total, 1 pair large and the other small. The larger feet grounded and steadfast, while the smaller were delicate and pleasing to the eye. Wu Yuan closed his eyes, feeling that marrying a wife with whom he could soak his feet was truly a blessing. The following day, the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, was the time for the couple to visit her family. Yang Luoyan brought along the gifts initially intended for Master Chiao, as well as the hardened fish slices left outside from the New Year's Eve feast. Upon returning to her family home, she would request Wu Yuan to prepare a dish of boiled fish for everyone to enjoy. However, upon their arrival at the home of Secretary Yang, the atmosphere was markedly different from the previous day. All the key positions for the reunion dinner had been claimed, with 6 family members from 3 households, plus the secretary's wife. The kitchen felt rather cramped. Unable to squeeze in, Wu Yuan took a solitary seat in the yard. The rare appearance of sunshine made it feel less frigid. When alone, Wu Yuan refrained from smoking, conserving his thoughts to consider how to disassemble the craftsmanship of the combination cabinet and the mattress, transforming it into a streamlined production line. This approach would facilitate division of labor and allow for reasonable allocation based on each individual's carpentry skills. Additionally, It was a necessary path toward future customized assembly lines. While deep in thought, a cigarette was suddenly offered to him, 3 or 5 brands, by no one other than his brother-in-law. Elder brother, Xu Yuan made to rise, but was halted by Yang Bin. The two lit their cigarettes, exhaling a puff, and Yang Bin then remarked, "I heard from father that you are willing to accept treasury bonds as payment?" Xu Yuan nodded. "You must understand what these treasury bonds signify, correct?" Xu Yuan chuckled at the brother's hesitant demeanor, which was quite endearing. "Elder brother, I am aware. I will find a way to manage it. The loss won't be substantial." Yang Bin continued, "In that case, I will have that bed made to match yours, for 800 yuan in treasury bonds, plus 40 yuan in cash." Xu Yuan was astonished by his brother's stock of treasury bonds. "Brother, we are family. You can forego the 40 yuan. I will accept only the 800 yuan in treasury bonds, covering all labor and materials." Yang Bin expressed his gratitude. "Brother-in-law, you truly are remarkable. It is a blessing for Luoyan to have married you. Well, to save 100 yuan, one could say I sold my sister." This comment caught young Luoyan's attention as she approached. "Elder brother, what are you saying? How is it a blessing?" Xu Yuan shot him a significant glance, clearly indicating that the matter of the 100 yuan should be dismissed. Whether with Yang Luoyan or Secretary Yang Bin immediately stood up. "I'll step out for a moment. You two continue your conversation." Faced solely with Xu Yuan, Yang Luoyan refrained from pressing further. She trusted that he would convey what needed to be said upon their return home. At last, she had secured a place at the stove, and it was time for him to showcase his culinary skills. "You take the lead, and I shall provide the ingredients," allowing them to behold the spectacle. Xu Yuan washed his hands and entered the kitchen, positioning himself behind the high stove. Before he could commence, Fan had already seized the moment. Not only was Yang Luoyan entranced, but even the sister-in-law was captivated, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was not until a substantial amount of oil was poured into the pot that Yang Chenyu gasped in horror. Her mouth agape, what if their father found out? She glanced over at her stepmother, who, with a few involuntary twitches of her face, remained silent. What could Lu Huaning possibly say? After all, it was her only biological daughter and son-in-law involved. Even if the kitchen were to be set ablaze today, she would still shield them. However, as the hot oil cascaded onto a large basin of glistening raw fish slices, the enticing aroma wafted out, irresistibly drawing the children playing in the yard closer. "I want to eat that fish. I want to taste this dish made by my little uncle." Chapter 21. The extraordinary abilities of the younger brother. The elder sister's astonishment at the reunion dinner, as the pot of boiled fish was placed on the table, it was undoubtedly a dish that would make anyone's mouth water. Young Luoyan proudly puffed out her chest, her face radiating delight. At this moment, no one mentioned Xu Yuan's wastefulness with oil. The family, in harmonious spirits, raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries. Before long, the pot of boiled fish was empty. Not only were the slices of fish devoured completely, but even the bean sprouts and daylily inside were thoroughly picked clean. Nevertheless, the children still seemed unsatisfied. The other dishes remained largely untouched. Yang Qianfan, the daughter of the elder brother-in-law, charmingly wiped her mouth and asked, "Little uncle, may I come to your house for a few days?" "Ah, all for a bite to eat." This girl truly takes after her father, drawn in by the aroma. What could Xu Yuan say? He could only respond, "Of course. You are always welcome." On the first day of the new year, dumplings. On the second, noodles. And on the third, families gather. This day dawned clear and bright. The accumulated snow on the eaves began to melt, cascading down the tiles like rain. The ground where De Huang stood was slightly elevated, preventing the straw beneath from getting wet. Even so, De Huang stood atop the doghouse, looking around, observing the melting snow water flowing from the roofs of the main and east rooms, mapping out the yard. Today was the day for the sisters to return to their parental home. Yang Luoyan rose early to prepare. This was her first reunion dinner as a daughter-in-law of the Wu family. If she did not execute it well, who knows if her sisters would return next year? That would be quite embarrassing. Xu Yuan felt reassured allowing his wife to take charge. After all, compared to previous years, the sisters returning to their parental home and preparing the reunion dinner themselves was already a significant leap forward. As for the quality, given the progress made, it was of little importance. Thus, after Xu Yuan had breakfast, he rode his bicycle to the county town. He found a photography studio named Happiness Photography. The owner, Mr. He was thrilled when Xu Yuan mentioned he wanted to take many pictures and have several albums made. Ignoring the customers waiting in the shop, he promptly followed Xu Yuan. After all, it was an 80 yuan business deal. As for printing the albums, most studios had similar services, accompanying Wu Yuan to the official compound. They arrived at Director Lu's home. Wu Yuan carried 2 pounds of salted fish, freshly cured before the new year, looking both succulent and clean. This was a more thoughtful gesture than bringing cigarettes or alcohol. When the door was opened, it was Director Lu's wife, Sister Chen, the middle-aged woman with an eye for an attractive cabinet. "Happy New Year, it's me," Wu Yuan greeted. "Oh, Master Wu, come in quickly." Sister Chen welcomed him. Wu Yuan handed her the salted fish, saying, "Sister, it's from our own farm, cured by ourselves, a small token of respect." As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes, asking, "Is Director Lu home?" Sister Chen cheerfully accepted the salted fish and replied, "He's not at home." "Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Wu Yuan waved his hand repeatedly. "Not at all. Today, I visited primarily to express my gratitude to Director Lu for the insightful connections made a few days ago, and secondly, to request a small favor from Sister Chen, as I sought someone to provide a promotional photograph for the combination cabinet. It was quite casual, just a simple shoot. Following that, it was time for Bossy to take center stage. Lights were set up, adjustments made, and amidst the flurry of activity, Wu Yuan accompanied Sister Chen, engaging in a delightful conversation that traversed various topics. It was evident that Sister Chen was naturally optimistic and warm-hearted, her enthusiasm bubbling forth whenever she encountered something she cherished. "Master Wu," she exclaimed, "the combination cabinet you crafted is truly exquisite and sophisticated, with remarkable quality. In recent days, whenever guests visit my home, they rave about it and express a desire to acquire a set for themselves. Sister Chen, this handcrafted combination cabinet is indeed suited for someone of your stature. For an average household, it would not yield such a splendid effect." She could not help but chuckle, her joy amplified by the praise from a professional. After a moment of mirth, she inquired further, "So, Master Wu, aside from this high-end combination furniture, what other pieces do you create?" Wu Yuan, attuned to her interest, replied candidly, "Sister Chen, to be honest, I recently got married and have little to offer my wife. Thus, I devoted considerable thought to crafting a marriage bed, complemented with a versatile mattress for both winter and summer. My wife was deeply touched, and relatives who attended our wedding have also expressed admiration, with many asking me to create a set for them." Sister Chen's interest piqued, she said, "Really?" At that moment, if Wu Yuan did not seize the opportunity, it would have been a missed chance. How fortuitous. "I shall be taking Master He to my home shortly to photograph the bed. If you are interested, you could accompany us. Is that convenient?" she asked. "There's nothing inconvenient about it, Sister Chen. It would be our honor to have you visit our humble abode. Then I shall tidy up and accompany you to take a look," she responded. Once ready, after waiting for over 10 minutes, Bossy finally finished taking the photographs. The trio made their way to Liyuan village. Along the journey, Wu Yuan's extensive life experiences allowed him to engage effortlessly with someone like Sister Chen, resulting in a pleasant exchange. However, upon reaching the entrance of Liyuan village, the muddy path caused Sister Chen to inadvertently step into a puddle. Despite this, her enthusiasm for viewing the marriage bed remained undeterred. Upon entering the Wu family's courtyard, the 3 sisters in the main room turned to look as they heard their arrival. In the kitchen, Sister Wu Xiuhua, who was assisting Yang Luoyan, promptly came to greet them. "Ah, Sister Chen, what brings you here?" Sister Chen was initially taken aback, but soon realized, "So, Master Wu is your brother. How could I have overlooked that?" It turned out that Director Lu was the office director of the Water Resources Bureau, and Xionggang was known for his integrity and wide circle of acquaintances, having known him previously. Upon hearing Wu Xiuhua's introduction, the 3 sisters in the main room were equally astonished. When had their younger brother quietly established a connection with the Water Resources Bureau? After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Yuan led Sister Chen and Boss He into the east wing of the main room. Yang Luoyan was a diligent person. Each morning, she neatly folded the blankets and kept the room spotless. Even the sheets laid upon the mattress were impeccably smooth, devoid of any creases. Upon catching sight of the bed's headboard and the metal fixtures at the 4 corners, Sister Chen could not help but feel an immediate fondness. When the sheets were removed, revealing the mattress beneath, her delight was further magnified. The bed crafted by Master Wu was more exquisite than anything one could acquire in the city, and it was made of genuine materials. "Master Wu, I would like to have a complete set made, including both the bed and the mattress," Sister Chen expressed eagerly. "Certainly, Sister Chen," Master Wu replied. After Sister Chen joyfully examined the bed, she departed from the eastern chamber, allowing space for Boss He to take photographs. The group continued their conversation for a while longer. Wu Xiuhua wished to invite Sister Chen to join them for a meal, but was unable to persuade her to stay. Moreover, as Sister Chen was leaving, she specifically prepared a red envelope containing 10 yuan as a belated wedding gift for Wu Yuan. Though the amount was modest, it was thoughtful. Wu Yuan, unable to decline, accepted it graciously and earnestly promised that Sister Chen would soon enjoy sleeping on a brand new Simmons mattress. Chapter 22. With 3 disciples, I have become Tang Sung. After bidding farewell to Sister Chen, I subsequently saw off Boss He. A half deposit was paid for the art album, with the promise that it could be collected in a week. Given the circumstances, Wu Yuan was quite satisfied, especially considering it was the Spring Festival, when many places remained closed for the holiday. Upon returning to the main hall, the 3 sisters incessantly inquired about Sister Chen's background. Their curiosity was not merely due to the esteem typically afforded to individuals within the system, but rather the rarity of officials from the Water Conservancy Bureau. In the small county of Beigang, where traditional forestry resources were scarce, a grand canal traversed the town. Numerous vessels passed through, necessitating the establishment of a ship lock. In contrast to other dry and uninspiring institutions, the Water Conservancy Bureau undoubtedly represented a lucrative and prosperous establishment. It was only natural that the eldest, second, and fourth siblings regarded the youngest brother with newfound respect for associating with such a prominent organization. Yet, Wu Yuan's responses remained simple and understated, which only deepened the sisters' sense of mystery and intrigue. When they saw Xiong Gang arrive fashionably late, they could not help but regret not inviting their own family member to join the reunion dinner. In the kitchen, Lin Miao had been assisting Yang Luoyan in preparing the festive meal. Observing Wu Yuan's composed demeanor as he welcomed guests, she inquired, "Aunt, did you introduce the person Uncle brought?" Yang Luoyan shook her head. "Of course not. I do not know him." She then emphasized, "Your uncle possesses considerable influence. Even my father holds him in high regard." Yang Luoyan understood that while her father had intentions to support their household, such decisive action was unprecedented. Ultimately, it was Wu Yuan who had captured her father's attention. "Miao, what are you doing in the city?" she asked. "I have taken a temporary position at the factory where my father works, but the salary is meager, barely over 40, and it is almost impossible to draw it out. During the new year, I have nothing. What about you, Aunt?" "In previous years, I assisted at the sericulture station, but it only kept me busy for 4 or 5 months. After the new year, I plan to help your uncle with some sewing and mending, so he can pay you a salary." Lin Miao teased, only to be overheard by Wu Yuan as he entered. "What salary?" "All the money I earn belongs to your aunt." "Who would believe that?" Lin Miao retorted, sticking out her tongue and making a funny face. Yang Luoyan shifted the topic. "What do we need to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony the day after tomorrow?" Wu Yuan contemplated. "There is no need for elaborate preparations. The carpenter's apprenticeship ceremony is quite simple, perhaps a bow and a cup of tea. We do not possess any teacups, so offering tea can be omitted." "Oh dear," Lin Miao exclaimed, unable to resist teasing. "Uncle, are people really coming to take you as their master?" Wu Yuan beamed with pride. "Indeed, not just one, but 3 have come to me. One approached me directly, another was introduced by my sister's husband, and the last by my father-in-law." Lin Miao quipped, "With 3 disciples, you have become Tang Sing." Wu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had never anticipated such a clever remark. Zhao Baojun, introduced by brother-in-law Xiong Gang, was his second apprentice in a previous life. He is already married to Ma Mingjun, and unlike the elder generation, this young man is merely 17 years old, just stepping into adulthood. He possesses a nimble mind and a hint of talent. As for Zhu Liubiao, introduced by Secretary Yang, he is the 6th son of the Zhu family in the village and has just turned 18 this year. The 6 brothers form a significant influence in the village. Secretary Yang's introduction of him seems to suggest a desire to align himself with Zhu Liubiao for support. However, this is entirely unnecessary. In a past life, he and Zhu Liubiao were not in a master-apprentice relationship, yet they maintained a good rapport. This fellow has somehow acquired a few tricks of the trade and has thrived on construction sites for many years. "Miao, why don't you also seek a mentor?" Wu Yuan suggested, not for any other reason but to avoid becoming a Tang Sing. However, Lin Miao was entirely unfazed. "I refuse. If I were to take on a mentor, it would be my aunt for learning some feminine skills." Wu Yuan, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Your aunt has indeed learned quite a few new skills recently." This comment caused Yang Luoyan to blush profoundly, yet she dared not scold her husband openly. fearing that Lin Miao might discern the underlying truth. After the third day of the new year, the fifth day arrived, the day to welcome the god of wealth. Traditionally, carpenters would choose this day to accept apprentices. Bright and early, the couple had breakfast and awaited their 3 apprentices. The eldest apprentice, Ma Mingjun, a tall and robust man, arrived accompanied by his wife. Traditionally, carpenters avoided taking in married men as apprentices, but Wu Yuan was unperturbed by such customs. The second apprentice, Zhao Baotun, tall and slender, appeared sharp-witted, arriving in the company of brother-in-law Xionggang. The third apprentice, Zhu Liubiao, shorter in stature yet sturdy, clearly had the physique for hard labor, was brought by his mother-in-law Lu Hui. Wu Yuan suggested that the 3 of them could skip individual formalities and proceed together through the rituals instead. Only one guardian was necessary, and brother-in-law Xiong would suffice. After exchanging a few words with Yang Luoyan, Lu Hui departed. Yang Luoyan turned back, realizing she too would have to sit on the opposite side of the saw and axe, accepting the bows and kneelings of the apprentices, which made her hesitate momentarily. Suddenly, she felt like an old-fashioned feudal matron. Any delicate young woman might find it overwhelming. Nevertheless, the ceremony had to be observed, especially upon seeing her husband Wu Yuan sitting upright, his demeanor solemn. Yang Luoyan straightened her back, gritting her teeth to uphold his dignity. The first bow was to the ancestral master. As there was no portrait of the master, they used the saw and axe as a substitute. The 3 apprentices, with serious expressions, bowed to the saw and axe placed on the 8 immortals' table. The second bow was to the master. They bowed again towards Wu Yuan. The third was to the mistress, and they bowed once more towards Yang Luoyan. Finally, there was the master's address, proclaiming certain rules. Wu Yuan was succinct in his words. Today, you enter the craft, and according to the apprenticeship duration, you will not graduate until the Dragon Boat Festival of 1991, totaling 3 years and 1 festival. In other workshops, apprentices are provided only food and drink during this period without wages. However, I will make a slight adjustment. As long as you can produce work, I shall pay you. The one critical principle, the paramount principle, is that safety comes first. The electric planer, axe, and saw, all are exceedingly sharp and indiscriminate. One must possess a profound reverence for these tools, understanding them as intimately as one does one's own kin. Upon first touch, one should grasp their depths. This constitutes the first lesson I impart to you, the understanding of tools. Thus, the apprenticeship ceremony was concluded. As the crowd dispersed, Wu Yuan led his 3 disciples into the eastern room, distributing a tool to each. They were instructed to familiarize themselves with the structure, methods of application, and potential outcomes of their tools before commencing practice. Once the learning tasks were arranged, Wu Yuan began his own work. The volume of orders was increasing daily, and the pressure to meet deadlines was mounting. Therefore, he eagerly anticipated his 3 disciples mastering their skills swiftly to alleviate some of his burden. Even if the trio could not match the output of 3 carpenters, contributing as one would still be advantageous, significantly reducing the project timeline. Chapter 23. The grand plan for fostering, achieving twofold gains in the blink of an eye. The Lantern Festival had passed. Through their daily interactions, Wu Yuan gradually discerned the personalities of his 3 apprentices. The eldest was industrious and eager to learn, yet possessed only a mediocre level of comprehension. He could grasp the simplest mortise and tenon joints, but struggled with more complex structures that required spatial imagination. The second apprentice, astute and clever, adeptly compensated for this shortcoming. He could easily comprehend even the most intricate joinery. As in his past life, he had the potential to learn the most. The third apprentice, Zhu Laolu, exhibited a more neutral demeanor, representing the average capabilities of many. With diligent study, he could understand most concepts. Yet he was the least inclined to delve deeply into his studies, believing that a superficial understanding sufficed. Unfortunately, before the 3 apprentices could produce any tangible results, they had already consumed the last of the household grain. With no other option, Wu Yuan reluctantly handed over the 500 yuan deposit he had collected from his brother-in-law to Yang Luoyan. He began to contemplate how to implement a work-study program. Even if it meant reducing their labor output slightly, any contribution was better than none. Wu Yuan subtly assigned some physically demanding tasks, such as chopping wood and filing, to his 3 apprentices. Initially, this led to considerable wastage of materials. However, by the end of the lunar month, their efforts began to bear fruit, and collectively, the 3 apprentices managed to achieve the output equivalent to half a skilled worker. Wu Yuan felt content, albeit at the cost of their hands, which bore blisters and calluses, a natural consequence. As the first month passed, The second day of the second month arrived, marking the dragon raising its head festival. The river began to thaw, and the water flow gradually increased. Wu Yuan recalled the matter concerning Xiongwan and pondered how to bring the child over. Just then, he noticed his wife leaning against the bed, lost in thought. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Have you spent the 500 yuan already?" "No, it's not that," Yang Luoyan replied, tilting her head and snuggling closer to his chest. "I think I might be pregnant." "Pregnant? With what?" Wu Yuan was overwhelmed, having been preoccupied with work, managing to accomplish the labor of 1.5 skilled carpenters, alongside his 3 apprentices. This had caused him to overlook his wife. Thus, he initially failed to grasp the significance of her words until she playfully punched him, prompting an epiphany. "Am I going to be a father?" Seeing Wu Yuan's ecstatic reaction, much of Yang Luoyan's initial concern dissipated, yet she remained somewhat reserved. "I just feel that it will take some time to confirm." "Stop feeling. We shall visit the hospital tomorrow," Wu Yuan insisted. "It's only been 10 days to half a month. What can the hospital tell us? It would be a waste of money. We must trust the doctor's expertise," she countered. Amidst his excitement, Wu Yuan chuckled at the irony of having previously hesitated to have children, fearing it would distract from his affection for his wife. Having a child sooner is better. The earlier, the quicker the recovery. Having lived 2 lives, this would be his first experience of fatherhood, and Wu Yuan found it impossible to sleep. Meanwhile, Yang Luoyan, having observed her husband's reaction, had endured several restless nights. Now, with the tension in her heart eased, she nestled into Wu Yuan's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Wu Yuan gazed at her delicate face and couldn't help but plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. The woman who shares both joys and sorrows with him suddenly evokes an inexplicable sense of kinship within him. What is the purpose of life? Achieving fame and success. Reaching the pinnacle of one's career and basking in the limelight is not particularly arduous. However, the true treasure lies in being able to create a nurturing environment for one's beloved and to live a harmonious life together. The following morning, on the 5th day of the 2nd lunar month, Wu Yuan promptly assigned tasks to his 3 apprentices before riding with his wife to the local hospital. After conducting a urine test, although the results were somewhat unremarkable, a conclusion was drawn. "Indeed, your beloved is pregnant." The doctor inquired about any chronic conditions such as heart disease, hypertension, or genetic disorders. Listening to the doctor's questions, Yang Luoyan was still processing the news and had yet to fully comprehend it. Wu Yuan cheerfully replied, "No. Is there anything we should be cautious about moving forward? The first 3 months are crucial for maintaining the pregnancy, and the most important thing is you. Take care of yourself." Being directly admonished by the doctor, Wu Yuan could only nod in agreement with a smile. He had intended to request some medications, such as folic acid and calcium supplements, but unfortunately, the local hospital had none available. He would have to arrange for someone to obtain them from the county hospital. For now, they decided to head home. On the way back, Wu Yuan deliberately detoured to his sister's house to share the news with Wu Xiuhua. Upon hearing the news, Wu Xiuhua immediately began packing her belongings. "Sister, what are you doing?" "I must go and care for Luoyan during her first pregnancy. Can I rely on you, an old man, to manage this?" Wu Yuan replied. "What about Xiong Wu and Xiongwan?" "Xiong Wu will go to his uncle's house, and I will take care of Xiongwan." Wu Yuan thought discreetly about how Xiongwan would manage to navigate this year's challenges. "Well, that sounds good. All right, sister, I appreciate your help. The baby Luoyan carries is also my dear nephew or niece. Let us not speak of trivialities." At that moment, Xionggang, who had been busy in the fields, hurried back. He pedaled his bike, bringing along his sister and Xiongwan's mother, following Wu Yuan and his wife back to Li Yuan village. Throughout the journey, Wu Xiuhua frequently reassured her sister-in-law, which helped calm the nerves of the first-time mother, Yang Luoyan, easing her furrowed brow. Wu Yuan, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the wisdom of experience could not be replaced by even the most meticulous care. Upon returning home, Xionggang sought out Zhao Baojun in the east room, where he was smoking, and advised him not to be too clever, but rather to work hard and learn his craft. With Wu Yuan accompanying him, they chatted until they reached the village entrance before he departed. Turning back toward home, Wu Yuan found that his sister had already settled Luoyan comfortably on the bed, allowing her to watch television or rest as she wished. Observing his wife's hesitant expression, Wu Yuan intuitively stood up and said, "You rest assured. I will go and inform our parents." Wu Xiuhua chimed in, praising Wu Yuan. "Look at my dear younger brother, so considerate. You ought to muster your strength and give him a healthy son or a lovely daughter." Wu Yuan could only grin foolishly at this, until Wu Xiuhua turned back, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up." With a single breath, Wu Yuan pedaled his way to Secretary Yang's home, calling out "Mom, Mom, Mom," with an enthusiasm and ease that had never been felt before. Lu Hui, puzzled, emerged from the back room, knitting in hand. "Xiao Yuan, what is the rush?" she asked. "Mom, Luoyan is pregnant," he exclaimed. "What? What did you say?" Just a moment ago, she had been chiding Wu Yuan for his haste. But now Lu Hui could barely contain her own excitement. "Oh dear, you children, such significant news as pregnancy and no preparations made. I must gather my things at once to care for Luoyan. The first 3 months are crucial. Mom, my sister has already come over. With her looking after Luoyan, you need not worry." Upon hearing Wu Xiuhua's name, famed for her attentiveness, Lu Hui calmed down. "Then I must go and see for myself. Come with me, and I will bring you back afterward." Chapter 24. The growth of a man occurs overnight. When Lu Hui arrived, Yang Luoyan was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. However, Lu Hui soon advised her to refrain from such extreme emotions, urging her to maintain a calm and stable demeanor, devoid of excessive sorrow or joy. "I understand, mother. If there is anything you need or something you wish to eat, do not hesitate to spend. Let him go and buy it." "All right then. My daughter is truly going to suffer," Lu Hui remarked, casting a sharp glance at Wu Yuan. This left Wu Yuan feeling inexplicably wronged, wondering how he had become the target of blame for her supposed suffering. Nevertheless, recognizing the volatility of his wife's emotions, he accepted it with a heavy heart. With Yang Luoyan's pregnancy, the household was no longer suitable for the constant noise of power tools and hammering, which greatly disturbed her rest. Moreover, with the impending arrival of their child by the end of the year, Wu Yuan felt an increasing urgency to earn money. He could no longer be content with training 3 apprentices at a leisurely pace. Instead, he sought to hire a skilled carpenter to assist him. Although there was a risk that this skilled carpenter might learn the methods for crafting combination cabinets and mattresses, Wu Yuan had little choice and prioritized immediate needs. He focused on completing the 6 sets of combination cabinets and a dozen mattresses, a venture worth nearly 20,000, hoping to finish swiftly and secure the funds. However, finding a competent carpenter proved challenging. Most of his fellow apprentices were engaged in a significant project with Master Qiao. The other available carpenters, even without work, required Wu Yuan to personally solicit their assistance. The first person who came to mind was the neighbor, Old Dai. He was an adept worker, albeit with poor social connections, having offended many and finding himself without work. Additionally, his lack of creativity had led to increasingly rough and unsatisfactory furniture, reducing him to a state similar to that of Wu Yuan in his past life, only capable of crafting coffins. "Uncle Dai, if you are willing to help, I can offer you 5 yuan a day, paid monthly." Upon hearing this, Old Dai chuckled heartily. "Heh, who are we to each other? We've been neighbors for so many years. How could I not trust you?" "Well, you're making money off me but also taking advantage of me," he added jokingly. "Furthermore, I plan to hire another person to help. But overall, when I'm not around, you will certainly be in charge." Such words were music to Old Dai's ears, prompting another hearty laugh. "Count on me." That evening, Wu Yuan recruited another carpenter named Master Qi from Xiong village, recommended by his brother-in-law, Xionggang, who assured him of his reliability. Nevertheless, Wu Yuan still considered keeping Old Dai involved to maintain a level of control. With the additional manpower, productivity doubled. Moreover, Wu Yuan relocated the workshop from the eastern room of his home to a vacant building in the village, providing ample space for everyone to work together, significantly enhancing efficiency. In April, the warmth of spring blossomed. The lingering traces of winter snow had vanished, replaced by the arrival of spring rain. Although such rain is precious, it persisted for an entire week, leaving everyone feeling damp and uncomfortable. It was around 9 o'clock. Wu Yuan returned home clad in a raincoat, shaking off the droplets of rain and hanging it beneath the eaves. In the west wing of the main hall, Xiongwen had already succumbed to slumber, while Sanjie emerged with a look of tender concern, admonishing him gently, "No matter how hard you strive, you must take care of your health. If this continues, how will Luo Yin and the children depend on you?" This was a reproach laced with affection. Wu Yuan had little to retort, merely nodding in silent acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Sanjie, the hardest days are behind us." Yang Luoyan, her slightly rounded waist evident, stepped out and bent down to wring a warm towel for him. Taking a seat in the main hall, Wu Yuan recounted, "Today, we delivered 3 sets of combination cabinets, with the payment fully settled. Not only does it cover the previous deficit from purchasing plywood, but it also yields a surplus of 1,000 yuan in treasury bonds. Upon hearing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling a sense of financial stability. Yang Luoyan remarked, "The timber in the pigsty is nearly depleted. We will need to purchase not only plywood but likely timber as well." Wu Yuan acknowledged this, noting that materials for 3 remaining combination cabinets and 5 sets of mattresses had already been allocated. Should any new orders arrive, fresh timber would be necessary. Father said, "If you need timber, just let him know." Wu Yuan nodded. He felt no need to be overly polite with his father-in-law, given that the workshop had moved to the village through his father-in-law's connections. At that moment, Sanjia brought forth a large bowl of noodles topped with a poached egg, offering it to Wu Yuan. Upon seeing this, he intended to pass the egg to his wife, but before Wu Xiuhua could speak, Yang Luoyan declined. "I've already eaten. Sanjia made this especially for you. You mustn't neglect your health. Both of us depend on you." Wu Yuan ate silently, reflecting on the arduous journey of entrepreneurship, easy to speak of but profoundly challenging in execution. After finishing the noodles, Wu Yuan washed his face and donned his raincoat once more. "If it's regarding the timber, I can mention it to Mother tomorrow," he stated. Yang Luoyan, noticing her husband's weariness and impending departure, quickly reminded him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "I should go myself. After all, it's a matter concerning Father, and I cannot take it for granted." The rain intensified, drenching him as he stepped out into the downpour. Watching her husband plunge into the rain, his footsteps fading into the distance, Yang Luoyan could not restrain her tears. "Sanjia, it pains me to see him struggle so," she lamented. Wu Xiuhua, her eyes glistening with tears, comforted her sister-in-law. "Do not fret. This is what he, as a man, ought to do. If we endure this period, it will get better." Upon arriving at his father-in-law's residence, Yang Zhishu scrutinized Wu Yuan's gaunt visage, squinting as he puffed on his pipe. "For the timber, you need only convey a message. There is no need for you to venture out at this hour. Father, in addition to timber, I wish to order some red bricks from the brick kiln, as well as cement and sand. If I could procure some rebar, that would be even better. Why do you need so many materials? Are you planning to build a fort?" "Father, I sense that the prices of these building materials will rise. Since we will eventually need to renovate our home, it would be prudent to secure these supplies now. It surely cannot lead to a loss. The momentum of price inflation has been evident for some time now, yet the days of deluge have not yet arrived. But they are fast approaching." Wu Yuan contemplated gathering a stockpile of construction materials before the inundation. Yang Luoyan was expecting a child this year. He must provide the best home for his wife and child. "Father, I can write an IOU." Wu Yuan paused, adding with conviction. Yang, the village secretary, tapped his tobacco pipe. "I thought you had just managed your finances and would take a breather. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Fearful that the burdens on your shoulders might not be heavy enough?" "Father, for Luoyan, I can endure." Yang, the village secretary, shot him a disapproving glare. "You lad, now you can't stop mentioning Luoyan. You weren't like this when you first got married." Nevertheless, the village secretary understood that even if he did not intervene, Wu Yuan could still enlist Xiong Gang to procure the building materials. "All right, I understand. You may return now." He then called into the inner room. "Bring him those 2 bags of milk powder from the house." Chapter 25, The Bitter and the Sweet. Fortune turns on a rainy night. Wu Yuan returned home, stepping unevenly through the mud. He stood in the desolate pigsty, lighting a cigarette. As the smoke curled around him, he exhaled, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. To claim he was not tired would be a falsehood. Yet, having lived 2 lives, he felt an unprecedented sense of ambition and vigor, compelling him to push himself further. Without a modicum of rigor, how could he discern the limits of his endurance? Nevertheless, the exhaustion was palpable. As the ember flickered in his hand, Wu Yuan noticed a few scattered wooden sticks in the corner. They appeared to be remnants of broken furniture, perhaps discarded legs of an old bench. He kicked one lightly. It was surprisingly sturdy. The sound alone suggested it was good timber. Such fine wood ought not to be wasted. He could repurpose it into a leg for a bed. With this thought, Wu Yuan struck a match, lifted the piece of wood, weighed it in his hand, and examined it closely. The sight startled him. Was this not rosewood? Who would dare to use it as firewood? Moreover, it was only partially burned and left here. In his hand, the piece of rosewood measured about 30 centimeters. One and charred to a charcoal-like state. Such a waste. This wood could not serve as a bed leg. But it might just suffice for the restoration of the rosewood armchair, provided he crafted the mortise and tenon joints with greater ingenuity. Wu Yuan's eyes brightened. Who could have imagined that the rosewood he had been longing to find would be nestled in the corner of his own pigsty? Had he not discovered it tonight, it might have been burned to cinders by tomorrow or the day after, yielding little more than a pot of rice. Truly, the harder one works, the luckier one becomes. He carried the piece of rosewood to the east room, placing it beside the rosewood armchair, and then washed up for bed, observing the inexplicable excitement on her husband's face. Yang Luoyan felt a flicker of nostalgia for the long-lost expression. How long had it been since she had seen him so animated? Yet, once her husband had a request. What then? Her sister had warned her repeatedly against this and that. After much internal conflict, she relaxed when Wu Yuan climbed into bed, kissed her forehead, and promptly fell into slumber. Yang Luoyan's heart ached. He was simply too weary. The following day, April 16th, the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow that breathed life into everything it touched. Even the neighbor's tabby cat frolicked in the wheat fields, creating scenes of rejuvenation. This left De Huang in a state of distress. As he watched the lady of the house's belly grow, he remained perpetually underwhelming. Each time the neighbor's small black and gray dogs approached, they were swiftly chased away by his owner's sister. Could he not live in peace? Little did De Huang know that Wu Xiuhua chased the dogs away to protect Yang Luoyan's well-being. Although such occurrences were rare, she believed it prudent to err on the side of caution. Wu Xiuhua approached her responsibilities with meticulous care. After rising, Wu Yuan felt in good spirits and rejuvenated. The recent days of relentless rain have given way to a radiant sun, evoking a sense of sweet relief and the promise of fortune. After confiding in Yang Luoyan and Wu Xiuhua, he cautioned against disturbing the Wang Wali armchair and the wood in the east room. He playfully pinched Xiongwen's cheek, saying, "Tomorrow, when the weather warms, your uncle will teach you to swim." Judging by the timeline, Xiongwen should have evaded the calamity of his past life. However, with the abundant rainfall and the waterlogged areas brimming, Wu Yuan was uncertain if returning the child now would ensure that a great calamity must lead to blessings. Wu Yuan was reluctant to take that gamble. After all, this child was his sister's lifeline. After much contemplation, he resolved that as the child's uncle, he must impart all that the boy needed to learn. At the very least, he ought to familiarize him with the nearby ponds, or conversely, instill in him a fear of the water, so he would steer clear. The specifics of his plan were still unclear to Wu Yuan, but he decided that neither his sister nor Xiongwen would return before the harvest. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The village broadcast was airing news about International Labor Day. During this fortnight, the village workshop had produced 5 sets of mattress beds, including frames and mattresses. One set was delivered to his brother-in-law Yang Bin, another to the Su family in the same village, while the remaining 3 sets were for families in the nearby Shaowei village. Apart from his brother-in-law's household, the other 4 families were eagerly preparing wedding beds for their sons. As time was of the essence, they paid in cash. The accounts had swelled by 200 yuan in cash, alongside 800 yuan in treasury bonds from his brother-in-law, and the original 1,000 yuan in treasury bonds, bringing the total to 5,000 yuan. Wu Yuan felt significantly lighter with this newfound fortune. Each evening upon returning home, after dinner, he found solace in the east room, tinkering with the Wang Wali armchair. Given the scarcity and preciousness of the material, Wu Yuan devised 3 mortise and tenon designs before settling on the optimal choice using common wood. He then skillfully processed a piece of charred wood discovered in the pigpen, seamlessly replacing the broken leg of the armchair, with the joint cuts oriented internally, rendering them virtually invisible. Furthermore, employing a unique secret technique, he aged it slightly, making it undetectable to the untrained eye. As a woodworker, the satisfaction derived from restoring a piece of antique furniture far surpassed that of crafting new items. It felt as though, in mending the old piece, he was preserving the history it embodied, a subtle yet profound sense of accomplishment. In the east wing, on the mattress bed, Yang Luoyan nestled in Wu Yuan's embrace, her hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, feeling the deep bond of kinship. "Your sister is returning tomorrow. We must express our gratitude. I have made clothes for both Xiongwen and Xiongwu. What else can we add for the child?" Wu Xiuhua had mentioned this during dinner. Wu Yuan, while surprised, found it entirely reasonable. With Yang Luoyan's pregnancy now evident, it signified that the baby was secure, and she temporarily required no special care. Moreover, with the harvest approaching, his sister's household had been neglected for far too long. Both his brother-in-law and Xiongwu were eager to reunite with her and Xiongwen. The additions were secondary. "I find myself pondering whether it might be possible to keep the child Xiongwen at home for a little while longer. I promised to teach him how to swim." Yet I have not had the opportunity to do so. I truly wish to keep that child. He is simply delightful. With Meow Meow coming over to join me and sitting on the mattress cover, our household can easily accommodate him. However, I am uncertain if my third sister's family would be amenable to this arrangement. I shall speak with her about it tomorrow. By the way, Father sent word that the delivery includes 300 square red bricks, 1 truckload of cement, 3 truckloads of sand, and that bit of rebar has all been dispatched. He inquired when we would settle the accounts. Father mentioned that we must do so by the end of the year at the latest. I assured him not to worry. We will certainly settle the account before the year's end, with his grandson as collateral. As Xu Yuan spoke, he affectionately stroked his wife's belly. Don't be silly. Behave yourself. Yang Luoyan chided as she swatted his hand away. With all these materials, costing several thousand, it's enough to build a small villa. Father truly does not understand what you are planning. Should I inquire? Xu Yuan, deliberately withholding information, replied, You will find out in due time. Chapter 26. Achieving the small goal of 10,000 yuan ahead of schedule early the next morning, when Xu Yuan rose from his slumber, Wu Xiuhua had not only prepared breakfast but also packed their bags. Xiongwen sat on a small stool, clutching a teddy bear, seemingly lost in thought. Either nostalgic for home or still in the grasp of sleep. Xu Yuan called Wu Xiuhua aside, saying, Third sister, once we return, please keep a close eye on Xiaowen and ensure this child stays far away from the waterholes. There are far too many waterholes near your home. It's not wise to leave Xiao Wu to watch over him alone. Wu Xiuhua brushed it off, replying, It's fine. There are so many children in our area, and I haven't heard of any accidents happening. Wu Yuan shifted his approach, suggesting, What if we enroll Xiao when in kindergarten? At his age, he could join a small class. That would be a waste of money, Wu Xiuhua laughed. Even if we sent him now, he would just be playing with the older kids in the big and small classes. Then let Xiaowen stay at home a bit longer. It's just right for me to teach him how to paddle, which I haven't done yet. You're always so busy. Do you even have time to teach him? Just as Xu Yuan was at a loss for words in response to his sister, Yang Luoyan seized the moment to interject. Third sister, let Xiaowen stay. I can look after him along with Meow Meow. As she spoke, Lin Meow Meow arrived on her bicycle. Ever since she had been offered a salary of 5 yuan a day, she had been waking up earlier than she did when working in the city. In the evenings, it was Yang Luoyan who insisted on sending her home before dark. Now that third sister Wu Xiuhua was leaving, Lin Meow Meow felt quite liberated, saying, Auntie, now that you're going, I can stay at Uncle S' house. Don't worry, I'll take care of Xiaowen at night. With this assurance, Wu Xiuhua felt completely at ease. If she had taken Xiongwen back with her, she wouldn't have been able to provide such attentive care. Otherwise, the calamity that befell in her past life might have repeated itself. A week later, on the evening of May 8th, Wu Xiuhua and Xiong Gang arrived with an anxious demeanor, accompanied by a visibly shaken Xiong Wu. Upon seeing them, Wu Yuan sensed something was amiss. Third sister, what has happened? As Wu Xiuhua spoke, tears began to stream down her face as she held Xiongwen close, saying, Today, the third child from Sun Laomao's family in our village was taken by a water ghost. Hearing this news filled Wu Yuan with dread, reminding him of the warnings he had previously shared. Thank goodness Xiaowen has been here for so long. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Yang Luoyan sighed deeply. It truly is a matter of life and death. Wu Yuan felt a profound sorrow for the child from Sun Laomao's family. However, it was imperative for the families in the village to learn from this tragedy. Xiongwen, frightened by his mother's distress, quickly hid in Aunt Yang Luoyan's embrace. Peeking out with only his small head visible, Xiong Gang attempted to ease his brow, though it remained furrowed. The village had resolved to fill in that waterhole, and in other areas where the water was deeper than waist-high, fences were to be erected. It is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Although this solution may not be entirely foolproof, it is certainly better than taking no action at all. Wu Xiuhua continued, I have discussed this with your third brother-in-law. Once Xiongwen returns home, we'll have his grandfather come over to help keep an eye on him. Xiongwen peeked out from Yang Luoyan's arms, saying, Mom, I don't want to go home. Without waiting for Wu Xiuhua and her husband to react, Xiongwu stepped forward to admonish his younger brother. Are you lost in enjoyment and forgetting your responsibilities? As the ancients said, a dog does not disdain a poor home, nor does a child disdain an unsightly mother. Xiaowen, your behavior is inappropriate. It is no wonder that Xiongwu, upon growing up, pursued education and became a teacher. He evidently possessed a natural talent for instructing others from a young age. The adults were soon amused by the antics of the two children. Wu Xiuhua, Adhering to Xiong Wen's wishes did not take him back home. Xiong Wu was filled with frustration, his chest heaving with indignation. During their return journey, Wu Xiuhua reflected. Even now, I cannot shake off the lingering fear. Xiong Gang remained silent, unable to fathom the consequences if the incident involving the Sun family were to befall them. The mere thought was too dreadful to contemplate. At the time of the incident, a group of children were playing by the water, as they did routinely. After the Sun family's child fell in, none of the children realized the peril they were in. Even Xiongwu only casually mentioned it upon returning home, commenting that Sun Sandan had vanished beneath the water. Had Xiongwen been at home, he too would have been playing near the water with the other children. The repercussions are truly unfathomable. Xiongwu, still innocent in demeanor, said, previously, whenever my uncle returned and saw Xiongwen playing by the water, he would give him a beating. The couple chimed in unison, your uncle was right to do so. Xiongwu shrank back, no longer daring to speak. The unreasonable and overbearing nature of his uncle left a profound shadow in his young heart. 2 days later, on May 10th, the 25th day of the 3rd lunar month, Sister Chen arrived early in the morning. Wu Yuan, his wife Yang Luoyan, and their niece Lin Miaomiu were having breakfast with Xiongwen. Wu Yuan quickly ushered her inside, while Yang Luoyan retrieved bowls and chopsticks, preparing to invite Sister Chen to join them. However, Sister Chen cheerfully declined. I've already eaten. Wu Yuan chuckled, Sister Chen, the mattress you ordered will be ready in no more than 5 days. There is no need for you to come so often. Do you not trust my work? It's not that I don't trust you, Sister Chen replied. But I've learned of a potential buyer for a Wangwali armchair and have come to discuss it with you. Wu Yuan nodded, understanding her intent. Ever since the first batch of mattresses was delivered, Sister Chen had been coming by regularly to oversee the process, anxious that her family's order might not be included in the second batch. As a result, she discovered the Wangwali armchair that Wu Yuan had restored, which was not only of exceptional quality but also rich in history, clearly a fine piece. She assured him that she would keep an eye out for a buyer. In less than a week, she had found one. However, this time Sister Chen came alone, as the buyer did not appear in person. This indicated that the buyer trusted Sister Chen, delegating the matter to her completely. Moreover, the buyer was likely someone within their circle who preferred not to show their face while handling such affairs. Master Wu, that elderly gentleman who viewed my family's combination cabinet holds your craftsmanship in high regard. I also showed him the photographs of the armchair. He was quite pleased with its quality and found no fault with the details of your restoration. Regrettably, it remains a mere restoration, flawless though it may seem. The elder, appreciating your candor, offers a price of 5,000 yuan. What do you think? Wu Yuan set down his chopsticks and, after a moment's contemplation, readily agreed, saying, all right. In light of Sister Chen's goodwill, I shall accept. This grand armchair is not only valuable for its materials, but also for its rich historical significance. Wu Yuan initially intended to craft a narrative to enhance its appeal, aiming to sell it for no less than 6,000 yuan. However, given the pressing need for finances, he resolutely decided to part with it. With this sum acquired, his modest goal of becoming a 10,000 yuan household was achieved ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Sister Chen felt grateful for the favor. Such are the dynamics of relationships. After all, time is abundant, and one must cultivate a broader perspective, looking towards the future with ambition. Chapter 27 Farewell to my wife. Tomorrow I shall depart in the blink of an eye. 5 days had swiftly passed. The 5 sets of mattresses and 2 sets of cabinets in the county town were delivered as scheduled, with transactions settled in full. Alongside, the Wangwali armchair was sold, yielding 5,000 yuan in cash. Consequently, Wu Yuan's account amassed a total of 16,600 yuan, of which 6,100 was in treasury bonds. After deducting the monthly wages and allowances for Lao Dai, Master Qi, the 3 apprentices, and Miao Miao, only a little over 15,200 yuan remained. Having counted the money and reconciled the accounts, Yang Luoyan was filled with joy and embraced Wu Yuan with fervent kisses. You are truly amazing. Just last year, you mentioned becoming a 10,000 yuan household, and I hardly dared to believe it. Who would have thought that in less than 6 months, you have achieved that ahead of schedule? Your efforts contributed to this success as well, my dear wife. You can finally take a well-deserved rest. Look at you. You've become so thin during this period. Rest? That is out of the question. Wu Yuan shook his head vigorously. I am still young. How could I afford to rest? In response, Yang Luoyan began to shed tears. This tactic was always effective. Wu Yuan could not bear to see her in such a pitiful state. She lamented, "If you neglect your health and wear yourself out, what will become of me and the child? Who can we rely on then?" Wu Yuan gently stroked her hair. "I am perfectly fine. My health is robust, and I have a hearty appetite. Besides, let us not forget that my father provided us with ample building materials and timber. We still owe nearly 20,000 for those materials. This sum barely covers the debt." Yang Luoyan could not possibly forget this matter. The yard was strewn with red bricks and sand, while the east room was piled high with cement and steel bars, all of which were acquired on credit. With her tears dried, Yang Luoyan asked, "What do you plan to do then?" Wu Yuan reassured her, "Do not worry. I am merely going away for a short while to exchange the treasury bonds for cash. I will not be laboring or exhausting myself. It is simply running errands." "Where will you exchange them?" "Of course, in Shanghai. Then be swift in your return. Rest assured, after I depart tomorrow, inform my father." "And the workshop?" "I have already arranged everything. Lao Dai will supervise. I will be accompanied by Ma Mingjun, so there will be someone to look after me on the journey." The following morning, at the break of dawn, Ma Mingjun arrived, dressed impeccably and stylishly. Upon seeing him, Wu Yuan insisted, "Quickly, go change into your old clothes. We must wear our old garments." "Why, master?" "We have the rare opportunity to visit a big city." "Why wear old clothes that might make us appear contemptible in the eyes of city dwellers? By dressing so finely, city folk will indeed regard you. But it may also attract the attention of thieves. We must be cautious. Can we outsmart a crowd of 10 or 8 people?" Upon hearing this, Ma Mingjun lost all retort and obediently returned to change his attire. Once he returned, the two rode straight to Sister San's house. From there, they obtained an introduction letter issued by the village office, and without delay, they headed towards the county. Upon boarding the minibus to Pingsheng at the county bus station, I leaned back against the seat and allowed myself a moment of respite, entirely unguarded. By midday, the minibus jostled its way to the Pingsheng bus terminal. Wu Yuan, accompanied by Ma Mingjun, disembarked and felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disassembling. They hastily consumed a bowl of noodles at a nearby eatery before making their way to the train station, where they procured hard seat tickets for a direct train to Gusu, scheduled to arrive at midnight. A 10-hour journey lay ahead, though the reality might well be even longer. Throughout the trip, Wu Yuan and Ma Mingjun were crammed together, deliberately appearing disheveled in their ragged attire, rendering them virtually invisible to the gazes of others. The daytime atmosphere on the train was rather amiable, filled with a cacophony of dialects from all corners of the country. However, as night fell, fatigue began to envelop them. Wu Yuan, with heavy eyelids, noticed figures moving about. As one passed by, they did not pause even momentarily. The menace of highway robbers still loomed in these times. Wu Yuan, aware of the precariousness of his situation, opted for self-preservation as he carried over 10,000 in cash and treasury bonds, his entire fortune. At just past midnight, after a 2-hour delay, the train finally arrived at Gusu Station. The conductor prompted passengers to disembark, and as they began to retrieve their belongings, someone discovered their wallet was missing, igniting a commotion throughout the carriage. Yet, the thieving gang had long since vanished with their loot, leaving no trace behind. The conductor, accustomed to such incidents, paid little heed to the passengers' plight, urging them to hasten their exit. In the dead of night, the duo alighted from the train and sought refuge in a hostel, collapsing into slumber fully clothed. They awoke at dawn and enjoyed breakfast in the square before Ma Mingjun pointed to the words above the train station. "Master, this is not Shanghai. This is Gusu." And with any luck, they would reach Shanghai either that night or the next day. As the city stirred to life and traffic commenced, Wu Yuan took Ma Mingjun to the Industrial and Commercial Bank to inquire about treasury bonds. To their dismay, they discovered that the bonds had sold out within a month of their release. The private market price had even surged to 104 yuan. A 3-year treasury bond valued at 100 yuan was now trading at 104, significantly higher than the prices in Beijing. It appeared that proximity to Shanghai had influenced this escalation. Despite the inflated price, Wu Yuan resolved to exchange nearly 9,000 yuan in cash for treasury bonds over the course of the day, knowing that, if sold correctly in Shanghai, he could fetch an even greater price. That evening, armed with 14,700 yuan in treasury bonds, he and Ma Mingjun boarded an overnight train to Shanghai. After disembarking, the pair found a quiet corner to wait for several hours until dawn broke. They then indulged in a bag of meat buns before plunging into the bustling area of Zhujiaoui. The treasury bonds were primarily distributed by the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Wu Yuan, with Ma Mingjun in tow, meandered around the vicinity of the bank, using 1,000 yuan in bonds as bait. After considerable inquiry, they finally encountered a willing buyer who offered 100 yuan for the bonds. Wu Yuan, recognizing the opportune moment, decided to liquidate the 1,000 treasury bonds. However, he was acutely aware that the price could ascend even higher, for the individual purchasing the bonds reeked of a mere intermediary. With a subtle glance, he signaled to Ma Mingjun. Although not particularly astute, Ma Mingjun was more than capable of shadowing the target. Soon enough, the duo traced their way to the Wu Palace Hotel, where the acquisition price for the treasury bonds stood at 112 for every 100. The transaction was seamless, cash exchanged for bonds without drawing attention. To maintain a low profile, they divided the remaining treasury bonds and sold them separately. Ultimately, including the 1,000 bonds sold at 110 each, their total profit amounted to 1,744. Together, they amassed over 16,700 in cash. Ma Mingjun, brimming with delight, presented the full amount to Wu Yuan, exclaiming, "Master, we have sold all the treasury bonds. May we return home now?" Wu Yuan, exasperated, tapped his eldest apprentice's head and chided, "If only your intellect were as sturdy as wood." After this venture with the treasury bonds, haven't you gleaned any valuable insights? Chapter 28. Daring not to dream big, for it is too astonishing regarding his naive disciple, Ma Mingjun. Wu Yuan genuinely wished to offer some guidance. In his previous life, Wu Yuan experienced a tumultuous journey, with this simple-minded disciple steadfastly by his side, never straying away. During every festive occasion, the customary tokens of filial piety were never overlooked. Even after the turn of the millennium, when such practices had waned, he remained unwavering in his devotion. Such steadfastness undoubtedly warranted Wu Yuan's trust in him. In this new life, Wu Yuan's faith in Ma Mingjun remained unaltered, forged through the bonds of their past life, having endured sufficient trials. What shall we? In response to Wu Yuan's hint, Ma Mingjun showed no inclination to ponder. "Whatever you say, master, I shall follow your lead," he replied, eager to comply. Wu Yuan shook his head and approached a telephone booth that also served as a newsstand. "I will make a call home first. Then we shall head to the train station." Beijing County. On the very night Wu Yuan departed, Yang Luoyan, with her burgeoning belly, returned to her parental home accompanied by Lin Miao and Xiongwan. Coincidentally, her elder brother Yang Meng and his family were also present. Yang Luoyan had intended to discuss Wu Yuan's journey with her parents privately, but her brother and his wife showed no intention of leaving. Reluctantly, she had to share the news. Upon hearing the matter, Secretary Yang seized upon the critical details. "So you mean he took the treasury bonds along with that portion of cash as well?" Yang Luoyan nodded gracefully. Wu Yuan had not urged her to withhold the truth, and she was happy to be honest with her father. However, neither she nor her father mentioned the exact amounts of the treasury bonds or cash involved. Nevertheless, the ever-cynical Yang Meng could not help but make a sarcastic remark. "Oh, my foolish sister, could it be that Wu Yuan has abandoned you and fled with your money? I've long heard tales of the outside world, a dazzling realm of extravagance and revelry." Before he could finish, his wife, Jiang Fan, interrupted him, for their father, Secretary Yang, was casting a look that could kill. Lin Miao, seated nearby and munching on sunflower seeds, wished to defend her uncle but was interrupted as Yang Luoyan resolutely declared, "I trust my husband. He would never abandon me nor abscond with money. By the way, father, he mentioned he would call the village office every 2 to 3 days to report his safety. He also said that upon his return, he would settle the payments for the construction materials and timber so as not to complicate your role as the intermediary." Her words struck Secretary Yang with a profound sense of unease. The debts Wu Yuan had accrued for construction materials and timber amounted to nearly 20. This lad had ventured out with over 10,000. Would he return with a profit of several thousand? Secretary Yang evidently dared not entertain such grandiose thoughts. Yang Meng, privy to the details regarding the debts, similarly refrained from imagining such outcomes, instinctively rejecting the notion. Surely, he cannot even convert those treasury bonds into cash, let alone expect a profit? That evening, the family dispersed in discord. Yang Luoyan conveyed Wu Yuan's intentions without regard for their skepticism and rose to leave. On her way home, Yang Luoyan remained undeterred. Her only concern was for her husband, whether he could eat well and sleep soundly while away. She and the child growing within her depended entirely on him. Secretary Yang said nothing. He prepared to wait for Wu Yuan's phone call before inquiring further. This wait extended to 2 days. It was not until an afternoon call came through accompanied by the familiar accent of Beigang. "Hello. Is this the village committee of Liyuan village? Wu Yuan? It's your father. Father, is Luoyan doing well? Is everything at home all right? Everything is quite good at home. When do you plan to return? Father, are you worried about me? Stop beating around the bush and speak honestly. Father, I might need some time. At the latest, 2 months. At the earliest, 1 month. Have you truly lost all sense of home? Abandoning Luoyan, who is heavy with child, for 2 months? Father, I aim to build a small villa for Luoyan and the child. The current market for treasury bonds is exceptional. Opportunity must not be missed. Furthermore, my workshop has just begun to stabilize, and there is considerable potential for growth. I cannot easily give this up. Besides, if I truly wish to abandon Luoyan, why would I let her discuss this matter with you?" With these words, the village head, Yang, finally believed him. An ambitious man may forsake women carelessly, but he would never relinquish his career lightly. After hanging up, Wu Yuan exhaled deeply, relieved that he had acted decisively before consulting Yang, who, in his concern for his daughter, would have been impossible to reason with. Shaking his head, he noticed Ma Mingjun approaching, asking, "Master, where shall we go next?" Wu Yuan pulled out a cigarette, inhaling its scent at the tip. When Ma Mingjun offered to light it for him, he declined. He only smoked a few at home for socializing. Otherwise, he had no addiction to tobacco. There was no need to go to Gusu, as prices were already high there. Although there was some profit potential, it was limited. Moreover, the high prices meant that there were not many treasury bonds circulating, and the urgency was diminished. Thus, while paying for the phone call, he casually bought a few newspapers. The master and disciple sat by the street, perusing them. After half an hour, Wu Yuan stood up and said, "This time, we shall go to Hesh City." Ma Mingjun, puzzled, asked, "Hesh City in Anhui province? Isn't that quite far?" Wu Yuan did not respond, striding purposefully to hail a taxi. Ma Mingjun hurriedly followed. When in the presence of others, he typically refrained from speaking or asking questions. This was one of the reasons Wu Yuan appreciated him. Eventually, while idly flipping through the newspapers he hadn't discarded, Ma Mingjun struggled to comprehend one headline after another with his limited education. At last, he came across the mention of Hesh City. It turned out that Hesh City was one of the 6 pilot cities recently opened for private circulation of treasury bonds. This may have been one of the reasons his master chose Hesh City. The deeper motivations eluded Ma Mingjun. However, for Wu Yuan, it was straightforward. Clearly, the value and circulation of treasury bonds were linked to the level of urban development. Hesh City, among these pilot cities, was the least developed, making it highly probable that the value of treasury bonds was underestimated. The train rattled and swayed, finally arriving at Hesh City railway station in the late hours of the night. The master and disciple dozed at the train station for several hours, and it was only at dawn that they savored a modest breakfast outside before embarking on a leisurely stroll through the city of Heshiching. Their first stop was the Industrial and Commercial Bank, where the bank teller regarded them as mere simpletons, believing they could resolve the issue of unsold treasury bond quotas. Upon learning that the bank still had over 100,000 in quotas available, the teller promptly dismissed them, revealing their true nature as a miser. However, Wu Yuan, upon departing from the bank, was far from a miser. Rather, he had discerned the prevailing circumstances surrounding the sluggish market for treasury bonds in Heshiching, realizing that the private circulation price would only diminish further, much like in the Beigang region. Thus, he began to inquire around the vicinity of the government offices, discreetly offering the gatekeeper a few cigarettes to facilitate his inquiries. After parting with several packs of cigarettes, he successfully acquired a handful of treasury bonds that had been written off by several cold government offices. The purchase price was set at a discount of 6. Chapter 29. I do not create myths, I merely replicate them in the back and forth of transactions. Ma Mingjun was astonished to discover an 8 yuan reduction in cost. However, the savings extended beyond mere figures. They allowed for the acquisition of additional treasury bonds, thereby enhancing profit margins. To put it in perspective, for every 100 yuan in cash used to purchase treasury bonds, a net profit of 19 yuan could be realized. Wu Yuan retained over 200 yuan for train tickets and, within half a day, converted the remaining 500 yuan entirely into treasury bonds. Late arriving officials, witnessing Wu Yuan's refusal to accept further transactions, could not help but lament their missed opportunity. Wu Yuan promptly reassured them, suggesting that they wait for his response. He would consult with his boss to see if he might be willing to accept a larger sum. The officials, eager to offload their treasury bonds, expressed their heartfelt gratitude. treating Wu Yuan almost like family. Ma Mingjun maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he could not suppress a smile. After all, who was this so-called boss? His master was, in fact, the greatest proprietor of all. Thus, the master and disciple traversed between Hesh City and Shanghai. From their initial nights spent in train stations to securing luxurious long-term accommodations at the Wugong Grand Hotel and a guest house in Hesh City, their circumstances transformed. Initially confined to cramped hard seats, they later indulged in soft sleeper tickets for express trains, acquiring 4 tickets at a time. From sewing pockets into their clothing, they eventually brazenly carried cash in government-issued briefcases. This transformation was not merely a result of newfound affluence. Rather, the rising temperatures made it increasingly difficult to conceal their wealth beneath lightweight clothing. Additionally, the accumulation of cash had become so substantial that even their winter attire could no longer hide it. Frequent security checks at train stations led to several conversations with the police regarding the juxtaposition of shabby clothing and substantial funds. Since concealment proved futile, Wu Yuan resolved to adopt a more official appearance, donning a Zhongshan suit, white shirt, dark sunglasses, polished leather shoes, and an immaculate hairstyle. Armed with a briefcase commonly associated with government officials, he projected an air of authority that discouraged any would-be thieves. Moreover, he procured 2 sets of bodyguard attire for Ma Mingjun, complete with sunglasses that rendered him unapproachable and decidedly aloof. Such a cold demeanor was far from the nature of the exuberant man that Ma Mingjun was, yet as he observed the profits accumulate, from 20,000 to 100,000, and then from 100,000 to 200,000, his heart grew numb to the figures before him, his eyes hidden behind dark lenses, embodying an unmistakable coolness. Nevertheless, Wu Yuan did not halt at 200,000. The duo continued their relentless pursuit until early July, making over 20 round trips between Shanghai and Hesh City. Until they had nearly exhausted the treasury bonds circulating in both overt and covert manners within Hesh City. It was only then that they contemplated withdrawing. Once the decision to cease operations was made, Wu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to return home. He promptly placed a call to the village office to inform them of his impending arrival. Subsequently, he arranged for Ma Mingjun to check out and leave. Upon arriving at the Hesh City train station, Ma Mingjun gestured toward a figure flanked by 2 bodyguards ahead of them, exclaiming, "Master, look, that person is quite similar to us." Upon recognizing the face of the individual at the center, Wu Yuan was struck by a bold conjecture. Is this not the legendary Yang Luoyan? In his tale, he indeed amassed his first fortune by trading treasury bonds, transforming 20,000 into 1,000,000, thus earning the moniker Yang Luoyan. Nowadays, with merely 15,000, I have effortlessly replicated his myth. It is evident that the wealth he has accrued must far exceed 1,000,000. However, Wu Yuan had no intention of initiating a conversation. Let the legendary figure remain a legend. Yet, despite his reluctance to approach Yang Luoyan, he could not prevent Yang Luoyan from seeking him out. Especially in a seemingly rustic station, it was challenging to overlook the sudden appearance of such 2 stylish and eye-catching individuals. Yang Huaiding offered a cigarette. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Wu General of Legend?" Wu Yuan accepted the cigarette, humbly responding, "I am unworthy, Yang General. Have you heard of me?" "Mutual recognition," came the reply. After exchanging pleasantries, they exchanged contact information, not with future intentions, but as a form of social engagement. Boarding the express air-conditioned carriage, within a few hours, they arrived at the Wu Palace Hotel in Shanghai, where Wu Yuan liquidated his remaining treasury bonds. His cash on hand soared to over 1,083,000. This amount had already accounted for the expenses incurred for their attire, round-trip tickets, and hotel accommodations. Gazing at such a substantial sum, Wu Yuan felt as if he were dreaming. This was 1988, not 2008. Once they had completed their tasks, the duo made no delay in vacating the hotel room, hailing a taxi straight to the train station, booking tickets for that evening's express train, and arriving in Pingching in the early hours. At the Pingching train station, Xionggang arrived in a van from Beigang County to pick them up, at a cost of 200 yuan, which Wu Yuan readily paid. The van driver, exhilarated, had hardly slept the previous night and engaged Xionggang in conversation all the way. However, Xionggang was disinterested, preoccupied with pondering the meaning of the phrase "made a substantial amount of money." Why would one spend 200 yuan unnecessarily on transportation? Yet, Upon seeing the two men with their bulging bags, Xiang Gang's expression shifted. Such bags, if filled with cash, must hold at least over 100,000. Spending 200 yuan for a ride to retrieve such a fortune seemed entirely justifiable. Xiang Gang's estimation was not far off. He calculated based on the most commonly circulated 10 yuan bills. Wu Yuan offered no explanation as the three of them boarded the van and journeyed northward to Beigang County. Upon reaching the county, not far from the sluice gate, the driver was instructed to stop, and Wu Yuan settled the fare. The driver was more than happy to conclude this business early. Otherwise, being in a vehicle full of burly men would have been quite uncomfortable. Subsequently, the trio, carrying two hefty bags, crossed the sluice gate and soon arrived at Xiaowei village. When Xiang Gang opened the door, it was nearly 4 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to brighten. Wu Xiuhua donned a coat as she approached the door. Upon seeing her younger brother return after a 2-month absence, she could hardly contain her excitement, engaging him in an incessant stream of conversation. They continued chatting as they made their way to the main room, where Wu Yuan, under the glow of a 60-watt incandescent bulb, unzipped his handbag. Wu Xiuhua involuntarily gasped in shock, while Xiang Gang stared wide-eyed. Observing the reactions of his older sister and her husband, Wu Yuan was certain that the matter of his newfound wealth must remain concealed from Yang Luoyan, especially as she was expecting a child. The last thing he wanted was to cause her undue distress. As for revealing his financial situation to his sister and her husband, Wu Yuan had contemplated this carefully. Their care for him surpassed that of parents, and he felt there was little to hide from them. After a moment, Wu Xiuhua managed to voice her concerns, inquiring, "You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" Wu Yuan retrieved a small ledger he always carried, which meticulously detailed his transactions involving treasury bonds. He had often used this to reassure the station officers. Upon examining it, Wu Xiuhua understood that, despite her skepticism about the profitability of treasury bonds, her brother had not engaged in any illicit activities. "How much is this worth?" his sister asked. "Over 1 million. I believe," her husband replied. Chapter 30. News more astonishing than 1 million. It was a simple calculation. Xiang Gang estimated the tickets at 10 yuan each, arriving at a total exceeding 100,000. If calculated at 100 yuan per ticket, one merely needed to multiply by 10. The result was evidently substantial. Wasn't it? After all these years, Wu Xiuhua, in astonishment, immediately thought, such a sum must not be disclosed to Luoyan just yet. This thought resonated with Wu Yuan. He nodded, feeling drowsy as he leaned back in his chair, on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, he heard Wu Xiuhua muttering, "Luoyan is carrying twins." No amount of money could compare to that. In an instant, Wu Yuan sat upright, as if jolted from the brink of death. "Sister, what did you say?" "I said you are fortunate. Your wife is expecting twins. Long live my wife." This news was even more exhilarating than earning 1 million. His fatigue vanished, and he felt an overwhelming desire to sprout wings and return home immediately. Yet, the cash had to be deposited in the bank first. After a hasty breakfast at his sister's house, the two of them followed Xiang Gang straight to one of the 4 major banks in the city. They deposited 1.08 million, dividing it into 5 portions. For portions of 250,000 each were placed in fixed deposits for 1 year at an interest rate of 5.4. The remaining 50,000 was deposited for just 3 months in a random bank, earning a mere 2 interest. However, this was of little concern. Wu Yuan merely wished for the bank to safeguard that sum, as it was likely to be withdrawn before the 3 months elapsed. As for the remaining 33,000, Wu Yuan planned to take that home directly. He handed 800 yuan to his brother-in-law on the spot, settling a previous debt incurred during his wedding. The loans from his other 3 sisters were entrusted to his eldest sister to carry home. This was customary. Wu Yuan had no lingering worries about it. After counting the money, Xiang Gang produced 3 large bills and handed them to Wu Yuan. "Brother-in-law, do we really need to do this?" Wu Yuan chuckled. "Things should be as they are," Xiang Gang insisted. "In the future, if my sister and I find ourselves in need, we may borrow from you. But I refuse to take advantage of you in such a vague manner." "Very well, brother-in-law, I will not return to your home." "All right, I shall not keep you. You need not worry about the vehicle. I will find someone to ride back." Concerning Luoyan, one must exercise restraint and remember what your sister said. The well-being of the 3 women must come first. After Xiang Gang finished speaking, he turned to Ma Mingjun and reminded him, "You too, upon returning, say nothing to anyone, lest you bring trouble to your master." Ma Mingjun, still lost in his cool demeanor, nodded, "I understand." The two of them flagged down a vehicle and, once seated, waved farewell to Xionggang in Liyuan village. Upon learning that Wu Yuan would be home today, the two unborn children kept their mother, Yang Luoyan, restless throughout the night. Consequently, she scarcely managed to sleep. And before dawn, she found herself staring at the reeds above. The hot weather only added to her discomfort. Carrying twins was quite a challenge. Beads of sweat cascaded down her body, and before long, her clothes were thoroughly soaked. As dawn broke and the temperature rose, Yang Luoyan's struggles intensified. However, upon leaving the stifling room and stepping outside beneath the trees, a gentle breeze whispered around. Behind her, Lin Miao Miao waved a fan and shouted, "Aunt, my most resilient aunt. Why not take a seat and rest? If you stand any longer, you might turn into a stone of longing." Yang Luoyan replied without turning her head, "I find it cooler to stand." Lin Miao Miao flicked her bangs and retorted, "Who would believe that?" Just then, a van turned at the village entrance and passed by their doorstep. Yang Luoyan quickly beckoned, "Miao Miao, come look. Is that your uncle returning?" Lin Miao Miao glanced up and remarked, "Aunt, that's a van, quite expensive. It must cost at least 20 yuan to come from the county. Would my uncle be willing to spend that much?" Yet, the next moment, the van indeed came to a halt at their door. Following this, the exuberant yellow dog, Tong, leaped up and barked joyfully. The door swung open, and the towering figure of Ma Mingjun emerged, followed by the imposing Wu Yuan. Upon recognizing that familiar face, Yang Luoyan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. After a full 53 days, nearly 2 months, he had finally returned. Just as she prepared to rush towards him, an urgent need suddenly struck her. Damn it! Ever since she discovered she was carrying 2 children, her physical burden had more than doubled. Not only had her nutritional needs increased, but even the frequency of her restroom visits surpassed that of a typical single pregnancy. As Wu Yuan stepped out of the vehicle with a smile, he approached Yang Luoyan, ready to embrace his wife, only to find her veering off towards the restroom mid-step. Lin Miao Miao, behind her, munched on a sweet melon, laughing carefree. "Master, I shall take my leave now." Ma Mingjun seized the opportunity to slip away. "Wait," Wu Yuan said, pulling a stack of money from his pocket, counting out 5 bills and handing them to him. "This is your pay for accompanying me all this time. Don't mention it to the others." "Master, is this really necessary?" Ma Mingjun hesitated to accept the generous offer. But Wu Yuan, unconcerned about his brother-in-law's modesty, pressed the money into his hands, urging him to return home swiftly. Lin Miao Miao bounced over, innocently exclaiming, "Wow, uncle, how generous. Did you earn a fortune while you were away?" Wu Yuan, patiently waiting for his wife, casually ruffled Xiongwen's hair, noting how much the child had grown, and then nonchalantly replied, "You'd be shocked if I told you." Lin Miao Miao, undeterred, boldly challenged, "Go on, try me." As Yang Luoyan emerged from the restroom, Wu Yuan quickly moved to support her, saying, "My dear wife, you are truly remarkable for bringing twins into this world. How did you discover it?" Supported by Wu Yuan, Yang Luoyan relaxed, even the 2 lively ones within her settling down a bit. "It was my sister-in-law who, concerned, took me to the county hospital for an examination. The doctor initially thought the fetal heartbeat was a bit erratic, but after using some newly acquired machine, it was confirmed to be twins." Lin Miao Miao interjected, "It was an ultrasound." Wu Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. In today's medical environment, bearing twins not only signified double the toil, but also double the risks. How could he not worry about his precious wife? Yang Luoyan was aware of his sentiments and smiled gently, offering reassurance. "I inquired with my mother, and my aunt, who resides far away, has also given birth to twins. Both mother and children are safe. It seems this gene runs in my mother's family." Wu Yuan, brimming with pride, replied, "Yet, it also requires my effort. Otherwise, how could my father-in-law not have raised a pair of twin daughters?" The 3 of them, accompanied by Xiongwan, settled beneath the shade of a pavilion in the courtyard. Due to her condition, Yang Luoyan could only perch on a high stool to avoid the discomfort of rising and sitting down repeatedly. Even so, Wu Yuan directed Lin Miao Miao, saying, "Go, help your aunt sit securely." Lin Miao Miao, perplexed, replied, and is sitting quite steadily. Wu Yuan fixed her with a gaze, and though she was confused, she complied. Shortly thereafter, he opened the tote bag he had brought back, revealing 3 bundles of cash and some loose change. "Dear wife, all the money earned this time is here, totaling 33,000. How much?" Yang Luoyan was indeed somewhat agitated, causing her to sway slightly. Fortunately, Lin Miao Miao was quick to support her. Chapter 31. Waiting to witness the farce of my biological mother steadying her astonished and beautiful aunt, Lin Miao Miao herself was taken aback. In a mere 2 months, her uncle had managed to double the amount of money he had taken away, much like her aunt, who seemed to have transformed one unborn child into twins. What sort of miraculous couple were they? After a moment of emotional reflection, Lin Miao's elementary math skills began to emerge. Considering it was less than 2 months, she calculated it as 2 months. This indicated that her uncle earned 8,000 yuan each month while away. Even if one were to factor in that this was a joint effort, it equated to 4,000 yuan per person. What kind of livelihood could yield such wealth in such a short span? Lin Miao found herself utterly perplexed. Yet, she would never entertain the possibility that Yang Luoyan proposed. Was all this money truly earned legally? Of course, it was legitimate income. Lin Miao was not surprised by her uncle's response. Having played with him since childhood, she knew he was not one to take risks. The idea of him committing a crime for money was simply unfathomable. It was precisely because of her uncle's honesty that her biological mother, Wu Shuhua, had always looked down upon him, believing he would amount to nothing in the future. Thus, the only joy of returning to her maternal home each year was to reap the rewards, commonly referred to as unearned gains. Now, if Wu Shuhua were to discover her brother-in-law's current capabilities, would she not regret it deeply? The mere thought of such a possibility brought immense joy to Lin Miao. As she observed Yang Luoyan regaining her composure, Wu Yuan felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had exercised foresight and heeded his sister's advice by only bringing a small portion of the money. Otherwise, if his wife were to be startled by the child in her womb, there would be no time for regrets. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Wu Yuan resolved to keep the 4 savings books safe, intending to reveal them to his wife only after the child was born. Otherwise, should she discover them while packing her belongings, all his cautious efforts would have been in vain. In truth, Yang Luoyan had low expectations of her husband. She was not concerned with how much money Wu Yuan could earn on his journey. As long as he returned safely, everything would be well. As for money, the couple could earn it gradually together. This remarkably low expectation, when faced with Wu Yuan's unexpectedly substantial gain, inevitably led to a sense of exhilaration. Understanding his wife's disposition, Wu Yuan was careful with his words, always tempering her enthusiasm. My dear, despite the apparent wealth, after deducting the material costs that father lent us, we are left with just over 10,000 yuan. That itself is a modest target, and I am content with our net profit. I will entrust all of it to you. Observing the affectionate exchange between the couple, Lin Miao interjected, Let us go. I am nearly suffocated by the sweetness. What about you, Xiaowen? Xiaowen replied earnestly, Aunt, I am doing well. They had lunch at home, enjoying dumplings in the car and noodles upon arrival. Yang Luoyan prepared a pot of vegetable noodles and several fried eggs, serving each person a bowl of noodles and 1 egg, while Wu Yuan received 2 eggs in his bowl. Observing Xiong devouring his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm and glancing at his wife, who, despite carrying twins, showed no signs of weight gain, Wu Yuan inquired of Lin Miao, Is our usual fare at home less substantial than this meal? Lin Miao cast a discreet glance towards her aunt and nodded silently. Consequently, when Yang Luoyan returned, Wu Yuan promptly transferred 2 fried eggs from his bowl to hers, then declared, From this evening onward, every meal in our household must include fish or meat. This task shall be entrusted to Miao, with funds provided by your aunt, amounting to 10 yuan daily. Understood, Yang Luoyan responded while dutifully sliding the fried eggs into her husband's bowl. However, Wu Yuan intercepted her with his chopsticks. I already have some in my bowl, Yang Luoyan insisted. Wu Yuan remained adamant. Indeed, you should keep some for yourself. Based on your current nutritional requirements, you ought to consume at least 3. Ultimately, Yang Luoyan conceded, giving 1 egg to Xiongwen and retaining only 1 for herself. After lunch, Wu Yuan took the bicycle and set off towards his workshop located in the village center. Along the way, he encountered numerous acquaintances who greeted him warmly. Some even dismounted to share a quick smoke and engage in brief conversation. Thus, after half an hour, he arrived at the workshop, only to discover that Lao Dai and Master Qi were embroiled in a disagreement. It was evident that the workshop could not function smoothly without his presence. Wu Yuan summoned his 2 apprentices to inquire about the situation, only to find that the conflict arose from the use of an electric planer. He then instructed Zhao Baojun, Be observant and report to me any tools that the workshop may be lacking. I shall procure them. He proceeded to speak with Lao Dai and Master Qi individually to mediate the situation, announcing, The workshop is planning to purchase 2 additional electric planers. If there is anything else needed, feel free to bring it to my attention. What are the conditions in our workshop? Each person should have their own dedicated electric planer. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Yuan's earnest demeanor, they sensed that he was not speaking insincerely. The two of them soon realized that their previous discomfort was hardly significant. After concluding the discussions, leaving behind a cigarette, Wu Yuan directly sought out Secretary Yang in the adjacent village. By chance, Secretary Yang was present, nearly prompting the old man to kick him in excitement. Wu Yuan hurriedly steadied the elderly gentleman. "Father, I am not afraid of your kick. I fear you might fall." Village head Lao Su and accountant Li from the village were also present, erupting into laughter and playfully teasing Secretary Yang. "Old Yang, I believe your son-in-law is far more impressive than your two sons," one remarked. "In that case, do not bequeath your modest estate to your sons. Let it be for him," another chimed in. Before Secretary Yang could respond, Wu Yuan decisively offered the two men a good cigarette, stating, "Uncle Su, Uncle Li, you must not say such things. My father's estate is rightfully reserved for their retirement. As younger generations, we seek no such gain." Uncle Su accepted the cigarette, borrowed Wu Yuan's lighter, and took a deep drag, exclaiming, "Just for your ability to articulate that, you are indeed superior to his two sons." Accountant Li, stammering as he took a deep puff, nodded in agreement. "Do not heed their comments." Yang, the village secretary, pulled Wu Yuan over and stealthily made his way to the base of the locust tree in the courtyard, squatting down like a seasoned farmer. Wu Yuan, conforming to local customs, also squatted beside him, casually lighting a cigarette for his father-in-law. "Father, could you kindly inform that tonight, the payments for the red bricks, sand, cement, and timber need to be settled collectively? I would appreciate it if you could serve as a witness." The village secretary nodded. "All right, you're ahead of schedule. Ambitious. Yet, no matter how ambitious you are, it all relies on your father's support, doesn't it? During this time, had it not been for you and mother looking after Luoyan, I wouldn't have been able to venture out with peace of mind. Enough of that. We are family, and there's no need for formality." The village secretary interjected, "Come over early tonight. Just the two of us can share a couple of drinks and have a heart-to-heart conversation." Chapter 32. Ice Cream, Watermelon, and the life-saving air conditioner. After a leisurely stroll around the village committee, having settled the matters at hand, Wu Yuan returned home early. He took the opportunity to select 2 hefty watermelons from the stall outside the village committee, each weighing around 10 pounds, and brought them back with him. Upon arriving home, he found Yang Luoyan and Xu Yanmei resting beneath the cool shade of the pavilion in their courtyard, spreading out a mat for some respite. The heat inside the house was unbearable. Xu Yanmei rolled around on the mat, unable to sleep. The moment he spotted his uncle carrying a large watermelon, he sprang up, exclaiming, "Uncle, watermelon." Wu Yuan made his way to the well, preparing to draw up some cool water to chill the watermelon. "Uncle, let me help you draw water." The sight of food ignited the child's enthusiasm. Wu Yuan handed the well crank over to him, but despite exerting all his strength, the child was unable to turn it, ending up in a sweat. Seeing this, Yang Luoyan called out with concern, "Xu Yanmei, come here. Let your uncle handle it. You can't manage it." Gritting his teeth, Xu Yanmei insisted, "I must draw water for the watermelon." Wu Yuan joined in to lend a hand, and soon they managed to fill a large basin with cool water. He carried it back to the pavilion and plopped down on the mat, letting one watermelon roll out of the net bag, entirely immersed in the cool well water. Turning back, he inquired, "Where's Miao Miao?" With a blissful expression, Yang Luoyan replied, "She took the vegetable money and couldn't wait to head to the town to buy some pork." Braving the scorching midday sun for pork, Lin Miao Miao, just like in her childhood, remained a true foodie. Now that she was older, she presented a facade of restraint, yet internally still harbored a voracious appetite. "Ice pops! Ice pops!" At that moment, the sound of an ice pop vendor echoed from outside. Wu Yuan stood up and asked, "Xiaowen, would you like an ice pop?" "Yes." The child was always eager for food, and temporarily forgetting the watermelon, he followed Wu Yuan outside. Calling for the ice pop vendor on a bicycle, Wu Yuan took his time selecting an ice cream for Xiaowen, priced at 20 cents. He also chose another for Yang Luoyan, while he himself opted for a 10-cent mung bean ice pop, disregarding anything priced lower than that. The total expenditure amounted to 50 cents. Upon returning to the pavilion, the three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, unwrapped their ice pops, seemingly oblivious to the sweltering summer heat. Initially, Yang Luoyan insisted that Wu Yuan enjoy the ice cream, while she savored the mung bean treat. However, he professed his preference for mung bean instead. After tasting the ice cream, Yang Luoyan offered him a lick, resulting in a playful exchange that left both of their faces flushed with delight. Fortunately, Xiongwen was oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Seizing the moment, Wu Yuan broached the topic of purchasing an electric planer. Without hesitation, Yang Luoyan assented, adding, "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I intended to discuss this with you tonight. Since you left these past 2 months, the orders for memory foam mattresses have increased by 20, and there are 10 more for high-end cabinet combinations. We are stretched thin even for manual labor, let alone an electric planer." Wu Yuan nodded. "First, let's address the electric planer issue. I will assist with the labor as much as I can." Just as they finished their conversation, the ice pops were consumed, and the watermelon had chilled sufficiently. Wu Yuan retrieved the watermelon and placed it on the small table, slicing it in half with a single decisive cut. The vibrant red flesh of the watermelon captivated Xiongwen's small eyes. "Quickly cut larger pieces for the child. Look how anxious Xiaowen is," Yang Luoyan said with a smile. Wu Yuan swiftly sliced the fruit, first offering a piece to Xiongwen, who indulged in the juicy delight, oblivious to the mess on his face. It seemed as though all the joys of summer were encapsulated in that large watermelon in his hands. Wu Yuan handed a piece to his wife and took one for himself. In his recollections, the joys of summer extended beyond ice creams and watermelons. There was also the life-saving comfort of air conditioning. Observing his wife drenched in sweat yet silently enduring, Wu Yuan reiterated, "Dear, let us purchase an air conditioner and a refrigerator." Yang Luoyan hesitated. "How much would that cost?" "Together, it would be around 5,000 to 6,000, he replied. Wu Yuan intended to buy a Chunlan air conditioner, which was certainly more affordable than imported brands, yet still featured an original imported compressor for durability. As for the refrigerator, he opted for a Wanbao brand, a popular choice in the current market. Yang Luoyan pondered, "We can buy the air conditioner, but perhaps we should forego the refrigerator? Our power cuts so frequently that even the best appliance wouldn't be reliable." Power outages were indeed detrimental for refrigerators. Nonetheless, Wu Yuan remained resolute. "Let us get it. A refrigerator costs about 1,000, which is quite reasonable. Once the child is born and requires breastfeeding, you'll need it. If we have a refrigerator, you can store expressed milk in bottles. When the baby is hungry, it can be warmed and consumed." This was an undeniable rationale. The prospect of acquiring a refrigerator should not be dismissed due to the threat of power interruptions. However, the notion of purchasing a diesel generator crossed Wu Yuan's mind. Nevertheless, he decided against it, knowing that his wife would likely object. After finishing the watermelon and tidying up, Wu Yuan set out to arrange the installation of the air conditioner. Their home was an old house, and directly installing an air conditioner would be ineffective due to the vast cooling space and the lack of insulation in the thatched roof. Therefore, the only solution was to raise the ceilings in the 3 main rooms. This would reduce the cooling space and create an insulating buffer zone with the roof, significantly enhancing the cooling efficiency. Riding his bicycle into town, he located a store selling gypsum board, ordered a batch based on his home's dimensions, and arranged for delivery. After placing the gypsum board order, Wu Yuan took a detour to a general store, where he directly ordered a Chunlan 2P air conditioner and a Wanbao refrigerator. The Chunlan air conditioner cost 4,800, aligning with his expectations, while the Wanbao refrigerator was just under 2,000, at least a 20 increase from his previous impressions. Wu Yuan finally grasped the impact of the price surge this June. After purchasing these 2 appliances, Wu Yuan did not head straight home, since he was already out. He decided to order an electric planer as well, ensuring it was ready to avoid any conflicts between Lao Dai and Master Qi that could hinder work efficiency. A standard electric planer cost 100, and 2 would amount to 200. Besides the basic tools and sandpaper, everything else would need to be purchased separately. This outing resulted in an expenditure of nearly 10,000 yuan. Although he had not paid cash for the gypsum board and electric planer, he felt the rapid pace at which money was being spent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wu Yuan set forth towards his father-in-law's residence with a sum of 20,000 yuan in hand, while contemplating whether to take a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine from home. Yang Luoyan pointed to the large watermelon they had brought back at noon but had yet to consume, suggesting, "Let us just take that." Wu Yuan, incredulous, teased, "My dear, you truly are your parents' beloved daughter." However, observing the anxious manner in which Xiongwen regarded the watermelon, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We shall forego the watermelon. I will purchase some more at the village committee." As he passed by the village committee, not only did Wu Yuan acquire 2 large watermelons, but he also procured 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of cigarettes. Yang Luoyan felt a pang of regret over spending money. Yet she understood the importance of preserving her dignity. Furthermore, given his current financial standing, such expenditures on cigarettes and alcohol were of little consequence. Chapter 33. The most accomplished endeavor of this lifetime. Upon arriving with goods in hand, Secretary Yang was indeed elated, particularly in the presence of several esteemed business owners, which added to his sense of pride. However, in a private exchange with Yuan, he remarked, "I shall keep the liquor, you take the cigarettes." "No need, father. Trust me, the sentiment is what matters." Yuan refrained from elaborating further. Turning back, he observed his mother-in-law had prepared a commendable feast, 4 cold dishes and 6 hot ones. It appeared that the gathering was not merely between the two of them, but rather an occasion to drink alongside the brick kiln owners, the sand supplier, the cement magnate, and the timber executive. The revelry lasted until after 8 o'clock. When it came time to settle the bill, the business owners, in a tacit understanding, calculated the expenses for Yuan at a discounted rate typically reserved for major clients. Individually, each item did not seem to offer significant savings, yet collectively, the total for the orders amounted to a saving of over 1,000 yuan. Thus, the evening's indulgence proved worthwhile. As the two bid farewell to the business owners and staggered back, Secretary Yang privately remarked, "If you were to purchase that batch of building materials now, it would certainly cost at least that amount." Observing the old 6 in Yang's hand, Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. With no outsiders present, they broached personal matters. "What are your plans moving forward?" Yuan inquired. "With orders increasing, our manpower is becoming insufficient. Expanding our scale is imperative. The immediate priority is to train our apprentices. Additionally, I am contemplating the possibility of opening a furniture store in the county. This would not only attract direct orders, but also provide a business license, which could serve as a shield for any future hiring or capacity expansion endeavors." Yang's eyes brightened at this suggestion, though the implications were substantial, and being a man of shrewd calculations, he struggled to fully digest the information at once. Nevertheless, he offered his perspective. "In my view, the apprentices under your master are the best resources you can leverage." Yuan acknowledged this, but noted that they were all tied to the grand auditorium project, and furthermore, his master had not shown much enthusiasm for his modular furniture concept. Yang muttered, "That old fellow's mind is less sharp than his apprentices. I shall find time to have a word with him." Pausing, he then inquired, "By the way, now that we've cleared the debts, is there still money at home? If not, I can lend you some. We must ensure that Luoyan and her children are not at a loss." "There is some, father, you need not worry. Seems this trip has yielded decent returns." "Indeed, it was a fortuitous opportunity. I dare not disclose the actual earnings to Luoyan for fear of causing her distress. I merely told her I brought back 33,000. Yang did not press for more details. The information conveyed was sufficient for him. 33,000, even if understated. Along with the young man's intentions to open a storefront in the county and expand production altogether, it could easily amount to profits exceeding 100,000 yuan. Contemplating this, Secretary Yang's features softened, and he declared, "Best to return home early. Father, please stay. I shall take my leave." As he turned back to the courtyard, Secretary Yang hummed a tune, his spirits buoyant. He noticed his wife, Lu Hui, tidying up the kitchenware and felt a momentary urge to assist her, only to be shooed away by her in a fit of playful disdain. The disturbance was dismissed without anger from old Yang. Lu Hui, curious, inquired, "Why are you so pleased, enjoying the cat's urine?" Yang, with unwavering confidence, replied, "I am elated for our precious gem, my darling. The most significant achievement of my life has been securing her a good family." Lu Hui remained inquisitive, yet she lacked the finesse to frame her questions properly. After all these years, their exchange had devolved into a cycle of jabs, retorts, and reprimands. How could everything be fine when their house resembled a crumbling shrine? Cold in winter and stifling in summer? After earning some money from furniture making, he would be away for 2 months at a time. Her daughter's diet was so meager that even now, she did not appear robust. As Lu Hui spoke, she found herself overwhelmed with her own grievances, tears spilling forth. Yang, puffing in frustration, had no choice but to rap the table and say, "What is the purpose of all those red bricks, sand, and cement that Xiaowu purchased? Isn't it to build our darling a new home? Those bricks are more than enough to erect a 2-story building. Is it easy to make money from furniture? How many in our village can craft furniture, and how many have succeeded? What is wrong with a man striving for his career? Should he just linger at home, orbiting around his wife like Yang Bin and Yang Mei? Mark my words, that lad will surely surpass those 3 children in the future." No need to wait for the future. He is already superior to them now. After their exchange, the elderly couple parted ways in discord. Lu Hui harbored no resentment, for her husband's words were, in essence, praise for their daughter. Yet it ignited her curiosity. What made her daughter's household so prosperous? What rendered her daughter's partner so exceptional? The following day, July 12th, as the midsummer heat approached, temperatures climbed day by day. Early in the morning, the drywall ordered by Wu Yuan was delivered to their doorstep. Wu Yuan summoned his second apprentice, Zhao Baojun, and personally began installing the ceiling in the 3 main rooms of the house. After spending an hour cutting wood at the workshop, he prepared the wooden framework for the ceiling. Upon returning home, he set up a wooden ladder and got to work. Installing a ceiling is not a difficult task. It is a fundamental skill in home decoration. The only challenge lies in the old rural houses, where support can only be derived from the 4 walls, requiring the installation of an entire wooden framework before affixing the drywall. Zhao Baojun grasped the task quickly and, working in tandem with his master, completed the ceiling in less than half a day. Just then, 2 electric planers and an air conditioner, along with a refrigerator, arrived simultaneously. Wu Yuan loaded the electric planers onto a flatbed, instructing Zhao Baojun to take them back to the workshop, emphasizing that 2 seasoned craftsmen must be engaged for installation. The refrigerator was simply placed in the living room upon unpacking. The air conditioner required professional installation. Fortunately, the installation technician had come along with the delivery and, following Wu Yuan's instructions, installed the air conditioner in the east wing, directly facing the front door. As long as the door remained open, the cool air could flow directly into the living room and even the west wing. Seizing the moment while the technician set up the air conditioner, Wu Yuan inspected the household's electrical circuits and wiring. Thankfully, the capacity still held up. However, installing another air conditioner would likely prove challenging. In the present day, which family in the countryside would contemplate the installation of 2 air conditioning units when constructing a house? The technician approached the installation and debugging with meticulous care, dedicating nearly an hour to the task. When the air vent finally released a refreshing breeze, Xu Yanmei clapped her hands in delight. At that moment, Lu Hui arrived. Upon entering the main room, she was astonished to find that the dilapidated house had transformed into a space of brightness, coupled with the cool air from the air conditionings. It was an unparalleled comfort. In these times, what family could boast such a refreshing environment? At least in the countryside, she had yet to witness it. Lu Hui glanced at Wu Yuan, who was tinkering with the glass door, and recalled the words of old Yang. Well, it seems that old man has done something worthwhile this time. Chapter 34. The Enlightenment of the Daughter-in-Law. A sudden clarity. Mother, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to visit without reason? Mother, look at our home. The air conditioning has been installed, and we have a refrigerator now. What more could you possibly worry about? I fear that your nutrition may be lacking. Come and see for yourself, Yang Luoyan said as she opened the refrigerator. We are spending only 10 yuan a day on meals, with both fish and meat. Then I shall take this basket of eggs, Lu Hui declared, pretending to leave. Mother, Yang Luoyan interjected, grasping her hand. It's nearly mealtime. You cannot leave just yet. Before long, the glass door to the main room was completed. No longer would they have to endure the darkness in the middle of the day while the air conditioning ran. Wu Yuan, wiping the sweat from his brow, washed his face and hands with the cold water brought by Lin Miao, remarking, for now, we shall make do like this. When the weather warms next year, we'll start anew and plan everything properly. Yang Luoyan, with a blissful expression, replied, this is already splendid. We are no worse off than city dwellers. Lu Hui, with a tinge of concern, remarked, I wonder how much electricity all this consumes? Wu Yuan chuckled and replied, Mother, no matter how much electricity is consumed, it pales in comparison to Luoyan's comfort. After lunch, Wu Yuan, Lu Hui, and Luoyan bid farewell and departed for the workshop. Lin Miao brought a cooling mat and laid it on the floor of the main room. Before long, she and Xu Yanmei had fallen into a deep, sweet slumber. Yang Luoyan, ever attentive, fetched a light blanket to cover the 2 children. Leaning against her mother, she engaged in conversation, feeling that summer had finally become bearable. Her heart brimmed with the hope of giving Wu Yuan a pair of twins, fulfilling her desire for both a son and a daughter, leaving no regrets. Lu Hui couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, her daughter was on the verge of motherhood. Time truly was a cruel poison. It rendered all struggles and efforts futile, leaving one with no choice but to accept the reality. Wu Yuan entered the workshop carrying 2 large watermelons, only to find his 3 apprentices and 2 masters gathered around 2 new electric planers, excitedly watching them. Come, everyone, have a piece of watermelon and take a break. It's impossible to work in this midday heat, he said, demonstrating his generosity as the boss. As they savored the watermelon, Wu Yuan casually inquired, Master Qi, are there any skilled carpenters in Xiangwei village who are still in need of work? Without hesitation, Master Qi replied, yes, there are quite a few. Although he hadn't inquired about Lao Dai chimed in, if you need someone, I can find them for you. Wu Yuan reiterated, the person must be reliable, and their skill should not be subpar. Master Qi, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance, said, Boss Wu, let me think it over. Lao Dai concurred. I'll ponder it as well. They rested until 3 in the afternoon when the heat began to dissipate. Only then did they rise to resume their work. The two masters busied themselves with their tasks, while Wu Yuan focused on guiding his 3 apprentices, imparting some new techniques. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the afternoon had slipped away. At dinner, as Wu Yuan's family was enjoying their meal, Sanjia and her husband arrived, bearing 2 watermelons and a generous supply of sweet melons. Xiangwen eagerly rushed over, calling out to his parents with joyful familiarity. Upon hearing that third sister was to take him home, he immediately hid behind Yang Luoyan, peeking out timidly. Third sister, please don't make it difficult for him. Xiaowen is quite well behaved here, but living at your place isn't ideal. Moreover, your condition seems to be worsening day by day. The group entered the main room, where a chill enveloped them. In an instant, Wu Xiuhua understood the situation. Casting a look at Xiongwen that conveyed the sentiment of this son has been raised in vain, Xiongwen, though not overly knowledgeable, was aware of his own fondness for the coolness and delicacies at his uncle's home. All he needed to do was be a little obedient and compliant. Wu Yuan invited third sister and her husband to join for a meal. Wu Xiuhua hesitated, while Xionggang naturally could not step forward. Suddenly, there was a loud click. The power was cut off. Now, the air conditioning had ceased, and the refrigerator lay silent. The crowd hurriedly moved the abundant dishes outside to the courtyard. Wu Yuan then called out, third sister, third brother-in-law, come and eat together. It seems unlikely that the electricity will return tonight. We must finish all this food, or it will go to waste. Yang Luoyan interjected, third sister, do partake in some food with us. Otherwise, all this will end up in my stomach, and I fear gaining too much weight, which might complicate matters in the future. Her reasoning was sound. Wu Xiuhua responded, indeed, while enhancing nutrition is necessary for Luoyan, one must not overindulge. Moderate exercise is also essential for all 3 of you. Wu Yuan poured a cup of wine for Xionggang, and they drank together. It was then that Xionggang remarked, I encountered Master Qi on the road, and he mentioned that you're short-staffed here. Are you considering hiring more people? Wu Yuan nodded. Xionggang continued, in my opinion, hiring should be approached with caution. Your high-end furniture and ceiling mattresses are unique in our county. The more people you bring in, the higher the risk of information leakage. Indeed, Wu Yuan agreed. Clinking cups with him, I share your concerns. Xionggang seized the bottle and poured another glass for Wu Yuan, saying, I advise you to take your time with this. There's no need to rush. After all, you're not in dire need of money, are you? To Xionggang, even the annual interest of 54,000 was enough to outshine the rest of the county, not to mention the million in principal. Wu Yuan chuckled and cryptically replied, third brother-in-law, you know well that once a person's appetite for success grows, trivial pursuits become uninteresting. Moreover, no matter how discreet I am about the furniture and mattresses, they will eventually be imitated. Therefore, concealing them is not a viable strategy. Xionggang found himself at a loss, merely stating, if you wish to continue seeking more personnel, I can assist. However, I cannot guarantee their reliability. The more people involved, the less assurance I can provide. Let us toast first, and I will ponder this matter further. That evening, under a bright moon and scattered stars, the couple lay on the ceiling mattress, finding it difficult to sleep due to the power outage. In the outer, Lin Miao and Xiongwen were still laying mats on the cement floor, fast asleep. Regarding what you discussed with third brother-in-law tonight, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? My wife graduated high school, which has inspired me, a mere primary school graduate, to listen. As he spoke, Wu Yuan tenderly caressed the area of his wife that had grown due to her pregnancy, unable to restrain his affection. Yang Luoyan's delicate face flushed crimson, her breath quickening. If you continue this nonsense, I shall cease speaking. All right, he replied. I was pondering, when crafting a piece of furniture, it can be disassembled into several processes. Why not allocate these various tasks to different skilled carpenters, allowing them to submit semi-finished products on schedule, which we can then assemble in our workshop? His words served as a revelation. Wu Yuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. In truth, He had entertained such an idea before, albeit initially considering its application within the workshop. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had placed his trust in Lao Dai and Master Qi without actualizing the plan. Now, applying this method to independent yet distinct workshops not only diversifies the workforce but also ensures a degree of technical confidentiality. At the very least, it is far more reliable than relying solely on trust. Chapter 35. Uncle and his 18 nephews. Yang Luoyan felt a sense of joy knowing that her idea could assist her husband in her elation. She allowed him to take advantage of her for quite a while. Had it not been for the presence of 2 children in the main hall, the consequences might have been uncontrollable. Nonetheless, Yang Luoyan could discern that Wu Yuan, in the vigor of his youth, was unable to restrain himself. It was only natural. She merely hoped to alleviate her burden soon and return to the intimate days of their newlywed life. Early in the morning, Wu Yuan was awakened by Xiangwan. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the child, tearful and distressed, pointing at an area on his arm that had been tormented by a hot pepper. It was red and slightly swollen. "Uncle, it hurts." The young boy, determined to uphold the stoicism of a man, quickly composed himself. It was indeed his fault for waking up so early and playing with the fallen leaves in the yard, unaware that one of them concealed such a vibrant pepper. "It hurts terribly." Unfortunately, refraining from crying did not mean the pain had subsided. Xiongwen had tears streaming down his face, which soon could not be contained. At that moment, Yang Luoyan, rummaging through drawers, finally located a piece of medicinal plaster, typically used by the elderly for back pain. Its scent was particularly pungent. "Are you going to use this on him?" Wu Yuan inquired, puzzled. "This is to draw out the pepper's essence," Yang Luoyan explained. "Do you not know this?" At that juncture, Lin Miao Miao unflinchingly revealed, "Uncle, in the past, all you did was apply some ant juice on us." Wu Yuan turned to her and asked, "Was it ineffective?" "It seemed to have little effect." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Yang Luoyan had already used up one piece of plaster, deftly applying it several times with swift movements. Often, before Xiangwen had the chance to wince in pain, she had already finished. "As long as I act quickly, you won't feel the pain," she reassured him. "Does it still hurt?" "All done." Although Xiangwen's tears lingered in his eyes, the fiery sensation on his arm had indeed diminished considerably. "Come here. Let us wash it with soapy water," Wu Yuan said as he got out of bed and slipped on his slippers. "Isn't that a bit unnecessary?" Yet, Xiongwen obediently followed his aunt, having realized that she seemed more reliable than his uncle. Wu Yuan, unfazed by losing a nephew's affection, was content with having 5 or 6 others. Turning to Lin Miao Miao, he remarked, "Your aunt is overly maternal, making a mountain out of a molehill." Lin Miao Miao huffed and stood up to leave. "What is your attitude, Miao Miao? I am your uncle, your only uncle." The previous night's power outage was due to the wind, a sign, Wu Yuan knew, that a typhoon was approaching. The yard was strewn with fallen leaves. Yang Luoyan had just swept half of them when she set down the broom to attend to Xiangwen. Wu Yuan rubbed his eyes and picked up the broom with his foot, resuming his task of sweeping outside. Otherwise, if he allowed the wind to wreak havoc, all his efforts would soon be in vain. Breakfast consisted of pumpkin porridge, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and a boiled egg for each person. After finishing breakfast, Wu Yuan pushed the bicycle out and patted the front bar, asking Xiongwen, "Shall I take you home?" Xiongwen shrank back. Yang Luoyan stepped out, holding a raincoat, and said, "Don't tease the child. There may be a torrential downpour today. Bring the raincoat along." They hurried to the home of the third sister. Xiongwu was home alone, spending his summer vacation in solitude. The boy was perched on a small stool in the yard, diligently working on his summer assignments. The third sister, Wu Xiuhua, was busy dismantling and washing the thick cotton quilt, preparing to air it out for several days once the typhoon passed. As for the brother-in-law, he was said to be attending a meeting regarding flood prevention and control in the village. "Do you have something to discuss with him?" "Last night, my wife suggested an idea to me." Wu Yuan then shared the mature plan that they had concocted. Upon hearing this, the third sister immediately understood. "It seems this matter requires your brother-in-law to consult with your fourth brother-in-law." Wu Yuan's expression turned troubled. Is it possible to reason with the fourth brother-in-law? He has always been so devoted to the public good. Devoted to the public good. Wu Xiuhua scoffed. "When I returned their money a few days ago, they didn't speak a word, but who knows how many schemes were brewing in their minds. Just wait and see. Perhaps your fourth brother-in-law is at home, eagerly anticipating your third brother-in-law's visit." Wu Yuan chuckled but said no more. He then brought up another matter. "By the way, I plan to open a furniture store in the county town. I want more urban dwellers to see the actual products, The high-end modular cabinets, the feel of a spring bed, and perhaps later on, the modular sofas. Wu Xiuhua pondered. That will cost quite a bit, won't it? And taxes are unavoidable. In truth, Wu Yuan was eager to find a way to pay some taxes, akin to paying protection fees. It was reminiscent of his previous encounter with Yang Luoyan, who had inquired about the profits from trading treasury bonds and how taxes could be applied. Wu Xiuhua nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I will discuss this with him. The weather is bad. You should head back early. Wu Yuan stood up, not wishing to linger. But he couldn't help but ask Xiong Wu, do you want to come with me? Xiong Wu's eyes sparkled with longing, his face brimming with the word want, yet he dared not speak without Wu Xiuhua's consent. Thus, Wu Yuan had to interject. Sister, let him come with me for a few days. Wu Xiuhua shook her head. Luoyan is getting heavier. One Xiong Wen is already enough trouble. Adding Xiong Wu would be overwhelming. A few lice are nothing to worry about. Wu Yuan ruffled Xiong Wu's hair, determined not to let a second chance at life distance him from his niece and nephew. Sister, please get me some clothes for Xiao Wu. It looks like it will rain soon. Finally, Wu Xiuhua relented. Leaving the Xiaowei village, Xiong Wu, who had been silent, suddenly said, Uncle, I will take good care of you in the future. Wu Yuan was unexpectedly moved. I will wait for that. This child speaks with sincerity. He was the most obedient in his previous life. Upon returning home, a torrential downpour suddenly cascaded from the sky. Wu Yuan was just feeling fortunate when he realized 2 additional children had joined them. The second nephew from the fourth sister's family, Zhong Wenxiang, and the little niece, Zhong Wenya. It seemed that the fourth sister and her husband could no longer contain themselves. They had sent the 2 children ahead as a reconnaissance team. Gazing at the 5 children who spanned nearly every age group, Wu Yuan was reminded of the wealthy uncle and his 18 nieces and nephews. He reached out and patted Zhong Wenxiang, inquiring, how did you 2 arrive? Like a mischievous monkey, Zhong Wenxiang evaded him with a chuckle, while Zhong Wenin swiftly embraced Wu Yuan, exclaiming, Uncle, I've missed you. Wu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this theatrical disposition of his niece had been evident since her childhood. He wandered along the eaves and entered the kitchen. Inside, only Yang Luoyan and Lin Miao Miao were busy preparing the meal. Dear wife, with all these little rascals around, you must be exhausted. Before Yang Luoyan could respond, Lin Miao Miao interjected, Uncle, no need to say that. Auntie is currently overflowing with maternal affection and is being exceptionally kind to Wenxiang and Wenin. Is that so? Wu Yuan asked. Indeed. Lin Miao Miao confirmed. Zhong Wenxiang, come over and stoke the fire. Wu Yuan bellowed from the kitchen entrance. Even the mischievous Zhong Wenxiang obediently scurried over to take the fire poker from Lin Miao Miao. See? This is the proper way to host these children. Never treat them as mere guests. Chapter 36. The Carpenter's eye is the ruler upon the arrival of Zhong Wenxiang. Lin Miao Miao appeared to be more diligent, and conversely, once Zhong Wenxiang was kept in check, the children would be unable to cause any trouble. At lunchtime, as the heavy rain subsided, Wu Yuan noticed his nieces and nephews seated around a large table, filling it to capacity. The daily budget of 10 yuan for fish and meat was evidently insufficient. After lunch, the 5 children settled down for their afternoon nap in 2 separate areas. Wu Yuan rolled up his pant legs, donned his slippers, and made his way to the village workshop. Although the weather was dreary, it did not hinder the progress inside the workshop. Rather, the slight chill provided an opportunity to advance their work. At home, Yang Luoyan was with Lin Miao Miao, operating the sewing machine to continue crafting the covers for the mattresses. Lin Miao Miao noticed that Yang Luoyan frequently glanced at the 2 groups of children, concerned whether they were kicking off their blankets or had fallen off the beds. Thus, she pulled Yang Luoyan aside and said, Aunt, don't worry about them. She then reminisced about previous summers. When we visited Uncle S' house, we cooked, ate, bathed, and slept entirely on our own. Uncle, being a bachelor, paid us no mind and often criticized the meals we prepared. However, what we dreaded most was when the children quarreled. When Uncle disciplined us, he was truly fierce. Yet, oddly enough, this did not diminish our fondness for him. We were scolded year after year, yet we still longed to visit. So, Aunt, if you are too kind to them, they will become unruly. Yang Luoyan was indeed somewhat unaccustomed to this, having been raised with meticulous care by her mother, and she found it difficult to witness the children being so freely raised. Upon arriving at the workshop, Wu Yuan found everyone hard at work. The 3 electric planers were all in operation, buzzing energetically. Among the apprentices, Zhao Baojun had already begun to use the electric planer independently, though his cuts were not yet precise and required further practice. Zhu Liubiao had grown accustomed to using his axe, stubbornly chopping away without considering that the electric planer would be quicker and more efficient. In contrast, the eldest apprentice, Ma Mingjun, was eager to learn but had become hesitant after having ruined several pieces of material earlier that morning. The carpenter's eye serves as a ruler. Without mastering this skill, one can never be deemed a competent carpenter. Wu Yuan could only encourage them to practice with scrap materials, never fearing the cost of electricity. After guiding the three apprentices, Master Qi paused his electric planer and approached him, clearly wishing to discuss something. The two stepped outside, squatting beneath the eaves, and exchanged a cigarette. Master Qi said, "Boss Wu, I've found two individuals. When are you free? I'd like to introduce them to you." Without hesitation, Wu Yuan responded, "How about tomorrow?" "All right," he agreed, pleasantly surprised by Wu Yuan's promptness. After finishing the cigarette, Master Qi promptly returned to work inside. As Wu Yuan was about to rise, Old Dai stealthily emerged. "I must tell you, the individuals Master Qi has found, you must not employ them." "Why? What other reason could there be? He is bringing them over with ill intentions. I am aware of it." After conversing with Old Dai, Wu Yuan stood up and headed straight to his father-in-law's house. In the county town, the arrangements for opening a storefront were orchestrated by my brother-in-law, Xiong Gang, sparing Wu Yuan any concerns. However, when it came to the individual business license, Xiong Gang was uncertain, prompting him to ponder several avenues. The more options he considered, the greater the likelihood of success. Meanwhile, at the home of Secretary Yang, his second son, Yang Ming, accompanied by his wife, Jiang Fan, and their two children, took advantage of the rainy weather to visit for a meal. Secretary Yang was at home. Unlike Liyuan village, which was adjacent to the canal, he bore no responsibility for flood prevention and thus took the opportunity to rest on rainy days. However, the presence of his son and grandchildren disrupted his peace. "Dad, has Wu Yuan truly settled the expenses for the red bricks, sand, cement, and steel bars?" "He hasn't settled them." "I have," replied old Yang, somewhat irritably. Yang Ming, failing to grasp the implication, sprang to his feet, agitated. "Dad, how could you assist him with such a substantial sum? That's no small amount. It's nearly 20,000. Just as he finished speaking, his wife, Jiang Fan, tugged at his trousers, urging him to sit down. Complying, albeit confused, Yang Ming took a seat. Old Yang, observing this, felt even more exasperated. His second son was not only lacking in ambition, but had also become completely subservient to his wife, obediently following her every command. With increasing annoyance, Old Yang retorted, "Yes. Not only did I help him settle the accounts, but I also contributed funds for an air conditioner, a refrigerator, and 2 electric planers." Even the dim-witted Yang Ming began to perceive the underlying implications. "Dad, where would he acquire such funds?" Old Yang shot him a glance, dismissing him. Yang Ming exchanged a look with his wife, quickly recognizing the peculiarity of the situation. "No, Dad, how could he earn a substantial profit in just under 2 months? It couldn't possibly involve any illegal dealings, could it?" Old Yang slammed his pipe onto the table, growling, "Mind your words. Just because you lack ability doesn't mean you should wish ill on others." In truth, individuals like Yang Ming were quite common in rural areas, and such thoughts were not unusual. Yet, the more Secretary Yang refrained from discussing how Wu Yuan earned his money, the more restless Yang Ming felt. As if a cat were scratching inside him, his mind in turmoil. This continued until Wu Yuan arrived. Upon his appearance, Yang Ming and Jiang Fan wore expressions that radiated an unfriendly courtesy, though they still had questions to pose. With forced smiles, they approached him. "Brother-in-law, how is Luoyan faring?" Before Wu Yuan could respond, Secretary Yang interjected, irately, "Why don't you visit her one day? After all, she is your own sister, pregnant as she is. And you haven't even bothered to see her." Wu Yuan quickly diverted the conversation, for he was not there to stoke any fires. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, Luoyan is doing quite well." "Brother-in-law, I heard that you made a fortune on your recent trip. What business out there is so lucrative?" "I didn't earn much. Merely a fortunate turn of events allowed me to trade some treasury bonds and make a small profit. It's all spent now." We've made some significant purchases for the home and the workshop. "Treasury bonds? Aren't those things virtually worthless?" Wu Yuan chose to remain silent, lest this couple stray from the right path. After all, engaging in the trade of treasury bonds is not a task that just anyone can undertake. Those who have not witnessed the harsh realities of society may not only find themselves ill-equipped for such dealings, but could very well become victims of the very bonds they seek to manipulate. Seizing the moment, Secretary Yang interjected and directly inquired of Wu Yuan, "What brings you to me?" Consequently, Wu Yuan broached the subject of the business license. Secretary Yang furrowed his brow, clearly indicating that matters concerning this issue were not as straightforward for him. He needed to gather his thoughts. After Wu Yuan concluded his business, he took his leave. Observing this, the young couple abandoned their meal, eager to return home with their 2 children. Having watched these children grow, old Yang could certainly discern their hidden motives. He felt compelled to offer a word of caution. You too should live your lives earnestly, rather than attempting to emulate Wu Yuan's path to wealth. The kind of money he can earn may not be attainable for you. The couple nodded in agreement, hurriedly departing. Chapter 37. Grateful for nature's bounty. On his return from the village, Wu Yuan noticed that the recent rainfall had been quite substantial. Many areas of the road were submerged, with the occasional small fish or shrimp swimming by. It seemed that a peaceful night's sleep was out of the question. He would have to listen to the croaking of frogs until dawn. Lost in thoughts of frogs, upon arriving home, he was greeted by a grisly sight between 2 red bricks, a line of frog carcasses strung up on a slender branch, all skinned. Among them were 1 or 2 larger specimens, clearly toads. How cruel! Such an act could only be attributed to Zhong Wenxiang. As expected, when Wu Yuan called Zhong Wenxiang out, the boy immediately fell silent, his face a picture of guilt. Wu Yuan rummaged through the house for fishing line and hooks, finding a longer bamboo rod to attach them to. He directed Zhong Wenxiang, "What are you standing there for? Help me collect those poor frogs." Xiong Wu, eager and impatient, piped up, "Uncle, I want to go too." "All right, you can carry a bucket," Wu Yuan replied. Xiong Wu, seeing his brother moving, also attempted to rise, but was firmly told by Wu Yuan, "You stay put at home." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wu reluctantly settled back down. Wu Yuan, accompanied by the 2 boys, did not venture far. They crossed the ridge of rice paddies in front of their house, arriving at a gravel path. To the south of this path lay a canal over 3 meters wide, with its broadest point exceeding 5 meters. Beyond the canal, an expanse of rice fields. "This will do," Wu Yuan decided. Xiong Wu paused in confusion, while Zhong Wenxiang, ever observant, deftly handed a frog to his uncle. Wu Yuan accepted it, quickly baited the hook, and cast it into the water. Just as he was about to inquire about the many frogs they had caught, he sensed a tug on the line. With a swift motion, he raised the bamboo rod, and a black fish leapt from the water, darting towards him. Wu Yuan quickly snatched it from the air, weighing it in his hand. It seemed to weigh around 5 or 6 pounds. A splendid start for the fishing trip. He strung the black fish onto a bundle of straw and handed it to Xiong Wu, who was still concerned and cautioned, "Make sure you hold it tight. Don't let it escape." Xiong Wu, with a deep voice, acknowledged, his eyes fixed on the fish, engaged in a silent stare down. For the second cast, Wu Yuan was too lazy to bait the hook himself and let Zhong Wenxiang handle it. To his surprise, the boy did an admirable job, clearly having practiced at home. With a flick of his wrist, Wu Yuan cast the line far into the water, letting it sink. Just as he was about to take a moment to rest, he felt another tug. He raised the bamboo rod again, but this time he underestimated the strength required, allowing the black fish to pull him a short distance in the water. Determined, he gathered his strength for a more forceful pull and was taken aback by the size of the fish. Goodness, it must weigh around 10 pounds. Grateful for nature's bounty. However, with such a large fish, a careless mistake could lead to a broken rod and a lost catch. Wu Yuan had no choice but to rein in his strength, carefully controlling the rhythm as he brought the fish closer to the shore. After considerable effort, I finally managed to transcribe the information into my hand. Even the straw rope that passed through the fish's mouth was twisted several times. Otherwise, it would have truly been unable to hold. I casually handed it to Xiong Wu to carry. The lad nearly stumbled when he lifted it. The last 2 catches, however, were less fortunate, yielding 2 yellow eels the thickness of a thumb. It is said that pregnant women should not consume this particular delicacy. As for whether Yang Luoyan, now 6 months along, could partake, Wu Yuan was uncertain and had little inclination to inquire further. Instead, he decided to set them aside as gifts. In total, we caught 3 black fish and 4 yellow eels from a row of 7 frogs, with only that single toad mysteriously devoured by some creature, resulting in no catch at all. Nevertheless, this bounty was quite substantial. Wu Yuan even speculated whether these black fish had escaped from the fish pond of the neighbor, Aunt Dai, after flooding over the road. On the way home, Wu Yuan issued a stern warning. In the future, if you dare to come to the riverbank to play without my presence, I shall break your legs. Do you understand? Zhong Wenxiang shivered at the thought. Unlike a father, An uncle could indeed be ruthless. Xiongwu nodded vigorously, stealing glances at Zhong Wenxiang. Upon returning home, Wu Yuan selected the 10-pound black fish and began to prepare it. While the Huang watched eagerly from afar, tail wagging with anticipation. Once the fish was sliced into uniformly thick fillets, Wu Yuan departed with the fish. And De Huang finally dared to approach, indulging in a hearty feast. After watching television for quite some time, Zhong Weiniang rushed over, asking, "Uncle, what do you intend to make?" Wu Yuan feigned mystery, declaring, "Today, I shall demonstrate my culinary prowess," showcasing what it means to possess the standards of a state banquet chef. What is a state banquet level? The children were oblivious, yet the term sounded impressive nonetheless. When Yang Luoyan caught sight of the fish fillets, she needed no further inquiry. She merely turned to Lin Miao Miao and said, "Miao Miao, we need to prepare oil tomorrow." Zhong Wenxiang volunteered, "And I will go get it tomorrow." Yang Luoyan hesitated momentarily. Zhong Wenxiang then emphasized, "I am the one who collects the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for our home." Seeing Wu Yuan nod, Yang Luoyan finally consented, "All right then." At dinner, a platter of sizzling, oily boiled fish was presented at the table. Far more substantial than the last time Yang Luoyan had dined. After all, 3 or 4 pounds of fish fillets had been added to the pot. How could it not be plentiful? Even so, Yang Luoyan could not bring herself to eat, as she could not possibly compete with the voracious appetites of the children. Wu Yuan, however, paid no mind. In his single days, dining with these children had required him to snatch food, and he had never relied on any notion of unclely entitlement that was purely an invitation to hunger. Yet this time, after much effort, he had given everything to Yang Luoyan. By the end of the meal, everyone was satisfied except for Wu Yuan. After finishing the dishes and scrubbing the pots, everyone crowded onto the mattress to watch television. One by one, the children ventured out to the yard to bathe. Xiongwen could not manage it alone, so Xiongwu took him along. Zhong Weiniang, who was of a similar age to Xiongwen, was notably more precocious, firmly refusing Lin Miao Miao's assistance and insisting on washing herself. Wu Yuan disregarded the situation, also pulling Yang Luoyan away from intervening. As soon as the group of mischievous children finished their bath, they began to vie for control of the television, each clamoring for their preferred show. The cacophony was relentless. However, when Wu Yuan quietly switched the channel to the evening news on CCTV, a hush fell over them. By 9 o'clock, one by one, the children succumbed to slumber, leaving only the chorus of frogs croaking outside. The following day, Wu Yuan encountered the 2 craftsmen introduced by Master Qi at the workshop. One was surnamed Zhang, and the other Chun, both in their mid-30s. Wu Yuan casually assessed their vision and skills, only to discover that Master Zhang's hands were markedly less steady than Master Chen's. His eye for detail was also significantly lacking. After handing Master Zhang a pack of cigarettes, he turned to Master Qi and said, "Master Qi, please assist him in leaving." As they walked to the outskirts of the village, Wu Yuan remarked, "You see, although my boss is young, his discerning eye is sharp. You squander your days in gambling, and your skills have deteriorated to this extent, yet you still hope to deceive him? How could you know without trying?" At least he walked away with a pack of cigarettes. Master Qi waved his hand, feeling a pang of pity for Zhang, who remained blissfully unaware of the monumental opportunity he had squandered, content merely with a trivial pack of cigarettes. It was no wonder the boss had no regard for him. Chapter 38, Transformation of the Workshop, Emergence of New Conflicts. When Master Qi returned, Wu Yuan publicly announced before everyone, for the time being, "We will halt recruitment at the workshop. Let us all strive to complete our tasks as efficiently as possible. It won't be long before suitable adjustments are made." This statement brought a sigh of relief to old Dai, while Master Qi felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Although no reasons were provided for the lack of hiring, it was well understood that Wu Yuan had previously expressed intentions to recruit when speaking with both him and old Dai. Now, after admitting just one new worker, the sudden halt in recruitment clearly pointed to issues surrounding him or the person he had chosen. "Zhang Dugan, you have led me to this predicament. All right, everyone, let's get to work," Wu Yuan concluded, immersing himself in labor alongside his 3 apprentices. After more than 6 months of rigorous training, Zhao Baojun was now capable of independently completing most of the processes involved in assembling cabinets, though his proficiency still required improvement. As for Ma Mingjun, his skills were limited. However, those he had mastered, such as board cutting and planing, were on par with those of seasoned craftsmen. Unfortunately, he struggled with more complex mortise and tenon structures, his mind muddled by confusion. Wu Yuan did not press him, understanding that his eldest apprentice's limitations were rooted in his inherent capabilities. It was not a matter of lack of effort, but rather a ceiling to his potential. Conversely, Xu Yanmei, even though Ma Mingjun remarked on his cleverness, often failed to apply his intellect effectively. Thus, the duo of Xu and Ma combined could nearly equal the output of a skilled carpenter. Patience is key. Imparting knowledge and skill should resemble the nurturing of one's own children, allowing ample time for apprentices to learn and grow. With the addition of a new master craftsman, Wu Yuan dedicated a week entirely to working in the workshop. During this time, the workshop delivered 2 orders of memory foam beds and 1 order of high-end cabinets. Wu Yuan observed that the newly arrived Master Qin did not always cluster with Master Qi. Occasionally, he would share a cigarette and a few words with the often grumpy old Dai. Master Qin was a seasoned craftsman, possessing both the capacity to embrace others and the skill to do so effectively. Consequently, Wu Yuan frequently sought him out for discussions, exchanging insights and experiences. Originally, Master Qin held a rather high opinion of himself. He was slightly older than Master Qi and boasted more experience than old Dai. However, after several conversations with Wu Yuan, the flicker of pride within him dissipated. He had not anticipated that a young entrepreneur like Wu could possess such profound insights into the carpentry trade. I studied under Master Qiao Sai. He imparted much knowledge to me, Master Qin remarked, a slight furrow in his brow. He had encountered the elder Qiao, who was somewhat stubborn and doubted his depth of understanding in comparison to Wu Yuan's. Yet, at that moment, Master Qin chose to remain silent, allowing a smile to pass. During that same week, Wu Yuan connected with 5 or 6 other carpenters from nearby villages and towns. He presented samples of the vertical and horizontal components of the cabinets and the bed frames, requesting them to craft a batch for trial. Ultimately, he selected 3 craftsmen from this group and established long-term agreements for material processing and supply. Among them was Zhongjin Yuan, the second uncle of Zhong Wenqiang, undoubtedly recommended by his brother-in-law, Zhong Jintao. However, throughout the entire process, Zhong Jintao remained elusive, with all communications and negotiations being conducted by Sanjia's husband, Xionggang. Once the outsourcing was confirmed, the village workshop made the necessary adjustments. As long as the semi-finished products provided by a few craftsmen fell within a reasonable margin of error from the standard specifications, they would not hinder the subsequent assembly and design. Moreover, with the use of plywood veneers, the original fine processing of wooden boards, and even intricate carvings were all simplified. Everything was adorned with uniformly printed labels and graphics. The final assembled cabinets not only saved time and effort, but also retained a sense of elegance. Before one knew it, the end of July and the beginning of August had arrived. Wu Yuan settled the wages for the 3 master craftsmen at the workshop and also raised the stipends for the 3 apprentices. Bao Jun, you have done well. Your stipend is now 100 yuan. Ming Jun and Lao Lu, you both will receive 75. Any objections? Ma Mingjun clapped Zhou Liu Biao on the back, saying, Master, truthfully, Lu Biao also deserves 100. Wu Yuan retorted, the point is, I need to see not only ability, but also effort. And you, Ming Jun, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. Can your mind still be salvaged? As a master, he naturally hoped that each of them could quickly stand on their own and graduate from apprenticeship. Zhao Baojun asked, Master, they say a carpenter must work for 3 years and a season before becoming a journeyman. Are you perhaps overestimating us? Yet, the essence remains unchanged. In the future, when you have the opportunity to craft other furniture, you will understand this better. The apprentices received their stipends with joy, and Wu Yuan took the chance to balance the accounts. After adopting the outsourcing model, costs had slightly risen. However, due to enhanced efficiency, the overall income of the workshop continued to rise. Yet, this resulted in a shorter order delivery cycle, and the subsequent growth rate of orders clearly could not keep pace. It seemed that relying solely on a few catalogs and word of mouth among clients was no longer sufficient to meet the demands of the outsourcing model. The opening of a storefront in the city was imperative. For this matter, not only was Wu Yuan's father-in-law at a loss, but even Sanjia's husband had not responded. Realizing this, Wu Yuan took a cigarette and headed straight to Sanjia's home in Xiaowaikan. Just past 7 in the evening. While the sky was still light, Sanjia's husband Xionggang had yet to return. Wu Xiuhua hadn't even started cooking. Observing the cold stove, Wu Yuan chuckled, Sanjia. With Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen not at home, you two shouldn't be so accommodating. Wu Xiuhua, unfazed, replied, it's hot, and I don't feel like eating much anyway. If I get hungry later, I'll just have pancakes with green onions. She then asked, younger brother, have you eaten? If not, I'll cook right away. Would you like to share a couple of drinks with your brother-in-law? Wu Yuan had no intention of troubling Sanjia. Just then, Gang returned, giving Wu Yuan a knowing look and gesturing, "Let us have a couple of drinks, younger brother." "All right then, Sanjia," Wu Yuan replied. Hearing this, Wu Xiuhua went out to prepare. Gang plopped down and lamented, "If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have even had a warm meal." "Brother-in-law, is there trouble at home? If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. There is no need for formality between us." Gang waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that difficult. Things are much better than before. It's merely that the children are not at home, so it hardly seems worth the effort to prepare a proper meal. If I cook too much, it will spoil, so I might as well just eat something simple." Before long, peanuts, cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried green beans with meat were all laid out on the table. Wu Yuan and Gang, after having a few dishes, began to discuss serious matters. "Regarding the storefront, I have been inquiring persistently. The department store, in response to higher directives, has allocated a portion of their counters for individual entrepreneurs to lease. I have heard that there is considerable competition, and without connections, it is nearly impossible to secure one. I am currently seeking those connections for the necessary permits. Furthermore, acquiring a business license should be straightforward, but it would be wise to find someone to assist in order to avoid drawing attention from the authorities. After all, the current policies are rather ambiguous and open to numerous interpretations. All right, third brother-in-law, you help me untangle these relationships, and I will take the lead." Chapter 39. The abilities of my man are beyond your reach. As August commenced, the arrival of autumn was imminent. The weather noticeably turned cooler, especially in the countryside during the late hours of the night, where the air became so temperate that air conditioning was rendered unnecessary. The children appeared to sense that their time of unrestrained revelry at their uncle's home was dwindling, and they began to cherish each day. Mornings no longer required coaxing to rise. The water in the tank filled itself, and the yard was tidied without any intervention. The television no longer saw a scramble for attention. Observing the transformation in the children, Yang Luoyan felt a curious delight and grew increasingly eager for the arrival of her two unborn children. After breakfast, Lin Miaomiu pedaled her bicycle to the county town, carrying out Wu Yuan's intention to gather friends and seek out sisters skilled in operating sewing machines. Since the workshop adopted a processing model, the production of matching mattresses had lagged significantly. Coupled with Wu Yuan's enhancements to the precision spring assembly, the demand for sewing machine operators had surged. As Yang Luoyan's pregnancy progressed, the pressure fell squarely on Lin Miaomiao's shoulders. To avoid disrupting delivery schedules, Wu Yuan had no choice but to expand the workforce, recruiting an additional 3 to 5 sewing machine operators. No sooner had Lin Miaomiao departed than someone arrived with a message. "Luoyan, Aunt Xu from the village sent word that your husband is needed." The messenger was Aunt Xu, an acquaintance of the village secretary's wife, of a similar age. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Luoyan inquired, "Aunt Xu, do you know what my father is seeking him for?" Aunt Xu shook her head. "I have no idea." But the secretary appeared quite furious. "You both should tread lightly." Upon hearing this, Yang Luoyan insisted, "I will accompany you back." The couple strolled together towards the village, with Wu Yuan resigned to ambling alongside his wife. Fortunately, the 2-mile distance was not too far, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely walk. Half an hour later, as they approached the entrance, they encountered a gathering of people, with the thunderous voice of Secretary Yang resounding far and wide. In the center of the yard, bearing the brunt of his fury, stood the dejected second brother Yang Meng and his unruly wife, Jiang Fan, whose disheveled appearance suggested turmoil. Was this a prelude to divorce? Wu Yuan's first thought was this possibility. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such uproar. Protectively guiding his wife, Wu Yuan cautiously approached the eye of the storm. He arranged a chair for Yang Luoyan to sit, and then delicately inquired, "Father, what has transpired to provoke such anger?" The secretary, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, "Ask him." Yang Ming stubbornly turned his head away, seemingly obstinate for no reason. Jiang Fan lamented despondently, declaring she wished to end her life. This left Wu Yuan at a loss for words. He decided to seek clarity from the secretary's wife. "Mother, could you shed light on the situation?" Lu Hui, with a knowing look, replied, "Well, your second brother recently heard that you were making profits from trading treasury bonds. So he took the family savings of over 4,000 yuan. Unfortunately, while attempting to collect the bonds, he was robbed, leaving him without even travel expenses." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan could hardly suppress a laugh. This is purely a matter of traversing the territory of Beijing, unaware of the treachery of those outside, and has led to a lesson in humility. I turned to advise Secretary Yang. "Father, As long as we can return safely, that is sufficient. There is a saying, when wealth departs, peace and happiness remain. It is good that my brother and sister-in-law are unharmed. Do not be overly angered. Faced with this situation, what could Wu Yuan do? He could only offer words of comfort here and there. Life must continue, mustn't it? Unexpectedly, his words struck a nerve with Jiang Fan, who retorted sharply, "We initially believed your deceitful words and engaged in trading treasury bonds." What did this mean? Yang Luoyan could no longer remain seated. Rising with her prominent belly, her fair face was filled with coldness. She was utterly disappointed in her brother and sister-in-law. After being taken advantage of outside, they returned home to bully their own family. "Sister-in-law, I shall still address you as such. Did my husband compel you to engage in trading treasury bonds? Or did you go willingly?" Jiang Fan remained silent, choking on his words. "If you can prove that my husband directed you, I will immediately compensate you 4,000. But do not sneakily aspire to emulate my husband's skills for a quick profit, only to find yourselves entangled with outsiders and then attempt to blame my husband for your misfortunes. I assure you, the talents of my husband are beyond your grasp. You shall not place the blame upon us." After speaking, Yang Luoyan turned to Secretary Yang and declared, "Father, it was unnecessary for you to summon us today." Wu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart but stifled his laughter, addressing Secretary Yang and Lu Hui. "Father, Mother, I must accompany Luoyan and take my leave." Yang Luoyan departed swiftly, evidently incensed by the situation. Wu Yuan followed, offering gentle reassurances. "Dear, this matter is hardly worth your distress. Please do not let anger affect your health. My brother and sister-in-law must have been trapped, feeling wronged and confused, which led them to act thoughtlessly. As for father, he is likely also agitated by their actions. Do not direct your anger at him." All the while, he spoke soothingly until he was nearly out of words. Suddenly, Yang Luoyan halted and laughed. "Do not doubt me. I am truly not angry. My brother deserved this. He suffered a significant loss, and I nearly laughed aloud just now. You know, before I married, my brother claimed that people like you lack ability, yet now he has attempted to secretly learn your skills. Isn't that akin to slapping his own face? The irony is that he has failed to acquire your talents, losing both his partner and his resources. How could I not find that amusing?" Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. "Dear, your earlier remark, 'You cannot learn my husband's skills,' was indeed comforting to hear. However, while it is fine to find humor in this, let us not go overboard. Your current condition requires you to remain calm." Yang Luoyan strolled leisurely, her pregnant form exuding both ease and joy. "By the way, when do you plan to tell me about the substantial sum of 1.08 million you earned?" "What? I don't have that," Wu Yuan instinctively replied. "It exists across 4 bank books, 3 with 250,000 each and 1 with 300,000. My dear wife, you are already aware that my intentions were never to conceal anything from you. I understand your concerns about alarming both me and our 2 children." Yang Luoyan, filled with a sense of accomplishment, remarked, "It is no wonder that my husband possesses talents that others cannot emulate." At the Yang family residence, old Yang was so infuriated that he attempted to light his pipe several times, yet to no avail. He lifted his foot and kicked his second son, exclaiming, "Did I not advise you long ago to refrain from trying to emulate Wu Yuan? In this regard, Luoyan speaks the truth. His abilities are beyond your reach. You only observe his wealth and status, yet fail to see the hardships he endures behind the scenes. You have always held your aspirations too high, ignoring wise counsel and instead heeding the words of your inexperienced wife. Get out of my sight. I truly wish to see no more of you." Chapter 40. People strive for higher grounds. Even when faced with adversity, as Wu Yuan and his wife arrived home, Secretary Yang followed closely behind. Wu Yuan promptly instructed Zhang Wenxiang to pour water for his father-in-law while he unwrapped a pack of cigarettes to offer. Noticing that the cigarettes were freshly opened and the room bore no trace of smoke, Secretary Yang tactfully declined the offer. "Father, this is your first visit since I married. My mother has come several times, but you have been difficult to invite." In the absence of outsiders, Yang Luoyan felt no need to be confrontational with her father. Secretary Yang, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioning, ran his hands over the electric refrigerator in the living room, exclaiming, "You've truly made a lovely home here. No wonder your mother speaks so highly of it," mentioning it several times. After accepting the hot water from Zhang Wenxiang, Secretary Yang settled into a chair and stated, "The reason for my visit today is to speak with both of you. I invited Wu Yuan over not for any particular reason, but rather to share how challenging it is to trade government bonds outside. I aim to dispel your second brother's misguided notion that money comes as easily as the wind. It's important to live diligently and sustainably. Wu Yuan nodded in agreement, yet Yang Luoyan retorted, in my opinion, your belief in him is misguided. If he were capable of heeding advice, he wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Perhaps experiencing this significant loss will teach him a lesson. Secretary Yang sighed deeply. Let us hope so. But let us not dwell on their troubles. He shifted the subject. Recently, I've heard numerous reports of individuals from other villages attempting to replicate your combination cabinets and mattresses. You must be vigilant. Wu Yuan was not surprised. The combination cabinets and mattresses had become highly profitable, having been transformed into substantial dowries by him. Their popularity was not limited to the surrounding villages, but had begun to spread even to the county town. In such circumstances, it was only natural for more profit seekers to emerge. This was a manifestation of healthy competition. However, it underscored the necessity for him to expedite the establishment of a furniture store or counter in the county, thereby creating a furniture brand to seize the urban market. In the stillness of the night, as Yang Luoyan rested her head on her husband's arm atop the mattress, they whispered to each other. Ever since I discovered your 4 bank books, I have been pondering a question that eludes my understanding. What is it? You've earned so much money. Why didn't you seek a city girl to enjoy a better life, opting instead to return to a rural life with me? You also chose not to marry someone from the city and selected me instead. That's different. This is 1,000,000 yuan. Without you, I could not have earned so much. Why? Because you bring me good fortune. That makes sense. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Lin Miao Miao had been running for 3 consecutive days, her legs now slender, finally managing to gather over a dozen sisters or classmates from various clothing factories. The county's clothing factories were not faring well, having long ceased operations, leading to the dispersal of these female workers across different locations. As Lin Miao Miao scurried about, she was fortunate enough that her uncle, Wu Yuan, had selected 5 individuals and offered them a salary of 100 yuan. The young ladies were overjoyed, treating Lin Miao Miao as if she were family. Lin Miao Miao privately rejoiced, relieved that she had been prudent enough not to disclose her actual salary. Consequently, she naturally assumed the role of leader among these 5 young women, wielding absolute authority over their endeavors. However, with an expanded team, it became evident that the workspace could no longer be accommodated in Wu Yuan's home. A larger venue was necessary. Wu Yuan spoke with Secretary Yang and arranged for a room adjacent to the village office and workshop, with the venue secured and sufficient personnel on hand. All that remained was to procure sewing machines. Wu Yuan accompanied Lin Miao Miao directly to the department store, where they ordered 4 machines at 161 yuan each, excluding delivery costs. This left Wu Yuan with an additional 10 yuan to spare. On their return journey, they passed through Xiaoxiu village. Wu Yuan instructed Lin Miao Miao to head home first while he visited his sister-in-law's house. Eager to return and enjoy the air conditioning, Lin Miao Miao quickly pedaled away, disappearing in an instant. Upon arriving at her sister-in-law's home, Wu Xiuhua was leisurely enjoying the shade in the courtyard, despite having an electric fan indoors. She couldn't bear to turn it on. Is your husband out? Wu Yuan inquired. He went to the village office, but he left a note and made a connection. Given your familiarity with the individuals involved, you would be the most suitable to handle this matter personally, Wu Xiuhua replied. Wu Yuan received the note from his sister-in-law, noting with interest that the contacts were indeed acquaintances. No wonder Sister Chun had been so intent on purchasing the Wang Wali armchair. It was intended as a gift for her father, Director Lu's father-in-law. The elder Mr. Chen, having just retired from the county leadership team, was now transitioning into a role at the County People's Congress. Understanding this connection, Wu Yuan stated, "Then please have Sister Chun convey my invitation for a meal. My brother-in-law should accompany me as well." Wu Xiuhua was thrilled upon hearing this. "You have a good heart, dear brother. Lately, your brother-in-law has been eager to engage with the village. If he can connect with this line, it will be a success." Wu Yuan, however, expressed some doubts. Since Mr. Chen has moved to the People's Congress, might his influence have waned? Not necessarily, she replied. At the township level, personnel changes still hold weight. Wu Yuan nodded, regaining his confidence. Even if his influence has diminished, it matters not. As long as he can provide us with guidance, we shall spend what is necessary and extend invitations as needed. My brother-in-law deserves this opportunity, and I will fully support it. After departing from Wu Xiuhua's home, Wu Yuan did not return home, but instead headed directly to the government compound. Upon reaching Director Lu's residence, he shared the matter with Sister Chun, who readily agreed. Everything fell into place seamlessly. At the dinner gathering the following evening, Wu Yuan even prepared a generous gift for his brother-in-law, believing it inappropriate to invite Mr. Chen for merely one meal while expecting him to facilitate two matters. Mr. Chen, upon hearing about the circumstances, readily agreed to assist. After all, these were matters within the realm of policy that could be navigated, aligning with the direction the state was encouraging, presenting no difficulties for him. Regarding the promotion of Xiang Gang, Mr. Chen also offered a helpful suggestion. The transition from village secretary to the township level may not be as glamorous as one might envision. This serves as both a piece of advice and an undeniable truth. Xiang Gang sincerely acknowledged this sentiment, yet remained resolute in his desire for advancement. Such aspirations are understandable, particularly given that he is just in his early 30s and has no need to remain in the role of village secretary until the age of Yang, who is considerably older. The notion of settling down is something to contemplate only after reaching the age of 40. Wu Yuan also admired the persistence of his brother-in-law. Why succumb to complacency at such a young age? There will be ample time and opportunities to rest later on. The dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere, with Xiang Gang steadfastly bidding farewell to Mr. Chen and his family before finally succumbing to exhaustion, leaning drunkenly into Wu Yuan's embrace. Wu Yuan, too, disregarded his own bicycle, opting instead to leave it at the restaurant and summoned a vehicle to take him home. Chapter 41. Brother-in-law, do you find me unattractive because of my weight? The day after the banquet, Wu Yuan received the approval note. Armed with this document, he sought out Manager Liu of the department store and promptly secured a counter space of over 40 square meters. The area was indeed ample, yet the location left much to be desired. In this era, department stores lacked elevators, making the fifth floor somewhat daunting for the average shopper. However, it is worth noting that had the location been prime, it would not have been available for rental. More concerning than the location was the fact that directly opposite this counter was the section for imported Sealy mattresses, with prices beginning at 2,000 yuan. After a thorough observation, Wu Yuan pondered, what more could he ask for at a monthly rent of 300 yuan? This fee encompassed trial rental costs, management fees, utilities, employee uniforms, and various other miscellaneous charges. Wu Yuan felt a sense of contentment. Yet, he still needed to find someone to manage the counter, who could adhere to the department store's regulations and promote their merchandise. Had Yang Luoyan not been pregnant, she would undoubtedly have been the ideal candidate. Unfortunately, finding an individual with a pleasant demeanor, excellent temperament, and reliability to serve as a furniture salesperson proved to be a challenge. As Wu Yuan departed from the department store and made his way to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain the license, he contemplated potential candidates. Passing by Xiu Village, he unknowingly found himself at his sister's home. Wu Xiuhua pondered for quite some time, but could not suggest anyone suitable. Among the children of his sisters, only Lin Miao Miao had the capability to manage independently. The other girls were still lacking. Moreover, even Lin Miao Miao might struggle in the complex social dynamics required in a department store setting. Deep in thought, he returned home. Upon seeing his furrowed brow, Yang Luoyan inquired, "What troubles you? Is everything going smoothly?" "Not quite," Wu Yuan replied as he sat down. "We need someone for the department store, but I find that youthfulness may not suffice, and a lack of presence is equally detrimental. Trustworthiness is paramount, and finding such a person is proving difficult." Yang Luoyan's interest was piqued. "I have a candidate in mind." "Who? Please, do tell." "My elder sister." Wu Yuan remained non-committal, merely gazing at his wife. Yang Luoyan continued, "Listen, my sister may not be young, but having been around Principal Ma, she is adept in social interactions and understands the nuances of human relationships. She has always paid attention to her appearance and still looks quite presentable. She is my sister and has treated me well. I trust her." Wu Yuan frowned. "But will your brother-in-law, being the principal, allow her to step into the limelight?" "Do not worry about that. She has long desired to transition from home to society. She simply hasn't had the opportunity." "But what if she has gained a little weight?" "What do you mean? Are you implying that once I give birth, you will find me unattractive as well?" Realizing he had stirred a hornet's nest, Wu Yuan quickly devised a retreat. "I think I will check the workshop in the village. Please discuss this with your sister and see if she is interested." "Wait, come back." Wu Yuan obediently stood still and turned back, displaying a demeanor of fearless resignation. Unexpectedly, Yang Luoyan handed him a piece of paper, stating, "This is my elder sister's phone number. Please call her at the village office and ask her to come home. I will speak with her afterwards." Wu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I shall go at once," he replied. Upon arriving at the village office, He found Accountant Li and old Sue present. After casually dispersing some smoke, he expressed his intention to make a phone call. Accountant Li promptly pushed the phone towards him. After a brief wait, the call connected, and Yang Chunyu's voice resonated on the other end. Wu Yuan introduced himself, and Yang Chunyu responded with a surprised "oh," followed quickly by a sense of understanding. After finishing the call, Wu Yuan entered the workshop in the courtyard. The counter from the department store had been approved, and now it was time to prepare 2 sets of samples to adorn the storefront. This task was not prearranged by Wu Yuan. However, ever since the workshop had undergone its transformation, they had an abundance of nearly completed combination cabinets and Simmons beds. The workshop was bustling with activity, with the processes streamlined. Only the final assembly and beautification were taking place here. The simplicity of the tasks had greatly enhanced efficiency. After a leisurely inspection, Wu Yuan designated a combination cabinet and a Simmons bed for Master Chen to finalize. In the adjoining sewing workshop, Lin Miao Miao and her companions were laboring earnestly. Upon observing their environment, Wu Yuan remarked, "Tomorrow, I will bring a standing fan over. Let us endure a little longer." The girls were touched, discussing among themselves how considerate this boss was. Only Lin Miao Miao understood that her uncle was concerned about the sweat from the workers staining the bed covers and leaving unpleasant odors. As he departed, he coincidentally encountered Secretary Yang arriving at the village office. Wu Yuan shared a cigarette with his father-in-law and broached the subject. "Father, I feel that occupying such a large space in the village for free is rather inappropriate. Perhaps we should consider paying a nominal rent to avoid giving anyone reason to gossip." This was not merely a pretense, as his operations expanded. Wu Yuan recognized the importance of addressing such details to prevent future envy or criticism. Even if his father-in-law did not wish to pursue further considerations, it was unnecessary to allow such trivial matters to become a point of contention. Secretary Yang was gratified. Wu Yuan, this young man, did not take everything for granted, but rather contemplated various aspects on his behalf, proving to be far more considerate than his brother Yang Meng. After inquiring further about the counters, Secretary Yang allowed Wu Yuan to depart. Wu Yuan slipped homeward, where his elder sister Yang Chunyu arrived with great haste on her vintage bike. With her newly styled voluminous waves and Ray-Ban sunglasses, she embodied the essence of a woman emerging from the depths of the Atlantic. On her, the look felt timeless. "Brother-in-law, have you been bullying my younger sister?" The moment this question escaped her lips, Wu Yuan furrowed his brows, realizing that Yang Luoyan's suggestion for her to manage the counter might not have been the wisest decision. "Am I to bully your sister and then call you to come chastise me? What kind of reasoning is that?" He pondered, finding his elder sister's intelligence somewhat concerning. However, it did not take long for Yang Chenyu to realize the situation, her ability to read the room truly exceptional. Could it be that something fortunate was afoot? Wu Yuan allowed her to enter first, choosing to remain silent. He preferred that the 2 sisters communicate amongst themselves, refraining from intervening. As the sisters busied themselves in the kitchen, they whispered to one another for quite some time, only ceasing their chatter once the meal was prepared. Yang Chenyu emerged with 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, and as she passed by Wu Yuan, who was entertaining the children, she suddenly halted. "My sister's proposition, I have accepted. However, brother-in-law, do you think I am overweight?" Wu Yuan regarded her with a cigarette in hand, his meaning unmistakable. Surely, she must have some awareness of her own weight, one would think. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Yang Chenyu's smile blossomed. "Your judgment is astute. I have indeed gained some weight. Nonetheless, in order to uphold your reputation, I shall endeavor to shed a few pounds and maintain a commendable image." Chapter 42. The Difficulty of Beginnings. "So let's begin." Multiple times Wu Yuan was astonished by his sister-in-law's unexpectedly amiable demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the impression she had left upon their first encounter. It was not until Yang Chenyu posed her subsequent inquiry that Wu Yuan realized she had been awaiting his response. "So, how is my salary calculated?" "There is no base salary. The commission is set at 15% of sales." Since she was playing mind games, Wu Yuan, as the employer, decided to indulge her. He promptly removed the fixed base salary of 50 yuan, anticipating her to negotiate. To his surprise, Yang Chenyu merely hesitated briefly before biting her silver teeth and declaring, "All right, I will take this job." The outcome left Wu Yuan feeling as though he had struck a punch into a cotton cloud, completely ineffective. At noon, the 3 of them shared a meal at home. Yang Chenyu even diligently washed the pots and pans before leaving. As she departed, she confirmed that she would commence work at the department store the following day. Once the elder sister had left, Yang Luoyan inquired, Isn't it a bit excessive to have no base salary? Wu Yuan shrugged. I didn't expect her to agree. It seems she is genuinely eager to achieve something and prove herself. Yang Luoyan pondered this. Indeed, her sister was overly anxious to validate her worth. However, this did not prevent her from covertly criticizing Wu Yuan. Could it be that serious? Based on my understanding of my sister, it is likely more intense than that. We are all relatives. Why not address matters openly rather than scheming behind each other's backs? You are the boss. How could she possibly outmaneuver you? Moreover, my father has sung your praises to the heavens. She wouldn't dare confront you directly. Let us hope our furniture sales flourish. Indeed, let us hope. August 7th. The beginning of autumn. Xinguang Furniture officially settled on the 5th floor of the county's department store. Yang Xinyu arrived early, just as dawn broke. Hastily entering through the staff passage, donning the uniform of a salesperson, tidying the counters and chairs, and polishing the exhibited mattresses and full suite of cabinets. With an abundance of enthusiasm, she completed these tasks without pausing for a break, immediately positioning herself at the counter in accordance with the department store's ceremonial requirements. Awaiting the opening of the store, her demeanor unmistakably marked her as a newcomer. In contrast, Chunya, the salesperson at the adjacent counter selling imported mattresses, arrived in a rush just before 9 o'clock. After changing into her uniform, she leisurely indulged in breakfast, subsequently feeling drowsy and resting her head on the counter, eventually reclining directly upon the mattress. Thus, half an hour passed without a single customer in sight. The entire 5th floor had more salespeople than shoppers. As the customer count remained at 0, Yang Xinyu began to doubt whether the department store was even opening that day. After a moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and approached to inquire, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" Displeased at being roused from her nap, Xinyu responded curtly, Is the store open today? Xinyu raised her wrist to glance at her Shanghai brand watch. It has been half an hour since we opened. We started at 9 o'clock. Didn't you know? I did, but how is it that not a single person has appeared? Xinyu sat up with an air of wisdom, adopting the tone of an elder imparting knowledge to a novice. This is perfectly normal. There are days when barely a soul passes by. What? Are we to simply wait here? What else can we do? The 5th floor is so high. Who would climb up here without reason? Even if you set up your counter, chances are no one would notice. To Chunya, the arrival of Yang Chun-yu did not signify an additional competitor, but rather a companion in the desolate palace of inactivity. As the day wore on, Yang Chun-yu, displaying commendable professionalism, remained until the end of her shift, only to find herself in the same predicament as Chunya, empty-handed, having failed to secure a single deal. If this continued, she would feel as though she were being taken advantage of by her brother-in-law, with Wu Baopai unwilling even to pay a base salary. However, contemplating her husband's various grievances at home, Yang Xinyu gritted her teeth and resolved to persevere for a few more days. On the second day of work, August 8th, Xinyu began to regard Yang Xinyu as a conversational partner, making the atmosphere less tedious. After an engaging dialogue, Yang Xinyu learned that Xinyu managed the imported Simmons mattress counter, earning a guaranteed monthly salary of 65 yuan. While this amount was not particularly impressive, it did not evoke envy in Yang Xinyu. Yet, when she inquired about the sales figures for the month, the response sent a chill through her heart. The best month had seen only 5 mattresses sold, while there were months where not a single unit was sold, and on average, 2 or 3 was the norm. Calculating her commission based on a ratio of 15%, Yang Xinyu found herself enviously contemplating Chunya's situation. By August 9th, the 3rd day, their conversations had nearly exhausted all topics. Parents, in-laws, children, husbands, and distant relatives had all been discussed. Just as Yang Xinyu was drowning in boredom, Wu Yuan finally made his appearance. "Sister, I need your help." "With what?" Yang Xinyu replied, clearly displeased, feeling unappreciated and ordered around as soon as they met. She couldn't fathom what her sister-in-law saw in him. "You'll understand when you come with me." Following Wu Yuan down the stairs, Yang Xinyu mentally tagged him with Wu Baopai with each step, tallying until she reached 28. At that moment, Wu Yuan turned to her and asked, "Can you check if this is sticking straight?" Upon closer inspection, Yang Xinyu noticed that Wu Yuan had acquired small posters that resembled flyers, featuring images of combination cabinets and Simmons mattresses, adorned with bold text, "Prosperity at home, happiness at home, prosperous furniture, fashionable and chic." For details, consult at the 5th floor counter. Impressed, Yang Xinyu thought to herself that this might indeed resolve the issue of customers downstairs being unaware. "It's perfectly straight," she assured him. Thus, Wu Yuan continued to affix the posters, placing one every few meters along the staircase, creating a somewhat bombastic promotional effect. Unable to restrain herself, Yang Qinyu cautioned, "The department store has strict regulations. Do you think Manager Liu would permit us to post these everywhere? Do you think I would have done this without his permission?" This was all secured in exchange for a cigarette. Yang Qinyu exhaled a breath of frustration. "Why didn't you post it earlier? The business has been open for 3 days now." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yuan replied, "Whether it's posted early or late makes no difference. Before it was posted, no one downstairs knew, which is tantamount to not having opened at all." A valid point. Yang Qinyu instinctively nodded, but as she regained her composure, she silently mouthed to Wu Yuan's retreating figure, "Heartless, making me stand guard here for 2 wasted days." After finishing the small poster, Wu Yuan strolled around the counter, pleased to find that it was well maintained and required no further concern. He set off to leave. Yang Qinyu opened her mouth to speak but ultimately refrained from calling out. She allowed Wu Yuan to vanish at the staircase. Next door, Qinyu mocked, "Sister Yang, what exactly is your relationship with your boss?" Yang Qinyu immediately asserted with confidence, "I have married the one I cherish most, the most beautiful girl. I am her elder sister." Qinyu teased, "But from what I just saw, it hardly seems that way. Besides, no amount of posters will help. The desolation of the 5th floor has been evident for quite some time." Yang Qinyu let out a wistful sigh. Who knows? Chapter 43, Breaking the Ice of Orders. Sales soaring 2 days prior. At the opening of the counter, Yang Qinyu was filled with ambition and vigor. However, she soon realized that every beginning is fraught with difficulties. Not only had she failed to secure any orders, but the customers visiting the department store were also oblivious to the existence of this counter on the 5th floor. Now, with Wu Yuan having posted small flyers to spread the word, it felt as though they were reopening for business. Would this new launch be the key to breaking the deadlock? Yang Qinyu felt uncertain. As the sun rose higher, its rays filtered through the 5th floor's curtain wall. Yang Qinyu straightened her back, recalling the aspirations she had harbored at home over the past few days. Time ticked away, and as 10 o'clock approached, the sound of footsteps from the staircase grew louder, breathing life into the previously quiet 5th floor. Yang Qinyu's spirits lifted, her posture becoming even more upright. Even Xunya hurried to her feet, wearing a warm smile. "Is this Xinguang furniture?" "Yes, Xinguang Furniture offers high-end combination cabinets and unparalleled sleep experiences with their exquisite mattresses, suitable for all seasons." "Oh, this combination cabinet is indeed impressive. It is handcrafted by skilled local carpenters, made entirely of solid wood, adorned with the trendiest plywood veneer, exuding an air of sophistication. It is particularly suitable for housewarming, weddings, and other significant life events." "When will it be delivered?" At last, the first order was secured, a combination cabinet, marking a breakthrough from zero. Yang Qinyu couldn't help but hum a little tune, reveling in her accomplishment. Is every beginning difficult? Look, I've just made a sale. How hard can it be? Regrettably, Wu Pipey was absent. Otherwise, she would have wanted him to witness her charm, her prowess. Yet, amidst her triumph, Yang Qinyu suddenly realized that even if Wu Yuan were aware of her achievement, he would likely not offer much praise. He might even criticize her conversion rate, given that only 1 sale had been made from 6 customer interactions, which indeed seemed rather low. Yang Qinyu couldn't help but engage in self-reflection. Was it truly because she had gained weight and her image was lacking? Or perhaps it was due to her prolonged absence from the workforce, resulting in a disconnect from society? No, she resolved to persevere and strive harder, refusing to let anyone underestimate her. Thus, days turned into weeks. Yang Qinyu progressed from making 1 sale a day to 3, and even reaching a peak of 5 sales in a single day. Her cumulative sales soared from over 1,000 yuan, surpassing the 10,000 mark and racing toward 20,000. Unfortunately, Wu Yuan never returned to check on her progress. Yang Qinyu continued to exert herself tirelessly each day. During this period, Wu Yuan remained at home, spending time with the children and his wife. He had no expectations that merely having a counter in the department store would lead to instant success. He was mentally prepared for the inevitable low and transitional phases that accompany the process of shifting to counter sales through word of mouth. Thus, he contentedly stayed at home, refraining from inquiring about Yang Qinyu's progress. As mid-August arrived, it was time for the nieces and nephews to return home. Zhong Wenxiang wore a look of desolation, while Zhong Weining even cried out in longing. Despite Yang Luoyan's efforts to conjure smiles with the new clothes she had made for them, their faces remained devoid of joy. Yang Luoyan felt a pang of heartache. Wu Yuan and Wu Fenghua, however, remained indifferent. For Wu Yuan, the rowdy children were finally departing, granting him the opportunity to enjoy a few tranquil days with his wife. Conversely, for Wu Fenghua, it was entirely understandable that the two children were reluctant to return home. After all, the conditions at her younger brother's place were undeniably superior to their own. She gazed eagerly at the air conditioner in the inner room, the refrigerator in the hall, and the washing machine recently acquired for their yard. Such possessions certainly entailed a considerable expenditure. It seemed that her sister was indeed correct. Her younger brother had achieved notable success. Fortunately, she had contributed 200 yuan and taken the initiative to purchase bedding. The only source of her frustration was her husband. Ever since their parents passed away, he had not visited this place. He claimed that her younger brother looked down upon him. But everyone knew that was merely a fade. If this continued, her brother might genuinely come to regard him with disdain. After a sumptuous lunch that included fish, meat, rice, and soup, the two children, filled with emotion, did not neglect to indulge in their meal. Upon finishing, Zhong Wenxiang took Yang Luoyan's hand, glancing back repeatedly, asking Auntie, "When my little brother and sister are born, can I come to see them?" Yang Luoyan, with a look of difficulty, replied, "At that time, you will still be in school, so it might not be possible. Then when they turn a month old, may I come to celebrate?" He inquired, "You should still be in school then as well." "Oh, I'm so sad. I don't want to part with you. Auntie, you are the best aunt in the world." Yang Luoyan, touched by his words, was reminded by Wu Yuan, "We are their only uncle and aunt in this world. Whether we are regarded as the best or the worst, it is solely up to us." "Uncle, I didn't mean it that way. Let's go." "Uncle, will you not let us come once you have a little brother and sister?" Wu Yuan responded, "Zhong Wenxiang, your legs are your own. Do you think I can stop you?" He looked down at his own legs, still seeking a promise from Wu Yuan. However, even his sister found him bothersome, tugging him away and exclaiming, "Oh dear, you are so annoying." The children from the fourth sister's family departed, and the following day it was the turn of the third sister's children. Xiongwu was not as bothersome as Zhong Wenxiang. A mere pout made him appear more pitiable. Xiongwan, on the other hand, was determined not to leave. Having resided there for over half a year, he had become thoroughly accustomed to it and found it hard to part. Unfortunately, with school approaching, Wu Yuan could not insist on keeping him. He could only encourage, "Little one, return home and study diligently. Uncle promises to bring you back as soon as the holidays commence. Let us make a pact, 100 years without change." Once the children from the third sister's family departed, the home immediately transformed into a haven of tranquility, becoming a world for the young couple. Wu Yuan accompanied his wife, occasionally directing his words toward her belly, engaging in a dialogue with the two children, affirming his absolute status as a father. This, however, frequently elicited laughter from Yang Luoyan. "What are you laughing at? This is prenatal education," Wu Yuan declared with utmost seriousness. Oh. Yang Luoyan replied, not disputing him, her face radiating maternal warmth. At that moment, she perceived that her husband's earnest demeanor mirrored that of a child. Yet, such blissful moments were fleeting and soon disrupted. On the day of the Qixi festival, August 18th, the tranquility was shattered. Zhao Baojun arrived at home. "Master, the workshop's orders have skyrocketed recently. We are struggling to supply semi-finished products such as vertical beams, horizontal beams, and bed rafters. What is happening?" "It stems from the department store, initially. There were only 1 or 2 orders, but it has escalated to 3 or 5, and this surge has persisted for a week. The craftsmen in the workshop are beginning to feel the pressure." Wu Yuan was taken aback. "It seems my sister-in-law, Yang Qinyu, has adapted quite rapidly. Within such a short span, she has managed to increase the order volume. Please inform Master Zhong and the 3 others to enhance the supply. Additionally, let's see if the craftsmen can work some extra hours. The overtime pay will remain at $2 as before. Meanwhile, I will also look for additional personnel to bolster the workforce at the workshop." Chapter 44. Stabilizing production and sales. The tranquility of their peaceful days was abruptly shattered. After sending Zhao Baojun away, Wu Yuan glanced back at Yang Luoyan, feeling a twinge of concern. In the past, when those mischievous children were around, he hardly noticed. Now that they had all returned to their respective homes, Wu Yuan realized that his wife was left alone. If he were to leave again, with Yang Luoyan bearing such a heavy burden, what if something unfortunate were to happen? There would be no one to send word. Yang Luoyan sensed his worry and, with a light-hearted demeanor, urged him to go. "Don't worry about me. I'm not at the point of being unable to move. I can take care of myself." Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Hui arrived with a basket of eggs. Noticing the couple's predicament, she directly reassured Wu Yuan, "Go ahead and attend to your matters. I'll be here." "Thank you, Mom." Wu Yuan departed from home, cycling directly to the county department store. Upon seeing his sister-in-law, Yang Chenyu, he was struck by her transformed appearance. After 3 days apart, it was as if he was seeing her anew. Yang Chenyu had slimmed down and had applied just the right amount of makeup. Her image was indeed worthy of her name, Chenyu, which means sinking fish. "Well, if it isn't my esteemed boss, you still remember to visit?" She greeted him with a teasing tone, tinged with a hint of resentment, as if blaming him for leaving her to manage everything while he enjoyed a quiet life with his sister. Wu Yuan replied with ease, "Sister, what do you mean? The reason I haven't come is that I trusted your capability to manage this territory well, as Luoyan suggested. It seems you are indeed doing a commendable job, and the performance is steadily improving." Yang Chenyu's expression lightened slightly as she tossed the accounting book towards him. "Believe your sweet talk if you want." Whether he believed it or not, Yang Chenyu couldn't help but smile. Upon opening the accounting book, Wu Yuan noticed a consistent pattern in the order growth. Just as Zhao Baoan had mentioned, initially there were 1 or 2 orders, then 3 or 5, and now it had stabilized at 5 or 6. Seeing Wu Yuan's contemplative expression as he flipped to the last page, Yang Chenyu quickly clarified, "Although we have small posters for promotion, the foot traffic on the 5th floor is limited. Achieving this volume of orders has truly been my utmost effort." It was clear she was anxious about being criticized, indicating she had perhaps been under scrutiny before. Thus, Wu Yuan felt it necessary to offer encouragement. "Sister, to be honest, your ability to generate orders so quickly has exceeded my expectations. Maintaining this momentum in such a short time is impressive. The production capacity at the factory will need some time to adjust accordingly. Moreover, with these sales figures, you should earn at least 300 yuan in commission this month. Isn't that higher than what your husband makes as a principal?" This remark brought immense joy to Yang Chenyu. "Humph. Surpassing that old scholar of mine is a piece of cake." She then lowered her voice and leaned closer, saying, "Brother-in-law, I actually have an idea that could help us secure even more orders." "Oh, do tell," Wu Yuan replied, as Yang Chenyu inched closer, her fragrance wafting enticingly towards him. Wu Yuan made a concerted effort to maintain his distance, but by the time his sister-in-law finished speaking, he found himself nearly pinned against the counter. After concluding her business, Yang Chenyu, without waiting for his response, noticed his evasive demeanor and retorted with indignation, "Is it really necessary? Am I going to devour you?" "Not at all, dear sister," Wu Yuan replied, glancing towards Chenya's direction. "I believe this matter is not worth the risk, but you can first keep Chenya steady. Our business here will inevitably need to expand and strengthen in the future." Yang Chenyu withdrew her fierce gaze, contemplating the high risk and low yield of collaborating with Chenya to capture potential clients for imported Simmons mattresses, just to secure an additional 3 to 5 orders each month. After all, if Manager Lu were to discover this, the repercussions would be dire. As Wu Yuan noticed more customers ascending the stairs, he seized the opportunity to rise and said, "Sister, if you can maintain this volume of orders, exceeding a commission of 500 next month should not be a challenge." Yang Chenyu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Her brother-in-law suddenly appeared to radiate an aura akin to that of a fortune god. "All right, you carry on. I shall take my leave. Do take care." Wu Yuan felt quite satisfied. A commission exceeding 500 each month implied a sales volume surpassing 100,000. Given the current profit margin of 50%, he would ultimately pocket around 50,000. Over the course of a year, that would amount to an impressive 600,000. However, Wu Yuan was acutely aware that relying solely on the sales of combination cabinets and Simmons mattresses might not yield such profits, as the market in Beigang County was likely nearing saturation. To sustain a reasonable profit or seek avenues for growth, Xinhuang Furniture must venture beyond Beigang County, tapping into the markets of neighboring counties and even the city itself. After returning from the county's department store, Wu Yuan went straight to the village workshop to work. Several seasoned craftsmen were already putting in overtime, and as the owner, he could not remain idle. He felt compelled to lead by example. Otherwise, he would come across as overly capitalistic. Furthermore, his 3 apprentices still required his guidance. Merely learning from the masters would not suffice. Thus, he toiled until dusk. Knowing Lu Hui would still need to prepare dinner, he decided against working late and returned home early. Upon arriving at the gravel path behind his house, he spotted a figure lurking at the corner, shrouded in shadows while smoking. The glow of the cigarette flickered suspiciously. "Who goes there?" Wu Yuan called out, charging forward on his bike. The sudden approach startled the individual, who exclaimed, "Brother Wu, you're back." Upon closer inspection, Wu Yuan recognized it was Brother Zhai. "What brings you here? Why not come inside for a visit?" Zhai waved his hand dismissively. "I went over, but my sister-in-law said you were not home. So I waited here for a while. Is there something you need?" Wu Yuan offered him a couple of cigarettes, allowing him to take one. "This matter is somewhat difficult to articulate." "Well, go ahead," Wu Yuan encouraged. "I no longer wish to work at the auditorium and wanted to inquire if you need any help. I could certainly use some assistance, Brother Zhai. If you're interested in joining, you would be most welcome." Wu Yuan was well acquainted with Zhai Di's craftsmanship, which was as comprehensive and reassuring as that of Master Chun. However, Wu Yuan shifted the conversation, saying, "You must provide some explanation to the master, lest he accuse me of poaching talent." Zhai Di, appearing at ease, replied, "That won't be a problem. The master has plenty of hands on deck, and I am but one among many." "Very well, then. You shall come directly to my workshop tomorrow," Wu Yuan decided. "Shall we have a drink together?" he suggested. No, I really must be on my way," Zhai Di responded. As Wu Yuan watched Zhai Di depart, he descended a gentle slope, turned the vehicle, and entered his own courtyard. Just as he was about to call for his wife, he heard a series of intermittent sobs emanating from the living room. Chapter 45, Difficult Scriptures. Every family has its troubles. Wu Yuan hurried into the hall, only to find the mischievous Zhang Wenxiang in tears, which immediately alleviated half of his worries. This child had often been subjected to beatings since childhood, a fact that no longer surprised Wu Yuan. However, it was the first time he had run away from home after being beaten, seeking refuge in Wu Yuan's house, especially given that his fourth sister's home in Xinzhuang Township was a considerable distance away. The thought of anything happening to him along the way filled Wu Yuan with a sense of anger, prompting him to ask Zhang Wenxiang what had caused the beating. Zhang Wenxiang hesitantly replied, "I didn't say much, just mentioned that you are richer than him." Wu Yuan chuckled, realizing that the child had managed to avoid the crux of the issue. "Surely, that cannot be the entirety of your words, let alone your tone," he mused. Zhang Wenxiang, feeling a bit guilty, found his swollen cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Fortunately, Wu Yuan chose not to press further. He clapped his knees and stood up, declaring, "Enough of this. I shall not inquire into your tone any longer. Come, I will escort you home." Yang Luoyan, however, felt a pang of sympathy for the child. "If we send him home tonight, won't he just face another beating? But if we don't return, how anxious will your fourth sister be?" Zhang Wenxiang was reluctant to leave. Yet, Wu Yuan was resolute, and the boy had no choice but to shuffle along, hoping his aunt could persuade his uncle. In the end, she did not. Wu Yuan, sensing Yang Luoyan's reservations, reassured her, "Do you not trust my judgment?" Yang Luoyan's anxiety diminished slightly as she patted Zhang Wenxiang's head. "When you return, do not argue with your father again. Do you understand?" Zhang Wenxiang nodded obediently, sitting in the back seat of the bicycle. He felt his uncle's imposing figure was quite reassuring. The harsher his father was, the less he feared him. Instead, it was Wu Yuan's calm demeanor, devoid of physical punishment or harsh words, that instilled a profound respect in him. Half an hour later, Wu Yuan brought the child to his fourth sister's home, a modest house with 3 rooms, devoid of a corridor, accompanied by 3 red brick, gray-tiled rooms to the east. The courtyard was paved with concrete, and a trellis on the west side was entwined with loofah vines, beneath which were a chicken coop and duck pen. It appeared as it always had. Yet at that moment, the front door stood wide open, and not a soul was in sight. The living room was illuminated by the warm glow of a yellow incandescent bulb, casting light all the way to the entrance. Wu Yuan called out, and a delicate voice peeked out from inside. "Who is it?" It was the frail and helpless voice of Zhong Wenyas. "I am your uncle." Upon recognizing the voice, Zhong Wenyas dashed out and leaped into Wu Yuan's arms, exclaiming, "Father, mother, and elder brother have all gone out looking for Xiaoge. I am all alone at home. And I am scared." Fear not, your uncle is here," Wu Yuan reassured her, ruffling her hair. He turned and glared at Zhong Wenxiang, saying, "Did you hear that? Even your brother has gone out searching for you. Do you realize your mistake?" Tears streamed down Zhong Wenxiang's cheeks as he sobbed. "I know I was wrong." The eldest brother, Zhang Wenyong, had suffered from polio since childhood, leaving him with a slight disability that made walking difficult. This had rendered him somewhat sensitive and self-conscious. Every year during the winter and summer vacations, other children would visit their uncle's home to escape the heat. Yet he alone would refrain from doing so. Wu Yuan took the two children next door, where the home of Zhong Yuan awaited. To his surprise, even Zhong Yuan had ventured out to search for his children, leaving only his wife to tend to the two kids at home. Fortunately, upon hearing that Uncle Wenxiang had returned the children, Zhong Yuan's wife promptly rose and said, "Mr. Wu, please do not worry. I shall fetch them back immediately." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Observing the respectful demeanor and tone of the second aunt towards her uncle, Zhong Wenyang suddenly felt that her brother was indeed correct. Uncles were far more formidable than fathers. Wu Yuan, along with the two children, returned to the main hall of the fourth sister's home to await their return. The house was cold and uninviting, and after searching for the children for quite some time, they had not even a cup of warm water. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Wenyang limped back home. His leg was impaired, and he was responsible for the nearby small river and pond, so he had not strayed far. Upon entering, he could not help but want to scold Zhong Wuchang, but seeing Wu Yuan seated there, he quickly restrained himself and said, "Uncle." Wu Yuan beckoned him over, saying, "Come here, let me take a look at your leg." Zhong Wenyang approached, somewhat perplexed, allowing Wu Yuan to examine and pat his leg as if conducting a serious diagnosis. Then, Wu Yuan remarked, "Your leg is not too problematic. With a few corrective surgeries in the future, you will be just like anyone else. Do not dwell on it too much. Focus on your studies." This leg issue was not merely a concern for Zhong Wenyang, but had also become a source of worry for the fourth sister and her husband. They had invested a considerable amount of money into treatment, yet it had only yielded this level of improvement. However, Wu Yuan was aware that in another decade, with advancements in medical technology, it would inevitably be possible to restore him to normal. Zhang Wenyang felt a surge of excitement but managed to suppress his curiosity, asking, "Uncle, how do you know?" Zhang Wenchang interjected eagerly. "Uncle is now a decisive and influential figure. He knows everything." This child was merely expressing blind admiration. Wu Yuan, maintaining his composure, replied, "Recently, I traveled far for nearly 2 months. During my journey, I encountered a head of surgery, and upon inquiring, he mentioned that cases like yours are currently under research, and breakthroughs are expected soon. It is not an insurmountable challenge." This half-truth filled Zhong Wenyang with overwhelming excitement, compelling him to sit down with the support of Zhong Wenyang. Although in both this life and the next, the child's leg would eventually be cured, Wu Yuan still hoped that the child's childhood could be filled with ease and joy. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed once more. Wu Yuan instinctively rose, only to find that it was Zhong Yuan, who had been working under his guidance. Upon entering, he hastily offered a cigarette, saying, "Mr. Wu, this mischievous child has caused you to interrupt your busy schedule." Wu Yuan accepted the cigarette with a smile, replying, "It is nothing. After all, he is my nephew." As he spoke, he gently ruffled Zhong Wenyang's hair. The child, for reasons unknown, felt tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Wu Yuan took a deep drag from the cigarette, and then placed it directly into Zhong Wenyang's mouth, softly admonishing him, "No crying. You are a young man." Zhong Wenyang inhaled sharply, only to draw in a mouthful of smoke that made him cough violently, tears streaming from his eyes. Wu Yuan gently patted the child and reclaimed the cigarette, resuming his conversation with Zhong Yuan regarding the supply matters. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Wu Fanghua, the fourth sister, burst in, seizing Zhong Wenxiang by the ear and striking him. This time, Wu Yuan did not intervene, and Zhong Wenxiang dared not evade. Although Wu Fanghua appeared fierce, her blows were merely sufficient to elicit a grimace from the child. However, the subsequent arrival of Zhong Jintao seemed to unleash a malevolent energy within him. He raised his foot and aimed a kick at the unsuspecting Zhong Wenxiang. In that instant, Wu Yuan swiftly pulled the child behind him, declaring, "That is..." Chapter 46. My sister truly stumbled upon a treasure. Zhong Yuan hurriedly restrained his elder brother. "After all, that was your son, not some random stray. How could one kick him like that?" In the next moment, Wu Yuandao interjected, "I brought the child over last night to alleviate your worries, not to serve as fodder for your couple's quarrel. Moreover, the child has realized his mistake, so why must you take this opportunity to escalate matters?" Zhang Jintao, feeling obstinate, retorted sharply, "I will discipline my son. It is not for outsiders to meddle." The moment those words left his mouth, even Wu Fanghua tugged at him. "Are you speaking without thinking? Can my younger brother be considered an outsider?" The atmosphere grew tense, until Wu Yuan took a seat and said, "Fourth sister, I haven't eaten yet." Wu Fanghua snapped back to reality. "Wait, I'll go prepare something." Wu Yuan then turned to Zhong Yuan, "Master Zhong, shall we share a drink?" Zhang Yuan smiled broadly. Since Wu boss has spoken, I shall graciously comply. As he spoke, he offered a cigarette to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan accepted the cigarette and casually handed 2 large banknotes to Zhang Wenxiang. Go to the cold dish shop at the village entrance and buy some appetizers. Zhang Wenxiang dashed out, skirting around his father. Zhang Weiniang watched Wu Yuan with eager eyes. You go too, keep an eye on your brother. And the leftover money is yours to buy some candy. With that, Zhang Weiniang also sped away. Only Zhang Wenyong remained. He did not move, feeling an unusual warmth by his uncle's side today. Yet, he could not escape his uncle's command. Go fetch a few bottles of the good wine your father has hidden. Zhang Wenyong hesitated. A few bottles? Just a few could easily intoxicate him. Then bring a few, came the reply. With the children gone, Wu Yuan took out his red Pagoda Mountain cigarettes, offering one to Zhong Jintao. Zhong Jintao stubbornly refused to take it. Thus, Zhong Yuan boldly stepped forward to claim one, breaking the stalemate. Let me also sample the fine cigarettes of Wu boss. Yet, Zhong Jintao still withheld his courtesy, remaining as unyielding as a stubborn rock. Much like in a past life, it was only after reaching middle age that he began to soften. However, today, Wu Yuan had no intention of indulging him. Having decided to stay, he aimed to correct his 4th brother-in-law's unpleasant habit. Soon, Zhong Wenyong returned, carrying a basket filled with 12 bottles of Capital Special. The white nylon rope secured the bottle tops. Wu Yuan quickly accepted them. Goodness, tonight we shall drink to our heart's content. Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. Tonight, I shall risk it all to accompany you, ensuring that Wu boss enjoys himself thoroughly. Wu Yuan handed the cigarette to Zhong Wenyong. Go, light one for your father. Zhong Wenyong, timid as ever, complied. Trembling, he extracted the filter tip, nearly breaking it in two, and awkwardly held it to Zhong Jintao's lips, almost dropping it. As he struck a match, he nearly singed Zhong Jintao's nostrils. At last, Zhong Jintao could no longer contain himself, snatching the cigarette and igniting it himself. Taking a deep drag, he realized that as long as he remained unyielding tonight, this little brother-in-law would continue to manipulate his elder brother, compelling him to relent. He felt firmly ensnared in this situation. Due to the knowledge shared among insiders, it is evident that the couple harbors a profound favoritism towards their eldest child. Reluctant to part with this or that, it is indeed peculiar, for Wenyong, who has never been particularly close to his uncle, today seems to comply with his uncle's every word. Were this situation to involve Wenchang, it would hardly surprise Zhong Jintao. Yet, Wenyong has only been in his uncle's company for a mere half hour. Is it truly the case that wealth elevates one's stature? Can it instill a sense of superiority? Furthermore, with the presence of the second child, it appears as though Wu Yuan is treated like a revered father figure. However, during the ensuing conversation, as Zhong Jintao gradually regained his composure, he indeed sensed Wu Yuan's transformation. His eloquence was remarkable, and his insights were profound. The most intriguing aspect was that the forward-thinking topics he discussed exuded no hint of pretentiousness, compelling one to concede to his views. Before long, siblings Zhang Wenxiang returned, carrying 4 dishes, a mix of meat, vegetables, and peanuts. On Wu Fenghua's side, she had prepared cucumbers, stir-fried green beans and eggplants, and steamed a platter of cured meat. The dining table was thus set in the parlor. Zhong Jintao invited Wu Yuan to take the seat of honor, to which Wu Yuan replied with a smile, Master Zhong, are you already inebriated before even having a drink? This evening, it is certainly not my place to sit in that position. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jintao understood the implicit direction of the evening's gathering. His elder brother Zhong Jintao was firmly placed at the head of the table, while the two of them took their seats beside him. Normally, gatherings of this nature would exclude the children from the table. Yet, anticipating a lengthy evening ahead, Wu Yuan beckoned the 3 children to join them. With Zhong Jintao's cooperation, after consuming 2 bottles of strong liquor, Zhong Jintao succumbed to intoxication and lost consciousness. Together with Zhong Jintao, they lifted the 4th brother-in-law to the bed in the room. Wu Yuan clapped his hands and remarked to Wu Fenghua, Sister-in-law, I can only extend my assistance to this extent. The remainder must be navigated by him alone. Regardless, when my son or daughter is born, none from your family may be absent. That is imperative. Furthermore, the must not be lacking. Wu Fenghua, overwhelmed with gratitude, was rendered speechless. Zhong Jintao, chuckling, added, that is a given. When Boss Wu's precious child arrives, we shall certainly share in the joy. Little brother, want to you eat a bit more? Wu Fenghua finally urged. No, Luoyan is waiting for me at home, Wu Yuan replied, not looking back as he made his exit. Upon returning home, it was already 10 o'clock. Yang Luoyan had left food for him, and he devoured 2 large bowls in one go. Afterward, he washed up and, satisfied, accompanied his wife to bed. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of August. With the addition of Zhai Di to the factory and Wu Yuan's diligent efforts, the production capacity gradually aligned with the increasing orders from the department store. The reputation of Xinguang furniture began to spread throughout the county. Yang Xinyu notably observed that many customers were drawn by its renown. Often, before she could utter a word, customers would already place their orders. This eased her workload significantly, and the financial rewards were plentiful. Especially after receiving her first month's salary, Yang Xinyu returned home, gleefully slamming 305 yuan in cash onto the table. Ma Changshan adjusted his glasses and, upon closer inspection, exclaimed, "Is it true that your uncle gave you every single penny? I have earned this through my own capabilities. What right does he have to deny me? Do you not recall who was incessantly berating Wu in the initial days?" My daughter, Ma Shishao, promptly revealed. It was mother. Yang Qinyu's countenance faltered slightly, and she retorted defensively, "In reality, what does this meager salary he offers me signify? You cannot even fathom how much he earns in a month." Ma Changshan replied leisurely, "It is not difficult to deduce. A commission of 5,000 implies a sales figure of 61,000 yuan this month. Estimating a profit margin of 40, my uncle-in-law has netted 24,400 yuan. If it were 50, the amount would be even greater." Yang Qinyu sighed deeply, her words laced with complexity. "Indeed, my sister has truly stumbled upon a treasure." Chapter 47. Wealth lies in the deep mountains with distant kin. As September arrived, Yang Xinyu received her salary and promptly purchased a plethora of baby items to visit her younger sister, Yang Luoyan. In those days, specialized baby formula was a rarity. So Yang Xinyu opted for regular milk powder, suitable for both adults and children, as children's preferences were rather unrefined. She also gathered some old clothes appropriate for newborns. Thus her hands were quite full. With Wu Yuan away at the village factory, Yang Luoyan found herself at home alone, accompanied only by Lu Hui, who regularly visited to spend time with her daughter. With no outsiders present, as the 3 women settled down, Yang Xinyu inquired, "Little sister, do you know how much your husband earns each month?" In response, Yang Luoyan merely smiled in silence. She was fully aware of the 4 bank books containing 250,000 each, and the passwords were no mystery to her. How could she not know? While Yang Luoyan's nonchalant demeanor did not reveal much, Lu Hui's curiosity was piqued. Yang Qinyu, adopting a serious tone, remarked, "My husband, the principal, estimated that your brother-in-law earns at least over 24,000 each month, possibly exceeding 30,000. Is it solely from selling furniture?" Lu Hui eagerly sought confirmation. Yang Qinyu nodded. Lu Hui continued, "If we add the profits from trading treasury bonds, wouldn't that be quite substantial?" Yang Qinyu nodded again with emphasis. Lu Hui pressed further, "Dear, do you know how much he has in total? He hasn't concealed anything from you, has he?" Yang Luoyan felt compelled to speak. "Mother, elder sister, Wu Yuan hasn't hidden anything from me. He has disclosed everything. He also mentioned that despite our current earnings, there's no telling when we might invest in a new project, which could consume most of our funds." Lu Hui murmured, "This factory is doing well. Why venture into new projects?" However, Yang Qinyu's eyes sparkled with optimism. With the current venture being so lucrative, wouldn't future investments prove even more profitable? It seemed prudent to cling tightly to her brother-in-law's robust support. In addition to her elder sister's visit, Yang Luoyan noticed that several sisters-in-law from her husband's family had begun to visit her as well. Wu Shuhua, the eldest, was a notable presence, being the mother of Lin Miaomiao. Ever since Lin Miaomiao had resolutely chosen not to return home, Wu Shuhua felt compelled to check on her. Consequently, she brought along half a bag of millet, arriving cheerfully, only to encounter Lu Hui, who was carrying an entire bag of millet from their home. Without comparison, there is no harm. Initially, Wu Shuhua believed she had shown great sincerity, but in juxtaposition with the village secretary's daughter-in-law, the disparity became evident. Seizing the opportunity while Wu Shuhua was momentarily distracted, Lu Hui whispered to her daughter, "Is this elder sister truly related? She only brought half a bag of millet. Doesn't she know that her daughter is living here?" Yang Luoyan lowered her voice. "Mother, Miao Miao is a good child. She contributes to my living expenses every month. Please don't compare her to her mother." Lin Miao Miao indeed contributed monthly, although Yang Luoyan never requested it. Thus, Lin Miao Miao took it upon herself to handle the grocery shopping. And even if she was too busy to do so daily, she still brought fish and meat regularly. Wu Shuhua, however, remained unfazed. The fact that she brought something at all was already a sign of her sincerity. Regarding the matters of abundance and scarcity, she remained indifferent. However, upon her arrival, she sat for over 2 hours without any inclination to leave. Yang Luoyan attempted to summon someone from the village to fetch Wu Yuan, but was promptly intercepted by Wu Shuhua. She felt a certain trepidation towards this younger sibling, deeming it preferable not to encounter him. Resigned, Yang Luoyan could only assist her mother in preparing a meal to entertain this rarely seen elder sister. Meanwhile, as the mother and daughter busied themselves in the kitchen, Wu Shuhua was not idle. She wandered around the front and back of the house, meandering through the vegetable garden, and picked a considerable amount of eggplants, green beans, pumpkins, and the like. When Lu Hui observed this flurry of activity, she assumed Wu Shuhua was helping with the vegetable gathering and hastily remarked, "Oh, elder sister, how can I allow you to toil so? Please, take a rest, I can manage the picking." Unexpectedly, Wu Shuhua dodged with the basket, saying, "No, Luoyan's mother. These are not for cooking." Lu Hui was momentarily perplexed. "Oh, I see. You plan to take them home?" Wu Shuhua chuckled. "Indeed. You know how expensive vegetables are in the city. Not even a single scallion is free." Lu Hui, exasperated, retreated to the kitchen. Yang Luoyan, who had witnessed everything, consoled. "Mother, do not take it to heart. She is simply that kind of person, fond of small gains, but she means no harm." Lu Hui shook her head. "What kind of person is that? There is nothing to be done. Not even Meow Meow can manage." Just then, the dog barked again. Fourth sister Wu Fenghua entered, carrying a nylon bag filled with rice and 2 bottles of capital dakyu. Upon noticing her elder sister deep in thought about the bounty from the younger brother's garden, she teasingly remarked, "Elder sister, don't you tire yourself out." Wu Shuhua feigned ignorance to the sarcasm and replied, "I am simply destined for labor. What can I do?" Her gaze then fell upon the white liquor Wu Fenghua had brought. "Fourth sister, your brother-in-law particularly enjoys this northern liquor. Would you be so kind as to share a bottle?" Wu Fenghua quickly safeguarded the bottles. "Not a chance, elder sister. This is what I specifically brought for the younger brother." While the liquor appeared unremarkable, Wu Yuan would certainly understand its significance. The fact that she was permitted to bring it was, in itself, a gesture of goodwill. Wu Shuhua, undeterred, simply remarked, "Who would covet it?" Just as Wu Fenghua unloaded the rice from her bicycle, Lu Hui and Yang Luoyan emerged from the kitchen. The branch secretary's daughter-in-law promptly offered to assist. Wu Fenghua courteously replied, "No need for your help, I can manage." Yang Luoyan expressed her gratitude. "Fourth sister, we are indeed running low on rice at home. You have truly been a great help." Wu Fenghua placed the rice in a corner of the east room, stating, "Our family has dozens of acres. We have plenty of rice and flour. If you ever find yourselves in need, just send the younger brother over." She then clapped her hands. "Are you all cooking? Sister-in-law? Given your condition, let me take over." Thus, Yang Luoyan was directed to rest outside. Before she could settle down, the third sister Wu Shuhua entered, pushing a cart. At present, I hastened to greet her, saying, "Third sister, the household is quite busy. You need not come to visit me so frequently. The due date is in November, which is still quite some time away." Wu Shuhua parked the car by the door and assisted Yang Luoyan, responding, "It's nothing. I find myself with ample leisure. I wouldn't want my younger brother to overlook any details. After all, I have been through this myself. However, today's gathering is indeed quite complete. Apart from our second sister, everyone has arrived." She then approached Wu Shuhua and asked, "Eldest sister, could you perhaps set these aside? If you require anything, I can fetch it for you." "No, I have painstakingly gathered these. Why should I put them down?" she retorted, before stepping into the kitchen. "And how could I allow you to bear such burdens? Allow me to assist. You should take a rest with the sister-in-law." Chapter 48. The wicked shall be governed by the capable. Marvelous. Lu Hui expressed to her daughter, "Do not be deceived by the fact that your third sister brought nothing. In terms of sincerity, she stands alone." Yang Luoyan nodded in agreement, then countered, "Who says the third sister came empty-handed? A month ago, she had already purchased and sent over the baby's belongings." In the kitchen, with the third sister at the helm and the fourth sister tending the stove, the third sister inquired, "What brings you here?" Wu Fenghua proceeded to recount the recent incident where Zhong Wenxiang had been beaten, and how the youngest brother personally returned home and chose to stay for a drink. Hearing this, Wu Shuhua could not help but exclaim, "In this matter, the youngest brother truly deserves commendation. On the contrary, your old Zhong is akin to a stone in a latrine. both foul and unyielding. Am I unaware of this? Wu Fenghua sighed in exasperation and replied, let us not speak of him. Recently, Yang Er has shown remarkable improvement. Upon further inquiry, he mentioned that it was his uncle who encouraged him, assuring him that he would soon be like any ordinary person. Wu Xiuhua nodded. Do not underestimate the youngest brother. Despite his youth, he comprehends many matters better than us. Has anyone paid attention to this situation with Yang? A single word from the youngest brother holds more power than any medication. Indeed. Meanwhile, at the county's department store, on the 5th floor of the prosperous furniture section, Yang Xinyu was, as usual, attending to customers interested in furniture, showcasing her excellent demeanor and enthusiastic attitude, thereby securing another sale. Currently, the prosperous furniture brand had garnered a commendable reputation, marking a delightful advancement. Reputation serves as a catalyst for fame. With a solid reputation, recognition naturally escalates. Qinya, filled with envy, remarked, Sister, did you notice that person has climbed up and down 4 or 5 times? That person was none other than the second sister, Wu Yuhua, who had not visited Wu Yuan's home. Half a month prior, she had heard from the eldest sister about the youngest brother's venture into opening a store in the city. Now, having come to take a look, she indeed found a counter named Prosperous Furniture. However, the sales attendant was unfamiliar to her, prompting Wu Yuhua to feign passing by several times without daring to inquire. Finally, as she passed once more, Yang Xinyu took the initiative to approach her. Hello, are you interested in exploring high-end furniture? Wu Yuhua initially considered denying, but recognizing the rare opportunity to gather information, she awkwardly replied, I'm just looking, casually browsing. Behold, this is our latest high-end combination cabinet, crafted from premium plywood with solid wood lining, ensuring durability and aesthetic appeal. Many city dwellers purchase a set when marrying off their daughters or taking brides. What is the price for this set? Our high-end combination cabinet is reasonably priced at only 1,200 yuan, and we provide home delivery. Wu Yuhua gasped at the figure. 1,200 yuan. Even with a profit margin of 100 yuan, was no small sum. Selling a single set could be equivalent to someone else's monthly salary. What about your mattress? This mattress comes equipped with dual-purpose bedding for both winter and summer, surpassing even imported options, priced at only 800 yuan. Imported mattresses could cost as much as 2,000 yuan. Wu Yuhua took a deep breath, realizing this too was considerable. How many sets can you sell in a month? Upon hearing this, Yang Xinyu immediately became vigilant and naturally could not speak the truth. The sales are quite good and quite popular. By the way, how many sets do you want? Wu Yuhua, unable to probe further, waved his hand and said, I'm just browsing, just browsing. With that, he departed. Yang Xinyu complained to Qinya. This person is rather peculiar. Could he be a commercial spy here to gather intelligence? This notion seemed entirely derived from excessive exposure to storybooks. Unexpectedly, Qinya also found it strange, responding, You know, it does seem a bit like that. The pair, akin to a pair of talented strategists, pondered for a long time. Ultimately, Yang Xinyu mumbled, Yet I still feel like I have seen this person before. That evening, Wu Yuan and Lin Miaomiu returned home one after the other, exclaiming in surprise, How is it that everyone is gathered here at such an off time? Lu Hui, having completed her tasks, rose to leave. Mom, why don't you stay for a meal? Lu Hui continued her stride. I must hurry back to prepare dinner for your father. What she truly thought was, I have finally witnessed the antics of your sisters throughout the day. In truth, Wu Xiuhua usually only visited briefly, never staying for a meal. However, today both the fourth sister and the eldest sister had arrived, and she had to wait for these two, especially until the eldest sister departed before she could leave. As it turned out, the eldest sister, Wu Xiuhua, was not only there to gather information but also sought to ascertain how much her daughter could earn in this relentless hustle over the course of a month. Thus, she chose to remain. The others accompanied her in this wait, which extended into the evening until Wu Yuan and Lin Miaomiao finished work. Lin Miaomiao pulled Wu Xiuhua aside and whispered, Why have you come again to gather things? Mom, could you please spare your daughter some dignity? Wu Xiuhua retorted confidently, I did not come empty-handed. I brought millet, half a bag. Oh, and what about the entire bag? That was brought by Mother Luoyan. Mother Luoyan? Mom, by relations. You should be calling her aunt. She is only a few years older than I am. I cannot bring myself to say it. Lin Miaomiao was already feeling exasperated. Quickly tell me, how much do you earn in a month? 60. I've told you 800 times. Really? Your uncle is right here. If I ask him, he will expose you. Lin Miaomiao wore an expression of utter fatigue. Go ahead, ask him as you wish. Wu Shuhua boldly inquired, young uncle, how much do you pay Miao Miao, your own niece? Wu Yuan, with a composed demeanor, replied, 60 each month. Indeed, she is my niece. But my money doesn't come easily. It seemed this was indeed the case. Wu Shuhua confirmed this and turned to her daughter, extending her hand. Then you must contribute some living expenses to the family each month. Mom, I don't even live at home. Lin Miao Miao, of course, was reluctant to part with any money. However, Wu Yuan had long anticipated this situation, which is why he had settled on the figure of 60. Wu Shuhua did not care about these details. Are you still my daughter or not? I have nurtured you and raised you to this point. Yet when the time comes for you to repay, you offer nothing. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? You heartless wretch. This moral coercion you wield is executed with remarkable finesse. Wu Yuan, accustomed to such antics, remarked to Lin Miao Miao, it is only reasonable to contribute half to the family. Consider it your filial duty. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Miao Miao chimed in, then, uncle, you must serve as my witness. Before Wu Yuan could respond, both Wu Xiuhua and Wu Fenghua nodded in agreement, saying, Miao Miao, we shall all be your witnesses starting this month. Observing that both her uncle and aunts had acquiesced, Lin Miao Miao retreated to her room to retrieve 30 yuan. Wait, Wu Yuan interjected, preventing her from taking the money. Pointing at the basket in Wu Shuhua's hands, he said, I recall that you cultivated these eggplants. Those bean sprouts also bear your share. Look at how much your mother has harvested. We shall deduct from that. I no longer want these vegetables. I refuse. Chapter 49. A Dragon and a Phoenix. Good deeds reap rewards. As September progressed, the weather grew increasingly cooler. The autumn heat, once vibrant, quickly diminished, leaving a crispness in the air. Yet, at this very moment, Yang Xinyu's heart burned with an intensity unmatched by any previous time. She had just received her second month's commission, a gratifying sum of 520 yuan. This income bolstered her confidence, allowing her voice to resonate more robustly within her household. Moreover, the prospects for the coming months appeared even brighter, as the reputation of Xinguang furniture flourished, drawing an ever-growing influx of customers. Returning home with the 520 yuan in hand, Yang Xinyu, much like before, triumphantly placed the money on the table, casting a proud glance at her husband, Ma Changshan. With a teasing tone, she commanded, Principal Ma, isn't it your turn to don the chef's hat and prepare a meal for us three? What could Ma Changshan possibly say? Money not only bestowed courage upon men but equally empowered women. Acknowledging that his wife's monthly earnings eclipsed his own over 3 months, he could only acquiesce. Principal Ma, shouldn't you also take a turn washing the dishes? After the meal, she set down her bowl and, with that remark, retreated to change into a more vibrant outfit. Grabbing a small bag as she prepared to leave. Where are you off to? Ma Changshan's voice trailed after her, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm going to see my sister, Yang Xinyu replied with conviction, not bothering to look back. Since the onset of September, she had frequently visited her sister's home. At her own house, she neglected household chores, yet at her sister's, she took on a multitude of responsibilities without hesitation. Alongside Wu Xiuhua, she managed all the domestic duties that Yang Luoyan could no longer handle, as her sister's condition grew heavier by the day. Indeed, such diligent care from the elder sister and the concern from the third sister were greatly needed. The next day marked the National Day in October. Unlike the previous month, Yang Luoyan was now closer to her due date, prompting Wu Yuan to forego work in the factory, opting instead to remain at home to support his wife. Nevertheless, Wu Xiuhua and Yang Xinyu continued to visit in a steady rotation, anxious that Wu Yuan, as a man, might not provide adequate care or consideration. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was October 20th. Following Wu Yuan's insistence, Yang Luoyan was admitted ahead of schedule to the obstetrics and gynecology department of the county hospital. All necessities, cotton quilts, milk powder, and more were meticulously prepared, awaiting the arrival of the newborns. Even while in the hospital, Yang Luoyan grumbled about the expenses, lamenting the daily cost of over 10 yuan. As rural residents without employee health insurance, all these expenses fell squarely on them. Wu Xiuhua understood her younger brother's decision. After all, they were expecting twins, and waiting for any signs of labor before heading to the hospital could prove perilous. Should complications arise, transferring to a hospital would be too late, and while delivering at the village clinic might suffice under normal circumstances, it was a risk not worth taking. Wu Yuan cherished Yang Luoyan dearly and would allow no room for mishap. In contrast, Yang Xinyu also empathized with Wu Yuan's choice. Otherwise, Earning a net income of 50 to 60,000 each month serves little purpose if not spent. More critically, upon their arrival at the county hospital, they found themselves in closer proximity to Yang Qinyu's department store, making it more convenient to keep watch over her. The only inconvenience lay with Lu Hui. During this period, she had been accompanying her daughter every day, and in doing so, she had developed a fond affection for the two children growing within her daughter's womb. After all, these were her direct descendants, the third generation. However, once Yang Luoyan was admitted to the county hospital, Lu Hui was unable to visit due to her reliance on her own 2 feet. This predicament left her feeling quite distressed. On October 26th, news arrived from the county town that Yang Luoyan's water had broken and labor was imminent. Yang Ji, in a flurry, hastily pulled out the car, preparing to head to the county town, insisting that I accompany him. Lu Hui dashed out from the side, questioning, "What are you doing out so late?" Yang Ji, in a fit of exasperation, severely underestimated his wife's determination to go to the county town. "If you don't take me, I'll ask Guozhu to take me instead. Hurry, get in the car." Meanwhile, at the county hospital, Yang Luoyan was being wheeled into the delivery room. Outside, Wu Yuan, having just finished a phone call, waited anxiously. He had thought that having lived 2 lives might afford him some composure. Yet when the moment arrived, his nerves were still frayed. He even pondered the answer to the question of whether to save the mother or the child. Naturally, he would choose to save the mother. Since her rebirth, Yang Luoyan had become a beacon of light in his life, irreplaceable. Soon, Wu Shihua and Xiang Gang arrived, bringing an abundance of supplies for newborns and mothers, many of which had been prepared in advance. Shortly thereafter, Yang Qinyu, having just finished work, hurriedly arrived, inquiring how many centimeters dilated she was. Wu Yuan was oblivious to these details. Once Yang Luoyan had been taken in, he had not seen her since. The nurses were bustling about, hardly attending to the family members waiting nearby, rendering their anxiousness futile. Xiang Gang, ever the helpful soul, insisted, "Let me go ask." Wu Yuan knew he lacked any connections. If he had, they would have revealed information on the day of admission. Yang Ji and his wife, along with Lin Miao, arrived in quick succession. Lu Hui stumbled over, bombarding Wu Yuan with questions. Wu Yuan, overwhelmed, could barely respond. In her distress, Lu Hui's eyes brimmed with tears as she uttered, "If anything were to happen to my daughter, I want to let you off the hook." Finally, Yang Ji pulled his wife aside, exclaiming, "Pa, what could possibly happen to my daughter? Don't speak such nonsense." He continued, "If it weren't for Wu Yuan's initiative in having Luoyan admitted to the county hospital early, she could still be en route here. Wu Yuan has done remarkably well. Trust in fate. Luoyan and the children will be safe." After Yang Ji's words, Wu Yuan also began to introspect. Since his rebirth, he had committed no ill deeds, and surely the heavens would look kindly upon them, ensuring their safety. Lin Miao, unable to interject, quietly stepped outside to purchase several bags of buns to share with everyone. Wu Yuan had no appetite and was unable to eat at all. At last, accompanied by a resounding cry, a nurse emerged from the delivery room cradling a newborn and inquired, "Who among you is the family of Yang Luoyan?" Without hesitation, Wu Yuan rushed forward. "Congratulations. The firstborn is a precious daughter, weighing 5 pounds and 6 ounces. Wu Yuan, however, was too anxious to admire his daughter and immediately asked, "How is my wife?" The nurse, taken aback, noted that it was unusual for a father to show such concern for the mother while seemingly neglecting the child. Could it be that he favored a son over a daughter? Thus, the nurse replied in a rather impassive tone, "The mother is in stable condition." At this moment, others approached to gaze upon the infant and chimed in, "She takes after her mother." 5 minutes later, another robust cry echoed, harmonizing with that of her sister. "Congratulations. The second one is a boy, weighing 5 pounds and 2 ounces. Once more, Wu Yuan pressed, "Is my wife all right?" A hint of warmth finally flickered in the nurse's eyes as she reassured him, "The mother is doing quite well, though she is a bit fatigued." Lin Miao gazed at the 2 children with delight and exclaimed, "A pair of a dragon and phoenix for the first birth. Uncle, your kindness has been rewarded." Chapter 50, Money Can Transform Lives, and even more, transform people. When Yang Luoyan was finally wheeled out of the delivery room, drenched in sweat, Wu Yuan's heart finally felt at ease. Grasping his wife's delicate hand, which had turned pale from exertion, he tenderly said, "My dear wife, you have worked so hard." Yang Luoyan, too exhausted to even nod, could only close her eyelids in a gesture of faint relief. The 3 women were then ushered into the hospital room. Yang Luoyan, fatigued beyond measure, longed for sleep. Meanwhile, The two infants cried incessantly from hunger, but as it was her first childbirth, her milk had yet to come in. She could only prepare some formula to appease the little ones for the time being. At that moment, Lu Hui slapped her forehead in realization, I forgot to boil some bean sprout soup. Without that to stimulate milk production, the children might go hungry for days. And the adults would suffer along with them. Wu Xiaohua took out the carefully prepared crucian carp soup and suggested, let her have some of this first. It can also help with milk production. Unfortunately, Yang Luoyan lacked the strength to drink and just wished for a little more rest. Ultimately, Wu Yuan made the decision, let Luoyan rest for a while, and we'll manage with formula for the children. If they don't drink it, they'll just have to endure hunger. Yang Xinyu and Lin Miao Miao quickly took the babies away, grumbling as they walked. I've never seen such a heartless father, only caring for his wife and neglecting the children. Soon, Lu Hui dragged the village secretary back to prepare the bean sprout soup. Wu Xiaohua set down the crucian carp soup and followed Lin Miao Miao to tend to the children. The hospital room was left with only Wu Yuan, who watched over his wife as she slept. 3 hours later, when Lu Hui returned with the bean sprout soup, she discovered her beloved daughter had propped herself against the headboard, nursing the twins on either side. How did you suddenly have milk? Lu Hui asked, perplexed and disappointed that her soup had gone unused. This caused Yang Luoyan to flush crimson, shooting an annoyed glance at Wu Yuan, too embarrassed to respond. Wu Yuan scratched his head and sheepishly confessed, well, Mom, I asked the nurse to come and assist with manual stimulation. I didn't expect it to actually work. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in belief, though Lin Miao Miao felt her cheeks heat up. She had witnessed that the one responsible for the manual stimulation was none other than her uncle himself. How mortifying. Yet, Wu Yuan displayed no shame, believing that for the well-being of his wife and children, no task was beneath him. Fortunately, Lu Hui, on her return, not only prepared the bean sprout soup, but also brought 2 longevity locks. With a gentle expression, she adorned the 2 little ones, finally showing a hint of joy on her face. Once the children were fed and peacefully asleep, Wu Yuan stood up and said, Father, Mother, third sister, third brother-in-law, eldest sister, Miao Miao, you all should head back now. I can manage here. Wu Xiaohua, understanding her youngest son's needs, replied, You've been taking care of them for days and hardly had any rest. Let me take over tonight. You should go home, take a shower, and get some sleep. Miao Miao can accompany you. Wu Yuan was reluctant to leave, but he could not resist Yang Luoyan's urging, who looked at him with concern. The village secretary, however, was pragmatic, reasoning, Your mother and I need to go back and prepare eggs. With a boy and a girl, we'll need to gather plenty. It won't be a small task. Lu Hui shot him a glance, as if you could be of much help. After much deliberation, only Wu Xiaohua remained to care for the 3 women, while the others returned to their respective homes. Wu Yuan, accompanied by Lin Miao Miao, left with his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The following morning, Wu Yuan enjoyed a restful sleep, and upon waking he could hardly linger. He washed his face and promptly made his way to the county hospital. After all, the 3 women were there, and even a single night apart left him feeling anxious and concerned. Fortunately, 3 days later, they were discharged from the hospital. Wu Yuan hailed a taxi, generously tipping the driver with a 50 yuan red envelope, and they joyfully chatted along the way until they arrived home. Upon their return, the household was wholly dominated by Lu Hui. Every meal and drink was meticulously planned, leaving even Yang Luoyan with no room to dissent. Wu Yuan found himself unable to contribute, except in the evenings when he would assist by changing the children's clothes. Even so, within a few days, he had grown adept at it. The children's wrinkled little heads had blossomed, no longer resembling old men and women. As a father, Wu Yuan was finally inclined to gaze upon them more often. Meanwhile, Yang Qinyu received her salary for October, amounting to 570 yuan, inching closer to 600. Upon returning home, she seized control of the household. Ma Changshan, prepare dinner. Ma Changshan, wash the dishes. Yet, when Ma Changshan noticed her putting on makeup to go out late at night, he inquired, Where are you off to at this hour? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? She retorted. Ma Changshan, throwing down the rag, exclaimed, Yang Qinyu, if you feel this life is unbearable, you might as well end it now. The conflict escalated, and the couple began to argue fiercely, with the children unable to intervene, resorting instead to seek refuge at their grandfather's house. When Yang, the village secretary, inquired about the situation, he immediately took on the role of a stern critic. Ma Changshan, as a principal and an educated man, do not think that I will not reprimand you for this incident. The occurrence of such a situation today is certainly connected to how you have treated Xinyu in the past. If you had not instilled in her the unspoken rule that whoever earns more holds the power, could this have transpired? Ma Changshan adjusted his glasses, remaining silent. He had never anticipated that the day would come when his wife would earn more than he did. Sensing his son-in-law's lack of response, Yang turned his attention to his eldest daughter. Xinyu, do not assume that your earnings are solely a result of your own abilities. If it were not for your younger sister Luoyan's intervention, could Wu Yuan have entrusted such a lucrative task to you? If you doubt this, I will speak to Wu Yuan and suggest he cut your salary. Yang Xinyu immediately softened, pleading, Father, please don't. I realize my mistake. Ma Changshan quickly concurred, for despite the commotion, he did not wish for his family's income to diminish. This was not merely a matter of 30 or 20, but rather 5 or 600. Yang, the village secretary, sighed in relief and earnestly advised, you both should learn from Wu Yuan. His earnings far exceed yours. Yet, look at him. Has he become arrogant or inflated with pride? Not only has he remained humble, but he has also become more attentive to Luoyan and his wife. As the saying goes, a harmonious family thrives in all endeavors. Such a man, if he does not achieve success in the future, who else could? The following day, we spoke of this matter. Wu Yuan listened, merely smiling, and continued to change his daughter's clothes. Money is a double-edged sword. While it possesses the power to transform lives, it can also corrupt individuals. In his previous life, he amassed considerable wealth. Yet he never encountered a woman as remarkable as Yang Luoyan again. Thus, in his eyes, the value of a person far surpasses that of money. Wealth may be lost, yet it can be regained. However, when a person is missed, the chance to encounter them again becomes exceedingly rare. Upon hearing this, the happiness in Yang Luoyan's beautiful eyes nearly overflowed. Observing her, Lu smiled and remarked, look at your proud demeanor. Mother knows you are fortunate and possess discerning taste. Chapter 51. Upstairs and downstairs, lights and telephones. On the third day after the three women returned home, the eldest brother, Yang Ben, arrived with his sister-in-law, Yuan. Yuan grasped Yang Luoyan's hand and repeatedly expressed, I have always heard that your due date is November 8th. Your brother and I were unprepared. So we hastily bought some small clothes and brought along a couple of red envelopes. The money isn't much, so please don't take offense, sister. Although these envelopes are given a bit early, they will be accepted eventually. Yang Luoyan did not decline, accepting them with a smile, saying, you and brother have spent too much. Following this, the two women engaged in discussions about parenting. Outside, Yang Ben sought out Wu Yuan at the entrance, and they shared a cigarette, one after another. The words Yang Ben had on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. Unable to bear the silence, Wu Yuan finally said, brother, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't make me guess, my mind is not sharp. The hint was unmistakable. Yang Ben extinguished his cigarette with a heavy stomp and said, this matter concerning Xinyu and Changshan fighting. Does your sister-in-law know about it? That's why she urged me to inquire if you could arrange some work for me. His request was veiled in ambiguity. An uninformed person might think that Yang Xinyu and Ma Changshan had come to some sort of resolution. Wu Yuan instinctively replied, brother, I heard you are doing quite well at the agricultural machinery company. Why come to muddy my waters? My sister's income has been decent these past months, but I cannot guarantee how it will be in the future. Yang Ben appeared troubled. The agricultural machinery company is stable, yet the earnings are merely modest throughout the year. The situation is not as prosperous as before, and more people are entering the market. I feel quite uneasy. I do have some matters at hand. Wu Yuan affirmed, then shifted the conversation. But if you are still uncertain, I cannot let you get involved. As a man with a family, your situation is different from my sister's. Shall I return and discuss it with your sister? Yes, do have a good discussion. On the way back, Yuan listened as her husband relayed Wu Yuan's words, and she exclaimed, are you foolish? Your brother-in-law is testing your resolve to take the plunge. Even if the work he arranges for you yields no profit, wouldn't he consider it for the sake of Luoyan and our father? Moreover, how many more years can you rely on that meager salary of 82 yuan a month from the agricultural machinery company? The next morning, Yang Ben came by again. His visit was clearly indicative of his intentions. Wu Yuan wasted no time and directly outlined the upcoming plans. The reputation and acclaim of Xinguang Furniture in Beigang County have already been established. The next step is to expand into several surrounding counties, and I have already been contacted by traders from outside counties. However, I believe that the profits from these agencies should be retained for our own rather than handed over to outsiders. Brother, Which of the nearby counties, Beiying, Beiyang, and Beihong, do you have stronger connections with? This effectively set the stage for Yang Bin to make his choice. Without hesitation, he responded, Beiying City is the better option. Both Beiying and Beigang are county-level cities. However, Beiying serves as the administrative hub of the entire prefecture-level city, representing the area with the strongest purchasing power among the surrounding counties. Therefore, Beiying, moving forward, will have all the operations of Xinguang Furniture managed by you, for which I shall provide you with a 3-point commission. Yet, there is one stipulation. I am solely responsible for the supply, while you will oversee everything from transportation to sales. 3 points? Brother-in-law, are you truly serious? Yang Bin could hardly fathom that Wu Yuan would relinquish such a substantial portion of profit, which equated to 6 times Yang Chen's earnings. Wu Yuan, however, cautioned, brother. While Xinguang Furniture may have gained a modicum of fame in Beigang, it remains largely uncharted territory in Beiying. This market necessitates your exploration. There is much work to be done in terms of publicity and promotion, thus I must afford you some leeway. Should Xinguang Furniture flourish in the future and attain brand status, requiring unified advertising across newspapers and television, I shall reclaim 1 point. Yang Bin, eager to embark on this venture, responded, then I shall give it a try. Very well, in that case, proceed to my sister to collect a contract for your signature. We are brothers by blood, and I will not deceive you, Wu Yuan assured him. After bidding farewell to Yang Bin, Wu Yuan welcomed the postal service personnel. 3 days prior, he had visited the postal bureau, paying 5,000 yuan to install a private telephone at home, ensuring convenient communication for any future matters. To his surprise, the postal service was quite efficient, arriving within 3 days to install the telephone line. There was already a telephone line in Liyuan village. Conveniently located in the mulberry field behind Wu Yuan's home, they merely needed to extend a line from there. Wu Yuan discreetly offered a pack of filters to the 2 installers, who, upon receiving the incentive, worked with noticeably increased vigor. Within half a day, they had successfully connected the telephone line to Wu Yuan's residence and completed the necessary adjustments. Observing the red telephone perched on the bedside, Yang Luoyan gleefully remarked, with electricity and a telephone, the only thing missing from our home is a 2nd floor. Wu Yuan chuckled, once you have completed your confinement, winter will soon set in, making it unlikely we can realize that before the year's end. However, fret not, my dear. As soon as spring arrives next year, we shall promptly arrange for the 2nd floor. We are on the path to a modest prosperity. Yang Luoyan nodded enthusiastically, but hesitated. Could this be perceived as too ostentatious? Lu Hui interjected, who doesn't know your family is affluent now? Even if you wish to be low-key, it would be impossible. Wu Yuan, with a knowing glance, remarked, it seems we ought to acquire a few more dogs. Lu Hui readily concurred. When Wu Yuan mentioned this at the workshop, Master Chen brought 2 wolf cubs the very next day. Round and fluffy, with a coat of brown interspersed with black, they were just a month old, their ears already standing erect, resembling little wolves. On their first night at home, the 2 cubs, akin to children, howled intermittently throughout the night. As dawn broke, Wu Yuan presented them with a basin of warm corn porridge, which they eagerly devoured. Before long, it was November 7th, the onset of winter, and the exclusive agency rights for Xinguang Furniture in Beiyang County and Beihong County had been duly signed. In contrast to Yang Bin's 3 points, these 2 counties offer merely 5 points in commission. Nevertheless, the agents in both counties signed the agreements with smiles on their faces. The rest is left to the passage of time. Wu Yuan began contemplating the expansion of the workforce in the factory to scale up operations. Master Chun took the opportunity to introduce his 2 apprentices, while brother Zhai called back one of his apprentices from the Grand Hall. As the workforce in the factory increased, the production pressure swiftly shifted to Master Zhong and his team. As a supplier of semi-finished products for the factory, Wu Yuan need not worry excessively. With a simple word from him, the others would promptly recruit more hands and operate at full capacity. The weather grew colder by the day, yet the factory buzzed with increasing fervor. During a moment of leisure, Zhao Baojun could not help but ask Wu Yuan, Master, what if we produce too much furniture? Where shall we display it during the year-end? At the customers' homes, was the reply. Chapter 52. Once desolate, now bustling in November, the days grew progressively colder. Mid-month brought a week of relentless rain, dreary and desolate. Before the sun could dry the ground, a heavy snowfall arrived, blanketing everything in a flurry of white. The damp earth quickly froze solid, devastating the crops of cabbage and carrots that had not been harvested in time. In stark contrast, Wu Yuan's home remained as warm as spring, with the air conditioning running, and by merely being cautious of the door gaps. The indoor temperature could be maintained above 10 degrees. This made it considerably easier to change the children's clothes without a frantic scramble. Early in the morning, Wu Yuan opened the door to find the mountains cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow, yet the snowfall showed no signs of abating. If this continued, the number of guests for the twins' full moon celebration in 2 days would surely dwindle. Lin Miao Miao emerged from the west wing, shivering, her breath visible in the frigid air. If you feel cold at night, sleep with your aunt, Wu Yuan suggested. Just as a flicker of gratitude stirred within Lin Miao Miao, he continued. As long as you can wake up to change your cousin's clothes during the night. Lin Miao Miao resolutely shook her head. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. While staying in her aunt's air-conditioned room would mitigate the chill, the prospect of being awakened 3 or 4 times by the children was far more daunting than the cold itself. Wu Yuan stepped out of the main house and opened the courtyard door. 2 little wolf puppies shivered, rising from beside the big yellow dog, wagging their tails in a plea for affection. Wu Yuan patted their heads before pumping water from the well to prepare breakfast. Just as the smoke from the kitchen began to rise, Lu Hui, clad in full winter gear, arrived. Consequently, Wu Yuan was shooed outside to sweep the snow from the courtyard. Yang Luoyan barely poked her head out of the main house before Lu Hui scolded her back inside. The customs of postpartum confinement were strictly adhered to. After breakfast, the heavy snow turned to a light flurry. Wu Xiuhua and Xionggang also arrived, bringing with them 2 large bags of sweets for the full moon celebration. Much like a wedding banquet, the full moon celebration would follow a flowing table format. So Wu Yuan retained last year's chef, Gu, without any changes. As for the scale of the feast and the guest list, he replicated everything exactly as before, without a single alteration. The following day, the snow ceased. On November 24th, the 16th day of the lunar month, it was time to celebrate the twins' full moon. Wu Yuan rose around 3 in the morning, bustling with activity until the sun began to rise higher in the sky. Thanks to the twins, the sun made a rare appearance, its warmth on this winter day uplifting one's spirits. Moreover, it coincided with the Western holiday of Thanksgiving, filling Wu Yuan with a sense of gratitude. Who could have imagined that life would bring him to this moment since his rebirth last year? Before long, his brother-in-law, Yang Ben, arrived with a cart full of vibrant red eggs, a sight that was incredibly festive. "Brother, this is far too many," Wu Yuan exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the hundreds of pounds of eggs. Although the sun shone brightly, the temperature remained frigid. Wu Yuan's expectations did not change. He still anticipated a low turnout, just as he had 2 days prior. Yang Ben clapped his hands and remarked that his father's authority was not to be underestimated. Soon after, Yang Ming arrived, pushing yet another flatbed cart, this one laden with 2 cradles, 1 pink and 1 blue. This time, his father-in-law had indeed spent quite a sum. Wu Yuan contemplated finding an opportunity to repay the favor before the year ended. However, he had yet to devise a plan when a large group of people arrived. His elder sister, Wu Xiuhua, came with her family in tow, not only accompanied by her husband Lin Xianxue but also their 2 children, Lin Ping'an and Lin Hehe. Their arrival was quite impressive. Yet it was clear they were not inclined to be outdone. This entire family took up half the seating. Nevertheless, Wu Yuan was not one to begrudge his sister, and he greeted Lin Xianxue, who had not attended the wedding, with a warm smile and offered him the best cigars. Shortly thereafter, his second sister, Wu Yuhua, made her entrance, having donned a new outfit for the occasion and accompanied by her husband, Shi Fugan. Again, Wu Yuan welcomed them with fine cigars, making sure not to neglect his brother-in-law despite his apparent shyness. The last to arrive was his 4th sister, Wu Fanghua, trailed by Zhang Yuan. Observing the bustling atmosphere of the Wu family's gathering before the festivities had even commenced, Zhang Yuan teased Zhang Jintao, saying, "Brother, did you see? Wu's stature now surpasses yours. Whether you come or not, it hardly matters to them." Zhang Jintao, maintaining a stern expression, chose not to respond. However, Wu Yuan felt a surge of joy upon seeing Zhong Wenyong and his 3 children present, especially Zhong Wenyong, who was studious and never missed school for a feast. Today, however, he had made an exception. With a bright smile on his face, Wu Yuan felt delighted and encouraged the boy, saying, "Go inside and greet your cousins. Let them bask in your brilliance." Zhong Wenying chimed in, "Uncle, I have talents too." Wu Yuan laughed, replying, "Indeed, you possess great potential." Zhong Wenying, intrigued, quipped, "Then let us hope they don't pick up any mischief from my second brother. All right, hurry inside for some sweets. The banquet will commence shortly. After welcoming the primary guests, Wu Yuan entrusted the proceedings to Xiong Gang, seizing a moment to rest. Much like at the previous wedding, Xiong Gang continued in his role as the master of ceremonies. However, whereas he had previously been a village-level official, he was now a township-level cadre, which significantly elevated his status. Everything progressed smoothly until just before noon when Xiong Gang approached Wu Yuan, saying, "The number of attendees today is unexpectedly large." Wu Yuan nodded, realizing that the additional guests from his sister's families would indeed exceed the anticipated count. Yet Xiong Gang emphasized, it's not just slightly more. At least 5 additional tables will be necessary to accommodate everyone. Consequently, we will need at least 10 more tables worth of food and beverages for tonight's feast. Guests are to be treated with respect, and after the formalities, they must be offered a banquet. Wu Yuan responded without hesitation. Then let us quickly arrange for those 5 additional tables. Provide me with a list of what is needed, and I shall procure it. Xiong Gang promptly set about organizing the extra tables. Wu Yuan then received a list and address from Chef Gu and hurriedly took his 3 apprentices, Ma Mingjun, to the county town for the necessary purchases. This unexpected circumstance delayed the midday banquet by at least half an hour. The early guests, having claimed their seats, were left waiting, while those arriving later stood outside in the yard, also in a state of anticipation. Fortunately, in rural areas, such situations are of little concern. Friends and relatives from neighboring villages stood in the snow, under the sun, smoking and engaging in jovial conversation. It is often said that fortune plays a significant role in life. When luck arrives, nothing can hinder its course. Consider this, how desolate the Wu family's door once stood. And now, those arriving late cannot even secure a seat. In my view, this is not merely a matter of fortune, but a testament to Wu's remarkable achievements in his youth. Does this not relate to his marriage to the beloved daughter of the village secretary? How astute is Secretary Yang? Would he have entrusted his most cherished daughter to Wu without recognizing his talents? Indeed, this holds true. Consequently, less than a year after Wu started his family, he established his business. Not only did he succeed, but he also brought along Secretary Yang's eldest daughter and son to share in his fortunes. Thus, it can be concluded that Wu is indeed a young man of great promise. Moreover, Wu has dabbled in government bonds, amassing an unknown fortune. However, I recently read in a newspaper that someone in the South earned $1 million by trading government bonds. Remarkable. Chapter 53. The Carpenter's Craft and the Freedom to Roam the World on the Road to the County Town. Ma Mingjun and Zhu Liubiao were laboriously pulling their respective flatbed carts. Wu Yuan followed closely behind Ma Mingjun, while Zhao Baojun walked alongside Zhu Liubiao, occasionally pretending to lend a hand. In truth, the carts were empty, and being young men of vigor, they had no trouble at all. However, Wu Yuan chose not to expose their little ruse, as they were indeed the laborers he had recruited. After all, could he not allow his disciples a bit of cleverness? As they walked, Zhu Liubiao inquired, "Master, how did you manage to win such a virtuous wife and mistress?" This question momentarily startled Wu Yuan, as he had not envisioned such a day a year prior. Yet, in the presence of his apprentices, every inquiry circled back to the theme of mastering the carpenter's trade. Thus, he took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke that hung in the air, and with a casual tone recounted, "Around this time last year, after 6 months of honing my skills, I crafted my first set of combination cabinets. I took them to the village market, and within half an hour, I sold them for 200 yuan, which was enough for the bride price." Zhao Baon interjected, "I heard that the village secretary demanded a bride price of at least 1,000 yuan. Wu Yuan then steered the conversation back on track, declaring, "Therefore, it is essential to learn the carpenter's craft well. Mastering your skills may lead to miraculous outcomes." Zhu Liubiao pondered this, beginning to reflect whether he and his fellow apprentices had perhaps been too lax over the past year. Zhao Baojun, however, contemplated even deeper, asking, "Master, if we master the carpenter's craft, will we only be able to make furniture in the future?" "Who said that?" Wu Yuan replied, extinguishing his cigarette. "Isn't your master currently leading a construction team to build a grand hall for the village? Are you suggesting that carpentry can extend to architecture, to building structures?" Wu Yuan shot a glance at his overly clever second apprentice, saying, "Can you not think bigger? A competent carpenter must possess a solid foundation in reading blueprints. Mastering woodworking blueprints naturally allows one to comprehend civil engineering plans. With an understanding of blueprints and woodworking skills, one can indeed lead a construction team." Zhao Baojun's eyes lit up. This was indeed a cross-disciplinary approach, not merely a dead-end craft. Yet soon, he expressed his doubts. But master, projects like the Grand Hall are rare and hard to come by. In the countryside, there aren't many construction opportunities. This statement bore truth. Nowadays, earning money in rural areas was challenging, with various fees and levies being prevalent. Cultivating land, coupled with numerous contributions and grain taxes, felt like a series of rakes stripping away their earnings. Thus, Wu Yuan sought to reassure them, you are all merely in your 20s. You must look toward the long term. Life is a lengthy journey. If it does not work out now, what about 10 or 20 years from now? With skills in hand, there will always be opportunities for you to turn your fortunes around. This reassurance was not entirely unfounded, as in his past life. It was Zhao Baojuan's quick wit that had ushered him into the real estate industry, starting from small projects and eventually managing billion-yuan developments. It was only in his 30s that he experienced his own resurgence. Breaking the silence, Ma Mingjun brought Wu Yuan's thoughts back to the present. Why do you all ponder so much? Work diligently alongside your master, striving to expand and strengthen the workshop, and endeavor to sell our flourishing furniture throughout the city, province, and nation. Let us aspire to achieve provincial and departmental excellence. We shall not be outdone by anyone. It must be said, our senior apprentice is truly devoted, steadfastly loyal. Unlike Zhao Baojun, who constantly dreams of establishing his own venture. After years of stumbling, he has not fared better than remaining with his mentor, Ma Mingjun, earning a more substantial living. 2 hours later, the 4 disciples returned home, breathless and exhausted. They brought back 2 flatbed carts laden with provisions and tobacco, which not only filled the void left by the evening's 10-table banquet, but also provided enough for an additional 2 tables as a buffer. The midday banquet had just concluded, and the neighbors and relatives who were unable to leave were busy assisting with the cleanup. Coincidentally, Wu Yuan had summoned Boss He from the Happiness Photography Studio. Seizing this rare, joyous occasion, they gathered to capture some photographs. Soon, the main hall was made ready. In the first photograph, Wu Yuan and Yang Luoyan were foremostly presented as the new generation of hosts. Fresh from her confinement, Yang Luoyan stood blushing beside Wu Yuan, her delicate face aglow. As they faced the camera, she fidgeted with her attire, shy as a new bride. My dear wife, you are already stunning enough, Wu Yuan reassured her. Do not flatter me, I am aware of my own appearance, she replied modestly. Bossy positioned the camera and gestured, come on, you two, smile for the camera. All right. On 3, 3, 2, 1. In the second photograph, 2 children were placed into their arms, creating a proper family portrait. With time, familiarity bred comfort. Once the children were in her grasp, Yang Luoyan shed her shyness, her face radiating the warmth of maternal love. A spontaneous snapshot transformed into a masterpiece. When it was time for Wu Yuan to take a photo with his 4 sisters, Wu Xiuhua's eyes glistened with tears as she lamented. If only 5th sister and 6th sister were here. Wu Fanghua interjected, Sister 3, why bring this up on such a joyous day? Despite the past being best left unspoken. The 5 sisters' photo ultimately failed to capture the celebratory spirit. After the photographs were taken, Zhai Di pulled Wu Yuan to the gravel road behind the village. Upon seeing that his master's wife, Cheng Yue, was also present, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Why isn't master sitting at home? He pondered. Where's my master? Cheng Yue's expression turned troubled as she glanced at Zhai Di before responding, your master is upset with the 2 of you. Wu Yuan felt unjustly accused. But why master's wife? Zhai Di interjected, what other reason could there be? Since you chose not to work with master, he feels you have strayed from the path. Now that I have joined you, he perceives that you are undermining him and opposing him. Wu Yuan remained unfazed. My master is not that kind of person. Do not worry, master's wife. No matter how upset he may be, he is still my master. And that fact remains unchanged. Although the master and disciple were at odds, it was far from a serious conflict. Cheng Yue followed suit in comforting him. Young Wu, you are magnanimous. Do not let this old man bother you. Although he has not come to see your lovely children, he did send along some red envelopes. As she spoke, Cheng Yue pressed 2 red envelopes into Wu Yuan's hands. Wu Yuan was not at all reserved and directly accepted, saying, Aunt, rest assured. Once I conclude my current tasks, I shall make time to visit master. I am prepared to endure all his reprimands and scoldings. Cheng Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her, replying, with your words, I am at ease. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Wu Yuan returned to the entrance of the courtyard, where he spotted Zhong Wenyang's 3 children bustling out, their pockets and mouths bulging with treats. Zhong Wenyang was particularly animated, exclaiming, Uncle, I just took some pictures. When they are developed, you must keep a copy for me. Wu Yuan affectionately ruffled Zhong Wenyong's hair, assuring him, do not worry. I shall even save the negatives for you. He then inquired, where is your father? Zhong Wenyao pointed casually, over there, with a few uncles. Wu Yuan followed her gaze and indeed saw 4 brothers-in-law huddled together, their faces flushed as they argued amidst swirling smoke. Chapter 54. Thank you for marrying me and providing a good life. As several sons-in-law of the family, they chose to venture out into the frigid winter. Despite the sun shining overhead and the air carrying a chill, rather than moving the benches, they simply took a few dry bricks from the pile and settled onto them, engaging in discussions ranging from the dispute over the islands to international affairs. However, the topic that ignited fervent debate among the sons-in-law was not the matters of state, but rather the affairs of Wu Yuan. Upon hearing his name, Wu Yuan immediately dispersed the smoke surrounding him, then took a few dry bricks to sit down, ready to listen attentively. The 4 of them split into 2 distinct factions. On one side, led by Zhang Jintao, was Lin Skin Shui, who voiced his agreement. I must admit, over the past 6 months, you've done well with your furniture workshop and sales. However, I believe you must strictly adhere to the red line regarding employment numbers. Lin Xianshui adjusted his black-framed glasses, resembling an old scholar, and added, what my uncle said is correct. Prudence is always the best approach. Xiang Gang, however, disagreed. This matter is not as serious as it seems. As long as we insist it's an individual business, and besides, our younger brother pays taxes regularly and works hard to prosper. Why shouldn't he be allowed to do so? The second brother-in-law, Shi Fujian, chimed in with a deep voice. Exactly. As long as the common folk earn their living honestly, without theft or robbery, why shouldn't we support them? After all, it's far more reasonable and legal than those who engage in shady dealings. After listening to the circle of opinions, Wu Yuan refrained from arguing. It was a day of celebration, and there was no need for heated disputes. Moreover, he had come to mediate, not to fan the flames. I actually have a solution to this issue, he began, which pertains to both my 3rd and 4th brothers-in-law. Please listen. Xiong Gang and Zhong Juntao exchanged glances, both eagerly anticipating his words. I have discussed with my father-in-law the establishment of a collectively owned furniture factory after the new year. The village will invest in the factory buildings and, in the role of leadership, will hold 2 of the shares, while the remaining shares will belong to me. If the workshop of Master Yao from my 3rd brother-in-law and the workshop of Master Zhong from my 4th brother-in-law are willing to join this furniture factory under the village's leadership, I will allocate one of my personal shares to your village. With this arrangement, our furniture factory would operate as a mixed ownership entity, well within the bounds of national policy. Each village could benefit from the growth and prosperity of the factory, thus embodying the principle of the wealthy aiding the less fortunate. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Gang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, what a brilliant idea. How did you come up with that? Wu Yuan could not confess that he had drawn inspiration from a certain individual who had once subverted socialist principles and cleverly applied the opposite. Zhong Juntao also could not help but express his admiration, finding the idea increasingly beneficial. After all, which village would refuse such unexpected wealth? Even the smallest ant is still meat. Leaving the sons-in-law to fervently discuss, Wu Yuan returned to the courtyard, where he heard Zhao Baojun approach him, inquiring, Master, should we reduce the number of tables for tonight's banquet? After all, the master won't be attending, and neither will the matron. Some guests from afar are leaving early. Fearing the dark and slippery roads, Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. While we may be short of the matron, we will still have others present. Like a child's aunt, missing the noon meal, one can only partake in the evening feast. Inform Chef Gu to prepare the banquet as per the midday arrangements. Should there be an excess, it can be reserved for the workshop as a meal. Very well. With fine wine and delicious dishes, who wouldn't be pleased while working? The evening banquet commences. Yang Qinyu arrives fashionably late. Upon learning that her husband had taken photos with the children at noon, she is filled with regret. Though she hurried, she managed to arrive just in time for the meal, yet missed the opportunity for photographs. Upon entering the east wing of the main hall, she boldly stamped the faces of the 2 children, only to notice the air conditioning blowing warm air. She couldn't help but exclaim, sister-in-law truly indulges the children. At such a tender age, they are already enjoying air conditioning. What will they be like when they grow up? Yang Luoyan wiped the lipstick stains from the child's face, stating, their father says, things are meant to be used. Yang Qinyu pressed, isn't the electricity in the village more than $1 now? How expensive? She then relaxed, adding, But brother-in-law isn't short on money. Let them enjoy it. They are fortunate to have such a capable father from birth. By the time the banquet concluded and the cleanup began, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The children, having encountered many new faces throughout the day, were now well-fed and fast asleep. Yuan returned from his aunt's house next door, bringing back 3 dogs, who were treated to a hearty meal, mixed with plenty of fine food. The 3 dogs devoured their meal with gusto, fiercely guarding their food. While observing the dogs finish, Yuan muttered to himself. After tallying up the day's accounts, he noted that the social expenses recorded in the gift ledger had reached nearly 2,000 yuan. Although this amount paled in comparison to the profits of the furniture factory, it was significant when juxtaposed with the mere 600 yuan received during last year's wedding. Yuan browsed through the gift ledger, noting which families had increased their contributions and which had appeared uninvited to extend their social ties. These obligations would eventually require reciprocation. Yang Luoyan brought in hot water, rolled up her sleeves, and silently took off his shoes and socks without a hint of disdain, placing his smelly feet into the basin. She then gently began to wash his feet, one stroke at a time. When Yuan finally came to his senses, he pulled his wife up and said, "I have hands and feet. Is it really necessary for you to wash them? You are already tired from taking care of the children." "Not tired." Yang Luoyan shook her head, suddenly embracing her husband, her body trembling slightly. "What's wrong?" Yuan asked several times before she loosened her embrace and calmly replied, "Today, my elder sister mentioned that the man who had given a betrothal gift to our father in the city has been hospitalized. It is said that there is no hope for recovery. He cannot endure much longer." Yuan was not surprised by this information, for he was already aware of such matters. He not only knew, but he also remembered that in his past life, that man had suffered from a terminal illness and, under Yang Luoyan's care, managed to endure for over 2 years. Their unwavering commitment was commendable. But the patience to care for someone for more than 2 years was extraordinary. Such a woman is nowhere to be found, not even with a lantern. Thus, Yuan cherished Yang Luoyan even more, especially now that they had been blessed with a pair of children. Life would only continue to improve. However, Yang Luoyan did not share this sentiment. She constantly contemplates how, had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Yuan, akin to the legendary Qing Yao Jin, her heart would be engulfed in despair at this very moment. She wonders what kind of bleak existence would await her. Not only would happiness be utterly obliterated, but she might also bear the infamous label of a husband killer. Yuan, I am grateful to you for marrying me and bestowing upon me such a wonderful life. There's no need for thanks, my dear, for we are family. Chapter 55. Life is but a dream, a toast to the river and the moon that night. Yuan reaped significant rewards, so much so that he remained oblivious to the children's cries throughout the night, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a disapproving glare from Lin Miao. Yuan retorted firmly, "What kind of look is that? Do not forget, I am your uncle." "Oh, you still remember I am your niece?" She shot back. "Yet, when you and your companions were making a racket half the night, did you spare a thought for your niece, who resides in the West Wing?" To this, Yuan boldly replied, "Why would I think of you at that moment? I must have been unwell." He then proceeded to dress and said, "Hurry and ask your aunt to inquire about finding someone to marry you off soon." Lin Miao promptly raised her voice to complain to the courtyard. "Aunt, do you hear what my uncle just said?" Yang Luoyan chuckled as she pulled Lin Miao outside to prepare breakfast together. Half an hour later, breakfast was exceptionally lavish. Fragrant millet porridge, fluffy white steamed buns, and an array of delectable dishes. Yuan was taken aback, eating such hearty fare so early in the morning. Lin Miao placed a slice of dried meat into a bun and replied with a teasing tone, "You toiled throughout the night. Surely you need to replenish your strength?" Yuan pointed at Lin Miao and said to his wife, "Listen to her. Is this how a proper young lady should speak?" Such audacity. Yang Luoyan blushed, gently advising, Miao, as a young lady, you ought not to use such bold language. It was merely a jest. Others would not speak so openly." After breakfast, as Lin Miao took the cart to the workshop, Yang Luoyan remarked, "Did you not notice? There seems to be a hint of something between Miao and Baojun, my second apprentice." Yuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a development. Could his own actions have caused this butterfly effect? Nevertheless, he did not ponder it further. Let the youth navigate their own affairs. One cannot govern every aspect of life. The day following the banquet brought a myriad of chores both inside and outside the home. Yuan decided to forego the workshop, opting instead to tackle some laborious tasks before his wife could intervene. Before long, his mother-in-law, Lu Hui, arrived. Observing the two busy at their respective tasks, she hurried to the east wing. Upon discovering the two children awake and giggling in their stroller, she swiftly took the boy into her arms, exclaiming, "You are leaving the children unattended. What if they tumble from the cart and hurt themselves? You would surely regret it." Wu Yuan was surprised. Both children are awake? He made to enter the house to pick up his daughter, only to be stopped by Yang Luoyan, who took the laughing son from Lu Hui and returned him to the cart. "Let the children play. There is no need to pick them up if they are content, lest they develop bad habits." This left Lu Hui quite indignant. "I came all this way to help you with the children, and I cannot even hold them?" Yang Luoyan clapped her hands and said, "Mother, listen to your words. Who is forbidding you from holding them? It is merely a matter of holding them at the appropriate times. Do not spoil them when it is unnecessary." In mere days, the two women had already encountered differences in their parenting philosophies. Wu Yuan, sensing the tension, promptly distanced himself from the situation. Upon returning, I carried 2 large green fish, each weighing over 10 pounds, a gift from Aunt Di next door. Placing them beside the water tank, I announced, "Mother, take these home tonight to prepare a dish for father." Lu Hui, cradling her grandson, responded dismissively, "You can make the additions. I have no time to fuss over that old man." Well, with grandchildren now, even the old man seems to fall by the wayside. Indeed, your father remarked that we should promptly choose names for the children and register them. Yang Luoyan chimed in, "This matter must be expedited. They are already a month old and still lack names. I shall consult the dictionary at once." Thus began my search, which consumed the entire afternoon. The aroma of food wafted through the air, accompanied by the duet of 2 children crying. The 2 women busied themselves with the children and cooking, leading to a delightful chaos. At that moment, a dispute arose concerning who should eat first. "Mother, you should eat first. I will just feed the children some milk." "What do you mean eat? I came here to have my meal." "Listen to mother, you should eat first. For only then will you have the strength to nourish the children." Just as the argument escalated, Wu Yuan serenely remarked, "Life is but a dream. And I raise a toast to the moon upon the river." The eldest daughter was named Yu, while the youngest son was named Jiang. However, the character for moon seemed too commonplace. Thus, I chose the more elegant Yu, resulting in Wu Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui began to soothe her granddaughter. Yeah. Let us cease our crying. Soon, Mama will feed you, and you can have as much as you desire." Yang Luoyan, with open arms, fed the baby while murmuring, "Wu Jiang, Wu Yu, quite lovely indeed. Did you derive this from the dictionary?" She then turned her attention to her son's cherubic face, exclaiming, "My son, you now have a name, Wu Jiang, little Jiang." Strangely enough, upon hearing their names, the 2 children immediately ceased their cries. The family quickly resumed their meal. After dining, as Wu Yuan intended to assist with the cleanup, Yang Luoyan urged him, "Do not interfere. Hurry and register the children as household." Wu Yuan hung the 2 fresh green fish on the handlebars of his bicycle and set off towards his father-in-law's home. The village secretary, Yang, had gathered accountant Li and old Su for a brief meeting. Upon Wu Yuan's arrival and hearing the names Wu Jiang and Wu Yu, he praised their charm and promptly issued a certificate for Wu Yuan to take to the township police station for registration. After completing the registration, Wu Yuan directly visited his sister's home. With Xiong Gang absent and the children still at school, only Wu Xiuhua was present, engaged in household chores. Upon learning that Wu Yuan was there for the registration, she expressed great delight. Repeating the names Wu Yu and Wu Jiang several times, she finally felt a sense of comfort, saying, "The Wu family has a promising future. Our parents would surely rejoice if they knew." As the conversation turned sentimental, Wu Yuan deftly redirected the topic. "How is my brother-in-law faring in the township?" "He is doing quite well as the head of the water resources station. Our township, relying on the Grand Canal, has substantial water infrastructure. He is quite enthusiastic in his work, and with the new village secretary yet to be elected, he still holds influence." "Very well, do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything," Wu Yuan reiterated, as he now found it difficult to provide financial assistance to his sister. In the realm of San Jiefu's endeavors, I could only offer a modicum of assistance. As I was departing, Wu Xiuhua captured 2 hens from the yard, instructing Wu Yuan to take them home to nourish his wife. Wu Yuan, however, adamantly refused to accept them. Yang Luoyan is now adequately nourished, her figure perfectly proportioned. The weight gained during her pregnancy has settled precisely where it ought to, rendering her physique exquisite. There is no need for reduction, nor for supplementation. Any attempt to enhance it would only mar its perfection. Regrettably, despite Wu Yuan's steadfastness, he could not prevail against Sanjie and begrudgingly carried the hens home, contemplating how he might assist Sanjie's family. Upon returning home, just before dusk, Wu Yuan set down the 2 hens, only to discover several more chickens tethered in the yard. Furthermore, a row of cabbages and radishes was piled in the corridor, and several pieces of cured meat hung from the drying line. Chapter 56. Sacrificing small gains for greater endeavors. A true talent, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Wu Yuan muttered to himself while lingering beneath the eaves. Yang Luoyan emerged from the house, cradling little Jiang, and inquired, "What do you mean by unreasonable?" "Oh, I was just lamenting the need to dig a cellar to store all these cabbages and radishes." "Quite unreasonable," Wu Yuan replied dismissively. "This is precisely what we need," Yang Luoyan said, taking his words at face value. "Your second uncle's cousin brought them over specifically." "The cousin from Shangwei village?" Wu Yuan asked. "Yes, indeed." "Oh, that's Xu Yuan's cousin." As Yang Luoyan connected the name with the face in her memory, Wu Yuan gestured toward the cured meats and chickens, asking, "What about these?" The cured meat was brought by Yinji, the wife of a Ming army soldier. As for the chickens, they are from Dong Er's wife in the west. Dong Er's wife? Wu Yuan expressed mild surprise, recalling the long-standing silence between their families. It was indeed perplexing for them to send over such a quantity of chickens all at once. Yang Luoyan quickly added, "They said these chickens have been feasting on our vegetables, so they simply decided to give them to us to raise." Wu Yuan nodded in agreement. "Their chickens certainly have had their fill of our crops. We should slaughter them for soup tomorrow." Yang Luoyan interjected hurriedly, "Why slaughter them? I want to keep them." Wu Yuan pointed to the 2 he had brought back. "What about the 2 my sister asked me to bring?" Yes. Let us place the chickens in the pigsty for now. I'll find a net to cover them later." "You needn't search for a net. My mother said we have one at home. Just take a moment to retrieve it. Rest? That's out of the question. At your age, what need is there for rest?" Wu Yuan first moved all the cabbages and radishes to the east room, then rummaged through the haystack to find some straw to cover them. With the evening chill settling in, it was impossible to dig the earth, let alone a cellar. For the time being, he had to store them indoors. He planned to dig once the weather warmed up, ideally around noon. After completing the task, Wu Yuan retrieved 2 unopened bottles of Yang Hadaku from the cabinet in the hall and set off towards Yang's home. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Dahe wagged its tail excitedly, clearly aware of Wu Yuan's esteemed position in the household. He secured his bicycle and soon saw his father-in-law emerge from the hall, donned in a cotton coat over a Zhongshan suit. "What brings you here at this late hour? Encountering difficulties with the household registration?" As they spoke, Yangji noted the 2 bottles of liquor at the front of Wu Yuan's bicycle. "What have you brought this time?" "You just brought over 2 fish this morning," Wu Yuan explained as he lifted the bottles. "These are leftovers from yesterday's full moon celebration. I don't drink at home." "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I just returned home from the registration. My neighbors and my sister gifted a few chickens for Luoyan to make soup to nourish her. She insists on keeping them. And my mother mentioned you have a net for raising chickens, so I came to fetch it. I'll get it for you shortly. Don't rush off. Come over and have a drink with me." Upon entering the house, Wu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see 2 liang of peanuts, ready for consumption. "Father, please wait a moment. I'll prepare some boiled fish shortly." "Why bother with that? It's just us 2. We don't have any outsiders. The grass carp has been sitting overnight. It's nearly frozen. It's better to savor it fresh while we can." "Do not rush, father. It will be ready shortly." In truth, this is not an unfamiliar occurrence. It is simply that Wu Yuan can no longer endure the situation. His mother-in-law, in her eagerness to assist her daughter with childcare, has completely abandoned her husband. Fortunately, preparing a pot of boiled fish is a task Wu Yuan has mastered with ease. Thus, the 2 men engaged in lively conversation while cooking. Once they settled in the main room, not only was there a fragrant pot of boiled fish on the table, but also a dish of appetizing hawthorn cake to aid digestion. Wu Yuan filled his father-in-law's cup generously using a small 3-qian vessel and declared beforehand, "Father, we have an understanding. Today, we shall have only this cup, 3 servings, and not a drop more." The village head raised his cup, inviting his son-in-law, albeit with a somewhat perfunctory tone. "As you wish, let us toast this drink first." Wu Yuan then filled his own cup, but refrained from lifting it for a toast, suggesting, "Father, let us first enjoy some hot food to warm our stomachs and fortify ourselves. Otherwise, the alcohol will be harsh on our insides. Drinking is rather unrefined." The village head retorted, yet he put down his cup and picked up his chopsticks, aligning them on the table before eagerly devouring a piece of tender boiled fish. Once he began eating, He could not stop until he had eaten to the point of satisfaction, at which point he suddenly recalled, "We have yet to drink our wine." Thus, 1 cup was consumed. And the village head finally broached the main topic with his precious son-in-law. "Are you truly resolved to allocate 5% of the shares to the 4 villages for the factory?" The thought of the impending challenges that the private factory would face only strengthened Wu Yuan's resolve. "Is there any issue, father?" "No issue at all," the village head exclaimed, shaking his chopsticks emphatically. "Not only is there no problem, but this endeavor is commendable and transparent. It is only right that you profit and prosper. This willingness to sacrifice a small fortune for a greater cause demonstrates a rare caliber, true talent. I have not misjudged you." Wu Yuan exhaled in relief. Sacrificing a small sum is certainly preferable to donating the factory to the village collective. As they conversed, old Yang downed another cup of 3 qian, attempting to gloss over the matter. However, Wu Yuan remained unclouded by the flattery and soberly poured another glass, stating, "Father, this is the last cup. Not a drop more." After leaving his father-in-law's home, Wu Yuan returned with the chicken net, flashlight in hand, and meticulously secured the 2 pigsties. He then spread a pile of wheat straw inside the pigsty, scattered some corn kernels on the ground, and finally placed the chickens inside the pigsty, shutting the door tightly to complete the task. However, the following morning, disaster struck. 1 chicken was missing, the plump hen he had brought back from his sister's house. Upon inspecting the chicken net, he discovered a large hole, clearly the work of the notorious Huang Daxian. Such carelessness! Fortunately, the other 6 chickens did not seize the opportunity to escape, likely frightened into submission by Huang Daxian, unwilling to leave the safety of the pigsty. Wu Yuan promptly repaired the chicken net, herding all the chickens into 1 sty, while leaving the other sty vacant for the Huang and the 2 small wolf dogs. This arrangement ensured the safety of the chickens, though the fate of the dogs remained uncertain. As the year draws to a close, it is the season when dog thieves become particularly rampant. The only solace for Wu Yuan lies in the fact that both the Huang and the 2 little wolf dogs have developed a commendable habit. They refuse to consume food offered by strangers. It would be splendid if he could procure a couple of large geese, for aside from dogs, the notorious Huang Daxian is also fearful of geese. Remarkably, after Wu Yuan casually mentioned this at the workshop, Master Chen appeared the following day, presenting him with 2 magnificent geese. His silent act of kindness was akin to delivering coal in the midst of a snowstorm. Wu Yuan promptly offered him a cigarette with a filter, for monetary matters seemed trivial compared to such thoughtful gestures. With both chickens and geese now in their possession, Yang Luoyan, filled with joy, began to contemplate raising a flock of ducks come springtime, completing their little farmstead. It seems she aspires to become a skilled farmer. However, Wu Yuan did not deter her, for the addition of chickens and geese undeniably infused their home with the rustic charm of agricultural life. Quite delightful indeed. Chapter 57. The Double-Seater Stroller. The couple's career line the traces of the first snowfall soon vanished, marking the official onset of winter in Beijing. In early December, the cold winds howled. Last year, Wu Yuan was accustomed to working bare-chested, but this year his wife insisted he don a spring and autumn shirt, a knitted sweater, and a new cotton-padded jacket and trousers. There exists a certain chill, one that arises from a wife's concern for her husband's comfort. Wu Yuan found it impossible to refuse her, and he quickly adapted to the rustic style of tucking his hands into the sleeves, resembling a native of this era. Recently, Wu Yuan had been engaged in crafting a double-seater stroller, a task requiring finesse rather than brute strength. Every corner and edge needed to be meticulously sanded, leaving no surface unpolished. Subsequently, he applied wood wax oil to enhance its smoothness, and then enveloped it in durable, wind-resistant fabric adorned with Yang Luoyan's exclusive pattern. It was indeed a handcrafted limited edition. Moreover, in the design of the 4-wheel alignment, Wu Yuan had incorporated a spring shock-absorbing mechanism. Traversing the uneven gravel paths of the countryside did not disturb the slumbering child within, allowing for peaceful gazing at the sky. In pursuit of perfection, Wu Yuan devoted considerable thought to his work. For Maming Jiwen's 3 apprentices and several carpenters at the workshop, these days felt peculiar. Their boss was present, yet absent in spirit, as he had not engaged in any work. To them, it was as if he had not shown up at all. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, their boss was not only a lucrative businessman but also possessed unparalleled craftsmanship. Who could challenge that? His ability to generate revenue was evident. Not only were the department store orders stable, but even neighboring Bain City had begun to place orders, escalating from 3 to 5 sets a week to over 10. As for his skill, it spoke for itself, exemplified by the double-seater stroller. Lao Dai shook his head in disbelief. His rugged carpentry style could never replicate such finesse. If he were to attempt it, the result would be a coarse imitation, devoid of elegance. Master Chen believed that while achieving such agility was not inherently difficult, designing and handcrafting the entire stroller with such speed and quality, and with minimal rework, was truly remarkable. Zhai Di, on the other hand, was secretly astonished, even questioning whether Master had been withholding secrets from him. The three apprentices, however, were genuinely enlightened, comprehending the profound meaning behind their master's adage. A carpenter skilled in his craft can traverse the world freely. On December 10th, Wu Yuan returned home with the completed stroller, and his mother-in-law, Lu Hui, immediately took a liking to it. She eagerly accepted the stroller from Wu Yuan, exclaiming, "Let me try it out." With swift efficiency, she arranged a small blanket inside and promptly placed Xiao Jiang and Yaya into it before pushing the stroller away. Wu Yuan stood in stunned silence, half wondering if his beloved mother-in-law had intentions of absconding with the children. As he watched his wife emerge from the inner room, he inquired, "Where's she off to?" Yang Luoyan, exuding exasperation, replied, "What do you think? She has long desired to showcase the two children, but found it inconvenient to do so. Now that you've crafted a double-seater stroller, it is precisely what she wanted." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuan pulled his wife into an embrace, relishing the prospect of enjoying a little world of their own. Yang Luoyan playfully remarked, her eyes shimmering with mischief, "Have you been harboring ulterior motives since you purchased this double stroller?" Wu Yuan retorted with conviction, "What ill intentions can there be in being affectionate with my own wife?" After a delightful exchange, Yang Luoyan nestled in her husband's embrace, seemingly casually inquiring, "With your furniture factory about to commence operations, what role should I assume?" Wu Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "You shall be the wife of the furniture magnate." "Do not jest. I am serious," she insisted. Wu Yuan turned to his wife and mused, "Considering our two children are still nursing, might it be premature to contemplate a career? Is it not prudent to prepare for the future?" Yang Luoyan countered. Wu Yuan found himself pondering this matter earnestly. He possessed no overt machismo, recognizing that his wife's aspirations to advance alongside him were entirely reasonable. "What if, when the furniture factory is inaugurated next year, you assist me in managing the finances?" Yang Luoyan shook her head. "Mathematics has never been my forte. Had it not been for my struggles in math during school, I might have attended university. Once the factory's production capacity increases, we will need to expand Miao Miao's sewing team. Could you oversee that?" Yang Luoyan hesitated. Miao Miao manages the factory's operations quite adeptly. "I do not wish to usurp her position." "What are your thoughts then?" Yang Luoyan took a deep breath before articulating, "I wish to explore creating fashionable clothing. I wonder if I am capable?" Clothing is one of the fundamental necessities of life, timeless through the ages. There is no question of capability. Moreover, with 2 lifetimes of experience, Wu Yuan possessed an indelible insight into future fashion trends. While he could not guarantee his wife's aspirations would be fully supported, he could certainly provide guidance when needed. Furthermore, with his current wealth, he was untroubled by the prospect of failure. "Then, go ahead and experiment as you wish," he encouraged. "If you require anything, money, personnel, do not hesitate to inform me." "Thank you, dear husband," she replied. Upon hearing this endearing term, Wu Yuan instinctively turned. The wife, who had never been accustomed to calling him husband, had done so today, melting his heart. When Lu Hui returned and noticed her daughter's blushing, bashful visage, she inwardly lamented, what a predicament. She had merely intended to showcase her grandchildren, unaware that she had unwittingly facilitated their intimacy. Would she now need to play matchmaker frequently? In contrast to his wife's coyness, Wu Yuan exhibited no embarrassment and straightforwardly inquired of Lu Hui, "Mother, how is the stroller?" Returning focus to the stroller, Lu Hui expressed her delight. "This stroller is truly remarkable. It is effortless to push and provides a smooth ride. The only drawback is its weight. It is somewhat cumbersome to move." Wu Yuan nodded in understanding. This was unavoidable. In his quest for durability, he had indeed been overly generous with the materials used. As they conversed, the 2 children were eagerly enjoying their meal. Just then, the phone in the back room rang, and Wu Yuan stepped over to answer. "Hello, third brother-in-law," came the voice of Xiong Gang. "Several village officials have been invited to dine together at the Fan family restaurant this evening to discuss matters concerning the furniture factory." "That's fine. I will head over shortly to make the necessary arrangements. There is no need for you to organize anything. I have already taken care of it." I have also informed Secretary Yang, and you all shall join us shortly. Brother-in-law, how could I allow you to handle this? It is imperative that I take charge. Do not attempt to usurp my role. Very well, we shall discuss it further upon our meeting. After hanging up the phone, Yuan said to his wife, Yang Luoyan, Dear, I will be attending a social gathering this evening, so please do not wait for me to have dinner. Without looking up, Yang Luoyan replied, Go ahead. Be cautious on the road, and drink sparingly. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Watching Yuan depart, Lu Hui muttered. Allowing such profits to slip away while also having to organize meals and drinks for others, doesn't that seem like foolishness? Yang Luoyan disagreed. Mother, Wu Yuan's decisions are made with reason. Indeed, your husband is commendable in every regard. That is precisely the case. Chapter 58. Indulging in Shuanggo. Sampling Maodai in the depths of winter, darkness descended earlier than usual. By the time Wu Yuan arrived in the village, it was already shrouded in night. The only illumination came from the unevenly spaced lights spilling from the doorways of various establishments, guiding passers-by along their way. Despite this, Wu Yuan found himself standing before the entrance of the Fan family restaurant. This was not due to any particular fondness for the establishment, but rather because it was the sole two-story private building among the row of single-story houses lining the road. Upon entering, he was greeted by Fan Weiman, who was exhaling clouds of smoke. The proprietor, his hands trembling as he offered a filter-tipped cigarette, hurriedly welcomed him, saying, Mr. Wu, what an honor. Your presence truly elevates my humble abode today. Fan Weiman, with his innocuous square face, was not only the owner of the restaurant, but also its only chef. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable. However, Wu Yuan was acutely aware of the man's true capabilities. The longevity of the Fan family restaurant, thriving for 5 or 6 years without faltering, was not merely a testament to Fan Weiman's culinary skills. Rather, it was his adept maneuvering of local relationships that ensured its success. He possessed the ability to reclaim debts from patrons who dined on credit. Thus, while other restaurants around him had shuttered their doors, the Fan family restaurant continued to flourish. Wu Yuan accepted the offered cigarette, engaged in a polite exchange of pleasantries, and then, with a slight smirk, shielded himself from the wind as Fan Weiman lit it for him. I have long admired the reputation of the Fan family restaurant and have yearned to savor your culinary creations. Regrettably, I was once impoverished, but today, thanks to the generosity of a few elders, I find myself with this opportunity. Fan Weiman waved his hands in protest. You misunderstand, Mr. Wu. With a young talent like you, wealth or lack thereof, my humble establishment welcomes you with open arms. At that moment, Xionggang approached, interjecting. Fan is the foremost individual entrepreneur in our village. Fan Weiman offered a bittersweet smile. In those days, it was merely a necessity to support my family that compelled me to step forward. Wu Yuan praised him. It is precisely this spirit of courage that warrants your fortune. Fan, let us prosper together. During their cordial exchanges, Fan Weiman ushered the two men into a private room on the second floor before hastily retreating to the kitchen. Inside the room, only Wang Wufu, the village chief from Xiaxiu village, accompanied them. After exchanging pleasantries and lighting their cigarettes, Xionggang inquired, Weren't you supposed to come with your father-in-law? Where is he? My father went to fetch Lao Su, Wang replied. He asked me to come ahead and prepare things. Xionggang nodded. In a bit, your fourth brother-in-law will bring the village chief from your village, who is surnamed Qing. Additionally, there will be Secretary Li Fugui from Shangqiu village and village chief Li Laomao from Li Laomao village. The leadership from 4 villages will be present. Wu Yuan feigned rising from his seat. I shall go fetch a case of fine wine. Xionggang hurried after him. What do you intend to bring? A case of Maodai? Wu Yuan, not wishing to conceal his intentions, admitted, Maodai is quite affordable now. I can certainly indulge. However, Xionggang countered. A bottle of Maodai for a taste is sufficient. Let us include Shuanggo as well. Wu Yuan hesitated but was soon encouraged by Xiongang's insistence, leading him to descend the stairs and make inquiries. Upon descending to the first floor, I found no trace of Fan Weiman. After calling out several times, a female voice finally responded. Soon, a girl of about 18 or 19, with braided hair, emerged from the backyard. Why are you calling for my father? I inquired about the selection of wines available at the restaurant. You can ask me as well, she replied. Do you have Shuangguo? Of course, our specialty is Shuangguo wine. Would you prefer the premium or the standard? The premium. Let's start with 6 bottles. Do you have Maodai? Maodai must be purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, but at this hour, it is likely closed. In that case, Wu Yuan will have to ride back to fetch some. Recently, he had visited the department store to assess the situation and passed by the county supply and marketing cooperative, where he impulsively bought a case of Maotai due to its remarkably affordable price and the absence of purchase limits. Just then, Fan Weiman appeared from the backyard, his voice carrying the lingering scent of smoke. "Boss Wu, how many bottles of Maotai do you require?" "There are still a few available, the child doesn't know." The braided girl, feeling slighted by Fan's remark, turned away and stomped her foot. "I've told you countless times, I'm not a child anymore." Fan Weiman feigned a fierce glare, but it had no effect. The braided girl cast a reluctant glance at Wu Yuan before returning to the backyard to continue gathering vegetables. "Boss Fan, just one bottle of Maotai will suffice. We merely wish to sample it. We cannot afford more." Fan Weiman nodded. "Rest assured, I will have someone bring it up shortly." With the wine ordered, soon, 3 other village leaders arrived in succession, each older than him. Wu Yuan willingly took a seat at the lower end, with his back to the door, observing as his father-in-law and brother-in-law were seated at the head of the table, one on either side. Thus, all present were astute individuals, none of whom were simpletons. After finishing a box of yapinmiai, Wu Yuan called down to the kitchen for the dishes. Shortly after, the braided girl ascended with 6 cold dishes in hand, her movements somewhat awkward. Noticing this, Wu Yuan quickly got up to assist her in arranging the dishes on the table. Once the cold dishes were set, the seemingly harmless village head of Shaowei, Wang Wufu, leisurely remarked, "Bing Bing, didn't your father tell you to serve the wine before the dishes?" The braided girl, caught off guard by this comment, felt her cheeks redden. She could only stomp her foot in frustration, retorting, "My name is not Bing Bing, it's Fan Bing." Wang Wufu, unfazed, replied, "Bing Bing sounds much nicer." The others nodded in tacit agreement. Subsequently, Fan Bing huffed as she brought up the shuanghua, a bottle of Maotai perched atop. Upon entering, she startled Li Lao Mao, the village head of Shangwei, who was seated beside Wu Yuan. He rushed over to take the Maotai from her. "Oh dear, this is Maotai. What if it falls and shatters?" After saying this, Li Lao Mao quickly spat in an attempt to ward off bad luck. "Pa, pa, pa." What a foolish thing to say. His gesture was not born out of fear of the wine itself, but rather a concern that the assembled company might perceive it as inauspicious. After all, the 8 leaders from 4 villages sat together with a shared goal of mutual development. Fan Bing remained silent. She, a young lady, struggled to carry a box of shuanggo, her efforts visibly taxing. Coupled with a bottle of matai, beads of perspiration began to form at the tip of her nose, despite the biting cold of winter. Nevertheless, Xiong Gang felt a twinge of displeasure. If old Fan or his wife were present, they would certainly not have brought it all at once. They would have commenced with a box of shuanggo, and as the revelers approached inebriation, only then would they grace the table with a bottle of matai to elevate the atmosphere to new heights. With such a strategy, what could possibly impede their grand endeavors? Alas, now that everyone had laid eyes upon the matai, they were all eager to partake first. How could the rhythm of the gathering be maintained? Fortunately, the elder statesman, Secretary Yang, spoke up. "Today, let us indulge in a hearty drink, for shuanggo is plentiful. Then, through the exquisite taste of matai, let us savor the fruits of our village's close collaboration and mutual benefit." Chapter 59. He is my son-in-law, and I take pride in it. Every matter must have its justification. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. With Yang, the village chief, bringing it up, the crowd found not a hint of disappointment. Instead, their anticipation for the final round of Maotai increased. Even if Fan Bing was inexperienced upon hearing those words, she couldn't help but blush, realizing her misstep. However, as soon as she descended the stairs, Wang Wufu remarked with a tone of surprise, "Bing Bing seems to be quite frequent today." Among those present, aside from Wu Yuan and the group led by her brother-in-law, Zhang Zhentao, everyone was well acquainted with the Fan family restaurant. Especially when Li Lao Mao heard this, he would surely chime in. Indeed, in the past, old Fan had been very protective, never allowing his precious daughter to appear in public. Although Wu Yuan was not familiar with the Fan family restaurant, he was no stranger to the banter of these seasoned men. It is fair to say that discussions among men, regardless of the era, often revolve around women. As expected, the next moment, old Su remarked pointedly, "At this table, aside from the young son-in-law, Wu, who is favored by the old chief, the rest of us are seasoned veterans. Little Fan coming up multiple times surely cannot be merely for our company." Wu Yuan felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. "Old Su, how can you be so oblivious? Your own father-in-law is right here, Is it appropriate to make such jokes? To his surprise, Yang, the village chief, boldly declared, "My son-in-law, whom I have chosen, cannot be lacking. Attracting a few lovely girls is merely trivial." His words carried a commanding presence. Yet, they did nothing to stifle the ongoing topic of conversation. Wu Yuan found himself troubled. What did his father-in-law mean by this? Was he implying that his courting of attention from women was something to be proud of? Observing his brother-in-law's relaxed demeanor, Wu Yuan realized his assumptions were correct. Thus, the ensuing discussions remained fixated on the flirtatious exchanges between Wu Yuan and Fan Bing. Yang appeared indifferent to the banter, while the others frequently teased Wu Yuan at Fan Bing's expense. It was indeed curious. Although Fan Bing seemed overwhelmed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She continued to make appearances in the private room. Did this girl have a penchant for risk-talk? Wu Yuan found himself utterly perplexed. Whatever the case may be, if the young lady herself was unbothered by the playful comments, why should he, a grown man, concern himself with such trivialities? Nevertheless, while the jokes were lighthearted, the subject of their collaboration on the factory remained unmentioned throughout. Initially, Wu Yuan found this puzzling, but after downing a couple of drinks, enlightenment struck him. With spirits high and the atmosphere conducive, everything would naturally fall into place. As expected, Xionggang and Yang shared this same philosophy as they drank. Once the table was nearly cleared of exquisite delicacies, Wu Yuan, seizing the moment of clarity, decided to settle the bill under the pretext of needing to relieve himself. While settling the account, he leaned against the counter and could not suppress a yawn. The day's vigorous practice with his wife had significantly dampened his drinking prowess. Behind the counter, Fan Bing casually calculated while inquiring, "Are you all right? Do you need a glass of water?" Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Please, focus on your calculations. This has already taken the time of 2 cigarettes. If I delay any longer, those inebriated old acquaintances might mistakenly believe their vitality has waned and retreat to the restroom. Tell me, does the name Fan Bing sound more melodious, or does Fan Bing hold greater charm?" Without much contemplation, Wu Yuan casually remarked, "Fan Bing sounds somewhat akin to a malady. Indeed, Fan Bing is more pleasant." As he spoke, Wu Yuan couldn't help but recall that, over a decade later, there would be a young celebrity by the name of Fan Bing. Perhaps I shall change my name to Fan Bing tomorrow. With that thought, he hastened the rhythm of his abacus. After settling the accounts and returning upstairs, the Moutai liquor had already been uncorked. The atmosphere was so exuberant it nearly threatened to lift the roof. Fortunately, Fan Bing had not returned, granting Wu Yuan a moment of tranquility amidst the raucous revelry of his old companions. The drinking continued until 9 o'clock, by which time the streets were nearly deserted. The group, flushed and merry, descended the stairs and waved their farewells. Soon, only Wu Yuan remained with Secretary Yang and old Su. "Father, my heart is entirely devoted to Luoyan, leaving no room for any other woman. As men, if we wish to achieve greatness, we must not dwell too much on matters of the heart." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan felt a dissonance. After all, Luoyan was his own daughter. Was such a statement truly appropriate? Secretary Yang quickly elaborated. "If you were to abandon this factory endeavor and simply tend to the home, accompanying Luoyan through tranquil days, I would feel at ease. But what future would that hold? Now that the furniture factory is established, it has the potential to grow and expand beyond the province. You must socialize and engage with others, and at that juncture, can you still be concerned about Luoyan's feelings? How will you carve out your path in business?" His words bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a father. Wu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Yet when he envisioned the faces of Luoyan and the 2 children, he resolutely replied, "Father, I believe that even if I remain steadfast in my commitment to Luoyan and her children, I can still cultivate a successful and thriving enterprise." Upon returning home, he reeked of alcohol. Young Luoyan tenderly wiped his face and attended to his feet while neglecting the children, who were left to Lin Miao Miao for entertainment. Lin Miao Miao, holding the 2 children at a distance, exclaimed, "Aunt, just how much has Uncle drunk? He can even fall asleep while soaking his feet." Yang Luoyan, with a look of affectionate concern, gently replied, "No matter how much he has drunk, it is all for the sake of the factory." Lin Miao Miao quipped, "Just indulge him. They say men become corrupt when wealth comes their way. When Uncle eventually does go astray, you will have your share of troubles." Yang Luoyan quietly chuckled to herself. Was their family not already sufficiently prosperous? Their savings were nearing 1,300,000, though he remained blissfully unaware. Before long, the winter solstice arrived. Wu Yuan prepared 3 generous gifts, one for Yang Luoyan to take back to her family, another which he personally delivered to his third sister's home, and the last, accompanied by Zhai Di, was to be presented to Master Qiao Sai. Since the child's full-month celebration, he had promised the master's wife, and the matter had lingered until today. The misunderstandings between the two elders must be resolved before the new year. Wu Jiang brought along 2 bottles of Maotai, 2 packs of Pinmei, 6 pounds of fruit, white sugar, 2 bottles of malt milk powder, and honey. This was indeed a substantial offering. Upon the arrival of Master's wife, Cheng Yue, she immediately approached, chattering, "Why did you bring so much? You could have simply come by yourselves. With our old bones, how much can we possibly eat?" Wu Yuan set down the items and replied, "Master's wife, this is for both of us." Cheng Yue cast a glance at Zhai Di, insisting, "Even so, it's still too much." She then called out to Master Qiao, "Old man, is there something wrong with your legs? Your 2 disciples have come to see you, and you don't even bother to greet them?" Master Qiao snorted coldly, turning his head away. Witnessing this, Zhai Di wore a wry smile, his expression awkward, uncertain of how to proceed. Wu Yuan cheerfully stepped forward. "Master, we've heard about the troubles with the Grand Hall ceiling. It must have been quite a challenge for you. Please, share with us how you managed to resolve it." Chapter 60. Nothing compares to dumplings, nothing more enjoyable. Mentioning this matter made Master Qiao's old face swell with pride. Wu Yuan observed this with keen perception, understanding that he had indeed placed a successful bet this time. In his previous life, he had participated in the construction of the Grand Auditorium, where the master and he had collaboratively devised a solution that was both cost-effective and efficient, resulting in Master Qiao boasting about it for many years. This clearly indicated the immense sense of accomplishment it brought him. In this lifetime, Wu Yuan had initially assumed that his master would struggle with this issue and had even deliberately left a point of reference for him before the year ended. To his surprise, Master Qiao managed to resolve the situation quietly and independently, although it took a month longer than in the previous life. This delay did not diminish his sense of achievement. Rather, it might have intensified it. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhai Di offered his master a cigarette, saying, "Master, would you enlighten us?" Master Qiao, slightly brightening, accepted the cigarette and began. "As you know, the Grand Auditorium features a dome structure, with its peak reaching nearly 20 meters. If Beijing County had the type of coupler scaffolding used in the South, this would be trivial. However, the reality is we do not." As Master Qiao spoke with enthusiasm, his spirits soared. He completely forgot the minor grievances between him and his 2 disciples. In fact, witnessing their sincere attentiveness, any lingering awkwardness in his heart had long since dissipated. Their conversation continued until Mistress Cheng Yue called them for dinner, saying, "Today, you 2 should accompany your master for a drink." Seeing this, Zhai Di stood and replied, "Mistress, we will not eat. Dinner is ready at home." This was intended as a polite refusal. However, Master Qiao was displeased upon hearing this. "Have you earned a lot of money now, that you look down upon an old man's meal?" Wu Yuan quickly pulled Zhai Di back into his seat, saying, "Master, what are you saying? After enjoying mistress's cooking for over 3 years, having not tasted it for more than a year, I truly missed that flavor." Zhai Di echoed, "Master, that was not my intention." The old man huffed heavily but softened his tone. "I have heard about the thriving furniture factory. Wu Yuan, you have done well. I misjudged you initially. Little Zhai, I understand your shift from the auditorium to the factory. One naturally strives for greater heights." This remark provoked much jest from Zhai Di. Yet Wu Yuan effortlessly defused the situation with a smile. "Master, I was thinking of inviting you to preside over the furniture factory after the new year. With plans to collaborate with 4 village committees to expand the scale, only you possess the gravitas to manage it." Master Qiao coughed heavily. "Let us discuss that after the new year." Dinner then commenced. Mistress Cheng Yue prepared 4 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes, all simple home-cooked fare. Wu Yuan promptly opened the Maotai he had brought, pouring Master Qiao a generous cup filled to the brim. Seeing the cup made Master Qiao's eyelids twitch. "Isn't this little cup worth a day's wages?" Wu Yuan chuckled at the old man's frugality. "Master, this cup is worth around 4 or 5 yuan, enough for my senior brother's daily wage, but not yours." Nonetheless, it was imperative to drink. Unfortunately, while the local Beijing Daku and the bulk white liquor in stores were inexpensive, his spouse forbade him from indulging. Today, he could only satisfy his craving thanks to his disciples. Wu Yuan discerned his master's yearning and invited his master's wife to sit down for a meal, saying, "This wine today does not cloud the mind. Master, You may indulge in a few more cups. Cheng Yu, in turn, relented, for Wu Yuan's sake. You may drink to your heart's content tonight. After finishing a bottle, just as Jai Di was about to open a second, he was halted by Qiao Sai. What is this? Do you intend to leave me with not a single drop? Jai Di was taken aback. He had noticed his master had not yet had his fill. And with his wife's special allowance for the evening, he had intended to open another. However, his master snatched it away, treating it like a treasure, declaring, "One bottle is sufficient for today. This one shall be saved for later, a slow and steady stream. You two, hurry and finish your meal, then be on your way." As they departed Qiao Sai's home, their bellies full and spirits lifted, Jai Di remained troubled. Had their master forgiven them or not? "Brother, put your heart at ease. This matter is settled." Upon returning home, the 8 immortals' table in the main room was laden with an assortment of tobacco, liquor, fruits, sugar, and malt milk. Yang Luoyan succinctly remarked, "All 3 disciples have visited." However, Lin Miaomu pointed out a few items, emphasizing, "This tobacco, this liquor, and this honey 3 knives were all gifted by Baojun." It was as if they were declaring, "There is no silver here." Wu Yuan feigned ignorance, jesting, "But I do not enjoy honey 3 knives. It is too sweet and cloying." Lin Miaomiao blurted out, "But I like it." Upon uttering those words, she realized Yang Luoyan's bemused expression and quickly retreated into the west chamber with a huff. Yang Luoyan poured a glass of water for her husband and pointed to a row of picture frames on the wall, saying, "Baojun did a commendable job. These frames are quite thoughtfully crafted." Wu Yuan then noticed that all the photographs developed at the Happiness Photography Studio had been framed and hung on the wall, enriching the familial ambience of their home. "From now on, we should take a family portrait every year." "All right. As the man, you shall take charge," Yang Luoyan replied, equally fond of the photographs. "This is a beautiful testament to the passage of time. Once we move into the new house next year, I will reserve a whole white wall for the pictures," Wu Yuan vowed earnestly. He had often shared similar visions with Yang Luoyan, such as ensuring the new house had heating, a washroom, and a bathing area. It sounded akin to constructing a hotel. Yang Luoyan had grown accustomed to it, and then inquired, "By the way, did you eat dumplings at Master S' house? Today is the winter solstice." "I didn't tea. I was too busy accompanying Master in drinking." "Then wait here." Shortly thereafter, Yang Luoyan brought forth a bowl of steaming, fragrant dumplings. Just as Wu Yuan picked up the bowl, the 2 children in the east chamber began to fuss. Thus, he carried the dumplings into the room, eating while keeping his wife company with the little ones. It is said that once the winter solstice has passed, the new year approaches. However, in reality, more than a month remained until the holiday. Nevertheless, for most farmers in the countryside, there was little work left to do in the fields, and they could merely await the new year. Of course, those with a lively spirit might gather for games, play cards, or engage in mahjong, seeking entertainment while earning a little pocket money. This was a frequent occurrence, and among them, some would call upon Wu Yuan. Yet, he remained unfazed. He has never been addicted to card games or mahjong. Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend that time embracing his children and wife at home? Moreover, during this period, he managed to acquire nearly a month's worth of old newspapers from the south through the connections of Xionggang. He would often lean against the headboard, taking advantage of the moments when his wife was busy with her bathing and beautifying routine, to summarize and organize the information of this era. Initially, Yang Luoyan did not comprehend this. "Are you planning to take the college entrance examination by studying newspapers every day?" The television offers only a limited array of programs, far less informative than the newspapers. While Wu Yuan explained it in such a manner, in reality, he was primarily focused on the financial sector, particularly the policies and trends of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Chapter 61, A Heartfelt Trap, tailored just for you, having savored the sweetness of trading treasury bonds. Wu Yuan was even less inclined to miss the opportunity to profit from the stock market. Particularly, he recalled a couple of legendary stocks, such as Electric Vacuum. In this new life, he yearned to have such tales unfold around him, akin to his experiences with treasury bonds. Alas, the current stock market resembled an infant barely a month old. It was woefully underdeveloped, starkly contrasting with the mature systems of the future. A glance at the newspapers of this era could leave one utterly bewildered. Yang Luoyan, wafting over with an enticing aroma, inquired, "Is there any information on fashion in the newspapers? I would like to have a look." Wu Yuan dismissed the newspaper with a flick of his hand, pulling his wife close for a kiss. There was no need to peruse newspapers or seek information at that moment. However, Yang Luoyan playfully obstructed him, insisting, "Don't be silly. I'm serious. Wu Yuan had to pause, responding, if you want to learn about fashionable clothing, you ought to subscribe to dedicated magazines. Yang Luoyan, brimming with anticipation, declared, I'll head to the post office tomorrow to pay the phone bill and subscribe to a couple. The next morning, she hopped on her bicycle, heading straight to the rural post office. The children, having just eaten, were blissfully asleep, with her mother, Lu Hui, keeping an eye on them. There was no need for Wu Yuan to worry. Nonetheless, he decided to stay home, lest Lu Hui encounter an urgent matter requiring assistance. Despite being home, Wu Yuan was not idle. He measured the front and back of the house with a tape measure, mentally sketching the outline of a new small building. Just as he was engrossed in his tasks, a cheerful voice called out from behind, Busy, Boss Wu? Turning around, Wu Yuan was nearly overwhelmed by the sight of a toothy grin and the smell of smoke emanating from Li Ergu. What brings you here? Wu Yuan inquired, eyeing the cigarette Li Ergu presented from his pack with some disdain. Li Ergu lit the cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and replied, I came to find you several times recently. I suppose your sister-in-law kept it from you, managing things on the side. Playing cards? Mahjong? Wu Yuan quickly realized that Li Ergu was the one seeking him out. In his past life, their only interaction had been over a set of cabinets, which had left a less than favorable impression. What kind of cordiality could Wu Yuan offer now? Not unleashing the dogs upon him was already a gracious gesture. However, Li Ergu remained oblivious to Wu Yuan's growing displeasure, animatedly suggesting poker, mahjong, or even a game of Chinese poker, whatever you prefer. We're eager to join in. Sorry, Li Ergu, I'm not interested, Wu Yuan replied curtly. Come on, Boss Wu, don't say that. Just come take a look. Surely you can grant me this courtesy? This was becoming rather shameless. Wu Yuan's conviction deepened. Why should he extend any courtesy to Li Ergu? His retort left Li Ergu momentarily speechless. Lu Hui approached with a stroller, saying, He has indeed come looking for you multiple times recently. Quite persistent, isn't. Wu Yuan was well aware of the situation and said to Lu Hui, Mother, tell Luoyan that if this person comes again, let the big yellow dog bite him. Is that really necessary? We are all from the same village, she replied. If he doesn't belong here, there's no need to resort to such measures. In Lu Hui's simple worldview, she believed that all visitors were guests, unaware that this person harbored ulterior motives. That evening, Lu Hui casually mentioned the incident to her husband. However, old Yang, with a stiff neck, retorted, What do you know, woman? Lu Hui, bewildered, took her quilt and went to sleep in her daughter's room. The following morning, Yang, the village secretary, went directly to the village office and found the security chief, Zhao Furuan, to inquire about the matter. Zhao Furuan was well versed in these affairs. Li Ergu is running a scam, taking advantage of the lull before the new year to swindle numerous unsuspecting villagers. Yang asked pointedly, I don't care who he has swindled. I want to know if this scheme was specifically designed for Wu Yuan. Zhao Furuan hesitated, I don't think so. However, he has sent people to seek out your son-in-law several times, but your son-in-law has not fallen for it. Damn it. Yang spat on the ground. Little did they know. After decades of being the village secretary, he understood the petty schemes of these idle villagers all too well. The fact that Li Ergu had persistently sought out Wu Yuan's doorstep spoke volumes. Lighting another cigarette, Yang pondered. We must find a way to collaborate with the local police station to dismantle Li Ergu's gang. At the very least, we need to ensure that these troublemakers spend the new year in detention. To his surprise, Zhao Furuan quickly interjected, That might not be wise, old secretary. What if Li Ergu has offered you some benefits? That's not the case. Zhao Furuan initially denied it, but then showed signs of discomfort. Your second son, Mingzi, is also involved, and I'm worried that your impulsiveness might harm your own. Yang was instantly enraged. Tonight, gather the security team, and we will deal with this scoundrel. The specifics of that night were unknown to Wu Yuan, just as he was about to enjoy an intimate moment with his wife, Yang Luoyan. The phone by the television suddenly rang. Yang Luoyan playfully evaded his advances and answered the call, only to hear Lu Hui's panicked voice on the other end, Quick. Get Wu Yuan here. Your father is about to kill your second brother. Upon hearing this, Yang Luoyan hurriedly began to dress. Despite Yang Ming's shortcomings, he was still her brother. Wu Yuan quickly got out of bed, summoned Lin Miao Miao to watch the children, and the couple rushed out into the cold wind. Upon arriving, they heard a cacophony of wails from the secretary's yard, where a crowd of neighbors had gathered to intervene. Yang Chenyu, the eldest sister, had already arrived with her husband, Ma Changshan, but her efforts were futile against their father's uncontrollable rage. Wu Yuan looked closely and saw that Yang Ming's cheek was swollen from being slapped. rendering him almost unrecognizable. His father-in-law was a force of fury, unstoppable in his wrath, and even his sister-in-law, Jiang Fan, who tried to protect her husband, bore the mark of a shoe print on her cheek. Zhao Furong hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, Wu Yuan, you have finally arrived. Quickly, persuade your father." The statement was bewildering. Yet Wu Yuan felt compelled to step forward and embrace the irascible old man, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. Meanwhile, he listened intently as Zhao Furong recounted the intricacies of the evening's events, his sharp gaze becoming increasingly piercing. Indeed, Li Ergu's scheme was quite audacious. He had ensnared not only the unreliable second brother, Yang Meng, but had also ensnared the somewhat cunning second apprentice, Zhao Baojun. Wu Yuan finally comprehended the source of his father-in-law's ire. This elaborate trap devised by Li Ergu was undeniably aimed at him. Yang Luoyan, employing gentle words, dispersed the neighbors and then inquired about Yang Qinyu, saying, "Where is my elder brother?" Both of them were in the city and would not return for some time. Chapter 62. What qualifications do you have to disdain my man? After bidding farewell to the neighbors and closing the door, only the immediate family remained in the yard, excluding Zhao Fur'en. However, Wu Yuan retained this individual due to the necessity of future assistance. The group entered the main hall and took their seats. Yang Luoyan followed Lu Hui to prepare tea. Wu Yuan and Ma Chashan flanked old Yang, soothing him anxiously, lest the old man succumb to anger and ruin the night. Only Yang Qinyu, emboldened by her shared lineage with Yang Meng, stepped forward to scold him fiercely. "Brother, I anticipated you would amount to nothing, but I never imagined you would be this utterly inept." Unexpectedly, Yang Meng was unfazed, retorting boldly, "Sister, don't stand there and complain without considering your own discomfort." Indeed, if he had grown resentful even towards his own father, he would certainly not fear his elder sister. Yang Qinyu crossed her arms defiantly, arguing, "How am I standing here without regard for my own discomfort? Your brother-in-law supports the family alone. Should I not enjoy a life of ease? Yet, have I enjoyed such a life? I have left the family, entered society, and earned a living through my own efforts." Yang Qinyu spoke with conviction. Her spine straightened in resolve. However, upon hearing her words, Yang Ming burst into laughter. "Sister, ask yourself honestly, if it weren't for Wu Yuan securing you such a good job, would you be standing here speaking to me like this?" His words cut deep. Yang Qinyu's chest heaved with indignation, her right hand raised high. Yet, when it descended, she ultimately refrained from striking him, instead delivering a heavy tap on her younger brother's head, gritting her teeth. "You." At that moment, Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to plead, "Father, ever since we lost our treasury bonds, Mengzi has been despondent, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. When he encountered Li Ergu's scheme, he merely sought to win some money for a dignified new year. Father, Mengzi is also in a difficult position." If these words had come from his own son, Yang Jishu would have berated him mercilessly. Yet, spoken by the daughter-in-law, he could only sigh in silence. Yang Qinyu, in deep distress, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, if your family is in trouble, I would sell everything to lend you support, even if it meant you would not repay me. How could it come to relying on gambling for income?" Yang Ming scoffed, "Sister, spare me your feigned sympathy." Just then, Lu Hui and Yang Luoyan entered with the tea. Yang Qinyu turned to Wu Yuan, saying, "Brother-in-law, you are the most capable here. How about you speak to Mengzi?" However, before Wu Yuan could respond, Yang Ming stubbornly declared, "Don't start. If father had sent me to learn carpentry, I would have excelled beyond him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Luoyan, having set down the tea tray, could no longer contain herself. "Bah, second brother." Despite Lu Hui's attempts to restrain her, Yang Luoyan's protective instincts surged forth. "For father's sake, I will begrudgingly call you second brother. What qualifications do you have to look down upon my husband? You claim you could surpass him in carpentry? Yet, you ventured into trading treasury bonds and nearly lost everything. Meanwhile, my husband has earned more in a lifetime than you ever could. Frankly, Yang Ming, among all the siblings, you are the one I regard with the least respect." The elder brother, a person of considerable maturity and prudence, understands the value of collaborating with my husband for mutual benefit, relying on diligent efforts to earn a living. Yet, you seem to disdain this approach, opting instead for clever tricks, seeking to achieve remarkable feats through deceit. However, if you were to search your conscience, do you truly possess such capabilities? Yang Ming opened his mouth, rendered speechless. He could not contend with the articulate sister-in-law, especially when he had no valid argument. Wu Yuan pulled his protective wife closer, emphasizing that today was not about arguing right from wrong, but about finding a solution. Continuing the quarrel served no purpose. Father, may I say a few words? Wu Yuan sought permission from his father-in-law before speaking. Old Yang waved his hand, appearing somewhat weary. Only then did Wu Yuan address Yang Meng and Jiang Fan. Second brother, second sister-in-law, have you considered the welfare of your children in your self-destructive behavior? Engaging in collective gambling is a criminal offense. If the police apprehend you, Li Ergo will find himself imprisoned. Yet, if you acquire a criminal record, your two children will bear the consequences for life. They may never enter public service, join the military, or even attend a prestigious university. Of course, with my father's connections, helping you out is not an issue. But can he assist you every time? If you rely on him for protection, who can your children turn to? As the last words left his lips, Yang Meng was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. Ma Changshan, the principal, adjusted his glasses in disbelief. This brother-in-law was remarkably astute, and it was no wonder his younger sister defended him so fiercely. With just a few words, he struck at the heart of the matter with precision. His concise remarks were far more impactful than hundreds of others. Not only did Principal Ma recognize this, but Yang Chenyu, Zhao Furuan, Secretary Yang, and Lu Hui all felt a sudden clarity. It was brilliant, hitting the nail on the head. With that, Wu Yuan departed with his wife, casually inviting Zhao Furuan to join them. After walking a distance from his father-in-law's home, Wu Yuan handed Zhao Furuan a cigarette and asked, "What transpired tonight?" Zhao Furuan eloquently recounted the events of the evening. However, Wu Yuan's focus shifted. Director Zhao, does the township police station have any tasks or quotas related to gambling during the year-end? Yes, indeed. Even if there aren't any, we can create some. Is Li Ergo's private gambling operation sufficient to warrant a few years of imprisonment? At most 3 years. If the circumstances aren't severe, he might only serve a few months. With the right amount of money, he could be released sooner. Wu Yuan handed over 2 packs of cigarettes and said, Director Zhao, I hope Li Ergo can spend the new year in jail. I kindly ask you to facilitate this when necessary. Zhao Furuan's face lit up with a grin. That can certainly be arranged. They shared no further words that night. The following day, when Wu Yuan arrived at the factory, he noted the unexpected absence of Zhao Baojun. Therefore, he decided to bring Lin Miao Miao along and headed directly to Zhao Baojun's home. Lin Miao Miao, puzzled, remarked, I have so much work to do. Uncle, what is it that you need? Upon encountering Zhao Baojun, Lin Miao Miao immediately sensed the gravity of the situation when she saw his guilty demeanor, as if he wanted to shrink away. Uncle, what wrong has he committed? Wu Yuan, disinterested in providing an answer, simply replied, You should ask him yourself. Lin Miao Miao then turned to Zhao Baojun and inquired, What have you done that is so wrong towards me? Speak up. If you have been involved with another girl, do not hide it from me. I shall make space for you both. At this point, tears streamed down Lin Miao Miao's face uncontrollably. Wu Yuan was taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. Are the thought processes of girls truly so simplistic and blunt? It seemed to diverge from the topic entirely. However, Wu Yuan could never have anticipated that. Despite the apparent divergence, the outcome would be remarkably effective. Zhao Baojun panicked, exclaiming, Miao Miao, please don't cry. I haven't been with anyone else. My heart belongs solely to you. I have made a few poor decisions gambling recently, and I acknowledge my mistakes. What? Gambling? That is absolutely unacceptable, Lin Miao Miao retorted, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks. Chapter 63, Collaboration for Mutual Benefit. Why? Zhao Baojun, thoroughly beaten and unable to retaliate, found himself perplexed. He could not comprehend how indulging in a few games of chance could be deemed worse than engaging in a romantic relationship. It was not until Lin Miao Miao grew weary of her tirade that she finally ceased her reprimand, declaring, A hopeless gambler is more detestable than a swindler. Zhao Baojun swore to the heavens, I shall never gamble again. Do you believe me? Lin Miao Miao remained silent, merely glancing at Wu Yuan. Zhao Baojun immediately turned to Wu Yuan, asserting, I assure you, master. Yet, Wu Yuan remained unmoved. Miao Miao is correct. The words of a hopeless gambler are even less trustworthy than those of a deceiver. I cannot place my faith in you unless. Unless what, master? Unless you cooperate with the police to dismantle Li Ergo's gambling den and ensure his accomplices are apprehended. What? Lin Miao Miao kicked him lightly. What do you mean what? Your uncle is providing you with a chance to redeem yourself. Why are you hesitating? Zhao Baojun pondered. Will that not lead to my own arrest as well? Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry about that. I will ensure your safety. With your proactive reporting, extricating yourself will not pose a problem. In truth, Even if Zhao Baojuan's situation were to worsen, Wu Yuan would devise a way to secure his release. This was not merely out of personal affection for their teacher-student bond, but rather to allow the other hapless gamblers to recognize his shortcomings and steer clear of such individuals in the future, thereby extinguishing this man's gambling addiction altogether. 2 days later, at the village office, deep into the night, the room was thick with smoke, a coal stove burning in the center. A kettle gurgled incessantly. Zhao Furuan offered a cigarette to Wu Yuan, which was promptly declined. "No, Director Zhao, my mouth tastes bitter." "Then how about a cup of jasmine tea?" With hot water and tea leaves available, Wu Yuan wished to rinse his mouth with a sip of tea, but regrettably, there were no cups. It would be inappropriate to share a large teapot with Zhao Furuan, an elder. Setting aside the matter of propriety, the years-old tea residue in the pot was unpalatable for Wu Yuan. Zhao Furuan rummaged through his belongings and produced a slightly better enamel cup, on which the faded inscription "Serve the people" could still be discerned. "This belongs to the secretary, your family." Wu Yuan hesitated but eventually waved his hand, stepping outside to peek. "It's snowing, Director Zhao." "Yes, the forecast predicted snow tonight. This weather is unpredictable. What if the police do not arrive? Will we have waited in vain?" "You do not understand. The folks at the police station are far more eager than you can imagine. They would come even if it were snowing or if a knife were falling from the sky." At that moment, a tall figure, nearly 2 meters in height and clad in a military coat, hurried through the swirling snow. This was Ma Mingjuan's brother, Ma Mingqiao, a veteran and member of the militia. He entered the room alongside Wu Yuan, declaring, "Director Zhao, Boss Wu, word has spread. There are now 8 tables and at least 30 participants placing bets." Zhao Furuan picked up the phone, inquiring, "Boss Wu, shall I notify the police?" Wu Yuan nodded. "Tell them to be swift. It takes at least 20 minutes to travel from the village to Li Yuan." A mere 15 minutes had elapsed when 3 sidecar motorcycles, accompanied by 8 officers, arrived in a whirlwind. The leading figure, Director Yao, beckoned Ma Mingqiao to board the vehicle. As the sidecar roared to life, he promptly instructed Zhao Furuan, "Director Zhao, immediately procure 2 tractors to follow." Once the sidecar sped away, Zhao Furuan stepped outside and remarked, "Boss Wu, I must first seek out some individuals. I cannot attend to you now." Wu Yuan followed him out, saying, "Then I shall return home and await news. By the way, Director Zhao, do not forget my second apprentice." As he spoke, he handed over 2 packs of cigarettes. "Rest assured, I won't forget." Upon returning home, Wu Yuan initially expected that his children and wife would be asleep. However, upon entering the East Wing, he discovered that while the 2 children were indeed slumbering, Lin Miao Miao was still wrapped in Yang Luoyan's embrace, her face etched with worry, her mind racing with thoughts. Upon seeing Wu Yuan return, she immediately sprang up and grasped his arm, inquiring, "Uncle, how is Baojun? Is he injured?" Wu Yuan, having not witnessed the gambling incident, was at a loss. Nevertheless, he replied with conviction, "Do not worry. How could anything happen to him? I intend for him to work at the factory tomorrow." He then urged Lin Miao Miao, "Quickly return to bed. Do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts." After sending her off, Wu Yuan washed up and climbed into bed, embracing his wife's warm body. He paid no heed to the heavy snowfall outside. The snow fell throughout the night. The following morning, a blanket of white covered the courtyard. Wu Yuan wished to linger in bed a bit longer, but could not withstand the persistent cries of the 2 children demanding breakfast. Once Yang Luoyan rose, he too found it impossible to remain. The warmth of the bed dissipated swiftly in her absence, leaving him colder than the outside chill. Exiting the main room, he spotted Lin Miao Miao, her eyes reddened, sweeping snow in the courtyard. "Enough, hand me the broom, and return to sleep," Wu Yuan commanded without room for dissent. Though Lin Miao Miao relinquished the broom, she remained rooted in place, lamenting, "I cannot sleep anyway. Look at your lack of ambition." Wu Yuan chided, "Go prepare breakfast. Afterward, I shall take you to the police station. By now, Baojun should be released." "Really?" Lin Miao Miao perked up immediately, affectionately kissing Wu Yuan on the cheek. "Thank you, uncle." Just then, Yang Luoyan emerged from the main room. Wu Yuan promptly reported, "Wife, she has assaulted me." Yang Luoyan floated over and placed a kiss on his lips, saying, "Now, that is what I call an assault, silly man." This scene caused Lin Miao Miao to shudder, her skin prickling all over. Yet, she could not help but admire her uncle, a paragon of perfection, and envied her aunt's discerning taste and fortune. After breakfast, Lu Hui arrived. Wu Yuan greeted her before setting out with an eager Lin Miao Miao. Though Lin Miao Miao had barely eaten herself, She had prepared a bowl of noodles for Zhao Baojun, complete with 2 fried eggs nestled within. As they sat atop the bicycle, Lin Miaomiu complained about Wu Yuan's slow pace. "Uncle, shouldn't you buy a motorcycle? This bicycle hardly befits your stature as a boss. If you buy anything, it should be a car. 2 wheels are too flimsy, even if they move swiftly. They are but meat wrapped in iron. Should one fall, it is not merely a matter of a simple tumble. Rather, it would result in a grievous spectacle of blood and flesh." "Oh dear, uncle, your words. Furthermore, do you possess the capability to operate a vehicle?" "I assure you, I can indeed." Such boasts. Lin Miaomiu remains unconvinced and is too apathetic to elaborate. Moreover, the distinction between being able to drive and possessing a license is significant. In this day and age, acquiring a driver's license often necessitates connections and pathways, rendering it quite a challenge. Before his social circle expands, Wu Yuan intends to bide his time. Otherwise, should he purchase a vehicle, it may very well end up gathering dust at home for years, ultimately relegated to the status of a mere commuting vehicle for construction sites. As they meandered, the two arrived in the countryside, passing by the Fan family restaurant, unexpectedly. A window on the 2nd floor swung open, revealing a beaming face brimming with joy. "Boss Wu." "Ah, Fan Bing?" She is now known as Fan Bibing. Chapter 64. The third item on the shelf at the furniture factory. Early in the morning, a crowd had gathered in the courtyard of the local police station. After the recent events, Lin Miaomiu seemed to temporarily set aside her eagerness to see Zhao Baojun, clutching her lunch bucket tightly within her cotton-padded coat, and coldly inquired of Wu Yuan, "Uncle, do you think Aunt knows about your flirtations outside? Which of your eyes saw me flirting?" He retorted. "Both of them," she replied, with a stubbornness that made reason futile. Wu Yuan, uninterested in further banter, detained an officer coming in and out, slipped him a pack of cigarettes, and exchanged a few words. Before long, Zhao Baojun was brought out, escorted by none other than Director Yao, who had personally led the arrest the previous night. "Boss Wu, I leave this person in your hands. Make sure to educate him properly." Such pleasantries were necessary. Wu Yuan skillfully offered a cigarette, saying, "Thank you, Director Yao. Let us have a meal together in the county sometime." Director Yao smiled broadly. "Isn't that a bit extravagant for the county? The Fan family restaurant will suffice." Let us heed Director Yao's suggestion. As they exited the police station, Zhao Baojun appeared dejected, lacking vitality, evidently exhausted from the previous night's ordeal. Lin Miaomiu, having clutched her lunch bucket for so long, opened it to find the noodles utterly mushy. Yet, Zhao Baojun did not even flinch. Reaching for the noodles to drink them directly, Wu Yuan, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "It's too cold. You'll upset your stomach. Let us go have some spicy soup to warm you up." Along the streets of the village, numerous snack shops lined the sides, particularly around the central primary school, where 5 or 6 establishments flanked the entrance. The trio entered a spicy soup shop, and Wu Yuan ordered a bowl for Zhao Baojun, along with half a pound of pot stickers. After downing the first bowl of spicy soup in one go, Zhao Baojun finally regained his composure and lamented, "Master, those people must be holding a grudge against me. Director Yao and the others are unreliable. They sold me out on the spot." Wu Yuan was not surprised, as this was precisely how he and Zhao Furuan had planned it. Let them hold their grudges. You should minimize contact with them in the future. Nevertheless, the feeling of social embarrassment lingered in the young Zhao Baojun's heart. At that moment, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "What a coincidence. You're here for spicy soup too?" Wu Yuan turned to see none other than Fan Bingbing, the very person who had waved to him through the window earlier. She was clad in a vibrant red coat, her delicate face framed by a fluffy scarf, exuding a charm that seemed even more captivating than his previous recollections of the star. Yet, compared to Yang Luoyan, she still fell slightly short. Wu Yuan withdrew his admiring gaze as Lin Miaomiu interjected, "Uncle, this is none of your business, and is waiting for you at home to do farm work." Fan Bingbing's expression shifted dramatically. In truth, she was already aware of Wu Yuan's marital status, yet she could not help but be drawn to him, an inexplicable allure compelling her to draw near. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Yuan provided a way out. "Just tell Boss Fan that tomorrow evening, I am inviting the comrades from the police station to dinner. Prepare the same banquet as last time." "Understood," Fan Bingbing replied hurriedly before departing. Once she left, Lin Miaomiu immediately adopted an air of superiority, as if she had achieved something monumental for Yang Luoyan, directing her displeasure towards Wu Yuan. "This child possesses a modicum of intelligence, though not much." Wu Yuan, disinterested in unmasking her hidden motives, exited, and drove straight to the Water Conservancy station. As the newly appointed station master, Xiong Gang had arrived at the office early. Although the premises were not as expansive as the police station, there were only a handful of rooms available. Xiong Gang was pleasantly surprised and promptly brewed a pot of hot tea, inquiring, "What brings you here so early?" Wu Yuan accepted the cup and recounted the incident involving his second apprentice's gambling. Xiong Gang concurred. Gambling leads to no good. Once entangled, it is difficult to break free. Your approach is indeed unique. He then shifted the conversation. However, dismantling a gambling ring is easy. Eradicating the gambling culture is much more challenging. In rural areas, the year-end period is particularly idle. People need something to occupy their time. Wu Yuan nodded in understanding, acknowledging the idleness. After a brief conversation, Wu Yuan mentioned the dinner plan for the following evening before returning to the village. Upon arriving at the workshop, Zhao Baojun had not yet arrived. The two children, having leisurely returned from the countryside, would likely take until nightfall. Zhu Liubiao approached, hesitating to speak. Meanwhile, Ma Mingjun was unabashed, stating directly, "Master, Baojun was caught gambling." Indeed, there are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. Wu Yuan maintained his composure. "I am aware. I will deal with him upon his return." He then inquired of his two apprentices, "Have you prepared the materials I asked for?" Zhu Liubiao immediately pointed to a pile in the corner. "All set, master." Seizing the opportunity, Ma Mingjun asked, "Master, what type of furniture are these materials for?" This child, though not deeply knowledgeable, had an abundance of questions. Wu Yuan approached the materials, examining them while posing a query to his apprentices. "What do you think?" "Dare to guess." Ma Mingjun ventured a bold guess. "Master, are you making a baby carriage?" Zhu Liubiao chuckled in disbelief. "How could that be? A baby carriage doesn't require such coarse wood. Besides, wooden baby carriages are not in vogue." Feeling somewhat wronged by the retort, Ma Mingjun replied, "But you asked for us to guess, master." Wu Yuan nodded. Old Lu's thought process is correct. Once the furniture factory is established next year, relying solely on mattresses and combination cabinets would render our product line too narrow. Therefore, I intend to experiment with making combination sofas, with the three-seater serving a dual function as a folding bed. Isn't that rather complicated? Ma Mingjun murmured. Zhu Liubiao, however, had already begun contemplating how a three-seater sofa could conveniently transform into a folding bed. The pursuit of modernity makes it conceivable for combination sofas to replace single-seater sofas in households, yet simultaneously, most families have not experienced an increase in living space. The spatial occupation brought by the sectional sofa must be compensated for through other means to render this demand feasible. To this end, Wu Yuan contemplated two designs for the sectional sofa, assigning the task to his apprentices, Ma Mingjun and Zhu Liubiao. However, the two apprentices ended up piling all the materials together. Wu Yuan examined a few pieces and deemed them satisfactory, then delegated the task back to the apprentices, instructing them to sort through their materials and return for further guidance. Once the tasks were allocated, Wu Yuan joined several masters for a smoke and a leisurely conversation. It was only when Zhao Baojun and Lin Miaomiao entered, sweetly intertwined, that Wu Yuan waved to Lin Miaomiao, requesting her assistance with the task. He then stopped Zhao Baojun, who was about to enter the workshop, and advised, "You needn't work today. Go home and have a good rest, and you can catch up on your tasks tomorrow." Chapter 65. Open-air cinema, red sorghum, home theater in youth, the occasional late night holds little consequence. However, within the workshop, surrounded by chainsaws, electric planers, and axes, a moment of carelessness could prove disastrous. Following Lin Miaomiao into the adjacent sewing workshop, Wu Yuan was immediately struck by the transformation. The establishment, which once comprised a mere 5 members, had burgeoned to a team of 15. In stark contrast to the chaos of the woodworking shop, this place resembled a sanctuary, immaculate, orderly, and suffused with bright light, the air delicately perfumed with the fragrance of snowflake cream. Upon Wu Yuan's arrival, a chorus of voices greeted him in unison. "Greetings, Boss Wu." Despite his repeated requests to refrain from such formalities, the salutation still brought him a sense of joy. Only Lin Miaomiao stood apart, eschewing the collective greeting to fixate her gaze on him. "What are you looking at? Listen carefully. I require several specifications for the sofa covers and sofa protectors this time." With the matters addressed, Wu Yuan turned to leave. It was nearly noon, and he still had to make his way to the 5th team for a banquet. In truth, the obligations extended beyond this single event. Since the commencement of the Lunar New Year, leading up to February 5th, his household had received 8 invitations. This meant he would need to offer at least 8 gifts and partake in 16 banquets. This tally did not even account for the additional invitations that would inevitably arrive over the next month. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Wu Yuan remained unperturbed. In his past life, he had endured more than 20 days of banquets during the lunar month and had witnessed the spectacle of visiting 3 families in a single day. Thus, 8 invitations seemed trivial in comparison. Moreover, it was simply the way of things. In this era, with fewer extended holidays than in the future, families could only celebrate their joyous occasions during the busy months surrounding the new year, when the villagers found themselves with free time. A higher frequency of events was thus entirely reasonable. Today marked the wedding of Xu Xi's daughter, Xu Xi being the 4th brother of the village head, Old Xu. This connection facilitated a cordial relationship between the families. Upon Wu Yuan's arrival, it was indeed Old Xu who was in charge of receiving guests. The moment he spotted Wu Yuan, he promptly greeted him with enthusiasm, accompanied him in offering gifts, and then assigned him a seat at the main table. As this was a celebratory banquet for the bride's departure, the bride and groom were not present at this table, leaving it populated mostly by the prominent figures of the village, including Secretary Yang, who occupied a place of honor. Beside him sat the compliant accountant Li and the leisurely director Zhao. Noticing Wu Yuan's entrance, accountant Li immediately rose to vacate his seat. Given Wu Yuan's youth, he was not inclined to occupy such a position of prominence. Just as he anticipated a reasonable arrangement from Old Xu, the latter waved his hand dismissively. "It's all family here. You can decide among yourselves." Thus, Wu Yuan found himself ushered to the head of the table, seated alongside Secretary Yang. It soon became apparent that the position of honor was not without its burdens. He single-handedly bore the brunt of attention from the entire table and several neighboring ones. As toasts were offered in abundance, both to Secretary Yang and specifically directed at him, by the end, he found himself the target of relentless encouragement to drink. With no choice but to comply, he pinched his nose and drank, especially with his father-in-law seated beside him. The banquet unfolded. Wu Yuan had scarcely eaten, yet he had indulged in an ample amount of wine, leaving him pleasantly warm and oblivious to the cold. The thought of another meal awaiting him that evening weighed heavily on his mind. Fortunately, the village leader, Yang, had instructed that the toasts would be kept brief. After the banquet, Wu Yuan intended to slip away, but he found himself swept along with the crowd heading towards the community square near the Xu family. Children eagerly exclaimed, "The movie is starting! The movie is starting!" A film screening outdoors? Wu Yuan felt an irresistible urge to follow and see for himself. The screen, elevated high, was flanked by men, women, and children who had brought their own sunflower seeds and benches, all filled with eager anticipation that even the biting cold could not deter. They were about to watch Red Sorghum, a film that had only recently premiered. For the villagers, this was undoubtedly a fresh experience. Initially, the somber hues of the winemaking scenes left the audience in a contemplative silence, with even the vendors who had come to sell their wares pausing to quietly attract customers. However, when the bare-chested Jiang embraced the vibrant Gong Li amidst the cornfields, the audience erupted with excitement. Parents hurriedly shielded their children's eyes, issuing stern warnings, while men attempted to shield their own eyes, squirming and even pinching each other in the process. Thus, this beloved spectacle was always met with delight. Regardless of the time or place, one could hardly expect the common folk to discern any profound meaning from it. Nevertheless, Wu Yuan had to concede that films and television dramas of this era were indeed quite bold. The stark contrast in colors and the intense emotions evoked a visceral reaction. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the film, he suddenly heard the voice of old Yang. "Why are you still here? Hurry back and bring your mother-in-law, or there won't even be a warm cup of water at home." Wu Yuan, unable to linger any longer, quickly offered old Yang a cigarette before disappearing into the night. Upon returning home, Lu Hui was already anxiously waiting. Though her lips continued to voice complaints, her heart remained attentive. Once her mother had departed, Wu Yuan shared the news of the Xu family's movie screening with Yang Luoyan, which instantly ignited a sense of yearning within her. Yet, upon glancing at their 2 hungry children, she immediately backtracked, saying, "Actually, there is nothing worth watching. It's freezing out and the wind is so harsh. It feels like being cut by knives." On the second day of the Lunar New Year, after finishing breakfast, Wu Yuan headed straight to the department store. Yang Xinyu was busy with her tasks and felt a sense of relief upon seeing Wu Yuan, thinking to herself that this carefree manager had finally come to check in. However, when she had a moment to spare, Wu Yuan surprisingly inquired about home theaters, neglecting to mention anything about business. Home theaters were quite expensive. A good video recorder alone could cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and with 2 large speakers, the total would easily exceed 10,000 yuan. After Yang Luoyan conveyed this, she realized her mistake. 10,000 yuan was hardly a significant sum for her brother-in-law these days. Reflecting further, she considered that Wu Yuan was willing to spend such money to bring the cinema home simply because his sister couldn't take the children to the outdoor movie, which was certainly a cause for envy and admiration. In stark contrast, Ma Changshan appears utterly devoid of sentiment. Yang Luoyan took a sip of water to quell the tumult within her and remarked, "Before purchasing a home theater, shouldn't you first acquire a motorcycle? What kind of significant figure rides a shabby bicycle daily?" However, she soon felt that her words were misguided. For Wu Yuan, acquiring both a home theater and a motorcycle simultaneously posed no challenge. What significance lay in the order of purchase? Yet, observing Wu Yuan's distracted demeanor, it was evident that he had not absorbed her words. "Sister, could you please hand me a cigarette?" Wu Yuan pondered for a moment before rising. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Luoyan obliged and handed him one. Wu Yuan accepted the cigarette and sought out Manager Liu. After a convivial exchange, Wu Yuan secured a home theater system at a preferential price, a 21-inch Sony color television, a Panasonic HD 100 video recorder, along with 2 entry-level speakers, all imported goods, totaling a sum of 8,200. Chapter 66, Detrimental Influence, must be taken seriously even with ample financial resources. Wu Yuan found the exorbitant prices of such items to be quite outrageous. After all, in this day and age, over 8,000 yuan could be prudently allocated to construct a modest 2-story villa with a small garden, effectively realizing the dream of having both upper and lower floors. However, when the department store delivered the goods, Yang Luoyan felt an authentic surge of joy and excitement, which led Wu Yuan to believe it was all worthwhile. With the acquisition of a 21-inch imported color television, the 19-inch Panda model could now be relegated to Lin Miao's quarters. This was not a mere case of adoration for foreign products. Rather, the stark contrast between the 2 televisions when displaying the same image was undeniable in terms of color and fidelity. Without comparison, one cannot discern the disparity. Once the video recorder and speakers were arranged, their previously unremarkable marital abode transformed into an emblem of elegance and sophistication, akin to that of a distinguished household. Lu Hui, cradling her grandson Xiaojiang, gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before her. This son-in-law truly lavished his daughter with affection, a stark contrast to his indifference towards the twins. Lu Hui felt a silent sense of injustice for the 2 children, but as the vivid imagery of red sorghum played flawlessly on the screen, her discontent quickly dissipated. With this video recorder, the days of enduring the biting cold of winter or the sweltering heat of summer while watching films were now a thing of the past. That evening, upon returning home from work, Lin Miao's eyes immediately fell upon the Panda television in her room. She exclaimed with delight, "Aunt, you are truly wonderful." Nearly overcome with excitement, she almost embraced Yang Luoyan. Yet, in the next moment, she caught a glimpse of the larger television in the East Room, accompanied by the video recorder and speakers. What was that? Despite having a vague idea in her mind, she could not resist inquiring aloud. Yang Luoyan, half in disdain and half nonchalantly, replied, "Oh dear, it's all your uncle's fault for making a fuss. Last night, upon hearing that the Xu family was screening Red Sorghum, I merely remarked that I wanted to see it. And your uncle went to the county today to purchase a home theater system. If you wish to watch, come over." He brought back over 10 videotapes. Lin Miao was taken aback, overwhelmed by the display before her. The irony was that it was her own fault. To whom could she voice her grievances? Meanwhile, Wu Yuan rode his bicycle to the Fan family restaurant. His brother-in-law, Xiang Gang, had arrived early and had already finalized the menu with Old Fan. Upon seeing Wu Yuan enter, Boss Fan courteously handed over the prepared menu and said, "Mr. Wu, please take a look." Before Wu Yuan could respond, Xiang Gang interjected, "Old Fan is more familiar with you and his associates than we are. Trusting him is wise." Wu Yuan nodded in agreement. "In that case, I appreciate your efforts, Boss Fan." "It's my pleasure," Fan Weiman replied with a warm smile. As the 2 settled into a private room on the 2nd floor, Old Fan's wife entered with a kettle of hot water, exchanging pleasantries. Fortunately, she was not Fan Bingbing, and Wu Yuan felt a sense of relief. If this young lady understood the importance of discretion, the Fan family restaurant could indeed become a frequent haunt. After all, Fan Weiman had proven himself quite adept at navigating the preferences and tastes of the local officials. He arranged the dinner gathering with ease and efficiency. Soon, Zhao Furong arrived with Ma Mingqiao, representing the village. Zhao Furong accepted the cigarettes offered by Wu Yuan, his expression shifting. "Boss Wu, didn't you invite the old secretary today?" "I did, but my father said having Director Zhao represent him is sufficient." Zhao Furong looked at him with admiration. "Then tonight, I must represent the old secretary and ensure the comrades from the police station are well entertained." "That will be much trouble for you, Director Zhao," Wu Yuan replied, continuing to distribute cigarettes to Ma Mingqiao. Given the kinship with his elder brother, it should have been Ma Mingqiao offering cigarettes to Wu Yuan. However, upon realizing he had nothing of quality to present, not even a filter, he could only bow and accept Wu Yuan's cigarettes. He then quickly produced a match to light them for everyone. As the smoke began to swirl, a hearty voice boomed from downstairs. It was Yao Chunming. The group promptly went to greet him, only to encounter him on the staircase and retreat back into the private room. Yao Chunming then began the introductions. The instructor Geng Li, Deputy Director Ning Fei, and Key Officer Du Liang. Compared to Yao Chunming's amiable demeanor, Geng Li exuded a particularly robust and righteous presence, clearly cut out for a political work role. Deputy Director Ning Fei was more balanced, exhibiting a mix of smoothness and rigidity without leaning too far in either direction. As for Du Liang, he appeared to be a diligent worker, his dark complexion reminiscent of a seasoned farmer toiling in the fields. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Yao Chunming's conversational spirit was ignited. "Thanks to old Zhao's significant assistance, our station has achieved remarkable results, successfully dismantling the notorious gambling den run by Li Ergu." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan surmised that the monetary involvement of Li Ergu was minimal, insufficient to warrant severe penalties, hence the reliance on the term negative influence for sentencing. Zhao Furong seized the moment to inquire, "Director Yao, how long will Li Ergu be incarcerated this time?" Yao Chunming cast a glance at Geng Li. "As per organizational principles, that must remain confidential. However, since everyone here is familiar, Li Ergu won't be out for at least a year or a year and a half." This statement left room for interpretation, allowing Wu Yuan to make a request. Wu Yuan raised his glass to Yao Chunming. "Director Yao, doesn't this constitute gambling in public?" Yao Chunming drained his glass. "It indeed qualifies as public gambling, but the severity of sentencing always depends on the higher authorities' approach to tackling such matters." With this remark, Yao Chunming seemed to sense that Wu Yuan had retreated a step. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Yuan shifted his tone, resolutely stating, "During these days, Li Ergu has operated a gambling house in the village, causing discord among many families and leading to violent altercations. He approached me multiple times, attempting to draw me into his schemes, clearly with ulterior motives. After I refused, he ensnared my brother-in-law and my second apprentice, resulting in significant losses for them. This was not a retreat at all, it was a tactical maneuver." Yao Chunming understood this and raised his glass in acknowledgement. Li Ergu's actions have indeed had a detrimental impact and must be dealt with severely. In that moment, both hosts and guests reveled in the convivial atmosphere. As the banquet concluded and they made their way home, the biting cold wind rushed down Zhao Furan's collar, instantly sobering him up. Beside him, Wu Yuan, pedaling his old bicycle, resumed his innocuous demeanor, engaging in casual chatter with Ma Mingqiao about trivial matters, appearing nothing like a wealthy businessman. However, Ma Mingqiao held a different opinion. Throughout the meal, he perceived Wu Yuan as a capable and trustworthy employer. As for individuals like Li Ergu, delivering a sound thrashing to a drowning rat was a gratifying act, undoubtedly benefiting the village by eliminating a menace and serving the greater good. Chapter 67. Let the market speak for itself upon returning home. The tape of A Better Tomorrow 2 had just reached its conclusion, showcasing the poignant moment when the character played by Leslie Chung, Song Zijia, met his demise. Lin Miao Miao was oblivious to the world, her cheeks stained with tears. In contrast, Yang Luoyan, who had also watched the entire film, was engrossed in scribbling fashion sketches on a piece of paper. When Wu Yuan approached, he was taken aback to discover that Yang's sketches depicted women's clothing designs. The disparity between the two was stark. While Lin was deeply immersed in the emotional narrative of the film, Yang stood at the pinnacle of contemporary fashion, dissecting the elements of costume and set design, translating her insights onto paper. Upon noticing Wu Yuan's arrival, Yang promptly set down her pen and paper, exclaiming, "You're back. I'll get you some hot water." Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need. I can manage. Please continue." Inspiration must be seized without interruption for trivial chores. This exemplified Wu Yuan's unwavering support for Yang Luoyan, not merely in words, but through the minutiae of their daily lives. As the new year passed, the calendar swiftly turned to the 12th month. The villagers who had been apprehended for gambling began to return home as their families managed to raise the required fines. This development made Zhao Baojun, who had only recently navigated the social repercussions of his actions, exceedingly cautious once more. Each day, he would arrive at the workshop before dawn and only return home after dark, when the streets were deserted. This diligence significantly expedited the production of the sofa beds, to the extent that by the second day of the 12th month, 2 sets were completed. These were seamlessly paired with 4 individual sofa positions commonly found in the market, forming 2 cohesive combinations. Wu Yuan surveyed the final outcome of the combined sofas with great satisfaction. He patted his second apprentice, Zhao Baojun, on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Well done. Zhu Liubiao seized the opportunity to step forward, proudly noting that he had personally crafted the individual sofa sections. Although these were widely available on the market and required little technical skill, Wu Yuan acknowledged his effort with a nod. You did well too. Meanwhile, Ma Mingjun simply smiled, eschewing competition for praise. As the 4 of them admired their new creation, several master craftsmen nearby paused their work to gather around. Old Dai scratched his head in confusion, remarking, these 2 sets of combination sofas appear identical. Why create 2? Although the other 3 masters recognized the differences, they struggled to articulate them at that moment. Wu Yuan, with a cheerful demeanor, instructed, Baojun, let the masters take a closer look. Zhu Liubiao eagerly volunteered, Master, I'll assist my senior brother. Together, they collaborated to unfasten the hooks behind the backrest of the left 3-seater sofa, transforming it into a mattress. Simultaneously, they removed the cushions from the right 3-seater, pulling out the underlying sofa frame akin to opening a drawer, revealing a neatly arranged bed frame. They then split the earlier cushions in half, perfectly fitting them onto the bed frame. The onlookers suddenly comprehended the ingenious design. One is a foldable design, while the other is a pull-out style. Both can effortlessly transform into a simple bed. Master Chen raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Boss, this is truly remarkable. Zhai Di, equally astonished, remarked, How did you conceive such an idea? In comparison to you, I feel as though I've wasted 3 years as an apprentice. Zhao Baojun, glancing around in uncertainty, inquired of Master Wu, which design do we intend to pursue primarily? Master Qi, who had remained silent until now, shared his perspective. I believe the pull-out style is superior, showcasing the ingenuity and craftsmanship of carpentry. Old Dai promptly countered, I find the foldable design quite satisfactory. It is straightforward and uncomplicated. The 2 masters debated fervently, their faces flushed with intensity, until Wu Yuan interjected, clapping his hands, and declared, Your opinions hold no weight, including mine. Ultimately, it is the market that will determine the preference of our esteemed customers. This perspective was indeed fresh. The masters immediately ceased their quarrel, pressing for the timeline of the results. Wu Yuan pondered, We shall wait for a week and see. Subsequently, Ma Mingjun and the others procured 2 flatbed trucks to transport the 2 sets of combined sofas, securing them meticulously. They then proceeded to the department store, while Wu Yuan chose not to accompany them. After all, as the proprietor, what was the purpose of employing so many people? At the county department store, Yang Chenyu eagerly awaited the trio as they huffed and puffed while transporting the combined sofas up to the 5th floor via the staff passage. Unfortunately, there was no one behind them, prompting her to ask reluctantly, Xiao Ma, why didn't your master come? Ma Mingjun chuckled in response. Yang Chenyu, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips. New products are launching, such an important matter, and he doesn't bother to come? Without any guidance, how am I to sell these sofas? Zhao Baojun, sensing an opportunity, immediately flattered her. Auntie, we are well aware of the secrets behind these 2 sofa sets. Feel free to ask any questions. The term auntie was a customary address in Beiyang, used by Wu Yuan's children, Ye and Xiao Jiang. However, Yang Chenyu did not respond favorably. Fine, you are clever. It shows. Zhao Baojun fell silent, eliciting a discreet laugh from Zhu Liubiao. Once the 2 sets of combined sofas were properly arranged, Zhao Baojun intended to demonstrate the folding features and highlights to Yang Chenyu, only to find her with hands on her hips, dialing Wu Yuan's home. Chen Yale, at the adjacent imported Simmons counter, watched the spectacle with amusement. When the call was answered, Yang Chenyu directly stated, I am looking for Wu Yuan. The call was answered by Yang Luoyan. Shortly thereafter, another person picked up the phone. And without hesitation, Yang Xinyu unleashed a rapid barrage of words. "Mr. Wu, you have truly become quite the absentee owner. You can't even be bothered to grace us with your presence at the department store for such an important new product launch? What? Xinguang Furniture has launched new combined sofas?" Upon hearing the irrelevant response, Yang Xinyu paused momentarily, then realized sister-in-law? Indeed. The voice that had taken over the call was none other than Li Yun, who had just returned from Bain City. Today, she took the opportunity of visiting Wu Yuan's newly purchased home theater to meet with Yang Bin, while also providing an update on the promotion and sales progress in the northern region. Upon hearing that new products had launched in Beigang County, she eagerly exclaimed, "Sister, if you are not inclined to promote this so-called combination sofa, we could take the lead in introducing it in Bain. After all, that area is the center of a prefecture-level city, boasting a wealthier clientele with greater acceptance. And the market prospects are significantly more promising than those in the county-level city of Beigang." Yang Xinyu immediately refuted, "Sister-in-law, I am not unwilling at all. In fact, I am quite enthusiastic. Rest assured, with my presence, the combination sofa will sell well in the county. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chapter 68. What kind of family dares to feast like this? After hanging up the phone, Yang Xinyu was left with a lingering sense of trepidation. Not only had she failed to confront the issue at hand, but she had nearly allowed the coveted modular sofa to slip away. At least in her eyes. The modular sofa was indeed a prized possession, one that would not lack for buyers. Regaining her composure, she placed her hands on her hips and addressed the three younger relatives who were only a few years her junior. "You three, quickly tell me, what secrets do these two sets of modular sofas hold?" On the other end of the line, Li Yun hung up and went outside to find her brother-in-law, Wu Yuan, who was busy preparing grass carp in the yard. Today, it was rare for her elder brother, Yang Bin, and his wife to visit, and with her mother, Lu Hui. Having been helping with the children lately, Wu Yuan had decided to showcase his culinary skills by preparing a dish of boiled fish. "Brother-in-law, I've heard you recently acquired a set of modular sofas at the county department store?" Li Yun inquired directly, while discreetly signaling to her husband standing nearby. Yang Bin, understanding her cue, promptly chimed in, "Brother-in-law, with such a great opportunity, you must prioritize our Beiyin city." Without pausing in his work, Wu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Elder brother, elder sister, that was merely an experiment. The modular sofas, equipped with a folding bed feature, are just two prototypes. The folding designs differ, and I need to wait for market feedback before making any final decisions and proceeding with mass production." Yang Bin continued to advocate. "Our Beiyin city can also provide market feedback. Who knows, the results might be even more scientific and avant-garde. However, elder brother and sister, the distance you are from here means the feedback cycle will be longer. But rest assured, once the production plan for the modular sofas is confirmed, I will ensure a balanced supply, fair to all." With that, he tossed the fish entrails to the dogs, then proceeded to wash the grass carp repeatedly with well water. "You two carry on with your conversation. I'll lend a hand to Luoyan," Li Yun said, stepping into the courtyard. Yang Bin continued the earlier topic. "Speaking of which, you really ought to consider buying a motorcycle. With a motorcycle, your range of activities will expand significantly. By the time you reach Beiyin City, it would only take a couple of hours. Your sister and I look forward to your visits to guide us, so we won't take unnecessary detours." "Brother, I've lost interest in motorcycles. I'm actually planning to get a car," Yang Bin replied. "A car would cost 200,000 to 300,000, he exclaimed impulsively, only to realize the imprudence of his words shortly thereafter. Since his brother-in-law had expressed a desire to buy a small car, it implied that he could indeed afford such an expense. Yet, this would likely deplete his entire savings. Would it not be too reckless to spend all his resources on a vehicle? After all, the future still lay ahead. And both children had yet to reach the age of needing to spend money. Yet, for the moment, Yang Bin found himself at a loss for words on how to dissuade him, leading to an abrupt halt in the conversation. Before long, it was time for lunch. The table was adorned not only with a steaming pot of boiled fish, exuding fragrant vapors, but also with a plate of beautifully marbled braised pork, a pot of chicken braised with dumplings, and two simple yet delicious dishes, stir-fried cabbage with tofu and a cold salad of shredded radish. Surveying the abundant spread, Li Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly extravagant. Back at my father's house, we wouldn't have such a feast even during the new year. Little sister, this is too lavish." Yang Luoyan smiled, but remained silent. Lu Hui, seizing the moment, exclaimed. Their family indulges like this every few days. Yuan, taken aback, queried, is that true? What kind of family can afford such extravagance? Even the county chief's household may not be this lavish. Yang Ben, carefree, rubbed his hands together and declared, with such a sumptuous feast, we must partake in a couple of drinks. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Yuan emerged with a white porcelain bottle adorned with a familiar red label. Could it be? Could it truly be Mount I? Brother-in-law, that is far too expensive. Save it for the new year. Let's just have something casual. Wu Yuan sat down and nonchalantly opened the bottle, saying, no worries. Big brother, I have 2 more cases at home. If you like it, take a couple of bottles with you later. Yang Bin finally grasped the sentiment his wife had expressed earlier. As Wu Yuan poured him some wine, he hurriedly raised his hand, fearful of spilling a single drop. Yet, Yang Bin was always prudent. He never overindulged in fine wine. It was inconceivable that he would take 2 bottles home with him. Moreover, he silently resolved that next time he visited his brother-in-law, he could no longer rely on counterfeit videotapes. He ought to bring a bottle of Mount I at the very least. After lunch, bidding farewell to his elder brother and sister-in-law, Wu Yuan rode off on his bicycle. The 2 children, having had their fill, were fast asleep. Their grandmother finally had the chance to fiddle with the VCR and catch up on red sorghum. Yang Luoyan accompanied her in watching. Wu Yuan chose not to linger and headed straight to Old Dong's house at the village entrance. Today, they were slaughtering pigs. The pigs had been raised on grass and chaff without any feed, resulting in meat far superior to that from commercial farms. Wu Yuan intended to procure some for the upcoming new year as the holiday season approached. He could not afford to endure another year of frugality. Abundance and comfort were essential. Upon reaching Dong's doorstep, the pigs' cries had diminished. A basin brimming with pig's blood lay beneath the unfortunate creature, undergoing subtle changes under the influence of salt. Boss Wu has arrived. Dong Desheng, the host, took the opportunity to wipe his hands on his trousers before rummaging for cigarettes. Wu Yuan quickly waved his hand. No smoking, no smoking. He then inquired, Brother Desheng, what leftovers do you have? Dong Desheng, of the same generation as Wu Shuhua, was addressed as Brother Desheng by Wu Yuan. While the formality of their titles had shifted, their warmth remained unchanged. If you want something, you must come first. Then I shan't be polite. I'll take a pig's trotter and half a tenderloin. Also, give me that pig's blood. Taken aback by the quantity Wu Yuan requested, Dong Desheng stammered, can your family eat that much meat? Implicit in his words was the surprise at the need for such a large quantity for just 2 people. Wu Yuan quickly clarified, Brother Desheng, I genuinely desire this much. After all, the new year is approaching, and with the cold weather, it won't spoil. We will finish it eventually. It will save me the trouble of making several trips to the market. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to your home shortly. How much is it? Just tell my wife directly. Thus, today the Dong family is slaughtering pigs, tomorrow the Dai family will be fishing from the pond. And the day after, the Zhang family will be butchering sheep. The main room will soon be adorned with hanging pig legs, sheep legs, and a variety of fish, including green and black carp as well as crucian carp, while the refrigerator will be filled to the brim. Lu Hui shakes her head in disbelief. Back in the days before she was sent to the countryside, even during the New Year celebrations at her urban hometown, such abundance was unattainable. The lifestyle of these younger generations is exceedingly extravagant. Fortunately, as the year-end approaches, Wu Yuan has already dispatched a considerable amount of goods. Gifts must be sent to the in-laws, right? One must also remember the Masteress family. The 3rd sister's family cannot be overlooked either. It is essential to reach out to Director Liu at the Water Resources Bureau as well. Chapter 69, The Market Speaks. And we must listen before dawn on the Laba Festival. Yang Luoyan rose with the first light, preparing to wash the ingredients for Laba Kanji. In previous years, it was always Wu Xiuhua who prepared it and brought it over. Hearing this made Yang Luoyan feel a pang of sorrow for her husband, prompting her to muster the strength to make the kanji herself this year. She did not aim to surpass the culinary skills of her sister-in-law, but rather to impart a sense of warmth from their little home. However, once she had measured and cleaned the 8 ingredients, she found herself in a competitive spirit. Even if she used the same ingredients, the best she could achieve would merely match her sister-in-law's standard. Yet, her husband deserved a far superior laba kanji. While she was lost in thought, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the bowl of salted meat she had prepared the day before. Inside were pieces of boiled pork and lamb, sprinkled lightly with salt. All it required was slicing and plating to create a hearty cold dish, perfect for serving guests. With this in mind, She carefully cut pieces of both meats into small cubes and sampled a bite. The flavor was just right. Yes, this would do. By the time Wu Yuan was awakened by the cries of the children, a pot of fragrant laba congee was already ready. Lin Miao Miao, drawn by the enticing aroma of the meat, rushed out, her hair still unkempt. Uncle, what is that delicious smell? Wu Yuan promptly handed the children over to her, saying, I'll take a look. Caught off guard, Lin Miao Miao could hardly refuse, only able to stamp her foot and retort, I'm not legless. However, upon seeing little Jiang reach for her hair, she quickly pleaded, Young master, spare me. Auntie, help. Fortunately, Yang Luoyan appeared just in time to save her precious locks. Yet, Wu Yuan looked down upon her, remarking disdainfully, how can a girl not know how to soothe children? What will you do when you marry? Lin Miao Miao huffed in response. Mind your own business. However, once they began to enjoy the delectable laba congee, she quickly declared, with such delightful congee to eat, who needs a husband? I'll live my life with Auntie. Wu Yuan retorted, Go on, as if you're entitled to such good fortune. With a fond smile, Yang Luoyan chimed in. All right now, eating one tea, silence your mouths. Then she turned to Wu Yuan, are you going to the county today? Let me pack a box of laba congee for your elder sister. She is always so busy with her affairs that she one tea of time to cook. Wu Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Miao Miao raised her hand. Auntie, please pack me a box too. I want to take it to Baojun. Wu Yuan grimaced. Look at her. Wife, she hasn't even married yet, and she is already turning her elbow outward. Yang Luoyan laughed. In that case, I'll pack 3 boxes, one for Baojun, and also one for Mingjun and Laolu. At the county department store, as the year-end approached, it was yet another bustling day. Yang Chenyu, as usual, spent over half an hour dressing, only to realize she had forgotten it was Laba Festival. Unable to wait for the makeshift laba congee cooked by Ma Chongshan, she arrived at work with an empty stomach. Though she had purchased a portion of fried dough sticks and soy milk on the way, once the workday commenced, that meager breakfast would hardly sustain her until lunch. At 9:30, half an hour after opening the door, Yang Chenyu had already secured an order for a set of mattress and a combination sofa. She had grown indifferent to such achievements. It was only when Wu Yuan appeared at the stairwell, carrying a lunchbox, that her demeanor changed. She eagerly approached him, exclaiming, Ah, my esteemed boss. Finally, you remember this little venture of ours. Wu Yuan handed her the still-warm lunchbox, stating, I had no choice but to get up. I've been waiting for a week for you to report the data, and there's been no sign of it. Yang Chenyu smiled mischievously, for it was indeed her little ploy. Seeing is believing. She then attempted to open the lunchbox, inquiring, What is this? Laba congee, brought to you by Luoyan, he replied. As the lunchbox opened, revealing a plethora of ingredients within the congee, her mouth watered instantly. She spoke with a mouthful of food. How did you know I hadn't had enough for breakfast? Well, I shall indulge now. With that, she promptly retreated behind the counter. Wu Yuan flipped through the ledger on the counter. Over the course of a week, they had successfully sold 7 sets of combination sofas, including 2 reclining and 5 pull-out models. The results were evidently in favor of the latter. Yang Chenyu continued to eat, remarking, among those 5 sets, one customer actually desired a non-reclining model, but even so, the pull-out style triumphed over the reclining by a margin of 4-2. Wu Yuan closed the ledger and instructed, if another customer arrives, refrain from presenting the reclining model. We shall exclusively promote the pull-out style. Chewing on tender meat, Yang Chenyu replied, Understood, you are the boss. Your word is law. Upon leaving the county department store, they passed by the Wanbao refrigerator, which was undergoing a price reduction as a promotional effort. As someone who had been through the industry, Wu Yuan recognized that Wanbao's downfall was severe, marking its imminent demise. No matter how capable Deng Xiaoxin might be, he was powerless under the overarching competition of plans and market forces. This circumstance further solidified Wu Yuan's resolve to ensure that the prosperous furniture factory would be governed by his decisions alone, even if the path ahead was fraught with challenges. The application process for township enterprises had been submitted nearly a month ago, and there was still no news. If this prolonged, it was unlikely to yield any results before the year's end. However, the matter was being overseen by his brother-in-law, Xiong Gang, and the former village party secretary, with the current update being that patience was required. Fortunately, the scale of orders and the factory model remained manageable. Upon returning to the factory, the decision to include the pull-out combination sofa in the processing list was effectively settled. The market had spoken, and it was imperative to listen. Lao Dai shook his head, grumbling, people's tastes these days are truly peculiar. Isn't simple and practical sufficient? Nonetheless, despite his complaints, this did not significantly impact the workload of the seasoned craftsmen. After all, they were working on a piece-rate basis, following the blueprints without much need for deep thought. Additionally, with one style eliminated, the processing became simpler, allowing them to become more adept with each iteration. The only minor inconvenience was that the two already ordered reclining models still required production. Yuan delegated the work and simultaneously instructed his 3 apprentices to deliver the assigned semi-finished components and samples to Master Zhong and Master Yao at their workshop. Meanwhile, the sewing workshop also included sofa covers and sofa slipcovers in their processing list. 2 days later, on the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, Yuan received a phone call from Xionggang at home. All the formalities for the flourishing furniture factory had been completed. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt invigorated. That's wonderful. Brother-in-law, let us celebrate tonight at the Fan family restaurant. Unexpectedly, Xionggang suggested, I believe it would be best to hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony before the celebration. Are you planning to unveil it before the new year? Yuan contemplated for a moment. The unveiling could be a significant event. However, it was customary to choose an auspicious day for such occasions. Given the limited time before the new year, Yuan decisively proclaimed, let us schedule the unveiling for the 8th day of the new year, and we shall celebrate together then. That sounds agreeable, he added. Chapter 70. The Coffin and Prosperity. That evening, upon witnessing his joy, Yang Luoyan thoughtfully prepared an extra dish to accompany his drink, a gesture to commemorate the occasion. However, Yuan, lacking a penchant for alcohol, opted for an alternative method of celebration. As the festivities concluded, the clock struck midnight. Who could have imagined that such a youthful and charming beauty, with a tender and radiant demeanor, was already a mother of 2? Were they truly akin to an old married couple? After all, they were merely 22, with an abundance of days ahead of them. How could they possibly be labeled as old spouses? In the blink of an eye, the celebration reached the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. Early in the morning, the world outside was shrouded in darkness, with the sun and moon seemingly altered as a fierce snowstorm descended upon the land. When Yuan awoke in the night, he discovered the landscape blanketed in white and decided to retreat into the warmth of his bed, embracing his wife, prepared to sleep until naturally awakened. However, amidst his drowsiness, he heard someone knocking at the door. Soon after, De Huang appeared, accompanied by 2 playful puppies, Nuami and Fan Tuan, creating a delightful cacophony. This sound roused him completely. Yang Luoyan, feeling around for her clothes, said, I'll go take a look. Yet, Yuan swiftly pulled her back, insisting, let me handle it. He donned a cotton coat, descended from the bed, and opened the door to the east wing, only to see Lin Miaomiao peering from the west wing. Upon noticing Yuan awake, Lin Miaomiao promptly retreated back to bed. As Yuan unlatched the wooden door to the main room, he strode confidently towards the entrance, inquiring, who is it? De Huang and the puppies ceased their barking and wagged their tails excitedly. Yet, outside, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears. Quickening his pace, he removed the wooden blockade from the door and swung it open. There, kneeling in the snow, was Mom Mingjun, clad in mourning attire, tears streaming down his face. Master, my father has passed. Yuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling the hardships of the year-end. Ma Mingjun's father had succumbed unexpectedly to the sudden drop in temperature. With no prior warning, life remained unchanged. In a previous life, it was Ma Mingjun who had sought him out to craft a coffin before becoming his disciple. Now, the responsibility of both crafting the coffin and managing the situation had fallen squarely upon his shoulders. While Ma Mingjun continued to bow in reverence, Yuan finally helped him to his feet, saying, Rise. The old man lived to 73 and suffered little. It could be considered a misfortune turned fortunate. Ma Mingjun wiped his nose and reached for a cigarette, asking, Master, who should I ask to make my father's coffin? The village had long been devoid of coffin makers, rendering the purchase impractical. Furthermore, the late Mr. Ma had always been robust, and with his youngest daughter, Ma Mingqi, yet to be married, preparations for a burial had never crossed his mind. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to seek someone to create one at the last minute. Yuan confidently asserted, Is it necessary to find someone else? Am I not a master craftsman myself? Ma Mingjun hesitated. But master, your business is so prosperous. Wouldn't it be inauspicious for you to engage in such labor? You have already bowed to me. It is too late for regrets. Moreover, this is a matter of accumulating virtue, and I cannot shy away from my responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Ma Mingjun felt compelled to kneel again in gratitude. The honor bestowed upon him by his master was overwhelming, and he felt at a loss for how to express his profound appreciation. Wu Yuan managed to intercede. Enough. Go deliver the news to others. I shall come directly to your home shortly. Ma Mingjun hurriedly replied, Master, my father is at home with my younger brother. All right. I understand. After sending Ma Mingjun away, Yang Luoyan and Lin Miao also rose. Upon hearing the news, they couldn't help but sigh. For breakfast, Yang Luoyan specially prepared large pancakes and 2 hearty dishes, fearing that Wu Yuan would be too busy at old Ma's house to eat once he arrived. After finishing breakfast, Wu Yuan donned an old cotton coat. Thanks to Yang Luoyan's deft touch, the worn garment appeared neatly presentable. Upon arriving at the Ma family's ancestral home, they found old Ma laid out in the main hall, surrounded by a haze of incense and draped in mourning attire. As Wu Yuan entered, without a word, he first offered incense, burned yellow paper, and then bowed in respect, clearly a seasoned hand at such rituals. Once the rites were completed, he rose, and Ma Mingqiao, also clad in mourning garb, handed him a piece of white cloth, which Wu Yuan allowed him to help drape. While adjusting it, he inquired, Is there lumber prepared for the coffin, Brother Ma? Ma Mingqiao, taken aback, was filled with gratitude, understanding the significance of the gesture. However, some relatives nearby were less pleased, questioning the reliability of someone so inexperienced in making coffins. Before Wu Yuan could respond, Ma Mingqiao interjected, Uncle, third uncle, do you think that if Wu boss lacked confidence, he would abandon a major business to come here and make a fool of himself? He is here out of respect for my brother. Otherwise, in this heavy snowfall, where would we find a willing master craftsman? Wu Yuan calmed Ma Mingqiao and addressed the elder relatives, Gentlemen, I am well aware of the traditions. A coffin must not deviate from 8 standards. 10 planks, 8 feet long, and 8 lines. None must be visible. Upon hearing this, the elder relatives fell silent, allowing Ma Mingqiao to lead Wu Yuan into the west room. The west room, with its earthen walls, featured a newly thatched roof. Despite the swirling snow outside, the room remained unaffected. In the corner lay several pieces of willow wood mixed with some paulownia wood. There was ample quantity, though they needed to be selected for length. Wu Yuan, knowing what was required, instructed Ma Mingqiao, please send someone to the village office to summon Baojun and Lu, and have them bring a chainsaw along with the necessary tools. Ma Mingqiao wasted no time, replying, Wu boss, I will send someone right away. Half an hour later, Zhao Baojun and Zhu Liubiao arrived with a flatbed cart. Before unloading the tools, they first went to the main family to offer incense, bow, and burn yellow paper. Then they proceeded to the west room, where Wu Yuan said, Opportunities to craft coffins are rare. Make sure to learn well this time, and do not overlook any customs or details. As he taught and worked, the heavy snowfall outside gradually ceased. More visitors began to arrive to pay their respects, and upon seeing Wu Yuan personally crafting the coffin with his apprentices, they remarked on old Ma's good fortune. By the afternoon of the following day, Wu Yuan sprinkled some sawdust and shavings inside the coffin before handing it over to the family. The day for the funeral was set for the day after tomorrow. However, on the 18th day of the 12th month, after 3 days of overcast skies and lingering snow, fresh flakes began to fall once more. The Ma family's relatives declared this to be a positive omen. It is often said that heavy snow upon a person heralds a noble destiny, while being struck by rain foretells a life of poverty for future generations. Some interpretations are more direct. Abundant snow signifies wealth, whereas rain brings destitution. The snow continued to fall until the day of the funeral, creating a significant impression for the esteemed Ma family. Ma Mingjun found himself in deep contemplation. Among the 4 siblings, the eldest sister, himself, and the second brother had all established families, rendering them largely disconnected from fortune and nobility. Only the youngest sister, Ma Mingqi, stood out with her remarkable talents. Having recently graduated from a specialized accounting institute, with the government ensuring her placement, she would soon embark on a career as a state official, potentially paving the way for her to attain greatness in the future. Chapter 71. The most educated young lady in the village. Old Ma was laid to rest in the fields with great care, elevating Wu Yuan's standing in the community. The elders regarded this as a testament to the quality of the coffin, which allowed the departed to leave in peace and tranquility. Wu Yuan's craftsmanship as a coffin maker was duly recognized, and his adherence to tradition was beyond reproach. Being a prominent young man in the village, the respect he garnered doubled in return. Several uncles from the Ma family, on their way back, showered him with compliments. even reminiscing about the long-standing ties between their families over the past century. Wu Yuan, however, found it difficult to recall these connections clearly. His father had occasionally mentioned the families that had stood by him through thick and thin during his youth, with the Ma family being the second most notable, as no one would dare claim the first. Following them was the Dong family, known for their recent pig slaughtering. Yet, in this new era, Wu Yuan had little interest in such discussions, especially as his parents had long since turned to dust, leaving his memories of those times faded. Nonetheless, he understood the underlying message from the Ma family. He was not one to harbor grudges, and with Ma Mingjun now his chief apprentice, he would extend the necessary support and guidance. At the gratitude banquet, however, Uncle Ma Weishan sighed heavily and remarked, with the departure of the second son, "How will we manage the dowry for Mingqi, such a fine young lady left waiting in her chamber?" Wu Yuan, casually enjoying a peanut, replied thoughtfully, "Brother Ma, there is no need to worry about Mingqi. She is the most educated girl in our village. Once she graduates from the accounting vocational school next year, she'll secure a government job, stepping out of the rural life and becoming a city dweller." Still, Ma Weishan continued to express his concerns. While that may be so, this girl is rather reserved. If she goes to the city without the support of her family, won't she be easily bullied? Wu Yuan fell silent. Realizing the elder's perspectives were difficult to comprehend, he merely exchanged a wink with Ma Mingqi, signaling his acknowledgement and support, which caused her fair complexion to flush a deep crimson. Then, Ma Weishan continued, "In my opinion, Mingqi should not seek lofty ambitions in the city. Rather, she should find a suitable match here in our village. Even foregoing the government job, there are plenty of livelihoods to be found at home. The girls in the village working on sewing machines earn more than those in the city." Wu Yuan understood the implication behind Ma Weishan's words. He wished to integrate Ma Mingqi into his circle, offering her a supportive foundation. However, the sacrifices required were considerable, and even Wu Yuan felt it was a case of losing something substantial while gaining trivialities. Glancing at Ma Mingqi, he noticed her head bowed low, betraying no discernible stance on the matter. Yet, a thought crossed Wu Yuan's mind, given that Ma Mingqi had graduated in accounting. Returning to the flourishing furniture factory to take on a financial role would be more than adequate. As the factory grew, she could aspire to become a financial manager or even a director, ensuring her talents were not squandered. With this notion, Wu Yuan found himself genuinely intrigued. However, regardless of Ma Weishan's insistence, he would not hastily agree, for the decision ultimately rested on Ma Mingqi's desires. As I regained my senses, I overheard the entire table discussing the fortune of the young women at the village sewing machine workshop, their enviable wages sparking admiration. Wu Yuan promptly expressed his stance. "Brother Ma, we need not worry about Mingqi. With Mingjun and Mingqiao as her support, she will not be bullied." Ma Weishan, striking his thigh, exclaimed, "What support are you talking about? Mingqiao can barely look after himself, let alone hold a decent job." This remark reddened Ma Mingqiao's resolute face, causing his wife, Mao Qing, to lower her gaze as well. Wu Yuan chuckled. With Mingqiao's stature and military experience, if he wishes, he could earn a fortune as a bodyguard for a big boss down south. "Brother Ma, you truly need not fret." Ma Mingqiao's expression brightened slightly. Indeed, comrades had sought him to work as a bodyguard, but he had declined each time. His inner passion led him to prefer tending to the family's few acres of land and the 2 acres of pond at the entrance rather than serve private capitalists. Unexpectedly, Ma Mingjun seized the opportunity, suggesting, "Master, why not let my brother be your bodyguard? When you go to the big city, taking him along would be far more beneficial than bringing me." This idea sparked a glimmer of interest in Ma Mingqiao. While he was reluctant to work as a bodyguard for outsiders, he did not oppose the idea of serving Wu Yuan. It meant he could stay close to home while earning a living. Wu Yuan glanced at his eldest disciple, thinking how adept he was at presenting dilemmas. Nevertheless, considering Ma Mingqiao's qualifications, being his bodyguard was indeed a waste of talent. However, at present, Wu Yuan did not require a bodyguard, but rather a dedicated driver. Once the prosperous furniture factory opened its doors, expanding operations from the county to the entire city, relying on 2 wheels for transport would no longer suffice. Ever since the paperwork for the furniture factory was finalized, Wu Yuan had been contemplating this issue. He was certainly unwilling to ride a motorcycle. His precious self was not meant for such roughness. Even for the sake of Luoyan and the 2 children, safety had to be his utmost priority. While he could afford a new car, doing so in such a rural area might attract unnecessary attention. Thus, he contemplated purchasing a second-hand vehicle, provided it was functional. His only requirement was for a driver who could work around the clock and had the skills to repair the vehicle. So, he inquired, Mingqiao, can you drive? Mom Mingqiao nodded eagerly. Yes, I can drive everything from jeeps to liberation trucks. I learned in the army. And can you fix it if it breaks down? For common issues, it should not be a problem. All right then, how about you come work for me after the new year? Ma Mingqiao was taken aback until his wife nudged him, prompting him to nod vigorously. Sure, Boss Wu. He then raised his cup, declaring, to you, Boss Wu. This exchange was a harmonious agreement, bringing joy to all involved. In truth, with his driving skills, finding a job in the county would pose little challenge. But Ma Mingqiao simply preferred not to engage in schemes or rely on others. Ma Weishan thus felt a sense of relief. With matters concerning the Ma family settled, it was soon the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, just a week away from the new year. Wu Yuangan generously granted a holiday to the workshop, ensuring that everyone received their wages in full, along with an additional month's salary as a year-end bonus. While it may not seem substantial for individuals in these times, it was a delightful surprise. The sole exception was Yang Qinyu from the department store. The establishment was required to remain open until New Year's Eve. And as a salesperson for Xinguang Furniture, she had to endure until the very last shift. Fortunately, she was not deprived of her year-end bonus, and with each sale, her commission increased. Yang Qinyu remained composed. On the second day of the holiday, the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, Wu Yuan sent Lin Miaomiao back home. After the minor New Year celebration, she still lingered, seemingly intent on spending the new year at her uncle's house. Reluctantly, Lin Miaomiao turned back multiple times. Wu Yuan understood that her reluctance was not directed towards him, but rather stemmed from the impending loss of her opportunity to meet with Baojun upon returning to the city. However, this was of no concern to him. Nothing was more significant than his own world with Yang Luoyan. Farewell then. Chapter 72. A good woman fears a persistent man. There's something fishy in the absence of Lin Miaomiao. The winter night fell into a serene silence. The three dogs in the yard huddled together for warmth, braving the biting chill. The water in the basin gradually stagnated beneath a layer of ice, which formed sharp, new icicles. However, the eastern wing of the main hall was as warm as spring. Wu Yuan had locked the door early and lay by the bedside, contemplating the direction of the policies for the coming year. Although he referred to it as research, it was, in truth, an exercise in invoking memories through the Proustian effect, aided by the grand narratives and snippets found in the newspapers. Meanwhile, Yang Luoyan was engaged in sketching over a few scarce videotapes from Hong Kong and Taiwan, repeatedly outlining more than a dozen designs for women's attire. Wu Yuan glanced over, finding her work quite commendable, thus refraining from interruption and allowing her creative flow to continue. It was not until the Huang let out a deep growl that the tranquility was broken, soon joined by Nwomi and Fan Tu, creating a harmonious chorus. At the entrance, the familiar voice of Ma Mingjun resonated, Master, Mistress. Yang Luoyan instinctively dropped her pencil and moved to the door, only to be halted by Wu Yuan. He had always prohibited her from opening the door alone at such late hours. Upon opening the door, Wu Yuan was surprised to find not only Ma Mingjun but also the agitated Ma Mingqiao and the braided Ma Mingqi. Oh, Mingqi is here too? Wu Yuan thought, not taken aback by the arrival of Mingjun and Mingqiao, especially since each of them carried a net bag, presumably filled with New Year's goods. Come in quickly. With the door wide open, Wu Yuan ushered the three into the hall while calling out, Wife, the Ming siblings have arrived. Yang Luoyan welcomed them. Come in and sit. I'll brew a pot of tea. However, Ma Mingjun had already taken out a cigarette, saying, Mistress, no need to trouble yourself. Wu Yuan promptly declined the cigarette, stating, Let us not smoke in the evening. It leaves a lingering taste. Consequently, both brothers silently put away their cigarettes. Noticing the tension among the siblings, Wu Yuan sensed they had something on their minds. He took the initiative to ask, Mingjun, it's fine that you brought something, but Mingqiao, why did you bring something too? Ma Mingqiao, straightforward and lacking in flattery, humbly replied, It's all from our family, it's not worth much. Upon closer inspection, Wu Yuan indeed found that the eldest disciple Mingjun had brought some tobacco and liquor, while Ma Mingqiao had contributed 2 large black fish from their family pond. As they spoke, Yang Luoyan arrived with the tea. Wu Yuan took the teapot and personally poured each of the siblings a cup, saying, It's cold. Have some hot tea. The fragrant jasmine tea wafted through the air as Wu Yuan leisurely stirred the leaves, waiting for one of the siblings to break the silence. Ma Mingjun held the teacup tightly in his palm, neither blowing nor drinking, seemingly engaged in an intense inner struggle. Ma Mingqiao frequently glanced at him, even neglecting to lift his own cup. After taking a sip of the hot tea, Wu Yuan set his cup down and said, "Mingqi, why don't you speak?" Ma Mingqi appeared taken aback by the unexpected prompt. Today's affair indeed pertains to her, yet according to the plan, it should have been my elder brother who initiated the conversation. However, when Wu Yuan alluded to her, Ma Mingqi did not hesitate for long. She merely cast a glance at her two brothers and resolutely stated, "Yuan Yi, I wish to join your factory to operate a sewing machine. If you would like to work at my factory, I would welcome you. In fact, I have positions that align more closely with your expertise. However, I must understand the reason behind this." Indeed, Master was not easily deceived, and Ma Mingjun's face turned ashen. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ma Mingqiao interjected. "Boss Wu, here's the situation. My sister, during her vocational school year, has already secured an internship at the County Finance Bureau. Upon graduation, she will be directly transitioned into a formal employee. But who would have thought that there is a scoundrel named Miao at the Bureau, who incessantly harasses my sister? She now has a shadow of dread regarding work, returning home every day." Suddenly, Wu Yuan interrupted. "What is the full name of this Miao?" "Miao Lei. It is said that his father is a minor section chief," replied Ma Mingjun. Wu Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. In his previous life, Ma Mingqi's husband bore the name Miao Lei. Could it be that the union of these two depended solely on Miao Lei's relentless pursuit? Yet, at present, it seemed to be in the early stages, with Ma Mingqi feeling exasperated and even wishing to rid herself of him. Upon this realization, Wu Yuan couldn't help but smile. It is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. He feared that his intervention might inadvertently sever the bond of the seemingly fated couple. Thus, he spoke kindly, "Mingqi, a good woman fears a persistent suitor. I can understand this situation. However, is the young man Miao Lei truly so lacking in merit that you find him utterly unappealing?" Ma Mingqi gritted her teeth and nodded vehemently, declaring, "A person like him, I would never consider, even if it cost me my life." This was indeed perplexing. Wu Yuan was left in a state of confusion until Ma Mingjun added, "Master, Miao Lei is truly not a decent person. He speaks in a lewd manner and shamelessly whistles at the girls on the street. Mingxia has inquired, and the neighbors all detest him vehemently." Hearing this, Wu Yuan recalled that in his previous life, Mingjun and Miao Lei had never gotten along, rarely sharing a meal together. Could it be that there was more to the marriage between Ma Mingqi and Miao Lei than meets the eye? Contemplating this, Wu Yuan's expression darkened. "Mingqi, I just happen to need a financial officer. This candidate is of great importance to me. You shall come to my side and assume the role in finance. Yet, we cannot simply retreat from the matter concerning Miao Lei. Mingqiao, you are tasked with digging deep and uncovering the truth." Ma Mingqiao readily agreed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ma Mingqi felt somewhat guilty. "Yuan Yi, please do not trouble yourself. Although Miao Lei has persistently pursued me, I have not allowed him to take advantage of me." Wu Yuan countered, "What if other girls fall prey to his advances?" Ma Mingqi's countenance paled, evidently recalling something unsettling. Ma Mingqiao felt an even stronger sense of duty, asserting, "I must investigate this matter thoroughly." Wu Yuan cautioned, "Investigation is essential, but first and foremost, you must ensure your own safety. Mingqiao, you are responsible for the investigation. Mingjun, your duty is to safeguard Mingqi's well-being." Ma Mingqiao, a former reconnaissance soldier, was well equipped for the task ahead. In less than 2 days, substantial evidence regarding Miao Lei and his father, Chief Miao, was gathered. Whether it is complete remains uncertain. However, it is undoubtedly significant. Upon reviewing the profiles of the 2 girls whose innocence had been tarnished, Wu Yuan was filled with righteous indignation. This father-son duo is nothing short of scoundrels. Not only have they exploited these young women, but they have also resorted to coercion and bribery to prevent their exposure, attempting to conceal the truth and continue their unscrupulous actions. Ma Mingqi has now become Miao Lei's next target. Reflecting on her past life, where Mingqi ultimately married this scoundrel, one cannot fathom the silent suffering she endured. Ma Mingqiao, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "Boss, let us directly submit this evidence to the Public Security Bureau." However, Wu Yuan experienced a sudden epiphany. He felt that there was a crucial clue he had overlooked. Why did Miao Lei abandon the first 2 girls, yet choose to marry Ma Mingqi? If he claims it is true love, Wu Yuan would never accept such a notion. There must be another underlying reason. Chapter 73. Winter approaches. Darkness before dawn. Ever since she confided her innermost thoughts, Ma Mingqi has been visiting Wu Yuan's home daily, particularly enamored with the adorable twin siblings. Yang Luoyan, noticing her fondness for holding them, did not intervene. After all, she is the most educated person in the village, and it would be beneficial for Ye and Xiao Jiang to bask in her brilliance and be influenced by her. They might even gain an advantage right from the starting line. As Wu Yuan pondered over this situation, he casually inquired of Ma Mingqi, "Have there been any significant developments concerning Section Chief Miao in the past year?" Ma Mingqi reflected for a moment before responding. "I've heard that next year the Bureau intends to promote a deputy director, and both Section Chief Miao and another Section Chief Chen are the strongest contenders." Wu Yuan's eyes widened in realization. So that was it. He promptly instructed Ma Mingxia to ensure that certain materials were delivered anonymously to Section Chief Chen. The remaining matters would be handled by others. Even if this endeavor did not succeed, as long as Ma Mingxiao's identity remained concealed, there would still be room for maneuver. In truth, even the most formidable fortress can be breached from within. On the third day after Section Chief Chen received the materials, which was the day before the Lunar New Year's Eve, both Miao father and son were arrested. Section Chief Chen was indeed impatient, not even allowing his rival a peaceful new year. On the night of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Wu Yuan specially asked his wife, Yang Luoyan, to prepare a sumptuous feast to entertain the three siblings from the Ma family. Regardless of the circumstances they faced, the trio had become his own. Much like how brother Ma Er once followed his father, Mr. Wu Da, it was a moment worthy of celebration. To mark the occasion, Wu Yuan even opened a bottle of Mao Dai. However, after merely 3 rounds of drinks, he received a call from his father-in-law. The tone of Secretary Yang was grave and serious, instructing Wu Yuan to come over immediately. Upon hearing this, the siblings urged Wu Yuan to attend to the matter. "Ready to leave?" "No, you continue to eat. I will return shortly." When he arrived at Secretary Yang's home, his brother-in-law, Xiong Gang, was also present. The room was filled with swirling smoke, and everyone's expressions were somber and troubled. Father, brother-in-law, uncle, accountantly. Wu Yuan offered cigarettes to everyone while greeting them. What is the occasion for such a commotion? Observing the serious demeanor of the elderly gentleman, he sensed that the situation was far from simple. Xiong Gang replied, "Perhaps it's best for the old secretary to explain." Secretary Yang cleared his throat, his voice tinged with the scent of smoke, and began, "The current situation is somewhat alarming. The authorities seem poised to take action against private enterprises." "What do you mean by that, father?" Wu Yuan pressed for clarification. "I cannot divulge specifics, but 2 recent policies have been aimed directly at private enterprises. Firstly, targeting tax evasion. Secondly, clearing and regulating emerging enterprises outside the state-owned system." Wu Yuan nodded slowly, understanding that such a dual approach was indeed self-evident in its intent. "However, father, our Xinguang furniture factory is not merely a private enterprise. It can at least be classified as a joint stock township enterprise. Therefore, we still have some leeway regarding the second policy." Yang, the village secretary, did not refute but directly inquired, "What about the first point?" To many, it seemed that in today's business world, whether one is a trader venturing south or north or a financial speculator, tax evasion is almost a given. This was hardly surprising. No one would complain about earning more money. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuan leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke and replied, "You need not worry about the first point. Ever since we obtained our business license, our workshop has been diligently paying taxes every month, without fail." Yang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Really? You mustn't be deceiving me." Xiong Gang also grew serious, extinguishing his cigarette. Wu Yuan chuckled, "Indeed, I have kept all the receipts. Everything is in order." Yang Guozhu laughed heartily, saying, "Brother, Xiong, I told you, Xiao Yuan is fine." The atmosphere instantly lightened. However, Wu Yuan returned to the previous issue, asking, "The concern is whether our shareholding township enterprise will still fall under the scope of cleanup and rectification." Yang, now emboldened, asserted, "There are countless small private workshops now. They will be the primary targets. Even if the furniture factory is affected, we will do everything in our power to protect you." Xiong Gang, harboring a glimmer of hope, remarked, "Surely, even private enterprises won't be left without a way out." This statement plunged the room into several moments of silence. No one spoke, yet it seemed everyone understood the answer. Reflecting back, one could appreciate how wise and far-sighted Wu Yuan's decision to establish a private enterprise was. Upon returning home, Wu Yuan found that the Ma siblings had already left, but Yang Xinyu had arrived. Noticing the gifts on the table, he remarked, "Sister, Why did you spend so much? Yang Xinyu shot him a glance and said, I should have come earlier, but I've been working and had no time during the day. She then took a seat, furrowing her brow in contemplation, allowing the sisters to converse. Soon, Yang Luoyan rose to leave, prompting Yang Xinyu to ask, what is troubling you? You've been frowning the whole time. Wu Yuan immediately relaxed his brow, casually saying, it's nothing serious. Just that if the industrial and commercial tax authorities come to inspect the counter in the future, we need to cooperate fully. Yang Xinyu accepted this without suspicion, stating, of course, we Haven Tea evaded taxes anyway. As night deepened, a howling wind persisted outside. The trees longed for stillness, yet the wind would not relent. After listening to Wu Yuan's concerns, Yang Luoyan reassured him, do not worry. Even if we lose the furniture factory, we still have ample savings. Even if our finances dwindle, I am willing to endure hardship with you. Wu Yuan embraced his wife tightly, kissing her hair. Winter was approaching, but thankfully it was merely the darkness before dawn, transitory. The dawn was not far off. If they could endure, a broad avenue awaited them. As dawn broke on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve, Wu Yuan glanced at the calendar's recommendations and prohibitions, finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, today was not a day for any significant undertakings. It was merely a time for feasting and celebrating the new year. After all, no one would choose to tear down their house or seek medical attention on New Year's Eve. With a broom in hand, I meticulously swept the room both inside and out, taking the opportunity to organize the east room as well. Subsequently, I retrieved the couplets and paper cuttings I had purchased earlier and affixed them one by one, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. There was a certain charm to it. Soon after, Momingchi, a spirited figure standing nearly 175 meters tall, an uncommon sight for a match in the countryside, bounded in, radiating a warmth that eclipsed even the sunlit sky. What could be the cause of such joy? Isn't the new year meant to be a time of exuberance? Oh, I had knitted socks for Xiao Jiang and Yaya. I should bring them to try on. Miao Lei has already been apprehended. Have you considered returning to the bureau? After all, it is a stable position. Yuan Yi, I have not, for I choose to look ahead. Wu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must look forward. In the face of a sickly tree, countless trees bloom in spring ahead. There lies hope in the future. Chapter 74, The Poor Value Face. The rich value change. The New Year's Eve dinner was held at the home of the former village leader. The young couple not only brought their 2 children along but also several splendid dishes, such as fried meatballs, braised beef, and half a pot of lamb spine. Their household was far from lacking in food. Thus, visiting the father-in-law's home for dinner was not only for the sake of merriment but also to allow Yang Luoyan, the wife, a bit of respite. As for face, that was a concern only for the impoverished. Wu Yuan was currently indifferent to such matters. Unfortunately, some were not. For instance, Yang Ming and Zhang Fan were rather uncomfortable, not merely because the elder brother and sister were preoccupied with Wu Yuan's family, but also because, over the past year, the other 3 families had prospered and found hope, while theirs had not only failed to earn money but had also depleted their savings. The sorrows and joys of humanity often do not resonate with one another. Watching the children quickly bond over playing and enjoying the bread and chocolate brought by the younger sister, Yang Ming and Zhang Fan grew increasingly uneasy. They intended to lend a hand in the kitchen. However, this year, each household had brought their own ingredients to assist. They arrived empty-handed, which, although unspoken, made their discomfort even more pronounced. Wu Yuan was diligently preparing the pristine fish fillets, surrounded by 6 children. Among them, Yang Qianfan, the daughter of the elder brother, was the most spirited. Little uncle, I've been dreaming of your poached fish for a year, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her salivation. But I couldn't find this dish anywhere in the county. The other children nodded in agreement, also swallowing hard at the thought of the meal. If you want to eat, come to my house. Surely, little uncle will make it for you, Wu Yuan offered. Yang Qianfan shook her braids, replying no. Mommy says little uncle is a person of great affairs and cannot be disturbed casually. Wu Yuan felt a sense of comfort in her words. Then make sure to eat plenty, he encouraged, knowing she had long awaited this day. The other children eagerly chimed in, little uncle, little aunt. I want to eat more too. Wu Yuan pointed to the bean sprouts nearby. If you wish to eat more, you must help. Please prepare these bean sprouts, which will be placed beneath the fish fillets. It will taste even better. The chubby eldest son of the second brother, Yang Chong, frowned, but little uncle, we don't know how to prepare them. Go ask your mother, and you all can join her, Wu Yuan replied, lifting the cleaned fish fillets as he entered the main room. Unfortunately, The kitchen was crowded, necessitating a wait. Wu Yuan found a moment to enter the living room, hoping to converse with his father-in-law. Upon entering, he overheard the village leader reprimanding Yang Ming in front of Yang Bin and Ma Changshan. "Look at your miserable face. Anyone would think you came here to mourn instead of celebrating the new year." Wu Yuan quickly interjected, "Father, such words shouldn't be spoken lightly." Yang Bin and Ma Changshan readily agreed. "Indeed, indeed." The village leader shifted his tone. "What is the big deal? It's just a loss of a few thousand yuan. Must you wear such a long face for over half a year? A real man should be able to rise and fall with grace. Look at your brother-in-law. Despite facing a tremendous crisis, has he shown any signs of despair?" Subsequently, Wu Yuan and the two others gathered together to share a moment of camaraderie. Enveloped in clouds of smoke, there was no intention to defend Yang Ming, as old Yang continued to chastise his second son. In the kitchen, free from outsiders, the conversation between the two sisters grew increasingly intimate, their voices lowering to a whisper. Eventually, Yang Luoyan, her cheeks flushed, hesitantly inquired, "Sister, do you think too much vigor in a man could pose a problem?" Yang Xinyu initially failed to grasp the question, casually replying, "What issue could arise from being vigorous? A lack of vitality is the real concern." Pondering this evasive response, Yang Luoyan contemplated how to rephrase her inquiry. Suddenly, her elder sister seemed to understand, her expression shifting to one of mischief as she remarked, "Are you referring to that aspect?" Yang Luoyan's face turned crimson, lacking the courage to respond. Yang Xinyu, catching on, reassured her, "You are both young, full of life. Engaging more often is perfectly natural. Sister, was it the same for you and brother-in-law when you first married?" Unbidden, images of Ma Changshan and Wu Yuan flashed in Yang Qinyu's mind, and the answer to Yang Luoyan's vigor question was both amusing and regretful. Nevertheless, Yang Qinyu nodded reluctantly. "Indeed. So cherish his current vitality. Otherwise, when you reach my age, you may find yourself regretting it." At this juncture, Jiang Fan entered, bearing a plate of freshly washed bean sprouts. The sisters fell silent immediately. Jiang Fan, sensing the shift, placed the sprouts down and turned to leave. "Sister-in-law," Yang Luoyan called out, "after the new year, I plan to open a clothing store. Do you have time to help me?" Jiang Fan spun around, delight radiating from her expression. "Really?" She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Luoyan added honestly, however, "I cannot guarantee that the store will be profitable, but Wu Yuan assured me that he would support me in my endeavors. Of course, I will never default on wages owed." Jiang Fan's face lit up with joy as she approached Yang Luoyan, saying, "No worries. I will follow your lead, sister-in-law." During the New Year's Eve dinner, they all dined cheerfully, forgetting past grievances and preparing to welcome the new year. "You're quite willful," Yang Qinyu teased, observing Jiang Fan leave with a lively step. "Be careful, or one day Wu Yuan may lose his vigor." "Then I would welcome that," Yang Luoyan retorted defiantly. Before asking again, "Sister, do you really think so?" Yang Qinyu rolled her eyes at her younger sister. "I thought you didn't care at all." The New Year's Eve dinner was thoroughly enjoyable. On one hand, Yang Ming had grown numb to the reprimands and indulged in food without further comment. On the other hand, Jiang Fan, buoyed by Yang Luoyan's promise, was filled with hope. More importantly, their negative emotions did not affect the overall atmosphere. With the children eating joyfully into their heart's content, the ambience was naturally warm and harmonious. After the meal, the entire family gathered in the main room, setting up to make dumplings together. Wu Yuan, as the son-in-law, sat beside the old party secretary, able to enjoy the Spring Festival Gala on television without being intrusive, which was more than enough. The atmosphere of the Spring Festival Gala remains exuberantly festive. By the time they finished preparing the dumplings, the clock approached 10. Each household carried a sufficient supply of dumplings for the morrow and returned home. Upon arriving, the young couple realized that their dog was still hungry. Thus, Yang Luoyan entered the house, placing the child down, while Wu Yuan busied himself in the kitchen, rummaging for leftover food to celebrate the new year with the dog. Once they had completed these tasks and returned to the living room's eastern wing, they found Yang Luoyan, having changed into a silky camisole nightgown, gracefully awaiting him. "Did you make this nightgown inspired by the videos from Hong Kong and Taiwan?" he inquired. "Well, what do you think? My skills are not too shabby, are they?" she replied. In response to Yang Luoyan, words were unnecessary, only actions spoke. Chapter 75. The year 1988 has passed, and I find myself reminiscing about it. The two children are soundly asleep. Even the thunderous commotion from the large bed next door, which seems capable of piercing the heavens, does not awaken them. After a while, Yang Luoyan snuggles against Wu Yuan's chest, proudly showcasing her attire. Do you think that next year, when I open a clothing store specializing in these fashionable pajamas, it will be a success? Wu Yuan responds nonchalantly. You might as well give it a try. I've also noticed that women in Hong Kong and Taiwan films wear particularly figure-hugging lingerie, and I plan to stock some of that too. There's a counter at the department store, but you could also give it a shot. By the way, I intend to ask my sister-in-law for assistance. You might as well give it a try. Wait a moment. Wu Yuan, brought back to reality, sees Yang Luoyan gazing at him with sparkling eyes. You've already agreed to it, haven't you? Caught in her direct gaze, Yang Luoyan immediately leans closer to her husband, playfully pouting. I was just feeling sorry for my second brother's family. Besides, my clothing store might not even be profitable, as you mentioned. The prevailing circumstances next year could be challenging. Moreover, one should always consider the possibility of failure before success. Business is no exception. Then you shouldn't hold it against them, right? Just observe your performance. How annoying. Though she verbally expresses her discontent, her actions reveal no hesitation. Just as the gentle and charming wife strives to display her affection, the bedside phone suddenly rings. Wu Yuan answers. Hello, who is this? Uncle, Happy New Year. Meow meow, Happy New Year to you as well. Uncle, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Sensing the continued movement under the covers, Wu Yuan reassures her. Not at all. However, it is getting late. You should quickly hang up and head home. All right, see you tomorrow, Uncle. Okay. Wu Yuan instinctively replies, only to realize moments later, sitting up abruptly, wait. What are you coming over for tomorrow? But the call has already ended. This instinctive movement causes Yang Luoyan to peek out from under the covers. Her expression, one of mild reproach. He pulls her close, and the couple leans against the headboard. Yang Luoyan softly inquires, You're not feeling very enthusiastic tonight. You aren't truly upset with me, are you? Wu Yuan shakes his head. It's nothing of significance. I'm just pondering other matters. How about you make another projection? Last year, you predicted becoming a 10,000 yuan household, and you managed to surpass that target ahead of schedule. Why not make another projection this year? You might just break through again. Last year, I also projected that I would build you a small villa. It's simply that with the 2 children, I haven't had the chance to attend to it. It's not that I lack the ability. This statement holds truth. Wu Yuan takes a deep breath, saying, 1988 is past, and I find it nostalgic. In the new year, I must ensure that I build a small villa for you and the children, while sustaining the flourishing furniture factory and, perhaps, earning a little extra income on the side. I can understand the first 2 endeavors, but what do you mean by extra income? It's not stocks, is it? Wu Yuan nods. Since the policies are unfavorable to the development of industry, I shall seek to recoup some profits from other avenues. But rest assured, I will only use the 30-some thousand we have in our account. The 100,000 deposit certificate shall remain untouched for another significant purpose. When do you plan to venture out? At the beginning of March, though this time it shall not be prolonged. Upon my return, the weather will have warmed, and the ground will be ready for breaking. Ah, my husband. The moment I hear that affectionate term, the battle is reignited. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the couple was awakened by the raucous barking of the large yellow dog in their yard. They had fought until the early hours of the morning, falling into a deep slumber thereafter. Upon hearing the dog's barks, mixed with voices, Yang Luoyan felt a surge of embarrassment and irritation, hastily preparing herself. Moments later, Wu Yuan donned a cotton coat and opened the door. To his surprise, 3 disciples had come to pay their New Year's greetings. He did not even let them inside, and the 4 of them stood at the doorstep, exhaling smoke in unison. Unlike last year's layered quilts, this year, the heavy snowfall had persisted into the new year, resulting in a bright and sunny morning on the first day. Although the air was not particularly warm, the sunlight brought a sense of cheerfulness. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, they completed their greetings, and Ma Mingjun and Zhu Liubiao turned to leave. Only Zhao Baojun lingered, glancing back intermittently, seemingly with something to say. What is it that you wish to discuss? Wu Yuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Baojun promptly returned. Master, do you think I should visit Miao Miao's home to extend my greetings? Wu Yuan chuckled. You didn't bring any gifts before the new year. Are you not afraid of being chastised for arriving empty-handed today? Zhao Baojun, flustered, replied, It's not that I do not wish to bring a gift. It is Miao Miao who forbids me from doing so. This was indeed a matter Miao Miao would undertake. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment before Zhao Baojun continued, Master, perhaps I should send the gift to your house instead? So Miao Miao came today to discuss this matter with you? You must assist me. Get lost. Wu Yuan retorted. Regardless, Miao Miao has said she would rather give the gift to you than to her mother. Baojun, if I say you are foolish, it is because you lack wisdom. Miao Miao may say such things, but if you desire to become a son-in-law, can you truly act in such a manner? Master, you must help me. I am kneeling before you. Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Go away. When Miao Miao arrives, come find me. Having sent away the 3 disciples, Yang Chenyu and her husband, along with Yang Bin and his wife and children, successively paid a visit. Wu Yuan was quite surprised. Eldest sister, eldest brother. Should we not first pay our respects to father? Yang Chenyu shot him a glance, saying, We have already paid our respects to father. Ah. My wife and I have just risen, Wu Yuan replied, rubbing his eyes. Please, come inside. His remark prompted Yang Chenyu to recall her sister's inquiries from the previous day, leading her thoughts to wander. Ma Changshan, perplexed, even asked his wife, Why is your face so flushed? Yang Chenyu ignored him. Fortunately, upon entering the room, Yang Luoyan was already prepared, even taking the time to apply some striking red lipstick, presenting her first radiant look of the new year. Subsequently, the women went to the east wing to tend to the children, and soon laughter echoed from within, although their conversation was hushed, rendering it indecipherable. The 3 men lit their cigarettes, and Wu Yuan took the lead, saying, Eldest brother, this your business may not be as prosperous. In the northern region, do not expand your market efforts too aggressively. It is best to proceed with caution. Yang Bin expressed surprise. Is it truly that dire? Wu Yuan preferred not to elaborate. It is always wise to be prepared. Ma Changshan interjected. What are your plans? Or rather, what strategies do you have in mind? Wu Yuan shook his head, stating that some matters are beyond human capability, and that survival remains the paramount priority. Perhaps when we reach the year 2090 and look back, we will realize how fortunate we were to have endured. In the East Wing, the conversation among the 3 women grew increasingly candid. Yang Chenyu gazed at the 2 children and remarked, With your playful nature, are you not concerned about inadvertently bringing forth a pair of twins? The current policies do not permit such occurrences. He had previously mentioned this, and there was no fear. Yang Luoyan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment yet radiating joy, replied, If it were to happen, it would be fate. After all, we can afford to raise them, so there is nothing to fear. Nevertheless, we remain vigilant. Li Yun interjected. Just look at the confidence of our little brother-in-law. Wealth indeed brings assurance. Yang Chenyu nodded in agreement. He is certainly more capable than my elder brother-in-law. I did not imply otherwise, dear sister. Even if you did, I would not take offense. Being surpassed by someone like our little brother-in-law is not a cause for shame. Chapter 76. A man should marry. A woman should wed. After bidding farewell to the families of Yang Bin and Yang Chenyu, the newlyweds set off firecrackers, and as soon as the dumplings were served, Jiang Fan arrived, dragging along Yang Meng. De Huang, having never encountered the pair before, bit with even greater ferocity. Yang Luoyan, taken aback, quickly ushered them indoors. Wu Yuan did not intervene, which was already quite courteous. Although the entire situation was inevitably awkward, it nonetheless demonstrated a certain attitude, granting Yang Luoyan a modicum of confidence to speak on their behalf in front of Wu Yuan. Once Jiang Fan and his companion departed, the couple devoured the dumplings with fervor, feeding the 2 children milk before wheeling out the double stroller to pay New Year visits. However, as soon as they arrived at the old secretary's home, the children were intercepted by Lu Hui. Having been with them every day previously, the absence had not been felt. But after a week of bustling festivities, the sight of the children evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. The children did not disappoint. Upon seeing their cultured grandmother, they erupted into delighted laughter. Thus, the couple's New Year greetings were light and unencumbered. Wu Yuan even borrowed his father-in-law's bicycle, hastening to visit Master, third sister, and Director Lu's family. Despite this, such rounds of visits consumed the couple a full half-day. Upon returning to the old secretary's residence, they found the children wailing in hunger, impervious to Lu Hui's attempts at soothing them. The milk powder had been mixed, the bottles prepared. Yet Xiaojiang resolutely refused to drink, crying out in distress. His cries prompted his sister, Ye, to join in, seemingly engaged in a contest of volume. The moment Yang Luoyan appeared, Lu Hui sighed in relief. Oh, at last you are back. Hurry and feed the children. The house had been bustling with New Year visitors, and the children's wailing for half an hour had left Lu Hui quite embarrassed. Rumors that the secretary's daughter-in-law would not be bringing the children would surely spread through the villages. With the milk flowing, the children soon settled down. And having exhausted themselves from their earlier cries, they quickly fell asleep. Thus, the couple exerted little effort in returning home. Upon reaching their doorstep, they discovered Lin Miao Miao and Zhao Baojun had been waiting for quite some time, with a pile of gifts placed on the red bricks beside them. Lin Miao Miao approached the stroller, but turned to Wu Yuan, saying, "Uncle, while you were away this half-day, visitors came one after another." Zhao Baojun immediately chimed in. With Master S' reputation and prestige, what issue could not be resolved? Wu Yuan was not swayed by such flattery. As he opened the door, he retorted, "You two should stop with this nonsense. When it's your turn to step up, you don't, yet you expect me to pave the way for you. There is no such thing in this world." Lin Miao Miao tugged at Yang Luoyan's sleeve, her voice rising. "Aunt." Yang Luoyan glanced at her husband's back and remarked, "I believe your uncle is right. A true man must face whatever challenges arise, even if they seem daunting. Besides, my elder sister is not exactly a monster." After speaking, as the door creaked open, she lowered her voice to advise Lin Miao Miao, "Your mother is not causing a scene, so your uncle is without cause. In matters like this, there are intricacies. It is all about the approach." Lin Miao Miao listened, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion, as she queried, "Really, Aunt? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Yang Luoyan no longer treats Miao Miao as an outsider, whether you choose to believe it or not. Otherwise, you two can continue to face obstacles at your uncle's place and see if it proves worthwhile." Lin Miao Miao and Zhao Baojun found themselves in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Observing the two children in such a dilemma, Wu Yuan brought out a cup of hot tea, sipping it while saying, "I have a question for you both." Lin Miao Miao eagerly replied, "Uncle, go ahead and ask." Wu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at his niece but turned to his two apprentices, saying, "You are 18 and 19, respectively, which means you are still 3 years away from the legal marriage age, especially you, Baojun. If you decide to give gifts this year, you might need to prepare for 3 consecutive years. Those in love seldom ponder such matters, yet for the older generation, who have endured hardships, such costs are instinctively calculated." Lin Miao Miao was taken aback. 3 years of major holidays amount to at least 9 occasions. If each occasion requires a gift of 50 yuan, that totals 450 yuan, equivalent to 3 months of the apprentice's wages. Indeed, it is not a trivial sum. Zhao Baojun gritted his teeth and declared, 3 years it is. I accept." Wu Yuan then turned to Lin Miao Miao, saying, "Your mother, my frugal elder sister, if she acknowledges him as her son-in-law, it won't merely be about 9 occasions. Perhaps even your parents' birthdays will involve Baojun." Lin Miao Miao seized Zhao Baojun's hand and turned to leave, exclaiming, "Let us not give gifts for now, we can't afford it." In truth, it wasn't about affording it, but rather Lin Miao Miao felt it was too much of a loss. Having decided on Zhao Baojun, any gifts he presented would essentially come from the funds of their future little family. The thought of benefiting her frugal mother without reason was disheartening. Unexpectedly, Zhao Baojun firmly asserted, "Master, I will acknowledge every occasion." Wu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, don't ponder about gifts today. Just bring them here on the 3rd day of the new year." On the afternoon of the 1st day, Mom Mingqi arrived. Dressed in new clothes, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her stature was indeed a notch above Lin Miao Miao's. Wu Yuan, engrossed in the factory's accounts, looked up and asked, "What brings you here?" Mom Mingqi, familiar with the surroundings, picked up the recently awoken Xiao Jiang and said, "Hiding at home all day doesn't shield me from the matchmakers. It's utterly annoying." Wu Yuan chuckled, acknowledging that as young adults, marriage is a natural progression, and she should harbor no rebellious sentiments. "But I'm only 17, she protested, being a year younger than Zhao Baojun, making matchmaking seem rather premature. Wu Yuan couldn't resist teasing her. "Well, if you're still a minor, my company cannot hire child laborers. It seems I'll need to recruit another accountant." Ma Mingqi immediately panicked, stamping her foot. "I was born in December. By age, I'm almost 19. Yang Luoyan, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "Mingqi is taking you seriously. Please, stop teasing her." Wu Yuan stood up and said, "Since you've decided to hide from the matchmakers, don't just idle around. Organize the accounts in the factory. We must ensure everything is flawless for tax checks after the new year." Ma Mingqi patted her chest, assuring, "Rest easy, I've got this." It must be acknowledged that when it comes to balancing the accounts, Ma Mingqi indeed shines brilliantly. It is evident that she possesses a genuine fondness for engaging with these numbers. Unbeknownst to her, the evening has crept upon her. Yang Luoyan has prepared dinner. and Mom Mingqiao has come to seek her out. Young's sister Mom Mingqi resides with his family in the old residence, and when she is absent from dinner, it is only natural for him to come looking for her. Mingqi, you cannot dine at someone else's home on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Do you not understand this basic decorum? Mom Mingqi hurriedly closed the ledger, sticking out her tongue, afraid to retort. It is clear that she truly does not comprehend. Those who are well-read often do not concern themselves with such trivial formalities. Wu Yuan can understand, and is even more tolerant. All right, Mingqiao, your timing is impeccable. As the new year approaches, there are two matters I wish to discuss with you. Boss, please proceed. One is that at the end of this month or the beginning of next, you will accompany me to Shanghai to attend to some affairs. The time frame may extend from a week to half a month. Chapter 77. The inept and the impulsive that poses no issue, Ma Mingqiao replied without hesitation, only to hear Wu Yuan continue. Furthermore, you are capable of driving. Please inquire about suitable second-hand jeeps or Santanas within a budget of 30,000 yuan. But they must be suitable for commuting across the entire municipal area. This time, Ma Mingqiao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, boss, I will make some inquiries. Wu Yuan was aware that purchasing a second-hand Santana for 30,000 yuan was quite improbable. After all, this was not an era where one could casually buy a Santana for merely 10,000 yuan. The Santana had only been produced by Shanghai Volkswagen for 6 years, with new cars priced at 200,000 yuan. After 6 years, the price would hardly drop to 30,000, unless it was a salvaged vehicle. Thus, Wu Yuan merely considered the Santana as an option, hoping that Mom Mingqiao might stumble upon a bargain. Once the matter was settled, Mom Mingqi was forcibly taken away by her elder brother. The following day, the second day of the Lunar New Year, was the day for young couples to return to their parental homes. On this day, Yang Luoyan rose early, arriving first at the home of the old party secretary. Intent on reclaiming the dignity that had nearly been lost on the first day of the new year, the party secretary produced 2 red envelopes, resembling a benevolent elder, distributing one to each child. Afterward, the children exchanged a few playful sounds, much to his delight. They soon stuffed the red envelopes into their mouths, which quickly became wet with saliva. Lu Hui approached and hastily seized the envelopes from the children's mouths, chastising the old party secretary. You let them bite them without a word of caution? The party secretary, unrepentant, replied, they must bite them to learn that these are not meant for chewing. Before long, the other 3 families arrived in succession, particularly the tardy Yang Meng and his family, who appeared invigorated, shedding the gloom of New Year's Eve. Wu Yuan observed this transformation, contemplating that perhaps it was not a bad idea for his wife to collaborate with the second sister-in-law in opening a clothing store, as it offered a new glimmer of hope for the family. Suddenly, Yang Ming declared with enthusiasm, I have decided that after the 5th day, I will head south to Shenzhen for work. Yang Bin, without much thought, merely cautioned, second brother, you have never endured that kind of hardship. Can you truly handle it? Still in the naive phase of self-motivation, Yang Ming dismissed the concern, saying, we all have hands and feet. If others can do it, so can I. Noticing Jiang Fan's expression, Wu Yuan realized this decision had been mutually agreed upon by the couple. In that case, he chose to remain silent. At least Yang Ming's willingness to endure hardship was commendable. Eventually, when he found a moment, the party secretary intercepted Wu Yuan at the gate, accompanied closely by Yang Bin. The party secretary did not shy away from Yang Bin, but directly asked Wu Yuan, what is your opinion on the second brother's decision to work in the south? Wu Yuan offered a bitter smile. What could he possibly think? The man was inept, impulsive, and had a woefully narrow perspective, bound to encounter pitfalls. Just as he had navigated the treacherous waters of human nature, he was now stepping into the quagmire of the influx of 1 million migrant workers into the city. Before Wu Yuan could respond, Yang Bin interjected, Father, it is rare for the second brother to be willing to work hard. What harm is there in him going south for employment? Wu Yuan elucidated that if his second brother had taken such actions 2 years prior, it would not have been a matter of concern. The issue lies in the prevailing economic climate this year, which likely suggests. Yang Bin immediately comprehended, saying, are you implying that even upon reaching the south, one cannot find employment? The thoughts of the 2 men were aligned. In a situation where the nest is disturbed, no egg remains intact. This year, securing work appears to be more challenging than in previous years. However, Yang Ming, who had been perpetually disheartened, was unexpectedly invigorated. At this juncture, attempting to deter him might be futile. Secretary Yang waved his hand, declaring, let him encounter some obstacles. It may serve him well. The third day of the Lunar New Year marked their family gathering. All four sisters, accompanied by their families, were expected to attend. Unlike last year when only the third brother-in-law had come, this year, it seemed that everyone could make it. With relatives in attendance, there would be nearly 2 tables of feasting. Consequently, Yang Luoyan had been murmuring about the menu the previous night, even dreaming of it well into the night. She arose at the break of dawn. Wu Yuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, couldn't help but chide. "Dear, we have ample food at home. If you rise a bit later, will it truly leave them hungry?" Yang Luoyan retorted earnestly, "Precisely because our family is slightly better off. We must place greater importance on this, lest my sisters speak ill of us." Wu Yuan turned his head away, saying, "I was indifferent to their gossip when I was impoverished. Now, I care even less. Come on, hurry up. If the children arrive and see their uncle still hiding under the covers, I wonder where you will hide your face." Wu Yuan nestled deeper into the bedding, then remarked, "Now, it's fine. I'm not afraid anymore." Yang Luoyan ignored him and promptly donned her sleeves, heading out to her tasks. Indeed, her words proved prophetic. Before Wu Yuan could even fully awaken, he was startled by the fierce barking of De Huang, followed by a torrent of scolding from Lin Miaomiao. Although he was untroubled by the prospect of Lin Miaomiao confronting him in bed, he was undeniably roused. Lying there, he remained motionless, eyes wide open. Lin Miaomiao, having spent over half a year at the house, entered without hesitation upon hearing that her uncle had yet to rise. "Uncle, what time is it? And why are you still in bed?" Wu Yuan countered, "What time is it? Has Halley's comet collided with Earth? Or is it the apocalypse of 2012? His sudden irritation momentarily rendered Lin Miaomiao speechless, and even the subsequently arriving Zhao Baojun approached with trepidation. Although the master was relatively young when he unleashed his temper, none of the 3 disciples dared to defy him. Not to mention the 3 disciples, even the seasoned craftsmen at the workshop showed deference to the master. Lin Miaomiao and Zhao Baojun exited the east wing with their heads bowed, carefully closing the door behind them. When the door opened again, Wu Yuan had dressed and tidied the bed. He promptly handed them red envelopes, stating, "This is your auspicious money for the year." Zhao Baojun immediately exclaimed, "Master, I wish to bow to you." However, he was swiftly restrained by Wu Yuan, who said, "Enough. Do we really need to engage in such formalities?" Even Lin Miaomiao chastised him. "What time is it that you still have the leisure for bowing?" Wu Yuan disagreed with this sentiment. "What's the rush? This is hardly mature behavior." He retorted, "What time is it? When I haven't even washed my face or brushed my teeth." Lin Miaomiao was both amused and exasperated. "All right, uncle, please make yourself comfortable while your niece prepares some hot water and squeezes the toothpaste." Seizing the moment, Wu Yuan leaned into his second disciple, imparting meticulous instructions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Baojun exclaimed, "Master, is that truly feasible? Rest assured, I have already conferred with your third uncle-in-law. You and he shall perform on stage, while I shall provide support from behind." Zhao Baojun, being somewhat naive, particularly in this matter, was readily convinced by Wu Yuan's words. "Very well, master. I shall take my leave for now and await your signal." Wu Yuan could not help but chuckle. "What signal?" "Just come by at 10 o'clock. If you're truly anxious, give me a call beforehand." "Understood, master," Zhao Baojun replied, and without even glancing at Lin Miaomiao, who had brought the water, he departed. Chapter 78, Beneath Crisis. Opportunities lie hidden. After completing his morning rituals and donning the new attire prepared by his wife, Yang Luoyan, he appeared as a spirited young man. "Uncle, you look so handsome, just like Fei Xiang. Who are you disparaging?" He retorted, "Am I not as handsome as he is?" Lin Miaomiao turned away, feigning nausea, yet returned with a beaming smile. "Uncle, you are indeed more handsome than him. Such a sly little scheme." Wu Yuan suddenly felt a pang of concern for his second disciple. However, he quickly dismissed it, reasoning that they were all adults now and should be responsible for their own choices. "Uncle, how do you plan to explain my relationship with Baojun to my mother?" "Why ask so many questions?" Wu Yuan replied dismissively. "It's none of your business. Just help your aunt prepare the meals and refrain from prying into other matters." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the disheveled vegetable garden in front of the house was divided into several mini patches by Yang Luoyan. Some black vegetables had survived the harsh winter, their leaves growing ever deeper in hue. Though insufficient to fill a single plate, they had left behind seeds, a promise of hope for the future. Before long, the 3 children of Zhong Wenyong were the first to arrive, filled with joy. Following them were the elated fourth sister, Wu Fenghua, and her somewhat reluctant husband, Zhong Jintao. Although Zhong Wenyong ran slower than his younger siblings, Zhong Wenchang and Zhong Wenyang did not surpass him by much, maintaining a tenuous lead. Upon spotting Wu Yuan, Zhong Wenyang dashed forward, disregarding everything else, launching herself into Wu Yuan's embrace. This little girl possessed a natural affinity for intimacy, an instinctive warmth that others could not replicate. Zhong Wenchang then lagged behind, walking alongside his older brother, embodying the noble spirit of the brother yielding to the sister. "You've grown taller," Wu Yuan remarked. "Uncle, we missed you dearly. How did your final exams go?" "Uncle, could you not inquire about grades as soon as we meet?" "Just like my mother. Though you didn't answer, I already know the outcome." "Really? You don't know? You certainly didn't perform well." As the brothers approached, Wu Yuan evaded the topic, producing a red envelope. "Even if the grades are poor, the envelope remains." Zhong Wenchang interjected, "Uncle, my brother ranked first in the whole school. Averaging our scores, we must be at least first in our class." Wu Yuan playfully kicked at him. "I've never heard of such an averaging method. Do you really think I'm foolish?" The children laughed joyously as they dashed into the courtyard. The gloom that had lingered in his heart for days suddenly dissipated, giving way to clarity and brightness. As Wu Fanghua approached, she began to chatter. "Now that you have 2 children, perhaps you should refrain from giving them New Year's money. Isn't it a hassle to keep exchanging it?" Wu Yuan laughed as he offered a cigarette to Zhong Jintao, 4th sister. Wenyang's 3 children should not mind the trouble. They spend their pocket money recklessly, especially Wenchang, who just a few days before New Year's had blown up someone else's latrine with firecrackers, causing your brother-in-law to apologize early on New Year's Eve. Wu Yuan chuckled. "This child has a bright future." Following the family of the 4th sister was the family of the 3rd sister. Wu Shouhua, the 3rd sister, had come over early purely to lend a helping hand. Over the years, she had always been the first to arrive. However, she did not anticipate being outpaced this year by the 3 children of the 4th sister. After handing out red envelopes to Xiong Wu and Xiong Wan, the 3 gentlemen began to chat idly at the entrance. Xiong Wan, clutching his red envelope, lingered affectionately in Wu Yuan's embrace for a while. After all, having been raised for over half a year, there was a certain bond. Ultimately, he was shooed away by Xiong Gang. Zhong Jintao had brought along 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, while Xiong Gang produced a pack of Sanwu. Upon noticing Wu Yuan pulling out a pack of Huazi cigarettes, they instinctively returned their packs and remarked, "Let us smoke his." As the 3 lit up a cigarette, a haze of smoke enveloped them, swiftly narrowing the psychological distance between them. "What are your plans for the furniture factory next year?" Zhong Jintao inquired. Wu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. "If the factory can maintain this momentum next year, I will be eternally grateful." Zhong Jintao, however, dismissed his pessimism. "Why be so gloomy? The policies regarding the regulation and management of private enterprises won't affect your furniture factory. After all, you've already transformed it into a collective ownership." Wu Yuan exhaled a long plume of smoke. "While that may be true, if private enterprises are suppressed, the vitality of the market and consumer spending will inevitably be impacted, leading to a decline in the demand for furniture. Even so, you are fortunate. At least you've dodged a significant blow. You may not know, but the major pig farmers in our village have started selling off their pigs, even those not yet ready for market, at rock-bottom prices." Xionggang sighed. "The owner of the village's asbestos tile factory has abandoned his mess and fled, leaving the village to clean up after him." Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Jintao suggested, "By the way, you could consider acquiring during this time." Xiongang's eyes lit up. This indeed presented a viable solution. Wu Yuan did not refute it. Amidst heavy crises, for his factory that managed to survive, it was, in fact, a tremendous opportunity. After all, he understood how long the dark night of crisis could last and where the future lay. Acquiring assets at minimal cost would allow him to expand his scale and await the market's revival. "Third brother-in-law, 4th brother-in-law, please keep an eye out for me. I am only interested in small factories or workshops with quality assets." "Sure, it is only right that you choose wisely." Before long, the 2nd sister, Wu Yuhua, and Shi Fuging arrived, accompanied by their 4 children, who seemed somewhat shy. Meanwhile, the eldest sister, Wu Shuhua, and Lin Xinxue, with Lin Ping'an and Lin He, were not far behind, chasing after them. The 2 children were nearly catching up to the 4 from the 2nd sister's family. Upon seeing the children from the eldest sister's family, the kids from the 2nd sister's family instantly felt less socially anxious, as they had played together frequently. As they turned onto a gravel path, Wu Shuhua and Wu Yuhua came together, and from a distance began to complain, "My Meow Meow is truly ungrateful. She hardly comes home. And she doesn't even look at the suitor I found for her." Wu Yuhua, with a neutral tone, replied, Miao Miao is capable. She can earn a fortune here with the younger brother. What more could you desire? Wu Shuhua huffed, clearly somewhat pleased. Everyone had finally gathered. Wu Yuan cast a glance and noted that there were 10 adults and 12 children, not including his 2 infants. 2 tables were insufficient. Thus, he had no choice but to borrow the large round table from the neighboring Lao Dai's house. Xiang Gang approached to assist in moving it and remarked, actually, there's no need for such trouble. As long as the children have something to eat, it matters not whether they have a seat. Wu Yuan nodded in agreement. That is why I did not borrow any chairs. But where is Bao Jun? Just as Xiong Gang finished speaking, the phone in the main room rang. Wu Yuan gestured with his nose. Isn't that him? The children watching videos in the East Wing quickly answered the phone, and soon afterwards, Zhong Wenye dashed out exclaiming, Uncle, the phone is for you. It's a man. This statement elicited a wave of laughter from the circle of sisters. Just listen to this clever child. So young yet so astute, ensuring her aunt would not misunderstand her uncle, specifically highlighting that it was a man. Chapter 79. You raised the price. I cut off the source not long after the phone call ended. Zhao Baojun hurriedly arrived, carrying cigarettes and liquor. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly halted, his heart brimming with joy frozen on his face. The obstacle was right at the door, teasing 2 small wolf dogs, Nuomi and Fantuan. Zhao Baojun immediately sensed the air of superiority surrounding the figure. After all, the other sisters of his master were busy helping the mistress with chores, leaving only Lin Miao Miao's mother idly at the entrance. It took a formidable sense of self to play so nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to Zhao Baojun, Wu Shuhua had set her sights on the small wolf dogs of his master's household and was contemplating which one to take home today. Ah, auntie, who are you? Who is your aunt? The nervousness was palpable, making Lin Miao Miao cringe. With such demeanor, how could she compete with her mother? It was utterly disheartening. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiang Gang, who had been sitting on the corridor floor, rose and said, Sister, this is Zhao Baojun from our village, the second disciple of the younger brother. Quite a talent, isn't. Hearing this, Wu Shuhua felt inexplicably confused, but still scrutinized Zhao Baojun from head to toe. Initially unimpressed, her perception shifted dramatically when her gaze fell upon the cigarettes and liquor he carried. 2 packs of Hongtao Mountain. Not bad. A good bargain for the younger brother. However, upon hearing Xiang Gang's next words, Wu Shuhua's expression instantly darkened. Sister, I believe Baojun and Miao Miao are quite compatible. So I thought it a good opportunity for you to meet today. What? Wu Shuhua sprang to her feet, startling Nuomi and Fantuan, who yelped and quickly dashed away. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Lin Miao Miao, washing vegetables by the well, felt her body tense up, fearing her mother might cause a scene and complicate matters. Sister Wu Shuhua declared loudly, Baojun is quite impressive. He is a clever lad in our village. Since following the younger brother, suitors have been incessantly knocking at his door. This was a moment of support for her husband, Xiang Gang. Nonetheless, Wu Shuhua was not swayed, retorting critically, Sister, just because you think he is a good lad doesn't he mean he meets our standards. Miao Miao is a city girl, and she has such a good job. Her words trailed off, not due to a lack of desire to continue, but because a soft snort suddenly echoed from the corridor. The sound was not loud, yet it rendered Wu Shuhua as if she had been struck silent, swallowing her unflattering remarks. At the sound of that snort, Lin Miao Miao's tense body instantly relaxed. Her uncle had finally spoken. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Wu Yuan began, Isn't free love all the rage these days? You two can take your things back and figure it out yourselves. After all, both of you have an income and are not dependent on our meager dowry. Aren't you just trying to raise the price? I'll simply cut off the source for you. Hey. Wu Shuhua was suddenly flustered. Youngest brother Wu Yuan was unable to reach her, so she effortlessly seized the bewildered Zhao Baojun, who stood frozen in place. I never said I disagreed. It's just that this child is visiting for the first time, and I wonder if he consulted his family regarding the gifts he brought. Is he implying that the offering is insufficient? Wu Yuan promptly replied, Baojun, hurry back and discuss with your parents about bringing a case of Maodai. After all, your aunt and uncle will be preparing a generous welcome gift for you. The more substantial your offering, the more fitting there should be. Xiong Gang and Wu Xiuhua nodded in agreement, while Zhong Jintao and Wu Fanghua also concurred. It is indeed appropriate. Wu Shuhua's expression faltered momentarily before she forced a smile, saying, Auntie was only joking. The gift is quite satisfactory. Very well then, Baojun can stay for dinner. With that, Wu Yuan took a seat and resumed playing cards. Addressing her brother-in-law, 3 brother-in-law, let us continue the game. The collective efforts of the sisters ensured that Yang Luoyan's long-anticipated feast arrived precisely at lunchtime, a first in the annals of their grand reunions. Furthermore, Wu Yuan brought out 2 bottles of Maotai, elevating the meal's prestige even further. Shifugan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is comparable to a national banquet." The children, however, were indifferent to the Maotai. As long as there was fish and meat, they were satisfied, declaring this meal far superior to any state dinner they could never attend, except for Zhao Baojun. Although Lin Miao Miao was of the younger generation, she and Zhao Baojun had to sit at the main table since they were meeting each other's parents today, losing the carefree joy of the smaller children's table. Particularly, Zhao Baojun had the additional responsibility of pouring and consuming the wine. By the time the meal concluded around 2 in the afternoon, Zhao Baojun was thoroughly intoxicated. Lin Xinshui adjusted his thick black-framed glasses and remarked, "This lad must have consumed at least 100 yuan worth of Maotai today." Wu Shuwa's eyes glimmered. Well, he is certainly not one to shy away from indulgence. Yet, mindful of the youngest brother's presence, she refrained from commenting further. After the grand reunion meal, Wu Xiuhua, along with Wu Yuhua and Wu Fenghua, began to tidy up the remnants. Yang Luoyan was preoccupied as the 2 children in the back room had awoken from hunger. Crying out for attention, the afternoon sun cast its warm glow over the courtyard. Wu Yuan tossed Zhao Baojun onto the bed in the west wing, then stepped out of the main room to join the older gentleman in the corridor, basking in the warm sunlight while sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds. The children busily rummaged through an array of snacks, delighting in the search for chocolates adorned with foreign writing. Only the 4 children from the second sister's family clutched their big white rabbit candies as if they were treasures. They continued their idle chatter until 4 o'clock. The slanting sun was still present, but its warmth had begun to wane. Just then, Zhao Baojun awoke, dazed and clutching a large teacup of tea. Wu Shua called upon Lin Xinshui to gather all the gifts brought by Zhao Baojun, announcing, "We shall take our leave now." However, Lin Xinshui hesitated. Gesturing subtly to his wife, "Shouldn't we leave something for the youngest brother?" Wu Shuhua pretended not to hear, glancing around before calling out to the 2 children, "Pingyan, he. Time to go home." Wu Yuan was indifferent to the trifling gifts. With the presents, he felt fortunate that his elder sister no longer harbored intentions of preparing glutinous rice and rice balls. As soon as the eldest sister's family announced their departure, the second sister quickly followed suit. When it came to the families of the 3rd and 4th sisters, Wenxiang and Wenyaz found themselves unable to move, particularly Wenyaz, who, while shuffling, cast a pitiful gaze toward Yang Luoyan. Embracing Yeya, Yang Luoyan smiled and suggested, "Why not let the children stay for a few days? After all, there are still some days left in the winter vacation." Upon hearing this, Wenxiang and Wenyaz immediately agreed. Xiong Wen also halted his steps. Only Zhong Wenyong remained resolute, stating, "Aunt, uncle, I must return to my studies." "Go ahead," Wu Yuan replied, not obstructing him. "Once you are admitted to university, you can revel to your heart's content." As for Xiong Wu, he too wished to stay. However, Wu Xiuhua, considering that little one was already enough of a bother, did not afford him the opportunity. "You should also return to your studies." Chapter 80, Following the Right Boss. Marrying the right husband in stark contrast to the jubilant sounds of firecrackers from other households, the Ma family's New Year festivities appeared rather subdued this year. Following the passing of their father, the 2 sons' families refrained from hanging couplets or setting off firecrackers for 3 consecutive years as a sign of mourning. Furthermore, the news of Ma Mingqi relinquishing her position at the Finance Bureau spread quietly, casting an even heavier shadow over both the homes of Ma Mingqiao and Ma Mingjun. Thus, on the first day of the new year, Ma Mingqi chose to linger at Wu Yuan's house, reluctant to depart. For it was there that she could sense a semblance of warmth and festive spirit. However, in the ensuing days, Ma Mingqiao adamantly forbade her from returning. Fortunately, she had brought back the accounting books from the furniture factory from the past year. Immersed in the realm of numbers, she could temporarily forget the chill of her own home. Yet, after 3 days of meticulous organization, Ma Mingqi found herself perplexed as she gazed at the monthly revenue report she had verified thrice. Lifting her gaze to the window, she noted that dusk had settled. In the main room, her elder brother and second brother were savoring white liquor, engaged in lively conversation. Summoning Ma Mingjun into the room, she pointed at the 5-digit figure she had just sorted out and inquired, "Brother, does the factory truly earn this much each month? Is this real?" In truth, it was merely a summary of the latter half of the previous year. From a profit of over 20,000 in August to nearly 70,000 by the end of the year, The growth was indeed promising, a scenario reminiscent of textbook problems. That is why Mom Mingqi posed her question. To her surprise, Mom Mingjun merely cast a fleeting glance before exclaiming, "What deception could there be in a few tens of thousands?" This statement left Mom Mingqi momentarily speechless, and Ma Mingqiao, who had accompanied her, was equally astonished. He had assumed that Wu Yuan's decision to spend 30,000 on a car was already a significant commitment, a gesture to maintain appearances. Little did he know, the reality was far more understated. Based solely on this profit report, acquiring a brand new 20,000 Santanas would be entirely feasible. However, Mom Mingqi, with her education, contemplated far deeper implications. She was not taken aback by the content of her brother's words, but rather by the nonchalant tone and demeanor with which he spoke, an attitude of familiarity and acceptance. Thus, she pressed further, "Brother, how much do you truly know about Yuan's wealth?" Ma Mingjun vehemently denied any knowledge, shaking his head vigorously. "I know nothing. I am completely unaware." Having pledged his mentor to keep silent about the dealings with treasury bonds, he felt compelled to maintain his secrecy, even in the presence of his siblings. Both siblings were skeptical of their elder brother's claims, but chose not to press further. Ma Mingqiao merely muttered, "It seems I must quickly find a source for the boss's car. Otherwise, delaying this matter could result in losses I cannot afford." However, Ma Mingjun countered, "Our master is not one to make a show of things, so the car is of little significance. What you should truly focus on is ensuring his safety when you accompany him to Shanghai in March, for he is undoubtedly engaged in substantial business, very significant business indeed." Between brothers, such matters were as far as their conversations could venture. Ma Mingjun then turned to Ma Mingqi and remarked, "And you, little sister, as a woman, should find contentment in dedicating your life to just two pursuits. Firstly, it is essential to choose the right boss, and secondly, to marry the right husband. Now that you have resigned from your position at the Finance Bureau and joined my master, you have already secured one of these. As for the other..." Before the sentence could be completed, Ma Mingqi interjected playfully, "I'm still young. Marriage can wait." Her heart raced at the thought. In terms of matrimony, she had at least eliminated one erroneous option by escaping the clutches of Miao Lei. All of this was thanks to Wu Yuan. Was that man destined to be her fated benefactor? Perhaps I should not be overly greedy. Being content with one achievement should suffice. Elder brother, second brother, I wish to have a drink as well. With a multitude of children at home, Xiao Jiang and Yaya appeared notably more subdued. Yet, the toads in the vicinity bore the brunt of the chaos. Whether in hibernation or having awoken early, they were all unearthed by Zhong Wenxiang, who led the charge in hanging them up to dry on trees. Some were even skinned and tossed into the river south of the stone path in front of the house to feed the fish. The fish, still lingering beneath the remnants of the frozen surface, fretted about finding food. Upon noticing the unexpected offering, they immediately expressed gratitude for nature's bounty and scrambled for the scraps. At that moment, Zhong Wenxiang stood by the river with the two children, recounting the splendid fishing trip from the previous summer when Wu Yuan had taken them. This was primarily for Xiong Wan, as he had not been invited on that occasion. Suddenly, a joyful barking erupted from behind. It was the sound of De Huang welcoming his master home. Zhong Wenxiang promptly urged the children to run back, exclaiming, "Hurry, uncle is back. If he finds out I brought you to the river, I'm done for." As expected, Zhong Wenxiang received 3 kicks upon his return. He had no choice but to endure. Even as his thermal trousers slipped down, he dared not pull them up. Ultimately, it was Yang Luoyan who intervened with a gentle word. "All right, they went to the river. I've been watching from the door." Once she spoke, Wu Yuan relented and spared the children. This scene was observed by the arriving Ma Mingqi, who felt a pang of envy. Yang Luoyan had secured her own triumph, marrying the right husband. She had become the most esteemed woman in the vicinity. The rumors that she had married down had now quieted, with all those once gossiping now falling silent. Upon seeing Ma Mingqi approach, Wu Yuan waved her over. "You arrived just in time. We need to make the unveiling ceremony for the factory on the 8th quite grand, so please prepare accordingly." Ma Mingqi was taken aback. Her elder brother had mentioned that Wu Yuan was a modest individual. How could he desire such a lavish ceremony for the factory's unveiling? Sensing her confusion, Wu Yuan continued, "For this unveiling, we shall have 4 collective villages perform on stage. We must prominently proclaim that our flourishing furniture factory is a collective mixed ownership enterprise. As for the respective shareholding ratios, not a word should be spoken." So that was the plan. Ma Mingqi understood now. Wu Yuan was spending money for the village committees to shine. How novel. Those village officials would surely be pleased. resulting in a win-win situation. Moreover, please compile a list and reserve several tables at the Fan family restaurant in the village for a banquet on the evening of the 8th. With that directive given, she set to work. Yang Luoyan approached to invite guests, saying, "Mingqi, it's just the right time for a meal. Stay and dine with us." Ma Mingqi, feeling flustered, hurriedly replied while attempting to escape, "No, my lady, I have matters to attend to." Yang Luoyan, puzzled, remarked, "This child is overly shy, not daring to partake in a mere meal." Wu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Let her be, she will come around in her own time." In the following days, Ma Mingqi busily leveraged Wu Yuan's reputation, tirelessly traveling from village to village. She not only informed the village leaders but also enlisted the elders from the etiquette house to craft slogans and couplets for future use. Furthermore, she arranged for a lion dance troupe and a dry boat team from neighboring villages and procured sweets and treats to be distributed on the day of the unveiling. When she finally presented everything to Wu Yuan, he inspected it thoroughly, finding it quite satisfactory in terms of comprehensive details. The only drawback was that the fees for the dry boat team and the lion dance troupe were somewhat elevated. However, considering her status as a young woman, it was understandable that she might struggle to negotiate with the seasoned veterans of the dry boat team and the lion dance troupe. Nonetheless, it was of no great concern. Chapter 81. The inauguration ceremony of the rural joint factory on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. The sun shone brightly, heralding an auspicious day for work to commence. In Liyuan village, the village committee was adorned with colorful decorations. A wooden sign, freshly painted white, hung to the left of the entrance, draped in red silk. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, an air of mystery lingered. Above, 10 square pieces of red paper were elegantly arranged in a diagonal line, each inscribed with the words "Inauguration Ceremony of the Rural Joint Factory." At precisely 8:08, the propitious hour arrived. Firecrackers erupted, accompanied by the resounding beats of gongs and drums. The area in front of the village committee was packed to the brim, a sea of humanity. As the thunderous sounds of the 10,000 firecrackers filled the air, the lion dance troupe and the dry boat team took to the stage, warming up with rhythmic movements. Once the cacophony subsided, a spacious area was cleared. 8 village officials from 4 natural villages lined up before the crowd. However, the true focus of the ceremony was not on them, but rather on another figure positioned in front of them, the village head of Yikujing, Bian Shaoxing. Wu Yuan was taken aback that his brother-in-law, Xiang Gang, managed to invite Director Bian to the platform. Of course, even if Director Bian had not attended, the spotlight would not have fallen on him, but rather on the 8 village officials behind him. Yet, with Director Bian's presence, the significance of the latter 8 was instantly elevated. Bian Shaoxing was still young, a year younger than Xiang Gang. His youthfulness made him more receptive to the fresh endeavor of the mixed ownership furniture factory, and he was willing to extend his support. Amidst the crowd, Wu Yuan repeatedly urged Mr. Li from the Happy Photography Studio to capture Director Bian in the best light, ensuring that the essence of the ceremony was beautifully documented. Mr. Li, camera in hand, began to tremble with excitement. When Ma Mingqi had approached him initially, she had not mentioned that these photographs might be published. In any case, he was determined to present his finest work. "Mr. Wu, I will give it my all, without reservation," Mr. Li assured him, offering Wu Yuan a modicum of comfort. In hindsight, he regretted not having informed Yang Bin to bring a reporter from the Bain Daily. However, it was too late for such considerations. "Dear villagers and friends, I am Bian Shaoxing, the local official of Yikujing. Today, I am honored to be invited to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the Rural Joint Factory." Applause erupted. "As your local official, I must say, you, dear villagers, are my true parents and kin. Without you, how could a mere village head like myself aspire to achieve prosperity, a well-off life, and the 4 modernizations?" Wu Yuan lost track of the rest of the speech. Nevertheless, those who could proudly refer to themselves as local officials and demand respect were, by and large, commendable figures. Even though the term had been branded as feudal residue over a decade ago, replaced by servants of the people, Wu Yuan was acutely aware that the latter would soon become obsolete as well. The term local official was far more endearing. Bian Shaoxing's speech was brief, yet impactful, primarily centered on the theme of leading the villagers toward economic prosperity. At this juncture, to boldly discuss such matters was rather audacious. In his previous life, upon entering the 1990s, he swiftly ascended to a prominent position within the county. This led to the establishment of a silk reeling factory in Eco Well Township. albeit in a somewhat half-hearted manner, which ultimately resulted in its abandonment. However, the factory later flourished and significantly contributed to the widespread development of sericulture in the entire township. As for the extent of effort and influence exerted by Bian Shaosheng, a member of the county leadership at the time, Wu Yuan remained oblivious, for he was merely a carpenter, unacquainted with sericulture. Once Bian Shaosheng concluded his remarks, he promptly unveiled the signboard. As the red silk fell away, the name of the prosperous furniture factory was officially revealed. The sound of drums and gongs erupted, followed by the vibrant performances of the lion dance troupe and the dry boat team, captivating the local villagers. During the spring festival, the dry boat teams was a cherished tradition among the village children, who never seemed to tire of following them from one household to another. At this moment, Wu Yuan found himself laughing and thoroughly engaged, far more entertained than when witnessing the glorifying dances of the Spring Festival Gala in his previous life. Thus, art should not be dismissed on the grounds of being too lofty and exclusive. Disconnect from the local culture is simply unacceptable. No argument can sway that reality. The alternating performances of the dry boat team and the lion dance troupe, accompanied by the occasional tossing of sweets, escalated the atmosphere to new heights. Meanwhile, Yang, the village secretary, along with Xiong Gang and others, had already escorted Bian Shaosheng to the village office, where he finally met the true proprietor of the furniture factory. Wu Yuan. Mayor Bian, we welcome your guidance, Wu greeted. Mr. Wu, I am here to learn from your exemplary practices, Bian replied. Up close, Bian's square face exuded righteousness, though his slightly squinted eyes appeared somewhat sinister. In truth, his eyes were not small. Rather, they had become accustomed to a scrutinizing gaze from the village officials. I have gleaned insight into your circumstances and challenges. I suggest you proceed with confidence and strive to establish the prosperous furniture factory as a benchmark for township enterprises and eco-well. In time, you shall become a role model. The power of a role model is immeasurable, and such figures deserve our protection. Bian Shaosheng imparted numerous words of encouragement to Wu Yuan. While Wu outwardly acquiesced, his resolve regarding the furniture factory's developmental strategy, set at the beginning of the year, remained unwavering. That evening, at the Fan family restaurant, 3 tables were laid out for the banquet. Present were not only Bian Shaosheng and the village leaders at the main table, but also the heads of various workshops, including Master Zhang, Master Yao, and Master Peng from Shangshu village. Wu Yuan had also invited several seasoned craftsmen from Li Yuan village. Ma Mingqi, responsible for organizing the event, had a seat reserved for her but ultimately withdrew, opting instead to chatter away in the backyard with Fan Bingbing. Wu Yuan did not press the matter. Ma Mingqi's temperament was ill-suited for such gatherings. Otherwise, she would not have left the finance bureau, but rather thrived within the system. Moreover, growth takes time. The gathering was lively, yet Bian Shaosheng departed after just a few glasses of Maotai, without lingering further. During this period, Wu Yuan sought the opinion of Bian Shaosheng regarding the matter of delivering photographs to the Northern Yin Daily. Bian Shaosheng appeared rather surprised, even displaying an expression of how did I not think of that. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. Once Bian Shaosheng departed, the atmosphere truly reached its zenith. No one dared to serve wine to Wu Yuan anymore. He held his glass and engaged in heartfelt conversations with the masters from the 3 workshops. In the short term, the status of these masters would diminish as they transitioned from being leaders in their respective workshops to branches of the furniture factory. Moreover, the oversight of the village committee added a layer of constraint that further exacerbated their apprehensions. However, upon hearing Wu Yuan's assurances, the masters found solace. I cannot speak for the others, but as long as we unite and work together, the profits in the future will only increase. This I can guarantee. Oh, this sentiment resonates well. The masters raised their glasses in unison, toasting in return to Wu Yuan. Chapter 82. A horse cannot thrive without night grazing, and a person cannot prosper without unexpected wealth. The unveiling ceremony has taken place, and the celebratory feast has been enjoyed. On the 9th day of the lunar month, the Xingwang Furniture Factory officially commenced operations. Meanwhile, the majority of the villagers were still in the midst of festivities. The Spring Festival was not yet over, and the Lantern Festival had yet to arrive. How could work possibly begin? After all, work requires tasks to be undertaken, does it not? The wheat in the fields remained lush yet dark green, its growth haphazard, and it was not yet time for fertilization. Those who had ventured out for work adhered to the age-old custom of not traveling far during the first month of the lunar calendar, contentedly relishing the last remnants of their holiday at home, like Yang Luoyan's elder brother, Yang Meng. The Xinguang Furniture Factory, post-commencement, bore little difference from the distributed workshop model of the previous year. The only notable addition was a room adjacent to the village workshop, marked by a wooden sign that read Finance Office. Ma Mingqi, under the guise of a financial officer, also took on secretarial duties. Despite this, her arrival did not stir significant ripples in the tranquil waters of the factory. Only Zhu Liubiao was exuberantly bouncing about, assisting Ma Mingqi in clearing out the room and even scavenging a complete set of desks, chairs, and bookshelves from home, a true labor of love. Ma Mingqi felt somewhat guilty for accepting his help, yet found herself unable to decline due to the constraints of propriety. By afternoon, she had procured 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of gratitude, which she presented at the assembly workshop. Zhu Liubiao adamantly refused to accept them. Yet Ma Mingqi insisted on leaving the cigarettes behind, resulting in a shared indulgence among the 3 brothers. I've truly suffered a great loss, Zhu Liubiao lamented as he exhaled smoke rings. Hey, Lao Lu, what do you mean by that? We only wanted a few puffs. Why do you feel you've lost out? Ma Mingjun retorted, indignant, with even Baojun appearing apprehensive. Zhu Liubiao's intentions were quickly clarified by Ma Mingjun. Lao Lu means that Ma Mingqi looks down on him, rendering his efforts futile. Ha ha! Ma Mingjun chuckled innocently before suddenly exclaiming, a toad aspires to eat swan meat. This remark instantly vexed Zhu Liubiao. Had it not been for Wu Yuan's timely intervention, the brothers might have come to blows. In front of their master, the 3 disciples stood obediently, awaiting reprimand. Mingjun, you truly are a simpleton. Such words are better left unsaid. Who wouldn't he take offense? And you, Lao Lu, if you don't diligently learn carpentry now, in the future, you and Mingqi will indeed be akin to a toad dreaming of swan meat. What error lies in Mingjun's words? As for you, Baojun, are you merely going to stand by and watch? Well then, all 3 of you shall face the consequences. None shall emerge unscathed. Get to work. After reprimanding the 3 disciples, Wu Yuan distributed cigarettes to a few of the masters before turning his attention to the newly tidied room of Ma Mingqi. Upon closer inspection, aside from the chill in the air, the room appeared relatively decent. Nevertheless, he suggested, once the factory's workload eases, have Lao Lu craft a brand new set of desks, chairs, and filing cabinets for you. If you cannot wait, you may also consider purchasing them directly. Just be sure to keep a record of the expenses. Upon hearing that Zhu Liubiao would be the one to craft them, Ma Mingqi felt a twinge of resistance. However, compared to the prospect of spending money on new purchases, she was far less inclined to squander it. Thus, she decisively stated, there is no need for purchases, Uncle Yuan. These temporary arrangements will suffice for now. We can address any future needs when they arise. This child possesses a remarkable ability to navigate life. Wu Yuan nodded in agreement, stating that while other expenses could be minimized, a stove was essential, and it should be equipped with a chimney to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. I shall head to the market today to order one, and while I'm at it, I'll procure a couple of kettles and teacups to facilitate the boiling of water for temporary hospitality. Very well, proceed with your plans. And remember to keep track of the expenses. On the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, a photograph of Bian Shaoxing unveiling a plaque appeared prominently in the local news section of the Bain Daily. It drew considerable attention. Ma Mingqi specifically purchased 3 copies of the newspaper from the post office, leaving one for the village's party secretary Yang, delivering another to Wu Yuan's home, and affixing the last one to the wall of the finance office. This inevitably attracted the attention of the seamstress workshops Lin Miao Miao and others, who gathered to admire it. Chattering excitedly, unable to suppress their shared sense of pride, it fostered a sense of belonging and identity towards the factory, albeit modestly. At the very least, it was a stark contrast to the previous year's feeling of being a makeshift operation, akin to a guerrilla band, where each day felt precarious. At Wu Yuan's residence, Zhong Wenxiang's 3 children returned to their respective homes, seeking their mothers, despite being chastised by their uncle to the point of losing their trousers. Zhong Wenxiang left with a lingering reluctance, promising to visit again. Wu Yuan jested, if next time you still aim to be first in class, you best not return. For I cannot bear such embarrassment. Once the children departed, Yang Luoyan was liberated, entrusting her 2 children to Lu Hui, and began to busy herself. Frequently, she summoned her sister-in-law Jiang Fan back home to collaborate on plans to open a clothing store in the county. In truth, venturing into the clothing business at this juncture was rather audacious. Nevertheless, Wu Yuan did not dissuade her. He generously provided her with 10,000 yuan as seed capital, considering it an investment in experience. After all, he could afford this expenditure, as long as she could endure through this year and into the 1990s. Should she happen to catch the wave of trends such as pencil skirts, leggings, denim, and down jackets, that money would surely return, perhaps even yielding a significant profit. However, despite the financial support, Wu Yuan refrained from becoming overly involved. He had his own pursuits to attend to. Although the affairs of the Lunar New Year were chaotic and numerous, he remained steadfastly focused on his grand plan for the year, stocks. Since the furniture factory was not yet flourishing, he sought to compensate by exploring other avenues. As the saying goes, a horse does not thrive without nighttime fodder, just as a person does not prosper without unexpected wealth. For someone with 2 lives, this unexpected fortune felt akin to a windfall. Last year, he had profited from trading treasury bonds, and this year it was time to turn to stocks. Moreover, based on his observations over the past 2 months, the prices of electric vacuum stocks were steadily nearing the 100 yuan issue price, with a possibility of falling below it. It seemed that the economic downturn of the new year had begun to trigger a chain reaction in the market. Even though the authorities swiftly implemented a series of incentivizing financial policies, restoring the early investors' confidence in the market proved challenging. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the Lantern Festival had come and gone. Yang Luoyan settled on a storefront in the county, pondering how to decorate it when she suddenly remembered that her husband was a carpenter. Thus, Wu Yuan accompanied his wife into the county to take a look. The storefront is situated approximately 100 meters north of the department store, comprising 2 street-facing premises. The vibrant rental advertisement affixed above appears relatively new, suggesting that the previous tenant vacated hastily, allowing Yang Luoyan to seize the opportunity. Jiang Fan is diligently tidying up inside, with dust swirling around him. Yet he expresses no complaints, embodying a spirit of unwavering dedication. Wu Yuan observes this and remarks, "Sister-in-law, you might consider wearing a mask. It's nothing to worry about. This little dust is inconsequential," she replies, only to be interrupted by a fit of intense coughing. Yang Luoyan promptly sprinkles some water, and the 3 of them step outside, waiting patiently for a while. Eventually, the dust settles. Yang Luoyan begins to share her renovation ideas with Wu Yuan. He nods in agreement, recognizing that his wife has put considerable thought into her plans, which are both practical and definitive. The most notable feature of her design is the incorporation of large display windows, allowing passers-by on the street to catch a glimpse of the store's signature and distinctive clothing at a mere turn of the head. Chapter 83. The Million Worker Migration, More Money Needed. Yang Luoyan's window display design is quite common in later times, yet in the present context of Beigang County, it is a pioneering endeavor. It is evident that she has invested considerable thought and effort into it, leading Wu Yuan to unexpectedly feel optimistic about his wife's venture into the clothing business. Upon returning home from the county, he heard the commotion of their 2 children from afar. As he entered the house, he found Lu Hui, overwhelmed with the children, perspiring profusely as she juggled their needs. The moment she spotted Yang Luoyan, she unleashed a torrent of grievances, lamenting how her husband seemed to prioritize his business over their children. Lu Hui's complaints were not entirely unfounded. With Wu Yuan already earning a substantial income, was it necessary for her to bear the burden of caring for the children while he pursued entrepreneurial endeavors? Yang Luoyan listened patiently, all the while ensuring their children were fed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuan set about sketching out the renovation plans based on his wife's vision. By the time he finished the drawings, night had fallen. Wu Yuan looked up to see Yang Luoyan approaching with an expression of remorse, apologizing for forgetting to express milk for the children in the morning rush. Embracing his wife gently, he reassured her, "Pursue your passions. I am here to support you." Yang Luoyan exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her. Although she had barely begun her entrepreneurial journey, she was already acutely aware of its challenges. Reflecting on the relentless toil her husband endured throughout the year, she could only imagine how exhausting it must have been for him, yet he never voiced his struggles. This thought prompted her to hold him tighter, their shared silence conveying a profound understanding that surpassed any spoken words. As she examined the plans Wu Yuan had drawn, she was pleasantly surprised by their beauty. "This window display is stunning. How did you conceive such an idea?" she inquired. Wu Yuan chuckled softly. "While I may be an amateur in business, I am undoubtedly a master carpenter." Following Yang Luoyan's affirmation of his designs, he entrusted the plans to Zhao Baojun. It would be a pity to let such a remarkable opportunity slip by without allowing a few apprentices to practice their skills and learn about renovations. Initially, Zhao Baojun was at a loss, having only learned about ceiling installations from his master. However, his inquisitive nature prompted him to ponder deeply, and whenever he felt uncertain, he could readily seek guidance from his master and mistress. With Wu Yuan stepping back from the fray, he took this time to withdraw the available funds from the accounts, preparing for another journey to Shanghai. Everything was in order. All that remained was to await the arrival of March. On March 1st, as dawn broke, Yang Luoyan rose early to prepare dumplings. Dumplings for the journey, noodles for the return, she mused. Before their departure, this meal was indispensable. Hence, she had diligently prepared a large pot of dumplings the night prior, filled with a variety of fillings, including chives and eggs, as well as celery and shredded meat. Now, all that was left was to boil water and drop the dumplings in as soon as it reached a rolling boil, ensuring efficiency. By the time Wu Yuan had completed his morning routine, the dumplings were already served at the table. As he sat down to eat, Yang Luoyan emerged from the inner room, presenting him with a family photograph, saying, "When you are away and miss the children, look at this picture." Wu Yuan, with his lips glistening from the meat filling of the dumplings, remarked, "Actually, I miss you more." Yang Luoyan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, glanced back at the two children and shyly replied, "That's so cheesy. What are you afraid of? They can't understand anyway." The children lay in their double stroller, babbling happily. "See, at least the children are hearing sounds." Just then, Mom Mingqiao stepped through the door, striding purposefully toward the main room. Wu Yuan remained seated, gesturing toward the dumplings. "Care for some?" Mom Mingqiao grinned. "Boss, no need. I've already eaten at home." Wu Yuan did not press the matter, but continued, "Well, you're truly missing out. The dumplings your little lady makes are extraordinary." As they conversed, Jiang Fan and his wife arrived. Jiang Fan, sent by Yang Luoyan as a representative, had joined Wu Yuan to procure goods in Shanghai. As for Yang Ming, he had set out early for work, coincidentally departing in the latter part of the first month alongside Wu Yuan and the others, albeit on a different route. Upon reaching Pengcheng, he headed straight south to Shenzhen. When Yang Luoyan saw her elder brother had arrived, she pushed a bowl of celery and meat dumplings toward him. "Elder brother, have some?" Jiang Fan immediately declined. "Younger sister, no need. We've eaten at home." Before he could finish, Yang Ming sat down without hesitation, asking, "Is there any raw garlic? I don't like garlic paste." "Oh, yes, yes." Yang Luoyan wiped her hands on her apron and turned to go fetch it. Wu Yuan could hardly bear to look at him. Jiang Fan, feeling slightly guilty, quickly followed Yang Luoyan outside, saying, "Younger sister, I'll help peel." As they filled their stomachs, daylight began to break. Wu Yuan returned from changing into a new outfit, resembling a government official. Seeing this attire, Ma Mingqiao immediately understood Wu Yuan's intention behind asking him to wear the old military uniform. Even without the epaulets and insignia, ordinary people would think twice before provoking him. With Wu Yuan's commanding presence, they were even less inclined to provoke bad luck. Along the way, Jiang Fan seemed to grasp something, frequently glancing at her husband, Yang Ming. Even Yang Ming, though slow-witted, began to understand. No wonder people could earn a fortune when they ventured out. It was all quite methodical. Just the outfit alone spoke volumes. Coupled with their silence on the journey, it rendered them inscrutable and unapproachable. Unlike the couple, who traveled without a care, wearing their joy on their sleeves after earning a little money, like children parading gold through a bustling market, inviting theft. Yang Ming suddenly considered abandoning the idea of working in Shenzhen to follow Wu Yuan to Shanghai for some learning. However, upon meeting Wu Yuan's gaze, he instinctively shrank back, not daring to voice his thoughts. Then he reflected that with his wife accompanying him, she would inevitably learn a thing or two. The four of them boarded a smoking tricycle at the village entrance, arriving at the county bus station, and without pause, they purchased tickets straight to Pengcheng. The flow of people transformed from sparse at the village entrance to bustling in Pengcheng. Jiang Fan made an effort to keep pace with Wu Yuan and Ma Mingqiao. Upon turning around, one realizes that her husband resembles a small child who has just ventured out, lagging behind considerably with every few steps taken, causing her great concern. Without comparison, there is no pain. Glancing back at Wu Yuan's tall figure, Jiang Fan's disdain for her husband, who had never experienced the larger world, grew increasingly palpable, her tone becoming ever more impatient as she urged him to keep up. After a strenuous trek from Pengcheng bus station to Pengcheng train station, the four of them finally squeezed their way to the ticket counter, only to be met with the disheartening news of sold-out tickets. Whether heading south to Shenzhen or to Shanghai, there were none available. Observing the throngs of people filling the ticket hall on the square outside, The situation became all too understandable. They were caught in the wave of millions of migrant workers seeking employment. At that moment, Yang Ming hesitated, suggesting, "Shall we just head back?" The vastness of the outside world and the multitude of people therein stirred a sense of unease within him, contrasting sharply with his earlier bravado. Wu Yuan stepped outside the station and raised his hand to beckon a scalper, inquiring, "How much for a ticket to Shanghai or Shenzhen today?" The response was clear. It would cost extra. Chapter 84. The newcomer planning to make a quick profit. The outcome of the inquiry was astonishing, particularly regarding the journey to Deep City, where the surcharges exceeded those for Shanghai. Wu Yuan, of course, would not rely solely on one scalper's deception. He instructed Ma Mingqiao to consult several more. The result revealed that the price differences were negligible. After all, these were same-day tickets, and if not sold promptly, no amount of extra payment would render them useful. Thus, the additional costs had entered a reasonable range. Wu Yuan decisively purchased 3 soft sleeper tickets, insisting they be in the same carriage. This way, the 3 of them could look out for one another. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ming, urged by his wife, gritted his teeth and bought a hard seat ticket to Deep City. There was no choice. The soft sleeper to Deep City was beyond his means, not to mention the additional fees. 2 hours later, as the sun reached its zenith, Wu Yuan and his companions boarded the train, leaving Yang Ming to wait until 2 in the afternoon. Fortunately, the soft sleeper carriage was not as crowded as anticipated. Upon locating their compartment, they discovered the 4th bunk was inexplicably vacant. No one was there. This was quite delightful, equivalent to having purchased 3 tickets while occupying 4 spots. With the door closed, they felt both comfortable and secure, reveling in the experience. Wu Yuan and Ma Mingqiao each took a lower bunk while Jiang Fan settled into the upper one. Jiang Fan was utterly astonished. Throughout his life, the only time he had ventured far was with Yang Ming after their marriage to tour the provincial capital. At that time, they had only managed hard seats, which felt remarkably novel. Now, to realize he could lie down while traveling by train, with the long journey reduced to a single slumber, left him somewhat awestruck. Of course, the price of a soft sleeper was considerable, especially after the added fees. Was the life of the affluent truly so unpretentious? After lying there for a while, Jiang Fan relaxed, but could not suppress his wandering thoughts. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he leaned over from the upper bunk and inquired of Wu Yuan below, "Do you think Mingzi will cancel his ticket and sneak back to Beijing? After all, if I hadn't pressed him earlier, he would have already backed out." "Unlikely," Wu Yuan replied, somewhat disinclined to engage. Yang Luoyan never uttered true or false lightly. It was a matter of trust. Moreover, if Yang Ming dared to return to Beijing by canceling his ticket, Wu Yuan would regard him with newfound respect. Of course, if he managed to resell the ticket and recover his costs before returning to Beijing, Wu Yuan would hold him in even higher esteem. After all, the wave of 1 million migrant workers was already evident at the Pingsheng train station. The outcome of Yang Ming's foray into work outside was, in truth, already predetermined. Naturally, such thoughts were not ones he could share with Jiang Fan. Speaking them would only deepen their acquaintance and yield no benefit. As the 3 of them traveled without incident, they arrived at Shanghai railway station just as evening approached, the sky darkening. Upon exiting the station, Wu Yuan hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Wu Palace Hotel. Inside the yellow taxi numbered 2105, Jiang Fan momentarily forgot her concerns for her husband, finding everything around her fresh and intriguing. Regardless of the circumstances, they were finally riding in a car, were they not? Moreover, it was an imported model, produced in the Soviet Union. In contrast, Wu Yuan and Ma Mingqiao found themselves somewhat uncomfortable, their larger frames feeling rather constrained. Upon arriving at the Wu Palace Hotel, Jiang Fan felt as if he had stepped into a grand garden, his eyes wide with wonder. Is this truly a place where we, humble country folk, can come? As he gazed at the charming visage and curvaceous figure of the receptionist, adorned in elegant professional attire, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. "Welcome, Mr. Wu. It is a pleasure to serve you," the receptionist greeted. Wu Yuan was not surprised to be recognized. Instead, he found himself quite taken with the young woman. Noticing the name tag that read Jiang Jing, he said, "Miss Jiang, please prepare 2 rooms." Upon seeing Jiang Fan standing behind the 2 towering men, Jiang Jing maintained her warm smile but felt a hint of disappointment. "So, 1 room for Mr. Wu and his wife, and another for this gentleman?" Wu Yuan promptly interjected. "This lady is my second sister-in-law. Please prepare a separate room for her, and another for us." "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Wu. Please forgive me." Jiang Jing quickly bowed her head in contrition. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. While an apology was warranted, her tone was overly cheerful, almost celebratory. After receiving the keys, Wu Yuan instructed, "Have the restaurant prepare a meal to be delivered to our rooms. 4 dishes and a soup will suffice." "Same as usual?" Jiang Jing inquired. "Indeed. As per our usual arrangements," Wu Yuan affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. "You remember, which bodes well for your future." Jiang Jing's face brightened immediately. "Mr. Wu, it is my duty to ensure your satisfaction." The night passed in silence. The following morning, March 2nd, Wu Yuan entrusted all the money to Ma Mingqiao for safekeeping at the hotel and ventured alone to the Jing'an Securities branch. In stark contrast to the grandiose trading floors of later years, the current securities office was merely a modest establishment. The listed stocks were even fewer, only 8 stocks including fail shares, Dian's Shenhua, and Yuan, commonly referred to as the 8 great stocks or the old 8 stocks. Nonetheless, this place still attracted the first wave of seasoned investors who dared to venture into the stock market, often referred to as old leaks. This characterization was not a slight against these veteran investors from Wu Yuan. Rather, he was acutely aware of the immutable law of the stock market: 7 losses, 2 break-evens, and 1 gain. Only a select few, like Yang Luoyan, who meticulously studied stocks, could consistently profit, being the rare exception in the realm of investment. For Wu Yuan, his intent was straightforward. He aimed merely to make a quick profit and depart. He had no aspirations of relying on this endeavor. Naturally, the appearance of this unfamiliar face immediately captured the attention of the seasoned investors. Noticing that none of them were familiar faces like Yang Luoyan, Wu Yuan focused on the stock prices displayed on the wall. Today, the listed price for Dian's was 98 yuan per share, which was 2 yuan lower than anticipated, and even below its face value of 100 yuan. Surprised, Wu Yuan instinctively pondered whether the price might drop further. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a moment. Just then, a calm voice from beside him interjected, "Young man, is this your first visit?" Wu Yuan turned around and saw a rather stylish older gentleman in his 30s, whose mouth was adorned with the yellowed stains of a seasoned smoker. It was evident that he was a veteran in the stock market. Wu Yuan smiled and resumed his focus on the stocks. The seasoned smoker had expected to engage in a casual conversation, but was taken aback by the newcomer's indifference. Having been in the stock market since the release of Fail Audio's shares in 1984, he had never before experienced being overlooked. "Don't bother, it's all the same. The prices haven't changed significantly in quite some time. With this money, it would be wiser to invest in treasury bonds," he muttered. Wu Yuan merely smiled and departed. Upon returning to his hotel room, he encountered Jiang Fan, who was searching for directions with a note in hand. Acknowledging that she was running an errand for his sister-in-law, Wu Yuan straightforwardly suggested, "Mingqiao, accompany my sister-in-law on her trip. Just take a taxi." After saying this, he handed her 200 yuan. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief. She had initially hoped to ask her brother-in-law for assistance, given his extensive knowledge, but she was content with Mingqiao's company. Having someone to accompany her was far better than facing the journey alone. In a fervent appeal, the author requested readers to continue their support, urging them to engage with the story. Since the book's launch on October 17th, it had consistently updated 3 times a day, amassing a remarkable 180,000 words in a short span, even surpassing many new releases that had been out for 2 months. The author extends heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated readers who have been voting daily. Simultaneously, the author kindly implores those who have merely added the book to their reading lists to take a moment to read the new chapters, thereby providing invaluable support during this crucial phase of the narrative. The story is on the brink of a significant turning point, just a step away from a monumental climax. Thank you. Chapter 85. A master who precedes Yang Luoyan. Jiang Fan was en route to the Chipu Road Market, currently the largest clothing wholesale market in Shanghai. Merely wandering through it would take at least an hour, let alone the fact that Jiang Fan had to select suppliers based on the list provided by Yang Luoyan, negotiate prices, and make purchases one by one. Therefore, once the two departed, Wu Yuan comfortably reclined in his room to sleep. Though he was still young and found it difficult to rest, he had no choice but to remain in his quarters. It wasn't until the doorbell rang, accompanied by a gentle voice that inquired, "Is Boss Wu there?" that Wu Yuan sat up abruptly, a look of vigilance overtaking his face. "Who is it?" "Boss Wu, it's Jiang Jing from the front desk." Peering through the peephole, he confirmed that it was indeed Jiang Jing, now out of her work attire, her long hair cascading elegantly. He opened the door and stood in the doorway, asking, "Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Jing stretched her arms and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Boss Wu, I just finished work. May I treat you to a cup of coffee?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yuan replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, but I'm currently unavailable." Jiang Jing, momentarily taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated rejection on her first initiative. Her fair complexion flushed crimson. Yet, a sense of competitive spirit surged within her, prompting her to blurt out, "May I come in?" Instantly, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. How could she have made such a bold request? She had merely intended to share a cup of coffee and engage in casual conversation. Wu Yuan, too, was astonished by the audacity of her request, which, if he declined, would seem particularly unreasonable. "Please, come in," Wu Yuan said, stepping aside. Jiang Jing swiftly entered the room, her furtive demeanor eliciting a knowing smile from Wu Yuan. She was clearly an inexperienced young woman. Once the door closed, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Wu Yuan could easily discern Jiang Jing's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to address the matter directly, believing it would be beneficial for both parties. "Miss Jiang, to be candid, I am already married." Jiang Jing instinctively responded, then abruptly realized the implications of his words. Her heart raced, and she nervously gripped the hem of her clothing until her knuckles turned white. Was his frankness an invitation to become his mistress? In an instant, a flurry of rumors flashed through her mind, leading her thoughts further astray, veering towards the absurd. Had Wu Yuan not continued with his next statement, she might have even concocted notions of being involved in a scandalous affair. "My wife is very beautiful, and she is also quite virtuous. I love and cherish her deeply." His words were already a gentle rejection. If Jiang Jing couldn't comprehend that, it would be truly foolish. However, understanding his message was one thing. Determining how to navigate the situation was another. Just as she felt utterly lost, Wu Yuan casually inquired, "May I ask, Miss Jiang, what brings you here?" The staircase descended. And in that moment, Jiang Jing suddenly comprehended the situation. Her face flushed as she remarked, "Actually, I came to inquire if Boss Wu needed any assistance. Thank you to the hotel and Miss Jiang. Should I require anything, I will give you a call. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do take care." It was only after the door closed behind her that Jiang Jing's rapidly rising and falling chest gradually settled. She silently resolved to discard all of Qiong Yao's novels upon her return. They were utterly detrimental. However, reflecting on Wu Yuan's handling of the matter only made his presence loom larger in her mind. Jiang Jing's appearance was merely a fleeting episode. Wu Yuan had not taken it to heart. As the evening lights began to glow, Jiang Fan and Ma Mingqiao returned, bringing back a substantial amount of clothing. Observing this, Wu Yuan inquired, "Second sister-in-law, has the shipment been completed?" Jiang Fan, panting slightly, replied, "Not yet. According to the list from Luoyan, we have just procured about half." "All right then, we shall arrange tomorrow as we did today." "Understood." On March 3rd, Friday, a fine drizzle fell over Shanghai. Wu Yuan braved the rain to arrive at the Jing'an Securities branch. Upon entering, he noticed that the familiar old investors were present, their gazes unfriendly, exuding an air of condescension towards newcomers. This left Wu Yuan quite perplexed. However, when his eyes landed on the knowing face of old Yan, he instantly understood. Never mind. Let them be. He glanced at the price of electric vacuum, which had dropped to 96 yuan. There was no need to wait any longer. To linger would mean wasting an entire weekend until the following Monday. It was unnecessary. After all, his interest lay not in the meager cost of a couple of yuan, but in the potential for multiple increases over the next 6 months. Resolute in his decision, Wu Yuan used the public phone at the branch to call the hotel room, instructing Ma Mingqiao to bring the entire sum of 400,000 yuan. This amount represented nearly all the money on their family accounts, including the initial 50,000 yuan certificate of deposit and the net profit from the recently concluded February. A little over 10 minutes later, Ma Mingqiao appeared, rain droplets glistening atop his head. Wu Yuan immediately rushed to the counter. "I wish to purchase 100 shares of electric vacuum." The small branch instantly stirred with excitement, particularly among the old investors, who watched Wu Yuan with unabashed curiosity and speculation. "Has that kid lost his mind?" "I think so too. With that kind of money, he could buy treasury bonds." Yang Huaiding turned 20,000 yuan into over 1 million last year through treasury bonds. New investors always have to spend a little to learn their lessons. Soon, the counter staff completed the transaction. delivering 100 shares of electric vacuum to Wu Yuan and collecting 393,600 yuan in return. Ma Mingqiao stared in disbelief as the bag of cash he had brought dwindled to just over 6,000 yuan, exchanged for a bundle of colorful paper bills. Like the other old investors, he could not comprehend the rationale behind this, but he chose to remain silent. At that moment, wearing glasses and holding a cigarette, Yang Luoyan entered through the door. He immediately recognized Wu Yuan, the acquaintance from their previous encounter. Wu Zong? Mr. Yang, it's been a long time. Ah, it truly is you. You come to Shanghai without informing me. Now that I've caught you, we must indulge in revelry tonight. Mr. Yang, you are too kind. However, please wait a moment. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the expressions of the seasoned investors suddenly brightened. They did not recognize the others. But the illustrious Yang Luoyan is a figure known to all. The young man who had earlier been the subject of their ridicule was now conversing amiably with Yang Luoyan and had even been invited for drinks. Who is this young man? When Yang Luoyan approached the counter and placed his handbag upon it, he declared, I wish to purchase 3,000 shares of electric vacuum. The old investor was so astonished that he dropped his beloved cigarette. I must be mistaken. Yang Luoyan is actually buying electric vacuum. And he is doing so after that young man? Indeed, the young man had acted before Yang Luoyan. Could he be a person of extraordinary insight? Regardless of the details. If Yang Luoyan is investing in this stock, what are we waiting for? We must act quickly. Thus, the seasoned investors hurriedly formed a line. Chapter 86 The Master? In truth, I am merely a carpenter. When the seasoned investors concluded their stock purchases and turned around, where could one find the figures of Yang Luoyan and Wu Yuan? The old smoker, still lingering in thought, remarked, a master, indeed, more formidable than Yang Luoyan. It was regrettable that he had mistakenly perceived the other as a novice, contemplating a mere trick to procure a cigarette. Someone interjected, I have heard Yang Luoyan mention that during his dealings with treasury bonds, he encountered a kindred spirit. Could this person be that very kindred spirit? The old smoker asserted confidently, it is highly likely, he is another Yang Luoyan. How unfortunate that I failed to recognize such a splendid opportunity. After Wu Yuan and Yang Luoyan departed from the Jing'an Securities office, they agreed to meet for dinner that evening at the Wu Palace Hotel before parting ways. Upon returning to the hotel, it was fortuitous that Jiang Jing had just donned her professional attire and was on duty. Upon seeing Wu Yuan, her fair face flushed, and she felt a sudden sense of familiarity, which swiftly dissipated any lingering awkwardness. Coupled with Wu Yuan's warm smile and greeting, Jiang Jing mustered the courage to inquire, Boss Wu, is there anything I can assist you with? Wu Yuan hesitated momentarily before turning to Ma Mingqiao. You may go ahead. Ma Mingqiao, casting a wary glance at Jiang Jing, promptly strode towards the elevator. Wu Yuan then addressed Jiang Jing. Is it convenient for you? May I treat you to a coffee? Jiang Jing's heart fluttered with joy. Please wait a moment. I shall ask a colleague to cover for me. Soon. The two found themselves in the CAF adjacent to the lobby. Jiang Jing, still in her professional attire, sat gracefully, exuding beauty, youthful, attractive, long-legged, and well-endowed. Wu Yuan ordered a cup of black coffee, while Jiang Jing opted for a cappuccino. When the coffee arrived, Jiang Jing suddenly noticed Wu Yuan stirring his drink with remarkable skill. Although black coffee requires little stirring, his movements and poise conveyed a sense of mastery and familiarity. Moreover, the unsweetened, unadulterated black coffee is indeed favored by seasoned coffee connoisseurs. It became evident that she had underestimated this young man from afar from the very beginning. Boss Wu, what brings you to seek my assistance? She inquired. I would like to request your help, he replied. Please, go ahead, she encouraged. Please monitor the price trends of the 8 major stocks in the market and notify me promptly of any changes. Here is my contact number. The 8 major stocks. You say? Stocks? She confirmed. Indeed, you can check them at the Jing'an Securities office. Understood, no problem, Jiang Jing replied with enthusiasm. Clutching the note with Wu Yuan's phone number, her heart racing. Yet, a voice within admonished her, do not be foolish, he is a married man. He merely seeks your assistance. After concluding their conversation, Wu Yuan finished his coffee in one gulp and settled the bill before heading upstairs. Upon returning to his room, he replaced Ma Mingqiao to accompany Jiang Fan out to the Chipu Road Market. With Wu Yuan left to his own devices, he initially contemplated taking a nap. However, after consuming coffee, sleep eluded him. Thus, he reclined on a chaise longue by the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the warm sunlight of early spring. gazing at the surging waters of the Huangpu River. The afternoon slipped away in a languid stupor. As twilight descended and the city's lights began to twinkle, Ma Mingqiao returned with Jiang Fan, invigorating Wu Yuan, who felt even more energetic than after an afternoon's rest. "Have you completed all the shopping?" Wu Yuan inquired. "Yes, but I am utterly exhausted," Jiang Fan replied, clutching her chest in despair. Wu Yuan did not reproach her, urging, "You two should order dinner. I have an appointment downstairs." Once Wu Yuan departed, Jiang Fan, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "It wouldn't be with that vixen at the front desk, would it? If so, I must inform Luoyan. She deserves to know." Ma Mingqiao replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, the boss is dining with Yang Luoyan. I hear he made over $1 million last year trading treasury bonds." Jiang Fan muttered, "Even if they're both trading bonds, what's the point of mingling when one earns a mere few thousand while the other rakes in millions?" Just as she finished speaking, a troubling thought emerged. Could it be that my brother-in-law has also earned over $1 million? As she pondered this, her voice grew strained and hoarse, not from negotiation fatigue, but from the shock of the bold notion that had surfaced in her mind. Ma Mingqiao remained silent, his expression laced with significance. The more Jiang Fan considered it, the more plausible it seemed until Ma Mingqiao warned, "No matter what thoughts cross your mind, it's best to keep them to yourself. It would be simpler to declare Wu Yuan as a millionaire outright." Jiang Fan shot him a glare. "Do you think I'm the type to speak recklessly?" In the restaurant below, Yang Huaiding had specifically requested a private room, even though it was just the two of them. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat close at the expansive round table. Yang Huaiding retrieved a bottle of Wuliangye from his bag, declaring, "We have this much today. Let us finish it and part ways." Wu Yuan reached out to take the bottle, eager to pour, but Yang Huaiding insisted, "Allow me. You're being too polite. My dear brother, it's the least I can do for someone of your stature." "What stature?" "To be honest, I am merely a carpenter," Yang Huaiding replied. "We are of the same ilk. I was once a lowly factory employee, nearly scapegoated by my superiors, which compelled me to resign in a fit of indignation. And here I am today." As he spoke, Yang Huaiding filled their cups and raised his, saying, "To be frank, Brother Wu, when will you come to Shanghai so we can conquer the world together?" Wu Yuan clinked his cup and drank deeply, chuckling, "Yang, when will the world be ours to conquer? At best, we can scrape by and ensure our families live a little better." Yang Huaiding, not fully grasping his words, teased, "You're so young. Why do you speak with such weariness?" Wu Yuan feigned ignorance, retreating slightly, and revealed a tidbit of information. "Brother Yang, to be candid, I will frequently visit Shanghai to conduct some business and earn a little money. I prefer not to dwell on other matters." "Ah, Brother Wu, you are squandering your talents. After all, I am merely a carpenter." Observing Wu Yuan's reticence, Yang Huaiding assumed he had not consumed enough alcohol. Yet, even after finishing the bottle of Wuliangye, Wu Yuan maintained his silence, smiling all the while. Upon returning to the room, Ma Mingqiao was quite taken aback. The duo had ordered Sichuan cuisine for dinner, and the lingering aroma of the dishes filled the space. Wu Yuan seated himself and stated, "Make a call and order a serving of." The night passed in silence. The following morning, a Saturday, dawn broke with clear skies. The three of them checked out of their room, dragging along their numerous bags, and hailed a taxi directly to the train station. Declining Yang Huaiding's invitation, Wu Yuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Collaborating with an individual whose ambitions had yet to be confined within the bounds of a cage posed a risk. One misstep could ignite disaster. Having lived two lives, he understood far better than Yang Huaiding who truly held the largest piece of the pie. Nevertheless, he would soon return to Shanghai, a land ripe for lucrative opportunities. Chapter 87. The Wife's Experiment. The benefits of returning home from Shanghai to Pengcheng and back to Beijing. Wu Yuan felt as though he had traversed through time, arriving from a decade later to the present. After all, the housing prices in Shanghai had soared to an astonishing 300 yuan per square meter, while Beijing would not reach such heights until well after the millennium. The disparity in people's spirits and demeanor was akin to the divide between eras. Thus, the bold maneuvers Wu Yuan could undertake in Shanghai demanded extreme caution upon his return to Beijing. Even here, he was considered a small businessman with modest connections. This realization fueled his quiet determination to eventually return to the prosperous land of Shanghai to strive for success. However, the new policies targeting private enterprises from above were surging in. Astute individuals understood the necessity of laying low and avoiding confrontation with the tides of change, even if that tide lasted only a year. After a long and bumpy journey, he finally arrived home on the evening of the 4th. Upon receiving a call, Yang Luoyan prepared hand-pulled noodles with shredded pork and pickled mustard greens. As Jiang Fan stepped out of the car, he immediately inquired, "Your second brother hasn't returned, has he?" Yang Luoyan, puzzled, replied, "Didn't he just leave? How could he return so soon?" However, upon noticing Jiang Fan's worried expression, she realized, if he were sneaking back, I would have known. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief and began unloading goods from the car. Yang Luoyan wished to assist, but Wu Yuan and Ming Chao swiftly completed the task. "You two have worked hard," she offered, comforting them. Jiang Fan, with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, "This time, it was fortunate to travel together with my brother-in-law. We saved on travel expenses, taxi fares, and even hotel accommodation and meals. Otherwise, if we had calculated all these into the costs, we might not even break even on the 5,000 yuan worth of goods." "Then let it go," Yang Luoyan replied cheerfully, turning to confirm with Wu Yuan, "Is that all right?" Wu Yuan tossed the question back, "Isn't it you who calls the shots in our household?" This statement honored his wife's authority. After enjoying the shredded pork noodles, Ming Chao and Jiang Fan returned to their respective homes. After washing up, Wu Yuan flopped onto the bed and patted the mattress beside him, saying, "Wife, it's time to settle our debts." "What debts?" she queried. "The travel expenses, taxi fares, accommodation, meals, and even the protection fees from my sister-in-law's journey," he replied. "But didn't we say to let it go? Money can be overlooked, but the service must be satisfactory." "Then wait a moment. I'll conduct an experiment." Moments later, Yang Luoyan returned, adorned in a beige trench coat that accentuated her slender figure. Wu Yuan, caught off guard, assumed this was the so-called experiment and nodded dismissively. "That trench coat indeed looks quite stylish." Before he could finish, he watched as his wife gracefully opened her arms. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, asking, "Is it from the Gujin brand?" The day after returning home marked the arrival of the awakening of insects. As the rain season finally passed, the sun emerged, piercing through the layers of spring fog, casting a radiant glow. Wu Yuan rose early, clearing the grass covering the red bricks and allowing the sunlight to bathe him. When the red bricks have dried completely and the temperature has warmed up a bit, it will be time to commence the construction of the new house. After finishing breakfast, Lu Hui arrived, engaging the two children in playful chatter. Yang Luoyan hurriedly prepared a bottle of milk for the children and placed it in the refrigerator. Subsequently, she and the newly arrived Jiang Fan loaded all the goods from Shanghai onto the flatbed cart, preparing to head to the county. With his wife gone, Wu Yuan found himself at a loss for what to do. He decided to take his bicycle out for a ride, pedaling towards the village office. From a distance, he could hear a commotion, with voices raised and arguments escalating. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several nearly new Phoenix bicycles parked outside the village office, something he had never seen before. After securing his bike, he entered the courtyard and soon understood the situation. A working group from the tax bureau had come to conduct an audit. As expected, the inevitable had arrived. However, his father-in-law, Secretary Yang, was adamantly resisting, passionately arguing his case. According to regulations, Xinhuang Furniture Factory, being a mixed-ownership township enterprise, was not within the scope of their investigation. If they wished to inspect their accounts, they would have to go through him first. "Secretary Yang, we understand your protection of village-run enterprises, but conducting tax audits is our duty. Please do not obstruct our routine work. I have also reviewed the official document, which targets private enterprises. Xinhuang Furniture Factory does not fall under this category. Your actions are exacerbating the issue. Are you prepared to bear the responsibility?" "Secretary Yang, please do not be obstinate. From our understanding, Xinhuang Furniture Factory is operated by your son-in-law. Your repeated obstruction raises suspicions of misuse of public authority." At that moment, Accountant Li and Old Su, who had been accompanying Secretary Yang, began to clamor. As tensions escalated, Wu Yuan quickly stepped forward, assertively inserting himself between the two parties. Addressing the fervent young tax official, he turned to the man in a Zhongshan suit behind him and said, "Director Qin, may I have a word with you?" The man in the Zhongshan suit appeared taken aback, surprised to be recognized in such a remote locale. In fact, he was none other than Qining Qian, the former department head who had been promoted to deputy director of the finance bureau, having leveraged scandalous materials to oust Director Miao. The two moved beneath the shade of a poplar tree in the courtyard. Qining Qian accepted the cigarette offered by Wu Yuan, his mind racing with 100 thoughts. Who was this person? Wu Yuan, familiar with the protocol, lit the cigarette for Qin before igniting his own. I have yet to congratulate you, Deputy Director Chen. I only heard of your esteemed name earlier this year, anticipating an opportunity to collaborate, and here we are today. You are. Chen Yingxian's expression shifted dramatically as his thoughts raced. Was he truly being congratulated on his promotion to Deputy Director at this time last year? He immediately recalled the source of the scandalous materials. Wu Yuan continued, My surname is Wu, and my given name is Yuan. I must clarify, Deputy Director Chen, that I harbor no ill will. My father is correct. Xinguang Furniture Factory indeed should not be included in your current investigation. Of course, even if you wish to scrutinize. We comply with tax regulations and can withstand scrutiny. However, the procedure is unjust. My father's insistence on this matter is entirely reasonable. Certainly, your esteemed group may also initiate efforts by addressing the second point, the rectification and organization of emerging enterprises outside the state-run system. However, given that the Prosperity Furniture Factory possesses collectively owned shares, it should evidently not be the focal point of your group's mission. Chen Yingxian's gaze sharpened momentarily before he relaxed, remarking, It appears you possess a profound understanding of the policy. Wu Yuan's tone softened in response, saying, Director Chen, are you not from the Finance Bureau? How is it that you are also involved in the investigation conducted by the local tax authority? What you may not be aware of, he continued, is that the Finance Bureau also holds the responsibility for collecting agricultural taxes. This time, we were compelled to participate by the local tax authority, with no choice in the matter. I completely understand. Rest assured, Director Chen. If the scope of the investigation expands, or if leadership issues a special directive to examine my factory, I shall fully cooperate. After all, if there are indeed issues with the furniture factory, one may evade scrutiny initially, but cannot escape it indefinitely. Chapter 88. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Orders on the rise as they conversed, the two finished a cigarette. When Wu Yuan attempted to light another, he was gently rebuffed by his companion. They turned back, and Chen Yingxian inquired while walking, Did you manage to recruit that girl Mingqi? Wu Yuan chuckled and replied, I asked her to return to the Finance Bureau, but she is quite shy and stubbornly refused. Chen Yingxian gritted his teeth, exclaiming, The Miao family truly lacks integrity. You have done well. And it is also thanks to Director Chen's unwavering support. With this understanding, unspoken yet clear, they returned to their colleagues. Chen Yingxian handed over the materials from the prosperous furniture factory, held by a young male subordinate, to Secretary Yang, stating, The old secretary is correct. The mixed ownership nature of the furniture factory indeed falls outside the purview of this investigation. The young man adjusted his glasses and remarked, But Director Chen, how should we articulate the investigation results? Non-private, came the response. As the work group turned to leave, old Su received the cigarette Wu Yuan handed him and remarked, Well, young Wu, you even know people from the tax bureau? Wu Yuan clarified, Uncle Su, I don't know anyone from the tax bureau. That person is from the finance bureau. We happened to meet through chance last year. Accountant Li, with keen interest, commented, I must say, the youth certainly have their own way of doing things. Uncle Li, please don't mock me, Wu Yuan responded. Secretary Yang then handed over a few newspapers with a concerned expression, saying, Take a look at this. Upon examining the papers, Wu Yuan noticed that the January editions predominantly criticized various unscrupulous behaviors over the years, remaining within the bounds of reason. However, by early March, the focus had shifted and expanded its scope to target normal businesses and private enterprises. The rising tide of public opinion was chilling. Old Su sighed. The more I read these newspapers, the more I realized how astute young Wu's decision was. Accountant Li concurred, sometimes, a minor decision can lead to a significant divergence in outcomes. Secretary Yang interjected, All right, you too, stop flattering him. He is now akin to a tightrope walker. One misstep could lead to disaster. Old Su advised, in my opinion, Old Yang, you needn't worry so much. From the looks of young Wu, he seems well prepared. Wu Yuan echoed his father-in-law's sentiment. With my father backing me, I certainly feel more assured. However, next time you encounter them, please refrain from losing your temper. It isn't good for your health. I would rather sacrifice this small factory than risk your well-being. Old Su praised. See, the son-in-law is quite considerate. Yet Secretary Yang remained troubled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. What I fear now is trouble from the industry and electricity sectors. Indeed, the old secretary, with years of experience, was well versed in the subtle tactics employed by the system against ordinary merchants. It's all right, father, even if it comes to that. We can let them investigate freely. After all, we have nothing to hide, so we need not fear their knocking. Secretary Yang then asked, "Given that you seem to have a rapport with Director Chun, why not invite him for a meal together?" Wu Yuan pondered. "All right, I will ask him." In truth, Wu Yuan harbored little hope. At least until a suitable intermediary was found to bridge the gap, Chen Yingqian was unlikely to take such a risk. After all, he had just ascended to his position and was keen on preserving his reputation. However, 3 days later, despite failing to establish contact with Chen Yingqian, Wu Yuan received unexpected news from his brother-in-law, Xiang Gang. Fan Weiman had been apprehended. Was it due to tax issues? Was it serious? The Fan family's restaurant had already been sealed, and even bribery had proven futile. Wu Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he had anticipated trouble, the severity of the situation was rather alarming. Currently, 9 out of 10 restaurants in the county had shuttered their doors, and one was busy with the process of deregistration. Even if he could manage to meet with Chen Yingqian now, finding a place to dine would be a challenge. Wu Yuan decisively stated, "Then we shall not pursue it any further." Xiang Gang quickly interjected, "It's not that there are no dining options, at least the county guest house is still operational. That too shall be avoided," Wu Yuan concluded. "It's better to let things unfold naturally. Approaching now would only betray our own insecurities." Xiang Gang was at a loss for words and merely inquired about the status of the factory's orders. At this, Wu Yuan chuckled. "You might find it hard to believe, but our orders are actually on the rise. The markets in Beiying, Beiyang, and Beihong have flourished, with a continuous influx of orders. The better the situation appeared, the more cautious one must be. I am well aware." On March 11th, having returned from Shanghai, a week had swiftly elapsed. Wu Yuan finally received a call from Jiang Jing. The call was answered by Yang Luoyan, who wasted no time in transferring it to Wu Yuan. As the couple had already established their understanding, Wu Yuan was determined to maintain this initiative, rather than relying on Jiang Fan to keep secrets on his behalf. Upon hearing Jiang Jing report the 8 major stock figures, Wu Yuan noted that the stock price of electric vacuum had remained unchanged. This was hardly surprising. What alterations could one expect in just a week? The media's denunciation of private enterprises had begun to flood the headlines. Private enterprises had evidently become scapegoats, targeted by all. The villagers now recognized Wu Yuan's astuteness. The prosperous furniture factory had navigated this significant upheaval with minimal cost. Not only that, but the volume of orders was not merely stable, it was on the rise, contrary to expectations. Wu Yuan had prepared for a potential decline in orders, intending to reallocate manpower to the renovation of the old residence. Yet, plans had been overtaken by events. The momentum of increasing orders was likely to persist for another 3 to 5 months. There was no time to lose, for the weather had warmed, and temperatures had stabilized between 5 to 10 degrees after a spring snowfall. The streams in the river began to babble and flow vigorously, and the remnants of ice along the riverbank had completely vanished. Life was beginning to awaken, and the air was imbued with the scent of earth. During the day, Yang Luoyan operated a shop in the county, returning in the evening to tend to their small plot of land. However, Wu Yuan advised her, "Enough of the digging. In a few days, construction will commence. If you plant anything now, you want to even see a harvest before it is trampled." Yang Luoyan contemplated. "I was considering planting something casually, as it would be economical for our family." Wu Yuan casually remarked, "We won't lack for food. Moreover, once the building is completed, it won't hinder you from cultivating summer crops." Yang Luoyan placed the shovel back in the courtyard and said, "Do you think our family's grand endeavor to construct a building might attract too much attention?" Wu Yuan pulled his wife closer and replied, "Precisely because we dare to undertake such a bold project, it signifies our transparency and fearlessness in the face of scrutiny. Are you not concerned that someone in the village might become envious and try to sabotage us? In truth, this rectification and tax investigation will inevitably reach the thriving furniture factory eventually. Thus, I have never feared their inspections, but as Father rightly pointed out, even if we are unafraid of being checked, we must not allow them to conduct indiscriminate investigations." Chapter 89. The most precious are not the savings passbook or stocks. The couple entered the main room. Lin Miao Miao had already prepared the bedding and luggage in advance, eager to move into the small room next to the village sewing workshop that evening. Being young, Wu Yuan understood the feelings of his beloved niece, who was clearly in the throes of a passionate romance. However, he adopted the serious tone of an elder and issued a grave warning. Although infatuation incites impulsiveness, one must still temper emotions with propriety. At their age, marriage was still a couple of years away, and should an unexpected pregnancy occur, it would be awkward to explain. Initially, Lin Miao Miao seemed indifferent to his admonitions, But when Wu Yuan concluded with a stern reminder that if anything were to go awry, she could not expect him to shield her from her mother's wrath, the gravity of the situation dawned on her. Yang Luoyan then chimed in with some heartfelt words, underscoring the passive position that a young woman often occupies in such matters. Though these sentiments may sound outdated, they remain relevant in the current era. Once their conversation concluded, Wu Yuan set out with a handcart, and Lin Miao hurried after him, trailing silently behind his broad back. Although it was merely a routine moving day, she felt a pang of emotion. When Wu Yuan turned to see her eyes glistening with tears, he felt a pang of sympathy. Ah, have you begun to grasp the feelings of a bride? He teased. Why don't you come up and sit with me, and help steady the cart? With that, Lin Miao quickly hopped onto the front of the cart, and Wu Yuan hardly noticed its additional weight. Then, she quietly asked, Uncle, when the new house is built, will there still be a room for me? Wu Yuan laughed. Once the house is complete, there will be even more rooms than before. How could there not be a place for you? My only concern is that when the time comes, you may become so enamored that you want to return. Uncle, I promise I will come back, she asserted. Very well, I shall reserve a room for you on the first floor. Since we have no elders in the family, the elderly room will belong to you. You are the elderly one, Lin Miao retorted playfully, yet her spirits remained high. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they spotted a figure waiting in the darkness, a cigarette-s ember flickering in the night. As Wu Yuan approached, Zhao Baojun quickly produced a cigarette to offer him, but was met with a polite refusal. I'm busy, lend a hand instead. The three of them swiftly arranged Lin Miao's belongings into the freshly tidied room. Zhao Baojun had already repaired the dilapidated windows and glass long before. The conditions were indeed modest, yet as the weather grew warmer, they could make do. Once the moving was complete, Lin Miao set about making her bed and organizing her space. Wu Yuan called his second apprentice into the courtyard. Both master and disciple fell into a contemplative silence, neither speaking for a while. Finally, unable to contain himself, Zhao Baojun spoke up. Master, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I want to lay a finger on Miao until she is officially married. Very well, Wu Yuan replied. A man's word is his bond. You must keep your promise. They then returned to the room. Lin Miao was engaged in conversation with the local seamstresses. Although she resided alone in her own room, her neighbors were the sisters who had come to work from the city, occupying 2 adjacent rooms. They bolstered each other's courage, rendering the nights less frightening. Moreover, the small shop at the village entrance was perpetually bustling with activity. As the day drew to a close, Wu Yuan clapped his hands and took his leave. Upon returning home, he found Yang Luoyan packing their belongings along with those of their 2 children. Preparing to move back to her parental home for a temporary stay on the 15th, Wu Yuan glanced at Xiaojiang and Yaya, the plump children soundly asleep. Turning his attention back, he noticed Yang Luoyan joyfully examining 4 bankbooks, repeatedly savoring their contents. Wu Yuan chuckled. Are you not aware of their true value? Those bankbooks are not what holds worth now. Could it be this stack of worthless stocks? They look like counterfeit money. Indeed. Just wait for half a year and see. At least it will return this amount. Yang Luoyan gasped and quickly covered her mouth, then protectively clutched the stack of stocks, exclaiming, I must guard these well. Wu Yuan, captivated by her flushed face, seized her and tumbled onto the bed. Don't be foolish. The bankbooks and stocks have yet to be secured. You are far more precious than they. What on earth? Swiftly, the date of March 15th arrived, deemed auspicious for moving and traveling. The old party secretary had personally selected this favorable day. At dawn, still tinged with a hint of lingering spring chill, Wu Yuan escorted his wife and children, along with their luggage, to his father-in-law's home. This delighted Secretary Yang, who embraced Yaya, playfully teasing her with his stubbled chin, much to Lu Hui's chagrin. However, Lu Hui could only express her discontent verbally, as she was busy holding Xiaojiang. After unloading the luggage, Wu Yuan returned home, leaving Yang Luoyan to stay with her family, yet he was obliged to guard their own home. Although the bankbooks and stocks had been taken, the residence still held significant value. Setting aside the air conditioner and refrigerator, they also had 3 dogs, De Huang, Momi, and Fondwan, and a pig pen full of chickens, ducks, and geese. The following day, March 16th, was deemed suitable for commencing operations and breaking ground. Early in the morning, the skilled mason, Uncle Qiaoya, whom Wu Yuan had hired, arrived with his crew. Uncle Qiao was the younger brother of Uncle Qiaosi. By tradition, Wu Yuan should refer to him as uncle. But everyone in the village called him Wu Ya, so he readily conformed to the custom. Unlike the composed demeanor of Master Qiaosi, Uncle Qiaoya, being a few years younger, exhibited a more boisterous personality, resembling an overgrown child. Nevertheless, his masonry skills were exemplary. He could lay bricks with his eyes closed, producing walls that were impeccably straight and true. In his previous life, Wu Yuan had worked in construction and had partnered with Uncle Wu, making him quite familiar with the man. Upon meeting, Wu Yuan first handed 2 packs of fine cigarettes to Uncle Wu, though initially reluctant to accept. Uncle Wu eventually took them, muttering, "Do you think I'm being polite? I'm afraid your good cigarettes will spoil my palate, making it impossible for me to enjoy inferior ones in the future." In response, Wu Yuan straightforwardly remarked, "Raising a ruckus is just perfect. I cannot speak for anything else, but honoring you with a fine cigarette is certainly within my means." "You rascal, quite the rogue," scolded Master Qiao with a laugh. He then unfurled the meticulously drawn blueprint prepared by Wu Yuan. "Are you intending to shift the house base back by 9 meters? Wu Yuan nodded. Precisely. I have long maintained that your main hall misaligns with the neighboring house's rear wall, creating an awkward appearance. However, with your plan for a small villa measuring 12 meters in length and width, the old main hall must be dismantled first." Wu Yuan nodded once more, closing the blueprint. Master Qiao took a deep drag from his cigarette and exclaimed, "Let us hasten to set off firecrackers and commence the work. We must not miss the auspicious moment." Suddenly, the resounding crackle of 5,000 firecrackers erupted, reminiscent of the thunderous chorus of spring. Chapter 90. You truly have a way with flattery. "Please refrain next time amidst the cacophony of firecrackers," Master Qiao proclaimed. "Commence." With an air of authority. It was quite an impressive sight. The young masons promptly began their work, dismantling the old roof. Master Qiao, following the markings left by the land surveyor, began to sprinkle lime. Wu Yuan, assisting from the periphery, observed and remarked, Master Qiao, your lime line is remarkably straight. How impressive." With a smirk, Master Qiao responded proudly, "It's akin to someone praising your ability to snap a chalk line." As an experienced carpenter, Wu Yuan pondered that if someone genuinely complimented his chalk line skills, he would merely retort, "You truly have a way with flattery. Please refrain next time." After all, if there were truly other areas worthy of praise, it would certainly not extend to chalk line snapping. Before long, Master Qiao straightened his back, the foundation line of the small building clearly visible. Rubbing his aching back, he mused, "Indeed, I am getting old." He then instructed Wu Yuan, "Call your apprentices to dig the foundation, no less than 80 centimeters deep. There can be no shortcuts." "Understood," Wu Yuan replied, summoning Zhang Yin, the wife of Ming Jun, Miao Hong, and the neighboring Dianti, these capable rural women, full of strength and enthusiasm for assisting their families. They had lent a helping hand during the previous celebrations, though no wages were settled for their assistance at that time. Now, as they were to be hired as laborers, Wu Yuan could justifiably pay them. Zhang Yin, Miao Hong, and Dianti arrived, shovels in hand. Wu Yuan gestured toward the lime line, explaining the task at hand. Before he could finish, Zhang Yin confidently interjected, "Master, you needn't elaborate. We've dug foundations before. I assure you we will dig deep enough." With that, Wu Yuan ceased further discussion. "Then let us get to work." Thus, more than 10 women, having moistened their palms with saliva, rubbed their hands together, and raised their shovels, officially commenced the excavation. Digging a foundation is arduous labor, one that few would willingly undertake in later times, as it has been wholly supplanted by machinery such as excavators. In truth, Wu Yuan had contemplated employing a machine to expedite the process and conserve manpower. Alas, the conditions of that era were rather dismal, with the rural construction station lacking even the most basic machinery. Just as the arrangements were set, Master Qiao called Wu Yuan over from the courtyard. Upon arrival, Wu Yuan found Master Qiao perplexed, pointing at the intricate circles and lines on the blueprints, exclaiming, "What are these?" Wu Yuan explained, "These represent the embedded drainage pipes, facilitating bathing and restroom access within the building. Oh, just like in city apartments. No need to step outside for basic needs." Master Qiao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, "How convenient. We can flush with water." Wu Yuan continued, "Master, observe the east tool room. The water tank is nearly as tall as the kitchen chimney. The water pipes extending from it will reach the bathrooms and showers above and below, effectively providing running water." Master Qiao marveled, "How sophisticated. Can this water pressure be maintained?" "If we build the tank higher, it should suffice," Wu Yuan replied. "That seems reasonable. But where does the wastewater go?" "The drainage will be divided into 2 paths. One path leads to a 3-tiered filtration septic tank, while another directs domestic wastewater straight into the drainage ditch. This septic tank is constructed from bricks and topped with a cement cover, facilitating future maintenance. After much contemplation, old Master Qiao could not help but exclaim. He had initially thought the use of a reinforced concrete frame was extravagant, yet here was a mere restroom incurring such significant costs. It seemed that this young fellow had indeed made quite a fortune over the past couple of years. In truth, Wu Yuan envisioned far more than just this. Were it not for the rural power shortages and the inability to connect to gas, he would have aspired to install a water heater and an entire heating system. Unlike the current design blueprints, which merely reserved space for the necessary hot and cold water piping, he planned for the seamless integration of electric boilers, electric water heaters, or solar water heaters in the future. Upon hearing old Master Qiao's remarks, Wu Yuan interjected with a smile. Look at what you're saying, Master Qiao. No matter how much money I make, it cannot compare to the salt you've consumed in your lifetime. Oh, so you think I grew up on salt? Retorted old Master Qiao. I'm merely making a comparison, Master. However, I must admit you were truly astute. Such blueprints are rare, even in the county or city design institutes. It's only fitting that you should earn a handsome profit. In reality, these blueprints had long been etched in Wu Yuan's mind. After earning a modest sum in his previous life, he had always dreamed of returning to his hometown to build a quaint villa, where he could leisurely observe the blooming flowers in the garden or contemplate the drifting clouds above. Regrettably, despite memorizing countless designs, the villa had never come to fruition until now, when his dream was finally being realized. Master Qiao, you flatter me, Wu Yuan replied. I speak only the truth. Unlike fourth brother, who neglects such a capable apprentice, clinging to pride while suffering in silence. What nonsense! Exclaimed old Master Qiao. Once he finishes with those chairs for the grand hall, he will be left to face the biting winds of the northwest. The words were spoken casually, yet Wu Yuan took them to heart. In a single day, the old hall was completely demolished. Though it had been newly constructed, the prefabricated blocks used for the walls lacked sufficient steel reinforcement and adequate cement, crumbling into unserviceable fragments upon collapse, save for use as rubble for the road. Meanwhile, the foundation had only just begun, and judging by the progress, it would likely take about a week to complete. Wu Yuan's estimation proved accurate. A week later, under the tireless efforts of Zhang Yin and a dozen other women, the foundation was finally excavated. Old Master Qiao oversaw the steel workers while he began mixing cement, sand, and gravel. The original water pressure well had been dismantled and replaced with a pump. Otherwise, relying solely on manual labor to extract water would take an eternity. Additionally, the concrete mixer, which Wu Yuan had laboriously procured from Yongbin and Bain City, significantly expedited the concrete production process. As the third day approached, March 25th, the most costly part, the foundation, was finally completed. Master Qiao commanded the women warriors, led by Zhang Yin, to fill the earth back by an additional 20 centimeters, thereby elevating the foundation of the small building slightly above the surrounding vegetable fields. This not only spared them the hassle of transporting soil but also augmented the depth of the foundation. A 1-meter deep foundation would easily suffice for a 3-story structure, reaching 10 meters in height. Moreover, Wu Yuan intended to construct merely a 2-story building with an attic. Once the foundation was established, the wall construction progressed swiftly, requiring no supervision from Wu Yuan. Should anyone err in their masonry, Master Qiao would vociferously chastise them without hesitation. However, despite the reprimands, mistakes necessitated rework, leaving no room for argument. This was due in part to Master Qiao's undeniable authority in the matter, his words carrying weight, and also because the daily meals provided by the owner were exceedingly lavish, featuring an abundance of fish, meat, and ample provisions, though lacking in wine. Such favorable conditions were rare to find, making the occasional scolding a minor inconvenience, for it would not cost them a thing. Chapter 91. Young man, your path is narrowing. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and the brick wall on the first floor was nearly complete. Wu Yuan was preparing to single-handedly support the formwork and erect the posts when suddenly, news arrived from the furniture factory. The work team had come knocking once again. After hanging up the phone, he informed old Secretary Qiao and promptly set off towards the village office. Ma Ming Qiao, who had been laboring as a manual worker, hastily abandoned his shovel to follow suit. Upon arriving at the village office, the two groups stood in opposition once more. However, this time, Chen Yingqian had brought along the police for support, clearly indicating that he was well prepared. Fortunately, the police officer was none other than Director Yao from the local police station. They were all familiar faces. Wu Yuan smiled from a distance, intercepting the wary old secretary, and turned to Chen Yingqian, saying, "I did not expect to see you again so soon, Director Chen." Before Chen could respond, his young subordinate Qing Xiangdong scoffed derisively. What an attitude! No wonder the old secretary was so incensed. Yet, Wu Yuan disregarded him entirely, focusing solely on Chen Yingqian, conveying the unspoken message, "You are unworthy of my attention. I will speak only with your superior." Then, in a tone befitting official business, Chen Yingqian stated, "According to the directives from above, the objective of this work team is to clean up and regulate the emerging enterprises outside the state-run system, with a particular emphasis on taxes owed from the previous year." It appeared that the scope of this investigation had broadened and become more targeted. Wu Yuan had anticipated this day would come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. It hadn't even been a month since the last encounter. Such eagerness. However, in the next moment, Wu Yuan led the applause, welcomed the work team to Xinguang Furniture Factory. This shift in attitude not only startled old Secretary Yang, but also left Chen Xiangdong utterly bewildered. After speaking, he turned and guided the work team directly to the finance office. Ma Mingqi noticed the approaching group from a distance and realized there was no escaping this time. She rose to greet them, immediately igniting excitement among the young female accountant in the investigation team. "Mingqi, so you are here. Director Chen, Zhaoguo, Cheng Xiangdong, welcome." After the introductions, Wu Yuan addressed Mingqi directly. "Mingqi, please cooperate fully with Director Chen's work. Ensure that we provide good cigarettes and fine tea." "Understood, Boss Yuan," she replied. After giving his instructions, Wu Yuan turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Cheng Xiangdong interjected, "Boss Wu, auditing is a meticulous task. The noise from your factory's electric saws is quite disruptive and will hinder our efficiency." Ma Mingqiao silently stepped forward. With just a gesture from Wu Yuan, he would not hesitate to teach this insolent young man a lesson in front of Director Yao. The audacity was intolerable. Old Secretary Yang directly retorted, "Cheng, do you realize how much loss a single day of halted operations causes the factory?" Old Su and accountantly echoed in agreement, "Exactly." Wu Yuan maintained a stoic expression and addressed Chen Yingqian directly, "Director Chen, I grant you 3 days." Chen Yingqian hesitated for a moment before nodding appreciatively. "Thank you for your cooperation, Boss Wu. We will act swiftly." After speaking, the three followed Ma Mingqi into the finance office. Wu Yuan turned back to leave Ma Mingqiao behind, instructing him to keep watch and promptly report any developments. Ma Mingqiao nodded affirmatively and stood resolutely in front of the finance office door, exuding an air of authority. Wu Yuan, accompanied by Secretary Yang and several others, exited the small courtyard of Xinguang Furniture Factory. Secretary Yang, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, "How could you allow the factory to halt operations for 3 days? The losses will be substantial." "Father, panicking won't solve anything. We must face this challenge sooner or later. Besides, I need carpenters at home for construction, even without Cheng. I must summon Lao Dai and the others," Wu Yuan replied. Old Su also chimed in. "This approach has its merits. Once the issue is resolved, they will naturally comply." Wu Yuan turned to offer a cigarette to Director Yao, who reflected, "If old Fan had possessed even half your discernment, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament." Wu Yuan, intrigued, inquired, "Director Yao, is there anything major concerning Boss Fan?" "It's hard to say. He will likely face at least 1.5 years in confinement," was the response. Wu Yuan understood well. If Fan Weiman were not harboring guilt, he would not have been so uncooperative. After a moment of lamentation, Wu Yuan noticed Lao Dai, Zhai Di, Master Chen, Master Qi, and 3 apprentices emerging. They immediately headed to the Wu family ancestral residence to begin forming templates and erecting columns. The finance office fell into complete silence, interrupted only by the sporadic sounds from the nearby sewing workshop. However, Cheng Xiangdong could no longer afford to be distracted. All his attention was now focused on the ledger before him, hoping to uncover discrepancies that would embarrass Wu Yuan. This scene elicited a silent shake of the head from Chen Yingqian, who, while puffing on a cigarette from the furniture factory, found his opinion of Cheng Xiangdong plummeting. "Young man, your path seems increasingly narrow. Once this chaos subsides, I must ensure he is dismissed. Otherwise, his stubbornness will inevitably drag me down as well." In contrast, Zhao Guo, though momentarily forgetting her work upon encountering an old acquaintance, was at least not a burden. In fact, Zhao Guo and Ma Mingqi were alumni, both having graduated from the city's accounting vocational school. They had maintained a good rapport during their time at the finance bureau. Upon returning after the new year, Zhao Guo discovered that Ma Mingqi had abruptly resigned. She felt a pang of regret. Now, seeing Ma Mingqi here, Zhao Guo couldn't help but express her concern. What on earth happened? How did you end up working in such a small factory? Gugu, I'm actually doing quite well. This is my family business. I go to work and return home without the hassle of commuting. My salary is comparable to what I earned at the bureau. And I can take care of my family. Isn't that wonderful? Ma Mingqi replied. And what is your salary? Zhao Guo inquired. Ma Mingqi gestured a number, causing Zhao Guo to sit up straight in disbelief. Is that for real? That's double my salary, and then some? Of course it's true. Our factory is thriving. Ma Mingqi said with pride. Thus, with this lingering curiosity, Zhao Guo began her work. Little did she know, the investigation would lead to startling revelations. Half a day later, Zhao Guo lifted his head, massaging his stiff neck, and exclaimed, Mingqi, this factory truly is a gold mine. With such lucrative profits, there must be discrepancies in the accounts. The words belonged to Qing Xiangdong, who had succumbed to a frenzy of jealousy, bordering on obsession. Zhao Guo shot him a disdainful glance before turning back to gossip with Mingqi. Who would have thought that such a profitable little factory could be run by a man so young? He can't be more than 30, can he? What's more, my distant cousin is only 22. Ma Mingqi replied in a tone of fierce protectiveness, he's merely 22. But you have no chance. My cousin is already married, and his wife is stunning, having given birth to a pair of twins. Zhao Guo sighed dramatically, oh heavens. Why are all the good men taken by others? Chapter 92, A Narrow Escape, Smooth Passage. The collective strength of many is formidable. With the addition of seasoned workers Lao Dai, Zhai Di, Master Chen, and Master Qi, alongside Wu Yuan and his 3 apprentices, progress was swift. The templates were erected with remarkable speed. In just 2 days, over 100 square meters of templates, along with supporting columns, were completed. This skill, though not particularly difficult, is among the most practical of trades. After the turn of the millennium, many individuals capitalized on this craft, effortlessly earning substantial wages on labor-intensive construction sites, truly embodying the notion of thriving through skill. With the templates in place, early on March 31st, they awaited the pouring of concrete. Within half a day, the task was accomplished. Next, they anticipated the solidification of the primary structure before proceeding with the reinforcement of steel and wall construction for the second level. At that moment, a call from the village office arrived, announcing the conclusion of the investigation led by Chun Ingqian and their impending departure. Wu Yuan returned to the village office with Lao Dai and the others, where he encountered Chun Ingqian, radiating warmth, Zhao Guo, brimming with admiration, and Qing Xiangdong, appearing despondent. The results of the investigation were self-evident, and the tide had turned dramatically. Wu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of vindication, yet he feigned ignorance, asking, Director Chen, did you uncover any issues? Chen Ingqian, astute as always, discerned the sarcasm in Wu Yuan's inquiry. Nevertheless, considering the investigation had halted operations for 3 days, he felt it reasonable to harbor some emotions. He reasoned that for him, Wu Yuan's lack of issues was fortuitous. Establishing a rapport might yield significant benefits in the future. Thus, he candidly replied, there are no problems whatsoever. Immediately, the old secretary and the craftsman behind Wu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chen Ingqian then expressed his genuine astonishment, stating, I truly did not anticipate that a small factory could manage its financial affairs with such meticulousness and clarity. It is now evident to me why Xinguang Furniture Factory is so prosperous. Although Wu Yuan was not a superficial person, he could not help but feel flattered by this praise. In comparison, the earlier minor incidents seemed trivial. Director, after your hard work over the past 3 days, do not rush off. Please stay for a meal. Wu Yuan seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. With a face of principle, Chun Ingqian replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Wu, but I have official duties and cannot linger. We shall meet another day, perhaps. After bidding farewell to Chen Ingqian and his team, Secretary Yang exhaled deeply. Finally, we have seen the back of those harbingers of doom. Father, one should not speak so harshly, Wu Yuan laughed. At least after their investigation, we might enjoy a period of peace, no? Indeed, Secretary Yang conceded, accepting the cigarette offered by his son-in-law. I've heard that such investigation teams leave no stone unturned, sealing off areas they inspect. Our furniture factory is among the fortunate few. It is thanks to your foresight that we navigated this situation. Wu Yuan chose not to delve deeper into this topic. While the notion of actively paying taxes was acceptable, the idea of involving village collectives as shareholders could not withstand scrutiny. Thus, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, Father, has the second brother called back? Secretary Yang paused. No, he has not. The child has been gone for about a month now. and I wonder why they haven't called back. Soon, feeling a sense of disdain, I exclaimed, "Forget about them. Would you like to accompany me back to check on the children?" "Yes, I was just preparing to visit the three of them." As the two men conversed, they returned home. Upon seeing Jiang Fan there, Party Secretary Yang inquired, "Has the second son found work outside? Has he called you?" Jiang Fan was taken aback. These past days, engrossed in matters concerning the clothing store, she had indeed forgotten about her ineffectual husband. Hearing her father-in-law's question, she immediately grew anxious. Mengzi hasn't called back. Could something have happened? Wu Yuan, cradling both Xiao Jiang and Ye, noticed the simultaneous concern in Yang's and Jiang Fan's gazes. "Father, sister-in-law, everything is fine. At worst, he simply ran out of money and can't afford to call." Jiang Fan, now more anxious, replied, "What if he has no money on him?" Party Secretary Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, snorted coldly. He went out to work and earn money, with hands and feet. How could he starve? With Yang Luoyan absent, Wu Yuan glanced at the two children and asked Lu Hui if she needed anything before he departed. There were still numerous matters awaiting his attention at home. Before leaving, he requested the phone number of the original supplier of sand, gravel, and cement. It soon became apparent that materials would always be in short supply as the building progressed. Upon returning home, he found Grandpa Xiao, estimated the shortfall of gravel, cement, and sand, and proceeded to call each supplier. The once confident suppliers now spoke in hushed tones, tinged with the apprehension of a startled bird. After Wu Yuan's repeated assurances, they reluctantly agreed to supply the materials, but only on the condition that he arranged transportation himself. They were willing to accept a lower profit, yet insisted on minimizing risk. Wu Yuan understood the implications and readily agreed. By the time he had secured 2 tractors to haul all the materials back, night had already fallen. After unloading and settling the transportation costs, he found himself outside, bathing in the open air. After a long day, the sand and cement had left him dusty, with even his hair filled with grit. Despite wearing a mask, he still felt the gritty sensation in his mouth and nose. At that moment, Yang Luoyan approached, and upon seeing his strong, muscular back, her heart raced. It was this robust silhouette that had initially captured her heart. Now, having been separated for half a month, they felt a renewed intimacy akin to a fresh romance. "What brings you here? I heard you went to your mother's during the day, so I came to check on you. Have the children gone to sleep?" "Yes. I fed them, and then they fell asleep." Once Wu Yuan finished washing up, Yang Luoyan stood at the doorway of the east room, beckoning him. "Don't change into those old clothes. Come in and try on the new ones." The new clothes she brought were an entire ensemble, from innerwear to jeans and a jacket. As Wu Yuan donned the outfit, he felt an immediate transformation. Not only was the fit of the underwear notably snug, but the jeans also imparted a trendy flair. "How much did you earn to buy me so many clothes?" "It was decent. The first month just about broke even. Better than expected. Do you have any inkling about which garments are the most sought after?" "How could I possibly know? You should be able to deduce it." "Gu Jing?" As Wu Yuan completed his guess, he noticed his wife's eyes shimmering with moisture, exuding a delicate charm that stirred his senses. Outside the abode, amidst the remnants of crumbled walls, De Huang nestled his head into a patch of grass, feigning slumber, while only the half-grown glutinous rice and rice balls remained alert. Ears perked, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from the eastern room. By the time the lady of the house ventured out again, 2 hours had elapsed. Yang Luoyan walked along, expressing her grievances. "I cannot fathom where you derive such boundless energy. It seems inexhaustible. This time, I shall surely be the subject of my parents' ridicule." Wu Yuan, spirited and buoyant, reassured her, "Your parents will not mock you. I shall escort you home." Chapter 93, The Disciple Surpassing the Master. As April arrived, the weather grew increasingly warm. Yang Luoyan's newly purchased garments were ill-suited for labor, prompting Wu Yuan to work shirtless, climbing up and down with ease. He was not alone in this endeavor. The masons followed suit, leaving the young wives of the apprentices in a state of bewilderment, captivated by the sight. By the end of the Qiming festival, the walls of the second floor had been nearly completed, and the steel reinforcements were in place. Wu Yuan summoned the factory masters for a few days of labor to support the framework and erect columns. On April 7th, a Friday, the beam was successfully raised and capped. The resounding crack of 10,000 firecrackers echoed through the air, igniting celebration among the village children, who eagerly awaited Master Qiao Wu to shower them with candies and treats from the rooftop. Wu Yuan had meticulously prepared for this occasion, not merely for the sake of festivity, but to cultivate a lively atmosphere. However, even after the beam was secured, a multitude of tasks awaited completion, such as laying tiles, plastering walls, and installing flooring. Fortunately, fewer masons would be required for these tasks, as Master Qiao would take charge of coordination, alleviating Wu Yuan from further inquiries. The current focus encompassed doors, windows, interior wiring, and various plumbing installations, providing ample work to occupy Wu Yuan's time. Realizing he could not manage all of this alone, he called upon his 3 apprentices for assistance, ensuring that both work and teaching continued seamlessly. Upon witnessing the workload, Xu Liubiao hesitated, voicing his concerns. Master, as accomplished carpenters, must we also grasp plumbing and electrical work? Ma Mingjun promptly interjected. Having multiple skills is never a burden. If the master is willing to teach us, we should consider ourselves fortunate. Unlike Ma Mingjun, who exhibited a strong eagerness to learn, Xu Liubiao seemed reluctant to expand his knowledge. Only Zhao Baojun, while learning, contemplated the pressures faced by the factory due to numerous pending orders, remarking, Master, the backlog at the factory is considerable, and the senior craftsmen are under significant strain. Wu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. Uncle Zhai informed me that my Master's Grand Auditorium project has concluded, and even the final details regarding the chairs have been resolved. He is currently idling at home. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan felt a renewed sense of urgency. The furniture factory's performance had exceeded expectations, demonstrating resilience against the current market tides. Given that his master was now available, it seemed only fitting for him to lend a hand to his apprentices. Later, when he approached Master Qiaowu, the elder man exclaimed, Your master is quite the proud one. For days, he has been lurking at my doorstep, awaiting my return. The moment I arrive, he bombards me with questions. And he has even pilfered several packets of your offerings. Wu Yuan chuckled at this revelation. You should have informed me sooner, Wu Ge. Why wait for me to inquire? Master Qiaowu sighed. Do you think I wished to withhold this? I feared for his pride. It was better to wait for your inquiry to soften the blow. Do not delay any longer. Tonight, let us invite him back with us. Very well, Wu Yuan responded with delight, then curiously asked, by the way, how many packets of my offerings did he take? Why ask about that? I shall replace them, Wu Yuan insisted. That is unnecessary, Master Qiaowu retorted, ascending the stairs with his hands behind his back. Consider it a gift from me to him. That evening, after work concluded at the old residence, Wu Yuan decided to leave Ma Mingqiao to oversee the house. Following Grandmaster Qiaowu, they returned home together. However, upon arriving at Grandmaster Qiaowu's doorstep, they found no sign of Master Qiao Si, who usually awaited them like a farmer by a tree. Grandmaster Qiaowu expressed his bewilderment, muttering, this shouldn't be the case. He then called into the house, prompting Fifth Lady to emerge with a spoon in hand, stating, Fourth brother didn't come today. I'm not sure why. Without pausing for a moment, Grandmaster Qiaowu and Wu Yuan set off directly for Master Qiao Si's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Master Qing Wei sitting outside, sorting vegetables while sighing deeply. Where is my master? Wu Yuan inquired, with Grandmaster Qiaowu echoing the question, Indeed, where is fourth brother? Qing Wei exclaimed. He insisted he wasn't feeling well this morning, and when I suggested taking him to the clinic, he was quite reluctant. Now he's lying in bed, making pancakes. The bed frame might collapse under him. One moment he complains of a headache, the next his legs ache. I can't fathom what's wrong with him. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. In his previous life, Master Qiao Si was robust, living well into his 80s, and remained in good health until his rebirth. He had never heard of any ailments affecting him. However, upon hearing Grandmaster Qiaowu's words, he quickly grasped the situation. Grandmaster Qiaowu reassured, Don't worry, fourth sister-in-law. What illness does he have? He's merely bored. Do you believe that if I were to hand him an axe, he would spring to life? Nevertheless, they needed to maintain the facade. Wu Yuan and Grandmaster Qiaowu lifted the curtain and entered the room, taking a seat beside Master Qiao Si's bed. Despite their efforts to coax him, he remained motionless. Wu Yuan was relatively unfazed, but Grandmaster Qiaowu's tongue was nearly worn thin. Realizing that this endless chatter was futile, Wu Yuan subtly signaled for him to cease. He shifted the conversation to matters regarding the factory. Grandmaster, despite my outward appearances, managing a furniture factory behind the scenes is quite taxing, he remarked. How so? Grandmaster Qiaowu, ever the supportive listener, inquired. It has been over a year since we established our flourishing furniture factory, and we've only produced 3 major items. Those in the know would recognize it as a furniture factory. Those unaware would think it merely a small workshop. The variety is far too limited. Customers frequently ask at the county department store if we can make a TV cabinet or a wardrobe. Can these be made? Grandmaster Xiao asked. Yes, they can be. But the crux of the matter is that we lack a capable leader to oversee operations, Wu Yuan replied. You're the owner, can't you manage? Grandmaster Xiao pressed. Wu Yuan shrugged. I am constantly entangled in mundane affairs and cannot oversee the factory. Moreover, given my age, some of the seasoned craftsmen tend to be quite unruly. Your authority seems somewhat diminished, Grandmaster Xiao chuckled, even as he held back laughter. Wu Yuan then shifted the topic to his new home, on another note. The construction of the house is complete, yet I am fretting over the renovations. After all, I have no prior experience in this area. Each task requires me to start from scratch. That is indeed a challenge. If it becomes too burdensome, I was considering seeking a skilled professional from a larger city. At that moment, Master Qiaoxi suddenly sat up in bed, exclaiming, What do you mean by seeking a professional? Take me to see them. He said this as he slipped on his shoes and got out of bed. Wu Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Grandmaster Qiao Wu, signaling their agreement. Upon discerning the situation, Master Qiao 5 remarked, Very well, you two may go ahead. I shall take my leave. With that, he discreetly slipped away. Wu Yuan followed closely behind Master Qiao, for as they exited the house. Just before departing, he turned back to Cheng Yui and said, Mistress, do enjoy your meal without waiting for my master. The two gentlemen made their way to the Wu family's ancestral home. Upon sighting the impressive two-story building, with its unique architectural style, they were struck by its distinctiveness, truly unparalleled in the surrounding 10 miles. Master Qiao was immediately captivated, exclaiming, Did you design all of this yourself? It was constructed by 5, came the reply. I refer to the design, the wiring, and the plumbing. I learned all of this in a major southern city. Upon hearing this, Master Qiao turned on his heel and departed. Clearly, the pupil had surpassed the master, leaving the carpentry circle behind. To claim ignorance of renovations was nothing short of deceit.